Chapter 1 Choosing Initial Options 3 Red Attributes Dragon Blood Dao Body Innate Sword Immortal Suspended Cliff Themu Nung Hai Likia Silver Disc Castan Jit's Resplendent Glow Upon He Giof Techliff. Under the silvery light, Suzingi abruptly sat up, bewildered, scanning his surroundings. What is this place? Wasn't I just in a dungeon? Suddenly, a searing pain tore through his mind, causing Suzinga to grimace in agony. After what felt like eternity, he would identize in Shinshuk, the starry sacred land, Ehavi actual traversed into the realms of 9 worlds. The 9 worlds swast the fantasy themid game Suzingi had previously played. In an moment, he was strozily entering a dungeon, and in the next, he wakened in this fantastical world. What is this? Even if he have crossed over, it shouldn't be to the starry sacred land. The sacred land waste obliterated by the ancient, demison themid stagites foundation has perished, and its disciple serial bu dead, with no survivors. A wavio fata chuashed over Sushingha, for as a player, he was well aware of the game's narrative. The starry sacred land was indeed prestigious, but it was ultimately not a place for long-term survival. By the way, do we know Thavian extrajifto fagolden finger? No sooner has spoken than a translucent screen appeared before him, visibly in Lido Sushingha. Please select 5 attributes you have with region sestor fresh. Grayest lowest, redis the best. What is this? Suzingi's eyes widened in disbelief fascia the screen. The attribute system off 9 worlds. I can't believe I this strula bin besto Japan. Asmal broke across Suzing's face, excitement bubbling within Yamasha began to sift through the options display the screen. Natural talent, descendant of sword sect, dashing escape, celestial grace, innate spiritual body. Celestial grace. I can hardly believe a thigh attribute has appeared. Perhaps I can pursue this off Trucerit. Celestial grace presents as theorealis as celestial being descending upon the immortal realm. In the game, celestial grace is considered a top-tier attribute. Acid's charm would endear him to others, even attracting numerous female cultivators while de bestow treasures upon her. Whether in theor listage or upon ascending to the celestial realm, the effects of celestial grace remain potent. 5 attributes celestial grace is indispensable. Dashing escape may be gray attribute, butai tis dilquid valuable. Suzinga murmured himself. Dashing escape when fleeing, others will gain an increased fondness for you. A conceptual attribute, a must-have. Aside from charm, it must also enhance me innate talents. Thought descendant of sword sect was a purply attribute, it didn't quit suffice for Sushingha. Refresh. Suzinger refreshed the attributes. Alchemy maniac, righteous individual, Aeroth demon path, fire spirit body, innate sword immortal. Suzingi's eyes what in Donsmarie, locking into innate sword immortal. Red attribute, innate sword immortal. Innate sword immortal born with this word, you inherent lipos word intent, and/or comprehension of this word path rivals that of celestial beings. Bonus or word orange level sword technique manual. Physistion. Suzinga selected innate sword immortal and refreshed the attributes again. This time, luck was not on his side. He was presented with worst gray attribute and agrina attributo fa demon sect disciple. Onamora red attribute, please. Suzingi inwardly prayed, closing his eyes to refresh the attributes. He cautiously opened his latin his eyes to glance at the attributes, his breath quickening gas excitement sir within him. Dragon ancestor Dao body a natural Dea body infused with the blood Linoff dragon ancestor, capable of devouring lightning tribulation store fiend Dea principles, unlocking a special dragon ancestor inheritance. The dragon ancestor Dao body, themist mysterious and powerful existence length 9 worlds, has survived 3 obliterations. I can't believe I actually refreshed this. Suzing was overwhelmed with joy. Their attribute dragon ancestor Dao body was, thus far, the best attribute and had the highest potential. There was no reason for Suzing to kusi otherwise. The thief's hand, this attribute Sisal Sakwati good. Suzinga glanced at the remaining perplete tributes. Thief's hand your stealing probabilities increase by 50. The Sisal Sakwata value a bleat could bit of Eintel for stealing while boosting affection. Moments later, Suzinga finalized this selection of 5 attributes celestial grace, dashing escape, innate sword immortal, dragon ancestor Dao body, thief's hand. The instant Suzinga made his decision, a dramatic transformation occurred. His entire demeanor became either real, his long black hair dancing in the wind, reminiscent to celestial being gover-looking themer talrium. Simultaneously, an extraordinary assortant interrupted from Suzing's being. In that moment, her resembled divines word unsheathed, it saurus ringasifetin tentatively the heaven sand to the zunder. Thanks to the influency of celestial grace, Sushingha, clad in white, appeared as an unparalleled sword immortal. At that moment, Suzingio penetices, his gaze sharp as a blade, unleashing away Vov sword intent. Boom! A cloud of dust were lead as theclif was mered be countless word marks, and numerous stones were instant liar dusad to powder. No tonleth that, Suzinga sora was steadily ascending. Spirit Essence Realm 3, Spirit Essence Realm 4, Spirit Essence Realm 5, Spirit Essence Realm 6. Gradually, Suzinga's real mass and dead toth, pinnacle of Spirit Essence Realm. Crack! Suzinga's danchin shattered, transforming into torrential spring that permeate as limbs and bones. Dantian Realm, break. Moments later, Suzinga sora stabilized at the third level off Dantian Realm. Feathered level off Dantian Realm, truly astonishing. The dragon blood Dao body has actually helped me leap across several realms story at the third level off Dantian Realm. Now, my cultivation is sufficient to rival the Topener sect, disciples. With my sword and Tintanth the sword manual in my mind, Noonianth Dantian Realm can compete with him. Suzinga laughed confidently, feeling Ganon precedent Ted's sense of exhilaration. With his deficiency as no addressed, the next step was to sect a Dea partner. If I recall correctly, there is a severely injured female cultivator in the border jurisdiction of Sacred Land, named Guchingli. Suzingi hadrevius licosin female cultivator sof exceptional character. Lovesick, vengeful, loyal. These types of female cultivators would not betray Hymun the contrary, they would cherish their part as if they were holding them in the palm of their hand. Suzinga vividly remembered that Kukingla was recuperating Twilight City, requiring a golden crowbite. This golden crowbite was exceedingly rare, and its amid that a steward in the treasure pavilion had hidden it away. With my thieving abilities, perhaps I can evade a tree. Adeo partner can only provide the technique and spiritual treasure as bud'll so facilitate a rapid cultivation through dual cultivation. If he have enough Dea partners, perhaps the Shuoth dragon blood Dao bodies fastris or sermons good bear solve. Suzinga mused to himself. Theracent explosion off dragon blood Dao body wasmer lith initial word for himself the subsequent resource demons for cultivation would be mince. For now, the spiritual nergir quired throughout his meridians, could be likened to anishin, and I twould not be a cytobrain through in the future. It is to metavisit Twilight City. Just as Suzinga was about to depart from the crescent moon cliff, Hesedinla sensidenora. Hisher trembled, and Hedern to look back. P.S. Realm's mortal body, spirit essence, Dantion, transformation sea, divine bridge, ascending to heaven, immortal, seeking Tao, celestial sovereign. Ikrialma's 19 levels. Chapter 2 How Did I Wake You Pina Brothel? Under theme light, a figure in nasal vergown appeared, talon slender, her curvus perfect lie accentuated. Suzinga's pupils constricted, and hind voluntarily inhaled sharply. Very all world is indeed declarating she truly embodies thesencio facilis gemain. A thought would haunt the dream soft min from me past life. Suzinga remained composed, inward lamenting. Lizixus enchantagezuas fikeden sushingha, Harather worldly aura, untouched by Thamundan, causing her arterasi uncontrollably. In Lizixus' eyes, Suzing he appeared as a transcendent being, flawless in every aspect. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she clutched her chest, her thoughts in disarray. What is happening, Tome? After hundreds of years without feeling any attraction to men, what o easing counter in ja disciplete hedontian realm evoke? Controllable surge of emotions? Lizishi, you wreath peak masteri you mustra may compose dan not, losi ardem arbiforespal. Suzingi zensid thunajual atmosphere and smiled, mischievously. Celestial grace suis indeed were kinjit's magic. This woman, though affected, managed to suppress sure feelings, suggesting her cultivation was ordinary matter. She appeared excellently, and especially at this crescent moon. Cliff cowled Shibi a peak master? Suzingi had a rough idea of heredity and bowed respectfully, agreed master off lightning peak. Lizixahad intedito speak, but Suzinga's words preempt her. How did you know I am the master off Lightning Peak? Li Zixa feigned coldness, questioning him. Suzingalo where to shed, a slismal gracing his lips. It is Satanth sacred land that master off Lightning Peak has a fondness for silver gowns, exuding a coldigance, as beautiful as a celestial being. With such a countenance Dora, how cold it beth master off Lightning Peak? Li Zixa's face flushed and smore, har tracing. Having never interacted with men before, Li Zixa found herself unable to withstand Suzing has sweet-talking charm. This discipline speaks so sweet liatis getting glad, and should not linger too long at Crescent Moon Cliff. A cultivatoro to focus on their practice, and should curb those errant thoughts. Li Zixi fig net a lecture before gracefully turning to leave. If she remained in this situation any longer, Shagan Yuan live feared succumbing to temptation. Suzing watched her delicate feet, on mischievous my lecriping gay cross his face. Smooth as scream, a kinto warm jadathis master off Lightning Peaky squidey and appealing target for conquest. Under theme light, Suzingus succeeding la lascivious, a reflection off his ethereal calm, yethegrenew upon his visage appeared somewhat sinister. The following morning, Suzing emerged from his scavid dwelling, intending to venture to Twilight City. If Gu King Lawace indeed in Twilight City, Shu will be's first day a companion. Upon exiting the cave, Suzing arrived Tinuan Square, where at the bustling atmosphere abrupt lifelentislan sathis appearance. Numerous female la disciples gazed at Sushingha, their mouths agape, oblivious to thyron drilling. Such insomeness, such allure. In never imagined doers sacre round arbors, islistia like a disciple. Heavens, I feel as if him might faint his demeanor isither worldly, transcending the mundane hoist than your brother? It is rumored that holy sonus bainth the ordinary, surpassing event celestial beings faith holy son? As Thecrode buzzed with speculation, a rugged disciple with thick brows named Shuyuxiao stewed frozen among them. Sushingha? Am I hallucinating? Shuyuxia rubbed his eyes, and upon a closer inspection, he was instantly awestruck. By heavens! It truly is junior brother Su. Has she's indebto immortally overnight? His theory aldemine a resembles that of celestial being gracing the immortal realm. For a moment, Shurixio was left in Astapor. Only after Suzingi had complete a litiperteted Hiregan his senses, a kill coursing thrugthrum. Even the thermala cultivators felt a shiver undown, here spines, goose bumps prickling their skin. Good heavens! They had been so entranced. And Heiseman. Themela disciples in the square shudder inwardly, their spirits dimpened in an instant. Utilizing the teleportation array, Suzingi arrived Twilight City. Twilight City was grand and magnificent, sprawling governing perseverie of 20,000 square kilometers and eggs pins comparable to acity from Suzinga's previous life. Furthermore, Twilight City was merliacity within the jurisdiction of starry sacred land and was not particularly large compared to the ancient situs. Wandering Galanith through Hestreet soft ancient city, Suzinga and direct the surrounding cultivators dimby comparison. If memories are right, Guking Lasholbeath Twilight Tin Chess up tree future after being grave lie endured be here in emies. Given the current circumstances, she must be under need off Jin Wu bite. A decision crystallized in Suzing guess mind would first procure the Jin Wu bite before returning to meet Guchingli. However, behind him, with a sense of resignation, Suzing glanced back to find a throng of female cultivators trailing him, their eyes sparkling with infatuation. A the moment that turned, every female cultivator felt a neeluk trick thrill course through them, an exquisite headingling sensation. The corner soft Suzinga's mouth twitched. It seems he have underestimated the potency of feathereal charm. At Wan Bao Pavilion, the foremost treasure house off 9 realms, its business extended throughout Hirom, boast immense power and unfathomable wealth. It is said that Wan Bao Pavilion could rival as a Caredland, and event that up for soft 9 realms were reluctant to provoke height. If I recall correctly, the owner of Wan Bao Pavilion is a woman. Standing at the entrance, Suzinga Stroketischin, contemplating Thezignoff Wan Bao Pavilion. Asha stepped inside, eyeing Gath Tindant Greetheim with enthusiasm. Young master, please come in. Our Wan Bao Pavilion is replete with treasures who'd anything catchiari. It just signal, initial prompt lysatite aside for you. Suzingi cast aside a long glance at the attendant. A Donchuan realm cultivator. In a weaker nation, he might be considered a formidable master. Ilbroseat Maligeri will call upon you if something piques my interest. The tendant, understanding the cue, discreetly retreated. Asamimbaroff Wan Balpavilion, Hepazesida Modmof discernment. Su Xing's gaze flicked toward an elder lemon with close-set eyes at nearby counter. By Jijia. Status resting. Theft success rate 60. Su Xing's eyes narrowed slightly. The Jin Wu Bai 2 was synth possession off thigh cell draw 60 success rate 2 is not insignificant, yet Su Xing gestil felt a twinge of funis. Hitern Eddigland sought the FEMA cultivators outside, as Mila curling at the corner sophist lips. Now, it is up toil. Soon, a commotion erupted de entranced, the throng of FEMA cultivators clamored to one Balpavilion, jostling and shoving, even coming to blows. Thessi newish Jayada Said alluring, providing gone ample spectacle for passers-by, ho chattered incessantly. Before long, dozens soft FEMA cultivators surged into one Balpavilion. Initial eye brimming with arrogancy and fury, up and spotting Su Xinghe, they quicklided eat Thirhair and feign at Amura composure. Astame progressed, the number of female cultivators within the pavilion swelled, leaving the attendant Synodes unable to manage a theme flux. Yethi Swimmenmere Li saw Takernerdo quietly observe Su Xinghe. Such a paragon of masculinity should not belong to when Yonmer ligazing from a distance suffices. In theorize, Su Xing's ethereal grace suisto bead mired from afar, never to besolate. This moment of beauty was marathane enough. At that instant, Bizigio peniticize, gazing at the woman within one Balpavilion, utterly bewildered. How on earth did it sleep me way into Aberthal? Chapter 3. The Way of Cultivation by Jijia glanced around, realizing he was still at Wan Balpavilion, and furrowed his brow. This was not a place for cosmetics. Why were there so many women here today? At that moment, Bijijia suddenly noticed that all the women's attention was not on the treasures, but rather fixated on a singular point. Driven by curiosity, he followed their gaze. Gasp. Could this young man possibly be a reincarnated celestial? Bijijia drew in a sharp breath, captivated by the ethereal presence of Su Xinghe, who seemed untouched by the mundane, floating like an otherworldly being, truly unfathomable. Su Xinghe sensed Bijijia's distraction and felt that the opportunity had arrived. Stealth. His method of thievery required no personal effort. The system inherently possessed the ability to steal. How he would be discovered afterward was beyond him. Nevertheless, he fervently hoped for success, as the Jinwu Yao was of utmost importance to him. Moreover, such a rare treasure could not be easily sought after. Success. A smile of delight spread across Su Xinghe's face. He had acquired the Jinwu Yao. A glance at Bijijia allowed him to exhale in relief. Moments later, Bijijia abruptly regained his senses, drenched in cold sweat. Damn it. This young man is terrifying. He appears merely to be at the Danquan realm, yet his aura is overwhelmingly formidable. Could it be that he has cultivated some form of allure? Bijijia's face darkened. A man practicing allure would imply a preference for Dragonyang. However, when he looked again, the previous disdain vanished without a trace. Bijijia quickly averted his gaze, a chill running down his spine. This young man should not be looked upon from afar, let alone directly gazed at. Su Xinghe casually surveyed the treasures of Wanbao Pavilion. Feeling it was time to depart, he turned to the entrapped crowd and, with a wry smile, said, "Ladies, might you clear a path?" The women, enchanted by Su Xinghe's smile, akin to a blossom from the celestial realm, stood dumbfounded. Soon, they parted to allow him passage, gazing dreamily as he walked away. Many male cultivators on the street cast surreptitious glances at Su Xinghe, unable to suppress their disdainful murmurs of "pretty boy." Upon leaving Wanbao Pavilion, Su Xinghe arrived at Twilight Island. As he stepped inside, the scent of liquor assaulted his senses, causing him to furrow his brow as he scanned the surroundings. A thorough search revealed no sign of Gu Qingli. Could it be that I have misremembered? Doubt crept into his mind. At that moment, a soft voice emerged from behind him. "Excuse me, sir, do you wish to stay or dine?" Turning around, he beheld a petite girl clad in red, her delicate features reminiscent of a young maiden. Peering at him from behind her veil, so handsome. How can there be such a striking man in this world? Compared to him, the men in the hall seemed like mere mortals beside a celestial being. Su Xinghe smiled at the young girl. "I am searching for someone. Might you tell me if a young lady named Gu Qingli is here?" Upon hearing this, Nanka paused in surprise. "Sister Qingli? You are here to find Sister Qingli?" Su Xinghe replied. If the Qingli you speak of is indeed Gu Qingli, then she is the one I seek. A flicker of wariness crossed Nanka's eyes. For Gu Qingli had instructed her to never disclose her whereabouts lightly. Though not blood sisters, their bond was extraordinary. Nanka often shared amusing tales with Gu Qingli. To her, Gu Qingli was akin to a sister. However, the wariness in Nanka's eyes swiftly dissipated. This gentleman, with an aura as celestial as his, could not be a villain. No malicious person could feign such an ethereal presence. Yet, what if he truly were an enemy of Sister Qingli? Nanka's heart was torn with conflict. Noticing the shift in her expression, Su Xinghe understood he had not erred in his search. He produced a spirit stone and presented it to Nanku. Please arrange for a private room for me. If the lady returns, kindly inform her to seek me there. Nanka nodded, somewhat dazed. Oh. Suddenly realizing her implication, that she had essentially confirmed Sister Qingli's presence here, her eyes widened in shock. Sister Qingli, I am so sorry. Despite feeling guilty, Nanka proceeded to prepare a private room for Su Xinghe, unable to refuse such a handsome man's request. Before long, Su Xinghe received the room key and ascended the stairs. Stopping at a chamber named Purple Bamboo, he pushed open the door, revealing a spacious interior that could only be described as a manor, adorned with rare and exotic stones, accompanied by a faint, elegant fragrance. Content with the environment, Su Xinghe settled by the window. Shortly, a servant knocked and entered, bringing a jug of wine to him. Pouring himself a cup, he raised it in a toast, downing it in one gulp. As he gazed out at the breathtaking landscape, a smile graced his face. This is the way of cultivation. At the front desk, Nanka lay her head on the counter, her face etched with sorrow, feeling as though she could weep without tears. She had made a grave mistake today. Sister Qingli had repeatedly cautioned her against revealing her whereabouts, yet in a moment of weakness, she had forgotten. This is not like you, Nanku. You despise men. Why then did you lose yourself over one? She raked her fingers through her hair in frustration, muttering to herself, Sister Qingli, feel free to scold or strike me. I will not resist. This is all my fault. Just then, the tinkling of bells sounded at the inn's entrance. As the curtain parted, a tall woman in a purple dress walked in. She possessed an elegant figure. Her slender brows resembling the crescent moon, and the purple fabric accentuated her mature allure. Upon seeing the woman, Nanka's eyes instantly filled with tears. Sister Qingli, I am so sorry. Gu Qingli stared in confusion at the distressed Nanku in her embrace. Kuer, what is the matter? Have you gotten into trouble? With reddened eyes, Nanku tearfully recounted the entire incident. Once Gu Qingli heard the tale, her brows furrowed deeply, revealing a hint of seriousness. A young man with an ethereal aura came seeking her. Could it be that fellow? Images of her adversaries flashed in her mind, but she quickly dismissed the thought. Those treacherous individuals bore no resemblance to such a celestial being. Sister, scold me, please, if you berate or strike me. I will feel better. Nanka looked up, her eyes still glistening. Gu Qingli gently patted Nanka's head, soothingly saying, What nonsense are you speaking? How could I ever strike you? Since a friend has come, I must go see him. In which room is he? Purple Bamboo. Chapter 4. Qingli, I am most intrigued by you with graceful steps. Gu Qingli approached the door of the Purple Bamboo room. As she entered, her gaze fell upon Su Xinghe, who was smiling at her with evident delight. Qingli. Gu Qingli's eyes widened, her heart racing uncontrollably, and a blush crept up her cheeks, adding a touch of ripeness to her beauty. Nanku had not exaggerated. This young man truly possessed an extraordinary aura, as if he had descended from the heavens. It was hard to fathom that a cultivator at the Danquan realm could exude such a presence. Merely this air about him was not something an ordinary person could possess. Gu Qingli, not an ordinary cultivator herself, stifled her inner turmoil and composed her expression before taking a seat across from Su Xinghe. Who are you? How do you know my identity? Despite her wariness regarding this enigmatic man, Gu Qingli remained vigilant, her injuries still unhealed and her enemies relentlessly seeking her. Su Xinghe did not directly respond to her query. With a flourish of his hand, 3 Janwu Yao appeared on the table. Gu Qingli's pupils dilated, and her breath quickened. Janwu Yao. 3 of them. If I can obtain these 3 Janwu Yao, not only can I recover my injuries, but my strength will also see a breakthrough. For a moment, Gu Qingli was momentarily entranced, her gaze fervently fixed upon the Jinwu Yao. But soon, she was jolted back to reality, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she stared at Su Xinghe. How do you know I need Jinwu Yao? I have never disclosed my injuries to anyone, not even to Nan Ku. A wave of panic surged through her, and her body tensed. Even Nan Ku had never been informed of her condition. How did he know? With an amused glint in his eyes, Su Xinghe regarded Gu Qingli. There is no need for you to be anxious. Qingli, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. While you may not know me, I am quite knowledgeable about you. His profound understanding of Gu Qingli stems from the arduous times when he faced insurmountable challenges, relying solely on the dual cultivation with her to transcend his limitations. It is worth noting that Gu Qingli possesses a trace of the phoenix bloodline, embodied in her phoenix spirit body. Engaging in dual cultivation with her not only significantly accelerates one's cultivation speed, but also presents the possibility of comprehending the arcane phoenix secret arts. In the game, he reveled in dual cultivating with Gu Qingli countless times, ultimately acquiring the coveted phoenix secret arts. Gu Qingli steadied her emotions, taking a deep breath before resuming her seat. Why would a person of your extraordinary caliber be interested in investigating a mere girl like me? She inquired tentatively, dye in her eyes. The gentleman before her, Su Xinghe, was undoubtedly an individual of remarkable lineage, his family background at least on par with that of the sacred land. Such a figure could not possibly be an enemy. Yet his presentation of 3 golden crow bites left her perplexed regarding his true intentions. Su Xinghe chuckled lightly. To call it an investigation would be an exaggeration, but if one were to ask about my intentions, Qingli Xianzi, I find you exceedingly intriguing. Gu Qingli's expression shifted, 2 delicate blushes gracing her cheeks, rendering her even more enchanting. Surely, you jest, my lord. How could an ordinary person like me catch your discerning eye? No sooner had she spoken than Su Xinghe leaned closer, stirring her heart with a flurry of emotions. Xianzi, you jest. How could you be an ordinary person? If you were truly mundane, countless women in this world would scarcely be worth a speck of dust in comparison. The 3 golden crow bites are but a token of my appreciation. Once I bestow a gift, I have never retracted it. His words. Gu Qingli remained hesitant. Su Xinghe lowered his voice. Does Xianzi not desire it? Gu Qingli gazed at the golden crow bites on the table, ultimately unable to resist the allure. Why, Lord's kindness shall not be forgotten. I vow to repay this immense favor. Observing this exchange, Su Xinghe smiled and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he glanced back at Gu Qingli. There is no need for such formality, Xianzi. We have ample time ahead to meet again. I hope that when we next cross paths, you will lower your guard. With that, Su Xinghe strode away without a backward glance. Gu Qingli watched his retreating figure, then turned her gaze to the golden crow bites on the table. Her expression a blend of complexity. Intrigued by me, I am but a 50-year-old matron. How could someone of his stature possibly take an interest? Perhaps it is merely my slight utility that has caught his attention. Gu Qingli sighed deeply. Regardless of Su Xinghe's intentions, she accepted them with equanimity, for the 3 golden crow bites were of paramount importance to her, capable of restoring her injuries and even facilitating her breakthrough. At such a moment, she would finally have her vengeance. On the streets, Su Xinghe glanced at Gu Qingli's current favorability rating. Gu Qingli realm, pinnacle of divine bridge, personality, romantic, vengeful, loyal status, inner turmoil favorability, 50. The boost in favorability from the 3 golden crow bites was already sufficient. Were this a game, he would have long since applied for dual cultivation with Gu Qingli. Yet, this was a reality steeped in the fantastical, and for the sake of caution, waiting a few more days was of little consequence. Su Xinghe believed that opportunities to explore the yin-yang path with Gu Qingli would not be long in coming. Favorability could wait, but that treasured item was of utmost importance. He needed to retrieve it swiftly. Murmuring to himself, Su Xinghe made his way toward the teleportation base of Twilight City. The ancient city of Tsangyan, an ancient stronghold governed by the Tsangyan sect, lay before him. This territory did not belong to the sacred land of stars, but rather to the Tsangyan sect. As Su Xinghe emerged from the teleportation array, he marveled at the majestic mountains that resembled a dragon's spine. At that moment, A rather handsome young servant approached him. "My lord, do you require a flying steed?" Su Xinghe regarded the servant momentarily, then turned his gaze back to the Tsangyin Mountains with a smile. "Please make the necessary arrangements." The servant hurried off to secure a mount for Su Xinghe. Shortly after, a middle-aged man, adorned in luxurious attire and exuding an air of distinction, arrived leading a Yum-ing tiger before Su Xinghe. "Greetings, my lord." Su Xinghe appraised the middle-aged man, then shifted his attention to the Yum-ing tiger. The Yum-ing tiger, Zhang Shi chuckled. "My lord possesses an eye for quality. You recognize this Yum-ing tiger at a glance. This creature has been personally trained by our Tsangyin sect's elders. Swift as the wind and formidable in strength, it can also serve as your protector. Are you pleased with this steed, my lord?" Su Xinghe nodded slightly. He was indifferent about the mount. After transferring the spirit stones, he headed straight for the Tsangyin Mountains. Zhang Shi had intended to engage Su Xinghe in conversation, yet the latter offered no opportunity for idle chatter. With an aura akin to that of a celestial being, "I wonder what brings you to our Tsangyin ancient city," Zhang Shi murmured, summoning the previous servant. "You are in charge here for now. I shall return to the sect to report this matter. Should this individual return, do not offend him. Accommodate any requests to the best of your ability." The servant nodded earnestly, understood. After giving his instructions, Zhang Shi mounted a violet gourd, soaring like a windstorm towards the Tsangyin sect. Chapter 5. Time's Reflection. The twin fish pendant obtained the Tsangyin Mountains stretched like a colossal dragon, winding majestically as if it were a hidden dragon coiled within. After a thorough exploration, Su Xinghe confirmed a location where he descended near a serene pool. "This must be the place," he thought. Surveying his surroundings once more to ensure accuracy, he addressed the Yum-ing tiger. "Go play. I will call for you when needed." The Yum-ing tiger nodded slightly, affectionately nudging Su Xinghe's hand before darting into the forest. Once the Yum-ing tiger had departed, Su Xinghe plunged into a desolate ancient pool. He continued to dive deeper, losing track of time until an ancient copper palace came into view. The palace was grand and colossal, reminiscent of a mountain, flanked by two jade dragons standing sentinel. The jade dragons possessed piercing gazes, their jewel-like eyes seemingly alive. The bronze palace, were it in a game, might not have piqued his interest, but in reality, acquiring it could prove to be a remarkable treasure. Approaching the palace entrance, Su Xinghe examined the ancient inscriptions on the grand door. "What is the Tao?" Gathering his magical energy, he let a flicker of light flow from his fingertip, inscribing the words upon the door. "The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name after writing for an eternity," a rumble echoed. The palace doors trembled, enigmatic runes gleaming, and a burst of light erupted. The doors slowly creaked open. A chilling aura wafting forth, Su Xinghe's brow furrowed immediately. Inside the palace, a dense fog obscured visibility, rendering the interior shrouded in mystery. While the bronze palace in games posed little danger, the mist was ominous and unknown, causing a flicker of unease within Su Xinghe. Surely, nothing grave would occur. He stepped into the palace, his figure swallowed by the fog. Boom! The doors slammed shut suddenly, the two jade dragons guarding the palace igniting with light. As if animated within the palace, the fog swirled like chaos, concealing all. Su Xinghe's brow knitted tightly, a sense of vigilance rising within him. Such occurrences did not transpire within the game upon entering the bronze palace. "Indeed, there remains a divergence from reality," Su Xinghe murmured softly. Time passed, and suddenly he felt a chill run down his spine. Without warning, he unsheathed his sword. Clang! A beam of sword light sliced through the mist like a silver dragon, piercing a phantom figure. In astonishment, Su Xinghe's expression shifted as he heard the sounds of a quarrel nearby. "Get lost! The elixir of eternal life belongs to me. No one else shall touch it. Based on your capabilities, you dare to covet the elixir of eternal life. If that is the case, let each of you rely on your own abilities. The elixir of eternal life shall be claimed by the worthy. Kill." Observing the scene before him of various powerful figures clashing, Su Xinghe's expression gradually relaxed. It was merely a reflection of time, devoid of real danger. The elixir of eternal life, wasn't that something obtainable only within the primordial realm? To his astonishment, the bronze palace held the elixir of eternal life. As Su Xinghe gazed at the timeless reflection, the prowess of the powerful figures was cataclysmic, shattering mountains and rivers, rendering even the stars insignificant in their presence. The battle ignited for the elixir of eternal life ultimately culminated in a blood-soaked figure wielding a crimson blade claiming victory. This person is Su Xinghe attempted to discern the figure's appearance. But the phantom suddenly erupted with a blood-red gaze. In an instant, he found himself engulfed in a sea of corpses and blood, surrounded by countless bodies, momentarily transported to a crimson world. What overwhelming killing intent! This entity was merely a reflection of time, yet a single glance bore such terror. Su Xinghe was astounded, yet suddenly, the previously chaotic fog began to dissipate, and his vision gradually cleared. As the mist cleared, he found himself standing upon a dragon path. Not far ahead, an ancient altar emerged into view. Upon the altar, a pendant radiating a crystalline glow hovered in midair. Su Xinghe approached, allowing a drop of blood from his fingertip to fall upon the pendant. Buzz! The jade pendant radiated a dazzling light, enveloping the palace. In the next moment, it soared into Su Xinghe's dantian. The Pisces pendant, a talisman of destined companions, gifted to connect the hearts of two souls, allowing them to summon one another instantly in times of peril. As Su Xinghe perused the description, a faint smile graced his lips. The artifact of soft reliance was now in his possession, and the time for strategizing had arrived. Yet, he lamented that he could not take the ancient bronze palace with him. A fleeting glance at the vast expanse of the bronze edifice stirred a sense of regret within him. Just as he prepared to depart, a humming sound erupted. The altar, previously dim, began to shimmer with brilliance. Su Xinghe abruptly turned, his gaze fixated on the ancient Tao patterns upon the altar, which converged and floated in the void, transforming into an ancient seal that ebbed and flowed. As Su Xinghe stepped forward, whoosh, the ancient seal darted into his dantian at a speed so swift it was almost imperceptible. What on earth? My dantian is storage facility. Why does everything keep burrowing into it? Su Xinghe exclaimed in frustration, intending to examine his dantian when suddenly, a surge of information flooded his mind. He froze, his expression shifting to one of suspicion. With a mere thought, Su Xinghe's figure vanished without a trace. Outside the palace, Su Xinghe gazed at the bronze edifice before him, astonishment etched across his features. It truly worked. This implies that the ancient seal is the key to mastering the bronze palace. The altar's unexpected activity had caught him off guard, and regarding why the ancient seal had entered his dantian. It might be linked to the dragon ancestor's Tao body. Although it was but a fleeting moment, he felt the stirring of bloodlines. The bronze palace was likely connected to the dragon ancestor. With a thought, Su Xinghe summoned the bronze palace and soared towards the shore. Boom! Water splashed violently as Su Xinghe stepped upon the droplets, appearing to walk through the void. He let out a whistle, and amidst the mountains, a fierce wind swept through, bringing with it the shadow of the yuming tiger, which nuzzled affectionately against him. You, my friend, exhibit none of the ferocity typical of a yuming tiger. Rather, you resemble a large cat yearning for affection, Su Xinghe quipped, somewhat exasperated. The yuming tiger, unfazed, lowered itself, inviting Su Xinghe to mount. With a leap, Su Xinghe settled onto its back, and a resonant roar echoed through the mountains as they vanished into the clouds. Meanwhile, Zhang Shi and several elders had just arrived at the Zhangyan mountain range. A sudden roar of a tiger drew everyone's attention. Zhang Shi turned to the sound, momentarily catching a glimpse of a phantom amidst the sea of clouds. Pointing with his hand, "Elders, that is the individual." The elders, upon hearing this, were taken aback, incredulity flickering in their eyes. Clad in white garments, exuding an ethereal aura, he appeared as if a celestial being had descended into the mortal realm. Such a figure could not possibly be present in the Zhangyan mountain range. Zhang Shi, you were right. This person's extraordinary demeanor surely indicates he is no ordinary individual. Reporting to the sect was a wise decision. The Grand Elder remarked, gazing at Zhang Shi with a nod. I am in need of a steward. You shall return to the sect tomorrow. Hearing this, Zhang Shi was overjoyed and hurriedly expressed his gratitude to the Grand Elder. Simultaneously, he felt immense respect for Su Xinghe. Had it not been for him, he would have needed at least another decade to return to the sect. Moreover, now that he was under the Grand Elder's wing, his status was decidedly elevated. Chapter 6. Why must misfortunes always befall me? Upon returning to Tsangyan ancient city, a previous servant approached Su Xinghe with an obsequious demeanor. Young master, allow me. The servant stepped forward to lead the yuming tiger away, which glanced back 3 times. Reluctant to part with Su Xinghe felt equally helpless. Such enchanting charm was indeed formidable, yet the yuming tiger was not quite the steed he desired. Just as Su Xinghe was about to enter the teleportation array, the servant suddenly rushed out in haste. Young master, wait. Su Xinghe turned, puzzled. What is it? The servant, trembling with a smile, replied, Young master, this token is our Tsangyan Merchant Association's VIP token. With it, you may enjoy privileged treatment at our establishment. This token is a small token of appreciation from our steward. A VIP token? Su Xinghe raised an eyebrow. Has the charm of my celestial demeanor begun to yield rewards? He accepted the token with a faint smile, saying, if so, kindly express my gratitude to the steward. For a moment, the servant was entranced by the smile on Su Xinghe's face. Such a figure truly resembled a celestial being from the heavens. Oh, yes, young master's words? The servant, snapping back to reality, realized Su Xinghe had already departed, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Without a second thought, he slapped himself. How could I be so entranced by a man? This is simply unacceptable. Yemu, how could you be so entranced by a male figure? Just then, Zhang Shi returned. Yemu trembled, hastily bowing. Steward, have you accomplished the tasks I assigned? Rest assured, I am known for my efficiency. Indeed, well done. Zhang Shi nodded in satisfaction. I shall return to my duties at the sect tomorrow, leaving the position at Tsangyan Merchant Association temporarily vacant. Having accompanied me for so long, I will recommend you for the steward position at the sect. Upon hearing this, Yemu was filled with elation, gratefulness overwhelming him as he knelt, knocking his head against the ground repeatedly. Thank you, steward. Thank you, steward. Outside Twilight City, at Xingyu Peak, Gu Qingli's purple skirt danced in the wind, resembling a peony standing tall atop the peak. Boom! At that moment, an imposing force surged forth, causing the mountain to shatter into dust and mist. Gu Qingli waved her hand, dispersing the debris, her eyes gleaming with delight. The golden crow's bite can indeed suppress the resentment dragon poison. Within 3 months, I should be able to fully control it. With her injuries under control, her aura had fully returned to its peak. Presently, she was a cultivator at the pinnacle of the divine bridge. If the potency of the golden crow's bite were to escalate further, it would be akin to ascending to the heavens. Once I reach that pinnacle, I shall annihilate the Shao clan. A chill emanated from Gu Qingli, akin to frost from the 9th heaven. Yet soon, the image of Su Xinghe materialized in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. What is wrong with me? Why do I keep thinking of him? Why does his image linger in my mind, refusing to fade? Gu Qingli admonished herself. Stop overthinking. Such a person could not possibly mean what he said. You are but an old crone. How could he possibly take an interest in you? With a long sigh, her emotions tangled, she lightly tapped her toes, gracefully vanishing into the sea of clouds. Wait, my favorability rating has actually surpassed 70. What on earth is happening? Upon returning to Twilight City, Su Xinghe was astonished as he examined Gu Qingli's attribute panel. Gu Qingli, Realm, Pinnacle of the Divine Bridge, Status, Inner Turmoil, Favorability, 70. Inner Turmoil again. What could Gu Qingli possibly be doing at this moment? This led Su Xinghe to speculate wildly. The favorability should continue to rise. I shall wait a few more days. Just as he was about to return to the sacred land, a powerful presence enveloped him. You brat! I have been searching high and low for you. The clouds tore apart in the distance, revealing Bai Jijia, whose countenance was exceedingly grim as he approached Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe's expression shifted immediately. Has this old fellow discovered something? That shouldn't be possible. Bai Jijia, fuming, stood before Su Xinghe. but the influence of celestial charms swiftly diminished his anger. Damn it. This brat is even more outrageous than the charmed spirit clan of the celestial realm. Senior, what brings you here? Su Xinghe faced Bai Jijia unflinchingly. I shall give you a chance. If you admit your misdeeds, I shall let you off the hook. Bai Jijia intended to grant Su Xinghe a reprieve, but Su Xinghe feigned ignorance. What does the senior wish for me to confess? You? Very well, very well. You squander this opportunity. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Just as Bai Jijia was about to act, an interjection from Su Xinghe halted him. If you intend to strike, think carefully about how you will explain it to the sacred land. Bai Jijia's arm hovered in the air, his brow furrowed. You are from the sacred land? Su Xinghe produced the star token. Regarding Bai Jijia coolly, Bai Jijia's expression froze, confirming the token's authenticity, leaving him in a predicament. A sacred land individual, particularly an inner disciple, with this prowess, would soon ascend to the ranks of the core disciples. Such a person was not to be easily offended. Regret flickered in Bai Jijia's heart. He had acted impulsively. Though the golden crow's bite was lost, it was not certain that this brat was responsible. Now that he had revealed his identity, if he failed to clarify matters, the Wanbao Pavilion would certainly face repercussions from the starry sacred land. Ahem, young friend. It was a misunderstanding, merely a case of mistaken identity. I hope you will forgive me. Bai Jijia's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation as he contritely smiled and said, Senior, it seems that this misunderstanding is not as simple as mistaking the wrong person. Just moments ago, you were in quite the fury. Do you perhaps think the starry sacred land is easily bullied? My goodness, this young man is rather unscrupulous. Such a heavy accusation is one I cannot bear. Although Bai Jijia holds authority in one realm, he remains inconsequential when compared to a sacred land. Why, young friend, I must admit my fault in this matter. Accept this small token of goodwill from me. Additionally, here is a token that grants you a 50% discount at all Wanbao pavilions. Bai Jijia handed a storage bag to Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe glanced at it without changing expression, silently accepting it with a smile. Since it is merely a misunderstanding, all can be well. However, I advise you, senior, to refrain from such impulsiveness in the future. After all, not everyone is as accommodating as I am. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Su Xinghe bid farewell with a smile and stepped into the teleportation array to return to the sacred land. Take care. My young friend, Bai Jijia called out, but once Su Xinghe departed, his expression turned to one of dismay. Heavens, that was half of my fortune. Leaving aside the loss of the Jinwu, I have even compensated with my own wealth. Why must misfortune always find me? Chapter 7. Young man, do not be beguiled by beauty. Upon returning to the sacred land, Su Xinghe could no longer suppress a chuckle as he gazed at the storage bag in his hands. Is this old fellow too timid? He was easily intimidated by just a few words. Surely he was panicking internally. The identity of the starry sacred land is indeed quite advantageous, though one must wonder how long it may remain so amidst the impending ancient demon invasion. Su Xinghe rubbed his temples in exasperation. The celestial heroes' gathering has yet to commence, and there should still be some time before the ancient demons invade. I must strategize early with this thought. Su Xinghe transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the cloud sea. Back in his cave dwelling, Su Xinghe retrieved the storage bag given by Bai Jijia. Within it lay yuling fruits, golden chalice branches, and biyun ginseng. Excellent. These are rare spiritual herbs, and such treasures would constitute a considerable fortune for that old fellow. It appears he truly fears the starry sacred land. Su Xinghe smiled lightly. These items are precisely what he needs for his cultivation, even capable of nourishing his physical form. Summoning forth all the spiritual herbs, Su Xinghe sat cross-legged and began his cultivation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged, spreading like a tide throughout the cave. In an instant, the dwelling transformed into a realm of mist, the spiritual energy sparkling like jewels, akin to an ethereal abode. Roar! A strand of dragon energy surged forth from within Su Xinghe, resembling a newly born dragon as it devoured the spiritual herbs. The potency of the numerous herbs instantly flooded into his body, revitalizing every limb and sinew. The dragon ancestor's Tao body is indeed formidable. It can absorb the essence of the herbs without the need for pill refinement, utilizing them directly in cultivation. Under the nourishing pressure, signs of jade bones began to manifest. His bones took on a green hue, resembling those of a celestial being. In that moment, Su Xinghe's dantian resembled a voracious beast, eagerly consuming the influx of spiritual energy. The energy rushed into his dantian, transforming into an endless cycle of spiritual power. Boom! A muffled sound erupted, and Su Xinghe's aura rapidly ascended. Dantian Stage 4. His realm had once again broken through, yet the aura showed no sign of abating. Spiritual energy surged forth, forming a vortex, as the spiritual energy of the entire sacred land converged upon Su Xinghe's cave. Outside the cave, two elders clad in precious garments, radiating divine light, fixated their gaze upon Su Xinghe's dwelling. The gathering of spiritual energy and the billowing mist was a phenomenon only witnessed during the cultivation of prodigies. Which disciple is cultivating within this cave? The third elder managing the emerald bamboo peak turned to his accompanying steward. The steward trembled slightly and hurriedly replied, "Third elder, the master of this cave is Su Xinghe." Su Xinghe? Li Zishi, clad in a purple skirt, exhibited a subtle change in expression. "So this is his cave." Noticing Li Zishi's unusual reaction, the third elder inquired, "Elder Wu, do you know this young man?" "Yes, I have met him once." Li Zishi replied coolly. The third elder furrowed his brow but chose not to comment further. Inside the cave, Su Xinghe had completed the transformation of his jade bones, having thoroughly absorbed the potency of the herbs. At the moment the spiritual energy coalesced, Su Xinghe's realm broke through once more. Dantian Stage 5, Dantian Stage 6, Dantian Stage 7, Dantian Stage 8, boom. It was only upon reaching the pinnacle of Dantian Stage 8 that Su Xinghe's aura finally stabilized. As Su Xinghe opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flickered within them. The pinnacle of Dantian Stage 8. This dragon ancestor's Tao body is truly a glutton. He had anticipated that utilizing such an abundance of heavenly treasures would strengthen his physical form and allow him to ascend to the pinnacle of the Dantian realm. Yet, it seems he underestimated the dragon ancestor's capacity to absorb energy. However, with my current strength, I might even contend with those in the ocean transformation realm. Su Xinghe smiled with confidence. The ocean transformation realm comprises individuals who are typically external elders, possessing considerable prowess, enough to ensure one's self-preservation. Suddenly, a mysterious voice from outside the cave reached Su Xinghe's ears. His countenance shifted as he vanished from the cave. Outside the cave, upon seeing the two elders, Su Xinghe felt a sudden jolt. He had encountered these two elders before. The third elder, Fang He, was taken aback when he saw Su Xinghe. Pinnacle of Dantian Stage 8. At this declaration, Li Zishi's mouth fell open, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. The last time they met, he was merely at Dantian Stage 3. Yet, in just 3 days, he had astonishingly risen to the pinnacle of Dantian Stage 8. This is simply unbelievable. What were the external elders doing? Did they not notice such talent when selecting disciples for the sacred land? Such aptitude is not merely worthy of being an inner disciple. He could even be considered for the position of a holy son. At this moment, Fang He shot a chilling glance at the steward beside him, who immediately felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. Shaken to the core, he truly had no knowledge of Su Xinghe's prodigious talent. Previously, Su Xinghe was just an ordinary disciple, yet he had undergone such a monumental transformation. The instant Su Xinghe appeared, he had not even recognized him. "What is the purpose of the elder's summons?" Su Xinghe inquired tentatively. Fang He cleared his throat and smiled warmly. "Su Xinghe, now that you have reached Dantian Stage 8, you are eligible to become a direct disciple. You have a particular elder in mind?" "Direct disciple?" Su Xinghe's expression shifted slightly. A direct disciple signifies the true heir of an elder, holding a status far above that of other disciples. The resources afforded to a direct disciple are incomparable. Su Xinghe, you are an inner disciple under my purview at Emerald Bamboo Peak. How about? Just as Fang He was about to extend an olive branch, the typically aloof Li Zishi interjected, "Su Xinghe, should you wish to take me as your master, I shall devote myself entirely to your cultivation and guarantee that I will not take in any other disciples from this point forward." At this declaration, Fang He's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Li Zishi. The fifth elder is actually extending an olive branch? This is a rare occurrence. Li Zishi has been in the sacred land for 50 years and has never taken in a disciple. Even the former sacred lord had tried to persuade her, but she had always declined, claiming her singular focus on the Tao and lack of interest in accepting disciples. But now, what could be the reason? Fang He glanced at Su Xinghe, his pupils constricting as realization dawned upon him. This young man possesses a unique aura, ethereal as a celestial being. Even I, in a moment of daze, felt as if I were gazing upon an immortal. The fifth elder, being a woman, is not exempt from the allure of charm. No, this young man must not become the fifth elder's disciple. Fang He's thoughts raced as he transmitted a message to Su Xinghe. Young man, do not be beguiled by beauty. Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe's lips twitched as he glanced at Fang He. While considering becoming Li Zishi's disciple is worth pondering, to become Fang He's disciple is utterly unacceptable. The allure of a celestial being only deepens with time, and I do not wish to find myself ensnared in a situation of forced affection. He cast a final glance at Li Zishi. Li Zishi personality, wild and unruly, passionate, family-oriented realm. Ascendant stage 5 status, impatient affinity. 20 Chapter 8 What a challenging predicament. Such an exquisite personality. Though wild, her character is not lacking. Those who are wild often value swift retribution, repaying enmity in kind. Individuals of this nature, when combined with passion and family devotion, can be nothing short of perfect partners for their companions. This fifth elder. I am inclined to accept her as my master. Fang He, noticing that Su Xinghe's gaze lingered on Li Zishi for far too long, felt a sense of foreboding. Ultimately, he is still a young man, easily swayed by the mature allure of an elder. Fifth elder, I wish to take you as my master. Su Xinghe bowed deeply, making his choice. Su Xinghe, you, Fang He, unwilling to concede, attempted to say more but abruptly felt a chilling glare directed at him. Realizing that Li Zishi was coldly fixated on him. Third elder, Su Xinghe is now my disciple. I hope you will tread carefully in your words and actions. Li Zishi coldly issued a warning, causing Fang He's expression to darken significantly, his face reflecting immense displeasure. Su Xinghe was his disciple from the Emerald Bamboo Peak. Yet he had been taken away by Li Zishi. If this news were to spread, wouldn't it be a source of amusement for the other elders? However, given the situation, Fang He had no choice but to accept this reality. Alas, he was ultimately still too young. The temptation of beauty was a challenge too great to overcome. This young man, it seems, has yet to endure enough hardships. Li Zishi gazed softly at Su Xinghe and said, From today onward, you shall be my disciple. Gather your belongings. I will take you back with me. Yes, Su Xinghe replied, returning to his cave to pack his things. Meanwhile, the elders residing on the 9 main peaks of the sacred land received Li Zishi's transmission. From now on, Su Xinghe is my disciple. Should anyone dare to bully him, they shall not blame me for my ruthlessness. Li Zishi's domineering voice echoed throughout the sacred land. The elders were taken aback. Could it be that Li Zishi had taken on a disciple? This was indeed an unprecedented occurrence. More curious still was the identity of Su Xinghe, who could possibly possess some extraordinary quality to earn such favor from Li Zishi. A moment later, after Su Xinghe had finished packing, he approached Li Zishi and said, Master, I am ready. Li Zishi nodded and led him back to the purple lightning peak. The peak was shrouded in thunder, completely enveloped by the profound thunder yin-yang formation. To breach this formation, one would need at least the cultivation of the second realm of ascension. Su Xinghe gazed at the formation, feeling a wave of admiration. To establish such a formation, it appeared that his master's resources were far from ordinary. With a grand gesture, Li Zishi tore open a rift in the thunder, and the two of them traversed through the thunder domain to reach the main peak. A magnificent palace came into view, flanked by several side halls that appeared rather desolate. That palace will serve as your cave residence. Li Zishi indicated towards the relatively luxurious palace on the right. Su Xinghe glanced over and nodded. Thank you, Master. In the future, should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to seek me in the main hall. While I may not be the most knowledgeable mentor, I possess some insights into cultivation. She continued. You should also change out of that inner disciple-S attire. I will take you to the Wanbao Pavilion to custom-make a set of misty garments. Misty garments? Su Xinghe's eyes widened in astonishment. The mere lowest quality of misty garments required a staggering 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, enough to withstand a full-force strike from an ascendant. Could it be that my master is a wealthy lady? Isn't he this too extravagant, master? Li Zishi replied with a gentle smile, as my disciple, you shall have the best. And that spirit sword at your waist, you might as well discard it. I have a superior one for you. As she spoke, Li Zishi produced an extraordinary sword. The moment it was unveiled, Su Xinghe felt the profound essence emanating from it. This is a celestial treasure-level spirit sword, Su Xinghe exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. A celestial treasure-level sword could fetch nearly 1,000,000 top-tier spirit stones at auction in the Wanbao Pavilion. Though I am not a sword cultivator, this Dian celestial sword is perfectly suited for you. Li Zishi remarked as Su Xinghe accepted the Dian celestial sword. He couldn't help but praise, what a splendid sword. I shall never forget my master's kindness. In the future, I will strive not to disappoint you and repay your grace. Li Zishi smiled lightly, as your master, it is only right. There is no need for thanks in the future. This position will also be yours. I have some matters to attend to, and in a few days, I will impart teachings to you. Yes, master. After watching Li Zishi return to the palace, Su Xinghe entered his own quarters. The comparison between his previous cave and his current quarters was akin to that between a tortoise shell and a villa. The spirit-gathering formation, the spiritual spring, and even the calming incense for meditation were all in abundance. Once he had settled in, Su Xinghe sat cross-legged on the mat, a smile gracing his face. I have already begun to savor the joys of living off someone else's resources. My master treats me so well. I can only begrudgingly accept the role of a devoted disciple. Saying this, Su Xinghe accessed Li Zishi's profile. Li Zishi personality, wild, affectionate, family-oriented realm, 5th realm of ascension status, excited favorability, 25. The favorability has increased again. It seems that before long, I shall become my master's cherished treasure, the starry sacred land. If there were a way to save it, I would not wish for such a precious territory to fall under the dominion of the demon. Su Xinghe tilted his head back, pondering a solution in the game. The demon took 5 years to launch an assault on the 9 realms after conquering the starry sacred land. Was there a reason behind this? Wait! A sudden realization struck Su Xinghe, and he recalled the starry celestial disk, the artifact that traversed the star realms. While it held little significance in the game, in reality, if the demon were to utilize the starry celestial disk, it could traverse freely into any location within the 9 realms. No wonder. Everything makes sense now. The starry celestial disk is the ancestral artifact of the starry sacred land, a formidable weapon of the Tao treasure level. It is said to have been forged by the progenitor of the starry sacred land using a fragment of the starry sky, its capabilities and power rivaling that of few Tao treasures. With such a coveted item in existence, it is no wonder that the demon's initial target was the starry sacred land. To divert the demon's attention would be akin to ascending to the heavens. As long as the starry celestial disk remains in the starry sacred land, the demon will not alter its strategy. The only solution lies in preparing a countermeasure before the demon strikes. Or perhaps, my strength must be sufficient to alter the course of events. Su Xinghe remained silent for a moment, his eyes flickering with determination. It seems I must hasten the cultivation methods for my Tao partner. If my partner is formidable enough, with just a call of wife, the world will tremble. If all else fails, I shall let my partner conquer the world for me. Chapter 9. Has Master been repressed for too long? The next day, news of Su Xinghe becoming a direct disciple spread throughout the sacred land. Those familiar with Su Xinghe were utterly astonished upon hearing the news. They simply could not comprehend how Su Xinghe had become a direct disciple, especially of the stunning 5th elder. Was it merely because of his handsome appearance? Though many inner disciples were discontent, they could only grumble a few words, for the choice of a direct disciple ultimately lay in the hands of the elders. In the purple lightning hall, Li Zishi stared blankly at the fierce sword aura enveloping Su Xinghe, her emotions numb. The fierce slaughter sword technique had only been imparted to Su Xinghe at dawn. Yet by noon, he had already mastered the fierce slaughter sword aura. The fierce slaughter sword technique was notoriously difficult. Even elders of the sacred land required months to grasp it. If those stubborn old-timers were to witness this, would they not be driven to despair? Master, what troubles you? Su Xinghe called out. Lizishi jolted, snapping back to reality. Yes, nothing. If those old fogies from the divine sword's sacred land were to see your talent for swordsmanship, they would surely covet you for their own. Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe smiled lightly. Even if they came, I would not go with them. They could never treat me as well as you do. Master. Hearing this, Li Zishi emitted a melodic laugh. You still haven't shed that silver-tongued habit of yours. However, I like it. As she spoke, Li Zishi took out the misty garment. Here are the custom-made misty garments from the Wanbao Pavilion. Give them or white. Su Xinghe's eyes widened in disbelief. So soon? Wasn't it said that the misty garments would take several days to prepare? Li Zishi smiled. I expedited the process with additional funds. Ah? Su Xinghe refrained from saying more, donning the garment, which immediately clung to him. Li Zishi was rendered speechless. Clad in white, with his black hair flowing, his upright posture resembled a sword drawn from its sheath. His piercing gaze was captivating, and his otherworldly aura paired with the immaculate misty garments made him appear indistinguishable from an immortal. Heavens! My disciple is simply too handsome. At this rate, I might not be able to withstand it. Li Zishi's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing as she gazed. Momentarily entranced, Su Xinghe clenched his fist, thoroughly satisfied with the misty garments. No wonder they were so expensive. They were inscribed with 1,888 intricate patterns. What do you think, master? Su Xinghe inquired, only to realize that Li Zishi was staring at him like a statue. Master? Ah? Ahem. As long as you like the outfit, that's all that matters. I have been experiencing fluctuations in my cultivation recently and need to enter seclusion for a while. You may return for now, Li Zishi said, her face still flushed like a ripe apple, as she spoke in a flustered manner. Su Xinghe was taken aback for a moment before smiling. I wish master a swift breakthrough. With that, he took his leave from the palace. After Su Xinghe departed, Li Zishi took a deep breath, placing her hand over her heart. That is my disciple, my disciple. Li Zishi, you must remain composed. Do you truly wish to engage in improper conduct with your disciple? Li Zishi clenched his fists in a bid to persuade himself, yet the image of Su Xinghe clad in white once again drifted through his mind. Li Zishi found himself momentarily entranced. Ethereal as a celestial being, extraordinary and sublime, my disciple, the most exquisite beauty across the 9 realms, a calamity to nations. Upon returning to his chamber, Su Xinghe glanced at Li Zishi's favorability score, instantly revealing an expression of astonishment. What the heck? Am I seeing things? What is this situation? Li Zishi personality, wild and wicked, lovesick, family-oriented realm, 5th level of ascendance condition. Excited favorability. 56. Su Xinghe looked back with suspicion, his expression exceedingly peculiar. Has master been suppressing himself for too long? That celestial grace and charm are truly terrifying. Perhaps master will take a further step soon, Su Xinghe murmured softly. This morning, he had checked the favorability score of Gu Qingli towards him. Compared to before, it had ceased to grow, indicating he needed to meet Gu Qingli again. With no pressing matters at hand, he decided to pay her a visit. Su Xinghe gracefully donned his flowing robe and summoned the Dian heavenly sword. Heading straight for the teleportation altar, on the streets of Twilight City, a grand palanquin drew the attention of numerous cultivators. They gazed at the beast with the body of a horse and the head of a dragon, their eyes gleaming with astonishment. A Jiao dragon horse, which prominent family or sect is so ostentatious? Though the potential of a Jiao dragon horse is limited, raising one is exceedingly challenging. This beast has always been a symbol of nobility, a means for families to showcase their prestige. What is happening in Twilight City lately? Not long ago, there was a young man resembling a celestial being, and now another noble family has arrived. Could it be that there is some treasure hidden in this city? A multitude of cultivators murmured among themselves, hastily clearing a path for the palanquin. There was no way to provoke the nobility, especially in Twilight City, where rarely any holy beings frequented, leaving little order maintained. Inside the palanquin, a young man clad in a purple robe listened to the idle chatter outside, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face. A being resembling a celestial. Such a person exists in Twilight City. These are merely the trivial words of scattered cultivators. The young master need not concern himself. If there is anyone in this world who resembles a celestial, it must be the young master himself. The elderly companion of the young man spoke softly. Once her words fell, the palanquin returned to an atmosphere of tranquility. At the Twilight Inn, Su Xinghe pushed the door open. Noticing Nanku sleeping soundly at the counter, he gently knocked on the counter. "Ah, is Sister Qingli back?" Nanku lazily stretched, her eyes fluttering opened. "Master." Nanku's countenance shifted in surprise, her cheeks instantly blooming with a rosy hue, akin to a ripe apple. As she bashfully turned her head away, Su Xinghe inquired softly, "Is Miss Qingli here?" Nanku covered her blushing cheeks, slowly turning to face Su Xinghe. "Sister has yet to return. Master will need to wait a moment. Here, this room token is for you." Nanku retrieved a room token from the counter, explaining, "Sister instructed that if Master arrives, he should wait in the purple bamboo room. She should return shortly, so please be patient." Su Xinghe accepted the token. Just as he was about to produce a spirit stone, Nanku hastily interjected, "Master, there's no need for the spirit stone. Sister has said that Master need not pay for his stay at the inn in the future." Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe blinked in surprise, then flashed a smile at Nanku before heading upstairs. Inside the counter, Nanku stood dazed, her heart racing with excitement. "Oh my! Such a smile is utterly enchanting. I might just faint." Nanku covered her flushed face, whispering to herself as she gazed at the staircase, "If Master Su smiles a few more times, I fear my heart may just leap from my chest." Chapter 10. Old woman, do you intend to slap the face of my holy ground? Creak. The door swung open. Su Xinghe turned at the sound and beheld Gu Qingli, adorned in a white celestial gown, resembling a blooming daffodil, her visage pure as a white lotus, beyond compare. "Master." Gu Qingli greeted him politely, her demeanor markedly less guarded than before. Su Xinghe glanced at the increasing favorability score, a smile blossoming on his face. "It seems that Qingli's injuries will soon be fully healed." Gu Qingli smiled lightly. "Thanks to your golden crow bite. Has Master come today with matters to discuss with Qingli?" Su Xinghe shook his head, silently observing Gu Qingli, revealing a heartwarming smile. "Today, I merely wished to see Miss Qingli." Thump. Gu Qingli's beautiful eyes widened slightly, her heart racing uncontrollably. "Master, do not jest with Qingli. I am already over 40. How could I possibly be worthy of your thoughts?" As she spoke, Gu Qingli lowered her head, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, ripe for the picking. "Miss Qingli, are we not both cultivators? Does age truly hold such significance?" Su Xinghe gazed steadily at Gu Qingli, his calm eyes possessing a profound allure, as if drawing one into a deep abyss. Gu Qingli's heart raced, momentarily entranced. Upon regaining her senses, she bashfully cupped her cheeks, unable to meet Su Xinghe's gaze. "What is wrong with me? Why do I lose my senses every time I see Master Su? Could it be that I truly..." Su Xinghe checked the favorability score. Gu Qingli realm, pinnacle of the divine bridge. Personality, lovesick, vengeful, loyal condition. Inner fervor favorability, 80 indeed. Gu Qingli remains too innocent. Yet, her favorability has surged so rapidly with just a few words. Of course, the influence of her celestial charm cannot be overlooked. Just as the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly intimate, a rapid knocking resounded from outside the door. Gu Qingli, still in a daze, trembled slightly, glancing towards the door. Nanku hurriedly pushed the door open and exclaimed anxiously, "Sister, there is a man outside claiming to be your brother, wishing to meet with you." "Brother?" Gu Qingli's brow furrowed, her mood instantly darkening. She indeed had a brother, yet their relationship was tenuous, with little contact. Furthermore, when she had been in hiding, her whereabouts had been revealed, leading to her position being exposed by her family. For this reason, she severed ties with her family, if they have come seeking her. "Does that not mean her cover has been blown?" "Master, please wait here. I shall return shortly," Gu Qingli said, rising to leave the room with Nanku. Brother. Gu Qingli seemed to indeed hail from a certain family. When she had checked the interpersonal relationship panel, It appeared that she had many relatives, yet most of those relationships were strained. Could it be that her family members have come looking for her? Su Xinghe felt a surge of interest, rising to see what was occurring. In the inn's lobby, numerous cultivators regarded the young man in the purple robe and the elderly woman beside him with grave expressions. The young man, though still in his youth, was already at the sea transformation realm, while the elderly woman beside him was inscrutable, entirely unfathomable. Their origins were undoubtedly extraordinary. Upon seeing the elderly woman, Gu Qingli's expression shifted dramatically. Matchmaker! The matchmaker regarded Gu Qingli with an impassive demeanor, coldly stating, "Fifth miss, it has been a long time." Gu Qingli's complexion darkened, her heart steeling for the worst. The young man in the purple robe smiled amicably. Cousin? Gu Qingli's brows furrowed, sensing a striking resemblance between the young man and a certain boy from her memories, her expression changing instantly. You are Gu Yuan? Gu Yuan smiled lightly. I did not expect cousin to remember me. I am somewhat overwhelmed. Hemph! Gu Qingli snorted coldly, as she bore no goodwill towards anyone from the Gu family. Fifth miss, you have been away from the Gu family for 10 years. It is time for your return. Return? Gu Qingli scoffed. Return to endure disdain, to suffer your scorn and ridicule, to witness you all fawning over the Shao family. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's brow furrowed. Cousin, what happened back then was merely a misunderstanding. Fifth uncle and... Shut your mouth. Before Gu Yuan could finish, Gu Qingli interrupted him sharply. No one from the Gu family is qualified to mention those two. Instantly, Gu Yuan's expression darkened considerably. Since becoming the Gu family's young master, no one had dared to speak to him so boldly. Qingli, Gu Yuan is now the young master of the Gu family. You must not be so insolent. The matchmaker's gaze turned icy, her voice chilling. Young master of the Gu family? What a grand title. I am no longer a member of your Gu family. The rules of the Gu family do not apply to me. As soon as these words left her lips, the temperature in the inn plummeted. The cultivators present felt the atmosphere shift uncomfortably and hastily exited the inn. Standing not far away, Ninku watched the scene unfold, her heart full of concern. The Gu family? Could it be that ancient Gu family? At that moment, a clear voice floated from behind Ninku. Master Su. Ninka gazed at Su Xinghe with an expression of astonishment. The Baicheng Gu Jia was a formidable force within the Eastern Emperor realm. Although it did not rival the starry sacred land, its power was not to be underestimated, holding considerable sway within the human emperor realm. If Gu Qingli was indeed affiliated with the Baicheng Gu Jia, then the Shao family mentioned earlier must be the Shao clan of Baicheng. And no wonder, Gu Qingli single-handedly annihilated the Shao family during the mid-game. Just as Su Xinghe murmured to himself, an extraordinary pressure swept through the inn. Nanka's delicate face turned pale as she felt the oppressive force, prompting Su Xinghe to pull her behind him, alleviating her discomfort somewhat. The Shipa cast a frosty glare at Gu Qingli. You must return to the Gu family with me today. No matter what. Upon finishing her words, the oppressive aura of the second realm of ascendance engulfed the inn, causing it to tremble as if it were caught in a tempest, on the verge of shattering. The second realm of ascendance. Gu Qingli's expression soured instantly. At her current peak of the divine bridge, she was not yet a match for a practitioner of the second realm of ascendance. Gu Qingli's countenance darkened as she coldly remarked, Shipu, the Twilight City is under the jurisdiction of the starry sacred land. Shipu, her face devoid of emotion, replied, I am well aware, but Twilight City is seldom visited even by the outer disciples of the starry sacred land. If this matter reaches the ears of the sacred land, my Gu family would merely offer an apology. Fifth young lady, I hope you will not put me in a difficult position. Gu Qingli's heart sank as she placed her hand behind her back, ready to unleash her trump card. At that moment, a cool voice emerged. The Baicheng Gu Jia boasts quite the audacity. Though Twilight City may be neglected, it still falls under the governance of my starry sacred land. Does a practitioner of the second realm of ascendance dare to act recklessly within this city? Su Xinghe stepped forward, casting a scornful glance at Shipu. Old hag, do you intend to slap my sacred land's face? Su Gongzi, Gu Qingli's eyebrows twitched as her heart raced. She did not wish for Su Xinghe to become embroiled in her conflict with the Gu family. Su Xinghe smiled at Gu Qingli. Do not worry, Fairy Qingli. Twilight City is not a place where the Bai Chenggu Jia can act with impunity today. Shipa furrowed her brow, her voice icy. And who might you be? I am Su Xinghe, a direct disciple of the starry sacred land. A direct disciple. Upon hearing this, Shipo's expression soured dramatically. The direct disciples of the starry sacred land were considered the backbone of the sacred land's future. Backed by elder support. Damn it, why is a direct disciple of the sacred land here? Has that girl, Gu Qingli, managed to secure a connection with the mighty tree that is the starry sacred land? Shipa cursed internally, her face revealing her distress. Su Gongzi, this matter is a family affair of the Gu family. I have no intention of offending the sacred land. It is merely a family matter that has forced me into this position. I implore you to show some leniency. Before the sacred land, Shipa had no choice but to humble herself. Yu Xinghe cast a cold glance at Shipa. What if I refuse? That? Shipo's expression grew awkward, caught in a dilemma. Shipa, since my elder sister is unwilling to return, I believe one day she will come to her senses. Jiu Yuan offered a friendly smile toward Gu Qingli. Su Xinghe's mood darkened. Damn it. This person is the very definition of a hypocrite, smiling at you while plotting your downfall behind your back. Jiu Yuan turned to inquire. Might I ask where Su Gongzi is seated among the elders? Su Xinghe glanced over, his expression unfriendly as he coldly replied. Does that concern you? This brat intends to target Gu Qingli, making him an enemy. In Su Xinghe's view, Gu Qingli had been far too merciful in her dealings with the Shao clan. If it were up to him, the Gu family should also be eradicated. Jiu Yuan's expression darkened, his face turning grim as he flicked his sleeve and departed. We shall meet again. Once Gu Yuan left, Gu Qingli sighed deeply. Gongzi, you should not have intervened in this matter. Yu Xinghe nonchalantly smiled. Twilight City ultimately belongs to my sacred land. It cannot allow them to act recklessly here. Yu Qingli fell silent. Gongzi, are you truly a direct disciple? Indeed, Su Xinghe smiled lightly. I have not stooped so low as to impersonate a disciple of the sacred land, a direct disciple. Since Su Gongzi is a disciple of the sacred land, it explains your ethereal aura. However, even other disciples and inheritors of the sacred lands cannot compare to you. Perhaps Su Gongzi is the reincarnation of a celestial being. This thought. A blush spread across Gu Qingli's face once more. Seizing the moment, Su Xinghe glanced at her affection level, a smile curving his lips. It is time. Fairy Qingli, why not come and sit with me? Gu Qingli, her face flushed, shyly nodded in agreement. Nenka stared at the two. Suddenly interjecting, Su Gongzi, do you require some wine? Su Xinghe halted, inwardly exclaiming a divine assist. He turned back to Nanku with a smile. I would appreciate it, Miss Nan. Nanka quickly went to arrange some fine wine. Within the purple bamboo chamber, as Gu Qingli and Su Xinghe exchanged a few words, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. After partaking of the wine, Gu Qingli's heart raced with agitation. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Xinghe's handsome visage. She bit her lip, making a decision within herself. Su Gongzi, were those words you spoke to Qingli earlier truly sincere? Su Xinghe regarded the dazed Gu Qingli with a smile. Su, never speak falsehoods. Receiving his answer, Gu Qingli rose, shedding her garments, resembling a meticulously carved masterpiece standing before Su Xinghe. Please, Su Gongzi, prove it to me. Su Xinghe grinned widely, without hesitation pressing her down beneath him. The two became intertwined, lost in a night of passion. During this time, the celestial energies converged, causing both to surge with vigor, breaking through their shackles. Several hours later, the enchanted Gu Qingli awakened, her eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? The realm of ascendance. I have actually broken through to the realm of ascendance. Gu Qingli was no longer at the peak of the divine bridge, but had ascended to become a formidable practitioner of the realm of ascendance. Entering this realm placed her among the ranks of the powerful. As long as she did not provoke top-tier forces or the sacred land, she could navigate the world with confidence. Su Gongzi. What on earth is happening? Gu Qingli looked at Su Xinghe in confusion. Su Xinghe chuckled. This is the path of yin-yang dual cultivation. Our physiques harmonized like yin and yang to achieve such an effect. Physique? Yin-yang harmony? Gu Qingli was momentarily taken aback as she sensed the spiraling energy within her, her heart racing with astonishment. Her spiritual power had surged exponentially, feeling as if an inexhaustible force resided within her. Su Gongzi, what is my physique? Gu Qingli queried, her gaze searching Su Xinghe's. You possess the phoenix spirit body, a unique physique imbued with the bloodline of the phoenix. Though it is rarefied, it is still quite uncommon across the 9 realms. The phoenix spirit body. Gu Qingli's eyes widened in disbelief. The phoenix bloodline? Why does she possess the bloodline of a phoenix? The phoenix is a legendary creature, immortal and indestructible, one of the mightiest races in existence. It is said that a phoenix in its youth could rival a practitioner of the realm of ascendance, and in adulthood, it could contend with the celestial sovereign. Even the celestial sovereign could struggle against it. Time passed, and after dressing, Gu Qingli regarded Su Xinghe with a complex expression. Su Gongzi, your intention in approaching me was indeed for this matter, wasn't it? Su Xinghe readily admitted, indeed, I sought this, but everyone possesses a desire for beauty. My feelings for Fairy Qingli are entirely sincere. As he spoke, he produced a twin fish pendant. This item is half for you, as a token of our bond. Gu Qingli, puzzled as she held the twin fish pendant, saw the intricate patterns within, and her expression changed dramatically. No, this item is far too precious. I cannot accept it. The patterns contained profound mysteries, embodying the principles of heaven and earth. Such a treasure, if leaked, would surely incite a storm of bloodshed. Once given away, there would be no taking it back. Fairy, why not drop a drop of your soul blood onto it and see? Su Xinghe suggested with a faint smile. Gu Qingli hesitated but ultimately accepted the twin fish pendant and dripped a drop of soul blood onto it. This is... Gu Qingli felt a resonance with the other half of the twin fish pendant. Her mind flooded with insights about its uses, revealing a look of shock with this. You are in me, and I am in you. Fairy and I become one, Su Xinghe said gently. Smiling, Gu Qingli's cheeks flushed as she tightly grasped the twin fish pendant. Her eyes burning with desire as she leaned closer to Su Xinghe, sealing his lips with hers once more. Another tempestuous night ensued, the nightingale's song echoing like a dirge, joyous and intoxicating, stirring the heart. The following day, at dawn, Su Xinghe, his feet upon a flying sword, bore an exhausted expression. Though dual cultivation was indeed beneficial, was Qingli's physique not too extraordinary? There was no time for rest, and his poor back might be ruined. Reflecting on last night's events, he felt a twinge of soreness. As for Qingli, he would have to visit her less frequently. Yesterday, during his dual cultivation with Gu Qingli, he had stepped into the 9th realm of the Pill Spring. It would not be long before he reached the pinnacle of the 9th realm. Without the aid of rare materials, dual cultivation was indeed the fastest method. As Su Xinghe entered the gates of the sacred land, he heard Li Mengxi's voice call out to him, Disciple, return swiftly. Su Xinghe furrowed his brow slightly and quickened his pace back to Zidian Peak. In the Zidian Palace, Li Mengxi sat gracefully at a high position, resembling a water lily in bloom, while in the guest seats of the palace sat an elderly man and a youth. Upon entering the palace, Su Xinghe instantly recognized the 2 members of the Gu family. What are the Gu family members doing here? Are they here to lodge a complaint? Gu Yuan looked at Su Xinghe with a friendly smile and said, Brother Su, we meet again. Humph. How hypocritical. Su Xinghe scoffed inwardly, completely disregarding Gu Yuan's courtesy. Gu Yuan's expression changed slightly, his fists clenched and trembled. This was the 2nd time Su Xinghe had insulted him. Throughout his life, he had never experienced such humiliation. This person must not live for my heart to find peace. Young master. Shipa sensed the unusual atmosphere and hurriedly reminded him. Only then did Gu Yuan realize he was in the sacred land of stars and could not afford to be careless. He suppressed his killing intent, and the hostility in his eyes gradually faded away. What a pity, Su Xinghe thought, feeling somewhat disappointed. Without that old hag, perhaps Gu Yuan would reveal some flaws. Master, Su Xinghe respectfully bowed. Li Mengxi smiled warmly. Disciple, you have been out all night. Did you have fun? Su Xinghe suddenly felt a wave of cold sweat. His master had misunderstood. He had not dared to slack off in his cultivation and had not been out frolicking. He hoped his master would see the truth. Upon hearing this, Li Mengxi rolled her eyes in annoyance. I believe you not at all. A scent of women's perfume lingered about him. Practicing all night? Or rather, were you indulging in dual cultivation? For some inexplicable reason, Li Mengxi felt a twinge of jealousy, as if something she cherished had been taken from her. Disciple, these two are from the Gu family of Baiqing. The young master of the Gu family has heard of your remarkable strength and wishes to spar with you. What do you think? To spar with me? Su Xinghe glanced at Gu Yuan. Secretly amused. Disciple has no objections, Li Mengxi stated. If that is the case, I shall escort you both to the Starry Square. At that moment, Su Xinghe suddenly interjected, there is no need for such trouble. We can simply compete outside the palace. What does the young master of the Gu family think? Gu Yuan paused for a moment before smiling. I naturally have no objections. Hearing this, Su Xinghe turned to Li Mengxi. If that is the case, let us proceed outside. With a wave of her hand, Li Mengxi altered the surroundings, and in an instant, Gu Yuan and Su Xinghe found themselves outside the palace. It is merely a spar. Do not harm one another, Li Mengxi's voice floated out as a reminder. Understood, Master. Su Xinghe looked at Gu Yuan with a hint of a smile. Please, young master of the Gu family. Gu Yuan glanced at the sword at Su Xinghe's waist. Young Master Su, will you not draw your sword? Su Xinghe replied with a faint smile. That depends on whether young Master Gu has the capability. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's expression darkened, a flicker of hostility appearing in his eyes. In an instant, he charged forward with his dragon snake staff raised, two dragon snake shadows manifesting as he roared forth. Su Xinghe remained expressionless, throwing a punch in response. Foolish, Gu Yuan sneered inwardly, thinking he would be the one to be battered and bruised. However, in the next moment, Gu Yuan's expression changed drastically as an immense force, heavy as a mountain, swept towards him. Boom! Gu Yuan's body was uncontrollably sent flying. Su Xinghe stood firm, proudly maintaining his position. Inside the palace, Shipo's expression changed dramatically, revealing a hint of shock. He withstood the dragon snake staff with his physical body. He actually won. This young man's physique is terrifying. Could it be the divine mountain body? Su Xinghe smiled slightly and transmitted a thought to Gu Yuan. What? Is this the extent of the Gu family's heir's strength? Shut your mouth. Gu Yuan clumsily got back up, glaring venomously at Su Xinghe. Seeing the smile on his opponent's face only fueled his fury, igniting a blazing rage within him. I must smash his mouth. In a flash, Gu Yuan, like thunder, charged at Su Xinghe once more, aiming to break through head-on. However, Gu Yuan feigned an attack. The moment he got close to Su Xinghe, he performed a hand seal and summoned an ancient seal to strike at Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe raised an eyebrow, his hand lightly resting on the hilt of his sword. In the next second, clang, a brilliant sword light erupted like thunder, arriving in an instant. Boom! Dust and smoke filled the air. Amidst the haze, Su Xinghe remained unperturbed, scanning his surroundings as he continued to provoke Gu Yuan. Stop wasting your effort. You cannot win against me. The young master of the Baiqing Gu family is merely this capable, or perhaps your position as young master is unearned? The Baiqing Gu family is a name without substance. Su Xinghe's words pierced Gu Yuan's ears like daggers, causing him to tremble with rage, staring at Su Xinghe's back. If I do not kill this person today, my heart shall find no rest. Buddha's descent technique. Gu Yuan formed a seal with his hands, an ancient beastly aura sweeping across Zidian Peak. Not good, young master. Stop. Shipo's expression changed dramatically as she rushed towards the outside. Roar. Gu Yuan's countenance became ferocious, resembling a beast, as he charged towards Su Xinghe with murderous intent. Witnessing this scene, Su Xinghe smirked subtly. He has finally gone immediate. Gu Yuan is ultimately too young. As Su Xinghe drew his sword, Shipo's voice rang out simultaneously. Young Master Su, spare him, clang. Just as the words fell, a sharp sword cry reverberated through Zidian Peak, the vast sword intent soaring into the sky, splitting the clouds above. Shipo's eyes widened, fixated on Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan stood motionless, disbelief in his gaze, slowly turning to Shipe. Shipe hiphed. Crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain as Gu Yuan's head rolled to the ground, his face bearing an expression of unwillingness. Young master, Shipe screamed in anguish, rushing towards Su Xinghe without a second thought. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful force sent Shipe flying. This is my Zidian Peak. You have no right to act recklessly here. Li Mengxi's voice was as cold as ice, her gaze icy as she fixed it on Shipe. Shipe, Her hair disheveled, screamed frantically, "Elderly, are you going to protect this brat? He killed my young master. I demand blood in return." "Nonsense," Li Mengshi snorted coldly, and a terrifying pressure descended like a mountain, causing Shi Per to feel weighed down. It was clearly Gu Yuan who harbored killing intent first. "My disciple merely acted in self-defense. If you wish to blame someone, blame your young master for lacking skill." Chapter 13. "My master is a nine-tailed celestial fox?" Pfft. Shi Per, incensed, spat blood. "You star's sacred land is too overbearing." Li Mengshi's expression remained icy, yet her heart felt quite helpless. Her disciple appeared to be a harmless lamb but was, in truth, a ravenous wolf that devoured everything. He had skillfully lured and provoked the young master of the Gu family, inciting him to act with lethal intent, and then swiftly dealt the fatal blow. Such tactics are indeed remarkable. Truly, my disciple. So impressive. At this moment, elders from the other main peaks rushed over. Upon seeing Gu Yuan's corpse, their expressions changed drastically. "What is this?" Shipa gritted her teeth, struggling to rise, her voice dripping with malice. "The star's sacred land is bullying us, killing our Gu family's young master and shielding the murderer. This Eastern Emperor realm has not yet reached the point where your star's sacred land can dominate." The moment these words left her lips, the arriving elders' expressions shifted dramatically as they turned to Li Mengshi. "Elder 5, what on earth happened?" Li Mengshi glanced at the elders and recounted the events in detail. After hearing this, the elders' expressions varied. If Gu Yuan had harbored murderous intent first, then it was indeed Gu Yuan's fault. "Nonsense! This little beast clearly provoked my young master with his sharp tongue. Otherwise, how would he have become enraged and sought to kill?" Shipa shouted frantically. "Enough!" Li Mengshi thundered, sending a palm through the air that sent Shipa flying. The other elders, witnessing this, hurriedly shouted, "Elder 5, show mercy. This matter is of great importance and requires the Holy Master's judgment. If you kill this person, there will truly be no room for negotiation." The elders quickly shielded Shipa behind them, fearing Li Mengshi's anger would lead to a fatality. Hearing this, Li Mengshi shot a cold glare at Shipa before turning to Su Xinghe. "Disciple, let us return." Su Xinghe nodded. After the master and disciple returned, the elders were left with a headache at the mess before them. How could the Gu family be so reckless as to seek out this madwoman? Her fiery temper is not something ordinary individuals can quell. "Take the body away and bring the people to the Holy Master. This matter is best left for the Holy Master to decide." One of the stewards took away the corpse while the other elders escorted Shipa towards the star's sacred hall. Inside the Zidian palace, in the inner hall, Li Mengshi poked Su Xinghe's forehead with annoyance. "Did you plan to place the young master of the Gu family in danger when you agreed to this?" Su Xinghe shook his head in denial. "This has nothing to do with me. It was that young Master Gu who began to harbor killing intent. I merely acted in self-defense." Upon hearing this, Li Mengshi rolled her eyes. "If I believed your nonsense, I would have wasted all these years. Master, how could I lie when my heart is sincere?" "Enough, enough!" Li Mengshi hurriedly interrupted Su Xinghe. "If you keep talking, I won't have the patience to listen." Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe forced an awkward smile. Li Mengshi, seated regally, elegantly crossed her snow-white legs and gazed at him intently. "Dio, enlighten me. What is the matter with Gu Qingli?" Su Xinghe's expression stiffened, his heart unable to restrain a cursed bid. Had he known, he would not have so carelessly granted him an advantage with a single strike. "Master, this is a personal matter of mine. Might we refrain from discussing it?" "Oh, you're protective of it," Li Mengshi remarked with a cold laugh. "It seems your entire being is steeped in the scent of perfume. Was last night particularly pleasurable?" Cough, cough. Su Xinghe cleared his throat, taking a sniff. "Steeped? Is it truly that exaggerated? Gu Qingli only carries a faint fragrance of honey. How could it be so overpowering?" "Master, last night, Miss Qingli and I were merely exchanging insights on cultivation, discussing the principles of the Great Tao," he explained. "The Great Tao? I dare say it resembles the Tao of Yin and Yang," she retorted. Su Xinghe felt a cold sweat running down his back. Why did he suddenly catch a whiff of a strong scent of jealousy? Could it be that Master was envious? Just then, Su Xinghe felt his body being drawn uncontrollably towards Li Mengxi. "Master, what are you doing?" Before he could react, Li Mengxi took the initiative, her moist lips sealing his mouth. Su Xinghe's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Li Mengxi. What the heck is happening? Is Master being so forceful? With dreamy eyes, Li Mengxi gazed at Su Xinghe. "Disciple, do you harbor feelings for Gu Qingli? Is there not even a hint of affection for your master?" Gulp. Su Xinghe swallowed hard, feeling an inexplicable heat coursing through him. "Master, I am but your disciple." "Shuh." Li Mengxi raised a delicate finger, silencing him. "Today, I grant you permission to act against your master." "What? How can one endure this?" Su Xinghe seized the initiative, declaring, "Master, this is your own decree. I shall not hold back." In an instant, Li Mengxi trembled, her entire being engulfed in an exquisite sensation. Her expression shifting dramatically, time became a blur as Su Xinghe diligently toiled. Suddenly, Li Mengxi's complexion changed, and 9 tails, pure and white as jade, burst forth like blooming lotus flowers. "What the heck?" Su Xinghe's eyes widened in disbelief at Li Mengxi. "Goodness! Master is a 9-tailed celestial fox. This is one of the 5 great clans of the demon race." He gazed at the foxtails, swallowing hard, excitement surging within him. Several hours later, Su Xinghe found himself utterly spent. Slumped on the ground. "I can't go on. This is unbearable. Even with the dragon ancestor's physique, I cannot endure such indulgence. Master is truly insatiable." Fortunately, his physical form had undergone transformation, and he was nearing a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the 9th realm of Danquan within a few days. Breathlessly, Su Xinghe murmured to himself, "It's he." That moment, a delicate cry echoed through the great hall. "My tail." Su Xinghe turned to observe. "What is wrong with the tail?" "I haven't touched it." Li Mengxi stared at her foxtail. Shock etched across her features as she rubbed her eyes in disbelief, counting carefully. 10 tails. The legends are true. Li Mengxi stood frozen, lost in thought, unable to regain her composure. "Oh, 10 tails?" A hint of surprise flickered across Su Xinghe's face. It seems the in-game accounts of the 9-tailed celestial fox were indeed accurate. The legendary celestial fox clan once boasted 13 tails. A celestial fox with 13 tails, once matured, could rival a celestial sovereign. Their power unfathomable. He had never encountered a 10-tailed celestial fox in the game, but now he bore witness to one. Disciple congratulates Master on her bloodline breakthrough. Su Xinghe offered his congratulations. Li Mengxi turned, fixing him with a piercing gaze. "Disciple, do you know what has transpired?" Su Xinghe's expression tightened, feeling a touch embarrassed. "Perhaps it is due to the dual cultivation with you, Master." Upon hearing this, Li Mengxi's countenance stiffened. Her skepticism evident. "Is there such a benefit to dual cultivation?" "Indeed, Master, do not underestimate dual cultivation. It is a grand principle of the Great Tao, and the benefits therein are beyond imagination. Master, do you not believe today's bloodline breakthrough is merely coincidental?" Upon hearing this, Li Mengxi fell silent. Previously, she found cultivation tedious, but this path of dual cultivation was not only captivating but also filled with endless intrigue, as if a new world had opened before her. "Very well. I have made my decision," Li Mengxi said earnestly, locking eyes with Su Xinghe. "From now on, you shall accompany your master in dual cultivation for 5 hours each day." Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe's eyes widened. "What?" Chapter 14. The Holy Sun. Tread carefully. In the starry sacred hall, a middle-aged man radiated golden light, his aura as deep as the abyss, divine light coursing through him like that of a deity. This man was none other than the current sovereign of the starry sacred land, Sikong Yuan. After listening to the elders, he felt a throbbing headache. How can such absurdities occur in our sacred land today? Amidst the usual grand affairs, truly, a disciple of Li Mengxi. Like master, like disciple. Their tempers were strikingly similar. "Sovereign, my young master was invited to visit your sacred land by your holy son. Now, he has been tormented by his own kin. I implore the sovereign to provide my Gu family with an explanation." The voice of Shiphe was strained and tearful, her murky eyes betraying her resentment and murderous intent. Sikong Yuan felt a throbbing headache. No one had anticipated such occurrences. Bring forth the myriad images mirror, he commanded. An elder departed the hall. Before long, a divine mirror, shimmering with radiant light, stood in the hall. The myriad images mirror recorded all events occurring within the sacred land. Sikong Yuan intended to ascertain the cause and effect before making a decision. The myriad images mirror shone brilliantly, like the flow of starlight, and soon the scene of Xidian Peak appeared within. Sheepa gazed at Gu Yuan in the mirror, her heart pierced with pain. Even consuming that little wretch alive would not quell her hatred. Sikong Yuan furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. This disciple of Li Mengshi is indeed extraordinary. Such a robust physique is certainly not commonplace. How did Su Xinghe, once of Cuizhu Peak, come to be taken in by this girl? Sikong Yuan's peripheral vision fell upon Fang He, who, sensing the gaze, felt his face flush crimson, shame compelling him to lower his head, wishing to burrow into the ground. It is not entirely my fault. I did my utmost. Who could resist the allure of Li Mengshi's beauty? Seeing Su Xinghe's extraordinary talent, Fang He regretted even more. Had he known, he would have fought harder for him. If this young man had been his disciple, such an incident would never have transpired. As Sikong Yuan beheld Gu Yuan strike, he couldn't help but frown. In the mirror, Gu Yuan was the first to act with malice. Though Su Xinghe retaliated with lethal intent, it was a forced act of defense. What a silver-tongued old hag! Were it not for my request of the myriad images mirror, you might have deceived me. The mirror clearly depicted Gu Yuan initiating the aggression. Although Su Xinghe had erred, he acted purely in self-defense. You place all the blame upon my sacred land. Do you think us easy to bully? Boom! Sikong Yuan's profound gaze was like an abyss, captivating and intimidating. Sheepa trembled violently, hastily explaining, my young master was provoked by that little wretch. Sheepa's expression shifted. Why young master was provoked by that fellow's words and in a moment of impulse, retaliated. That fellow's strike was lethal, clearly premeditated. I implore the sovereign for justice and to severely punish the perpetrator. Provocation? Sikong Yuan's demeanor was calm yet imposing, his gaze penetrating. You claim Su Xinghe provoked him. Do you have witnesses? Did you see it? Upon hearing this, Sheepa felt a revelation wash over her, staring incredulously at Sikong Yuan, rising to point at him with trembling fingers. You, sacred land, are you determined to shield that wretch? You are aiding and abetting evil. Impudence! Sikong Yuan's eyes widened, a terrifying pressure descending, akin to the might of heaven and earth. Sheepa's face turned pale, unable to withstand it, collapsing to the ground. Starry, sacred land, you go too far. Sikong Yuan's eyes glinted coldly, revealing a murderous intent. Just then, an urgent voice rang out from outside the hall. Master, please show mercy. A handsome young man, draped in ethereal robes, stood tall, hastily pleading on behalf of Sheepa. Master, while the Gu family has its faults, the deceased, Gu Yuan, did not deserve death. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Tai, the holy son of the starry sacred land. Holy son, tread carefully. The elders present were startled by Jiang Tai's words, hastily offering a warning. Suddenly, Sikong Yuan, instead of being enraged, laughed, his fierce gaze fixated on Jiang Tai. Have you considered that if Su Xinghe were weaker, our sacred land would suffer the loss of a cherished disciple? But Su Xinghe sustained no injuries. It was Gu Yuan who perished, Jiang Tai countered once more. Get out! Sikong Yuan's roar reverberated like thunder, shaking the very hall, disrupting the breath of all present. Master! Jiang Tai was undeterred, attempting to voice further objections. Elder, please escort the holy son out. Sikong Yuan's face flushed with fury as he gritted his teeth, issuing the command. The elder sighed, approaching Jiang Tai. Holy son, let us depart. Jiang Tai's expression was one of unwillingness as he cast a disappointed glance at Sikong Yuan. Approaching the Sheepa, Jiang Tai spoke with deep regret. I am truly sorry, Sheepa. It is my incompetence. Saint Son! The Grand Elder's countenance changed dramatically as he hastily took Jiang Tai away from the main hall. Sikong Yuan's demeanor darkened to an extreme, an oppressive aura seeping from him, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The Gu family, Your methods are truly remarkable. Tai, in his desperation to appease you, has angered me, his master, and has lowered himself to this extent for your sake. Your tactics are indeed commendable. Sheepa trembled uncontrollably, her body drenched in sweat. She had not anticipated Jiang Tai's clumsiness. As the saint's son, he failed to uphold the dignity of the Holy Land and instead spoke in defense of the Gu family. While the matter was initially in the Gu family's favor, with Jiang Tai's involvement, it was likely that the starry Holy Land would have grounds to accuse them of ulterior motives. This Jiang Tai may not hold his position as saint's son for much longer. In the Xidian palace, within a side hall, Su Xinghe gazed in surprise at the intact dual fish pendant in his hands, a hint of joy illuminating his features. Having gifted it to Gu Qingli and his master, the pendant had restored itself automatically. Does this imply that the dual fish pendant can be infinitely bestowed upon anyone? Then, I could indulge myself endlessly. In the game, the dual fish pendant could only bind to one partner. Yet in this world, it seems boundless. This signifies that Su Xinghe could freely bind partners, even achieving group summons. A divine artifact. Undoubtedly a divine artifact. Su Xinghe was already envisioning a scenario where his companions swept across the myriad realms. But does my master truly regard me as a heartless dual cultivation machine? 5 sessions a day. Even the most robust ox would be worn out. Let us hope this is merely a jest. While the benefits of dual cultivation are plentiful, one must also cherish the balance of work and rest. Su Xinghe did not wish to become a soulless dual cultivation automaton. Just as Su Xinghe prepared to take a respite, a thunderous shout reverberated throughout the starry Holy Land. Starry Holy Land. Hand over the murderer of my son. Chapter 15. Does the master dare threaten the Holy Lord? An overwhelming pressure enveloped the Holy Land, causing the disciples to display expressions of terror. The audacity of such an intrusion into the Holy Land. Could it be that someone was declaring war? Gu Qianxiu, you have gone too far. A terrifying force surged from within the starry Holy Hall. As the words fell, Sikong Yuan and the elders stood resolute in the void. Witnessing this scene, the disciples felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Even the Holy Lord was stirred. Could something grave be unfolding today? Sikong Yuan's gaze was frigid as he waved his sleeve, carelessly tossing Sheepa forward. Sheepa, disheveled and resembling a stray dog, appeared utterly disheartened. Head of the family, upon seeing Sheepa in such a wretched state, Gu Qianxiu erupted in fury. The starry Holy Land is intolerably arrogant. Boom. An overwhelming force swept through the starry Holy Land, causing the disciples to struggle for breath under the oppressive weight. Impudent, Sikong Yuan roared, the overwhelming pressure crashing down like a tide as he waved his hand, dispelling Gu Qianxiu's imposing presence. Do not presume that your son's demise in my starry Holy Land is the fault of the Holy Land. It was your precious son who first sought to kill. Our disciples acted in self-defense and regrettably took his life. The root of this incident lies with your son. Gu Qianxiu's face turned ashen. You speak nonsense. My son could never act in such a manner. Humph. If you do not believe me, see for yourself. Sikong Yuan summoned the Wuxiang mirror, replaying the events that transpired at Xidian Peak. This time, not only Gu Qianxiu witnessed it, but all the disciples of the Holy Land saw it clearly. Hiss. A single sword strike, such ruthless means. Who is that swordsman? Such a figure exists within the Holy Land? Are you foolish? The recently declared direct disciple is he. He is the disciple of the 5th elder. Is he not Su Xinghe? I recall now. His aura is ethereal, transcending the mundane. Upon seeing him once, I sensed his extraordinary nature. He could very well become a legendary sword immortal. However, what does the Gu family's young master mean? It was clearly a competition, yet he suddenly resorted to killing. Though the deceased deserves pity, the cause is rooted in their family. Now that a life has been lost, they shift the blame to the Holy Land. Are they not overstepping their bounds? The young master of the Gu family is rather unremarkable. When the spar turned serious, he became agitated, clearly unable to handle the situation. Whispers of discontent filled the air, igniting Gu Qianxiu's fury, his body trembling with rage, gnashing his teeth. Sikong Yuan, you are indeed clever. You have deftly shifted the blame away from the Holy Land. Although there were faults on our part, the root cause lies with your son, Jiu Chinchio. While our holy land has its mistakes, we shall compensate your Gu family. However, the instigation began with your young master. Do not entangle us further and create a spectacle. Jiu Chinchio clenched his fists, a tempest of wrath roiling within him. What of my son's body? The Grand Elder waved his hand, and a frozen coffin materialized in the air, within which lay Gu Yuan. Jiu Chinchio shuddered at the sight of Gu Yuan in the coffin, his heart aching with agony. Yuaner. Gu Chinchio gently caressed the coffin before fixing a cold gaze upon Sikong Yuan. Allow me to see that boy. Sikong Yuan's eyes turned icy. I have stated that the Holy Land will compensate the Gu family. But if you dare lay a hand on that boy, it is utterly impossible. Gu Chinchio suppressed his murderous intent, turning to Su Xinghe, his fury boiling over. The elders present narrowed their eyes, quickly shielding Su Xinghe behind them. Warily regarding Gu Chinchio, little one, we will protect you. Su Xinghe smiled lightly. Thank you, esteemed elders. In an instant, the elders were taken aback, and as they regained their composure, fear washed over their faces. By the heavens! Has this boy mastered the art of charm? Even Sikong Yuan was struck with disbelief. This disciple appeared as if descended from the heavens, like a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. How could our holy land harbor such a figure without our knowledge? Gu Chinchio regarded Su Xinghe with deep trepidation. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if his son deserved his fate. This boy must certainly have cultivated some form of bewitching technique. Su Xinghe. Gu Chinchio called out coldly. Su Xinghe turned his gaze. Jiu Chinchio frostily inquired, Do you harbor enmity towards my son? None whatsoever. Then why did you kill him? Su Xinghe blinked, brow furrowing. Because he sought to kill me. But you are still alive. Su Xinghe replied coldly. That is because he was outmatched. Very well. Gu Chinchio glared furiously at Su Xinghe, his icy demeanor lingering as he turned to leave. Jiu Chinchio. Sikong Yuan's gaze pierced through Gu Chinchio. Issuing a warning, he is my disciple. I advise you to harbor no ill thoughts, lest the starry holy land reduce your Gu family to ashes. Humph! Gu Chinchio scoffed, tearing through the void and vanishing without a trace. Damn it! Su Xinghe's expression grew cold. That old coot clearly issued a threat. It was evident that the Gu family would not let this matter rest easily. If he leaves the Holy Land, the Gu family will surely take action. Prepare yourselves. Once my harem grows in strength, your Gu family shall have no good fortune to look forward to. Though the Gu family might fear the Holy Land, they would not easily swallow this grievance. Be cautious in the coming days. Do not stray too far from the Holy Land. Fong He offered a reminder. Yugua nodded in agreement. At this moment, Sikong Yuan's voice reached Su Xinghe's ears. Su Xinghe, come with me to the Holy Hall. Me? Su Xinghe's face reflected confusion. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared before him. Li Mengshi regarded Sikong Yuan with a cold stare. Master! Su Xinghe was taken aback. Sikong Yuan, noting Li Mengshi's vigilance, chuckled helplessly. Fifth Elder, I merely wish to speak with him. I shall not harm him, I implore you to rest assured. Li Mengshi turned back and gazed softly at Su Xinghe. Whispering, are you willing? Su Xinghe glanced at Sikong Yuan and nodded slightly. Respecting Su Xinghe's choice, Li Mengshi still cautioned Sikong Yuan. Sikong Yuan, if a single hair is harmed on my disciple, I will not let this matter rest. Goodness! Su Xinghe was taken aback. Did his master dare to threaten the Holy Lord? Chapter 16. Who knows? Perhaps others are merely causing a ruckus in the inner sect and the starry holy palace. Sikong Yuan gazed at Su Xinghe with eyes like the cosmos. Though you truly have no enmity with Gu Yuan? Su Xinghe replied with a nod. No enmity, but I sense that he may become my adversary in the future. Therefore, my actions are merely precautionary, to prevent any unforeseen changes. Sikong Yuan's expression stiffened. What the hell do you mean by precautionary and preventing the future? Does this lad think he can glimpse into the future? What are your plans moving forward? Although the Gu family fears the Holy Land, they will not let this matter rest easily. I wish to hear your subsequent intentions. Sikong Yuan looked intently at Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe met Sikong Yuan's gaze and calmly stated, I shall bide my time and nurture my strength. Once I am sufficiently powerful, I will eradicate the Gu family to eliminate future troubles. Hiss! Upon hearing this, Sikong Yuan sharply inhaled, revealing a hint of astonishment. This young man possessed a formidable killing intent, and his character was commendable. With such a disposition, he would undoubtedly carve out an extraordinary path in this chaotic world. A soft warmth flickered in Sikong Yuan's eyes as he gestured, and a jade slip flew into Su Xinghe's hand. Confused, Su Xinghe asked, "Holy Lord, what is this?" Sikong Yuan smiled. "Within it resides a fragment of my divine consciousness. In times of peril, it can protect your life." Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe's expression brightened. What a precious item! The Holy Lord stands at the pinnacle of the heavens, and among the formidable beings of the Eastern Emperor realm. Few possess such power. With this life-saving token, his future endeavors would be far more manageable. Su Xinghe expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Holy Lord." Sikong Yuan replied, "Little one, while I may not be able to guarantee your safety outside the Holy Land, within its confines, feel free to act boldly on your desires." Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe's heart soared with joy. It was evident that the Holy Lord valued him greatly. To act boldly on all matters. "With your words, I shall not hold back." After leaving the Holy Palace, Sikong Yuan's expression darkened as he summoned Jiang Tai. Moments later, Jiang Tai entered the Grand Hall and spoke first. "Master, was that person outside just Su Xinghe?" Sikong Yuan did not respond to Jiang Tai's inquiry, but instead fixed him with a penetrating gaze and questioned, "Do you understand where you went wrong today?" "I do not know." At these words, a flicker of anger surfaced in Sikong Yuan's eyes. "You fool!" Returning to Zidian Peak, Li Mengshi emerged first, scanning her surroundings for Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe, feeling helpless, assured her, "Master, I am fine. You need not worry." In response, Li Mengshi shot him an exasperated glance. "As long as you are away from me, even 1,000 hearts would not suffice to ease my worry." Li Mengshi pulled Su Xinghe into the Grand Hall, where he recounted the events that transpired there. Upon concluding, Li Mengshi huffed, "Now that's more like it. If they dare to harm you, I will topple their holy palace." Hearing this, Su Xinghe inquired curiously, "Master, does the Holy Lord possess some leverage over you?" "Why do you say that?" Su Xinghe replied, "You showed no regard for the Holy Lord in front of the elders, yet he remains so tolerant towards you. If he had no leverage, I would find it hard to believe." Li Mengshi chuckled slyly. "Are you curious, my disciple?" Su Xinghe nodded eagerly. "I am." With a playful maneuver, Li Mengshi pinned Su Xinghe down, grinning. "If you keep me well fed, I shall divulge the secrets." "Goodness, master, take it easy." Several hours later, Su Xinghe emerged from the Grand Hall, physically exhausted and rubbing his sore waist, feeling drained. His master had never engaged in such activities before. Indeed, opening the door to a new world was a never-ending demand. "I must take some time to hide away." Although Su Xinghe had thus advanced to the Transformation Sea realm, the relentless demands would ultimately wear out this old ox upon returning to his palace. Su Xinghe first regulated his energy and blood, solidifying his cultivation. After a brief moment, he fully recovered and took out the Sword Classic to begin his training. Though the orange-level Sword Classic was inferior to the red-level techniques, it encompassed the myriad aspects of swordsmanship. While it may not match the red-level techniques, it undoubtedly ranks among the finest swordsmanship methods in this world. The sword is a weapon of slaughter. A single strike can obliterate myriad foes. The sword wielder defies heaven, defies the ordinary, defies the immortals. Unbeknownst to him, Su Xinghe entered a profound state. He felt as though he was immersed in a world of swordsmanship, with countless techniques swirling in his mind. The sword unravels and reassembles. Su Xinghe opened his eyes, which gleamed like a sharp blade. In a flash, he drew his sword. A surge of azure sword light erupted, resembling a blooming azure lotus, both enchanting and fearsome. The azure lotus technique possesses an intense murderous intent. When it appears, blood must surely flow. Su Xinghe sheathed the Dian heavenly sword, a smile gracing his lips. The Sword Classic truly lived up to its reputation, containing the essence of countless techniques. The azure lotus alone is unparalleled among the 9 realms. The starry techniques of the starry Holy Land are also formidable. I wonder how much I can comprehend. In recent days, Su Xinghe had not practiced the starry techniques. With the enhancement of the dragon blood Dao body, Who knows how much I could grasp? Su Xinghe sat cross-legged in meditation. Time passed, though he could not tell how long it had been. The Holy Land began to transform, and the stars beyond the heavens erupted with dazzling light, akin to an aurora descending upon Zidian Peak. What is this? Sikong Yuan, currently in meditation, was taken aback, vanishing in an instant. By the time he arrived at Zidian Peak, many elders had already gathered there. Sikong Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the celestial phenomenon. The starry technique. This technique, derived from the starry Holy Land's progenitor, the starry celestial sovereign, allows one to harness the power of the stars, seizing their might to attain unparalleled strength. In the annals of the starry Holy Land, only one individual has ever invoked such a celestial phenomenon through the starry technique, that is the progenitor. Could it be the fifth elder? Sikong Yuan murmured under his breath. At that moment, a clear voice floated beside him. I am here. Li Mengshi glanced at Sikong Yuan with a hint of exasperation. Sikong Yuan's brow furrowed, and disbelief washed over him as he thought of someone at Su Xinghe. Sikong Yuan turned to Li Mengshi, who nodded affirmatively. Under the starry sky of the Holy Land, all disciples gazed in awe at the resplendent celestial glow, rendered speechless by its brilliance. Is it truly so enduring? Even celestial phenomena cannot last a full day, can they? Are we really practicing the same starry technique as Su Xinghe? Why is his so magnificent, effortlessly summoning the stars, while we struggle to capture even a wisp of starry power? Clearly possessing such talent, why was he merely an inner sect disciple before? Logically, he should have qualified as a direct descendant upon entry. Who knows, perhaps others are merely causing a ruckus in the inner sect. Chapter 17. It is indeed a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. A world that consumes. Time flows swiftly. Su Xinghe was unaware of how long had passed. As the power of the stars surged into his veins, he experienced an unprecedented sense of liberation, as if reborn. His dantian blazed like a sea of stars. The starry technique is truly extraordinary. Upon inspecting his dantian, he discovered it shone brilliantly like a starry ocean, harboring an unimaginable power. With the dragon blood Dao body complemented by the power of the stars, Su Xinghe felt he could rival ancient ferocious beasts. Clenching his fist, Su Xinghe declared, Transformation C Second Realm. Indeed, it was only after devouring such an abundance of starry power that Su Xinghe broke through to the second realm of Transformation C. This illustrates the terrifying nature of the dragon blood Dao body. Yet, Su Xinghe was confident. Even when faced with a Transformation C 7th realm opponent, he felt he was qualified to battle. After an unknown number of days spent in cultivation, it was time to visit Qingli. Su Xinghe summoned his sword and transformed it into a rainbow, soaring out of the palace. Meanwhile, in the Zidian palace, Li Mengshi gazed longingly at Su Xinghe's retreating figure, feeling a sense of grievance. This rebellious disciple, on the first day of his emergence from seclusion, did not even pay respect to his master and instead dashed out, undoubtedly to meet that Gu Qingli. With a long sigh, Li Mengshi tousled her hair, glancing at her fair, jade-like legs. Is it that I lack allure? Am I not captivating enough? The monotony of my training pales in comparison to the joy of training alongside my disciple. At the Twilight Inn, as Su Xinghe stepped inside, he spotted Gu Qingli, clad in a cloud-colored gown, gracefully approaching Su Gong's. Gu Qingli's cheeks flushed slightly, her shyness rendering her even more enchanting. Su Xinghe took her delicate arm and smiled. Come, let us head upstairs. Gu Qingli's body trembled, her bashfulness causing her to lower her gaze as she followed closely behind Su Xinghe. At the front desk, Nanka gazed enviously at the pair's retreating figures. Sister Qingli is so fortunate. If only I could share 1,000 blissful nights with Su Gongzi, I would willingly embrace death. Nanka's cheeks flushed, her entire body ablaze with heat, as images of the dual cultivation scene she had inadvertently witnessed resurfaced in her mind. She never anticipated that her sister possessed such a wild side. At that moment, several patrons in the hall turned to Nanku and teased, Miss Nanku, why is your face so red? Could it be that you've reached the age of youthful infatuation? Upon hearing this, laughter erupted throughout the hall. Nanku's expression darkened, and she retorted sharply, At least I have the capacity to yearn for spring. Unlike you old fellows who, at your age, still lack a companion, merely surrounded by a bunch of decrepit men drinking. Her incisive words left everyone present momentarily stunned. Goodness, this little girl, when silent, seems like a gentle lamb. But once she speaks, she transforms into a fiery little pepper. Not to be trifled with, indeed. In the chamber, Gu Qingli appeared somewhat reserved as she retrieved a box of pastries from the cupboard and placed it on the table. I made these myself, do give them a try. Opening the box revealed delicately crafted petal pastries. Su Xinghe, with a curious expression, asked, "You can make this?" Gu Qingli shyly replied, "I just learned, and I'm unsure if they taste good." Su Xinghe took a piece, bit into it, and savored the flavor. It's quite delightful, though perhaps a tad too sweet. Nevertheless, it could rival the masters of pastry in the mortal realm. Gu Qingli felt relieved upon hearing the first part of his statement. But her heart soared with sweetness at the latter part. A faint smile graced Su Xinghe's face. Gu Qingli embodied the essence of a virtuous woman. Though not youthful, she bore an air of youthful innocence. Suddenly, Su Xinghe declared, "I killed Gu Yuan." At his words, Gu Qingli's expression froze, disbelief written all over her face. "Please, do not jest, my lord." Su Xinghe shook his head. "I truly killed him, for he sought to take my life. I shall not spare anyone who harbors murderous intent against me." "He sought to kill you?" A chill enveloped Gu Qingli, and a murderous aura radiated from her. Beyond seeking revenge, Su Xinghe had become her entire world. If someone wished to kill Su Xinghe, she would annihilate that person's entire family. At that moment, Su Xinghe held Gu Qingli's hand gently, reassuring her, "It's all right now." Instantly, the murderous intent dissipated. Gu Qingli gazed at Su Xinghe quietly. "I wish to know what transpired." Su Xinghe nodded and recounted the events leading up to the confrontation. After listening, Gu Qingli gritted her teeth and said, "You dispatched him with a single sword strike. That was too merciful. I share your sentiment, but I cannot reveal my murderous intent within the Holy Land. I had no choice but to act thus." If given the opportunity, Su Xinghe would gladly have dismembered Gu Yuan. However, Gu Qingli could not help but feel anxious about the Gu family's potential retaliation. Su Xinghe nonchalantly remarked, "At least I am safe within the Holy Land for the time being." However, the Gu family will not remain unscathed for long. Sooner or later, I shall bring them to ruin. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingli's eyes glimmered with admiration. She had never favored indecisive men. She was drawn to Su Xinghe's decisiveness. While part of this attraction stemmed from his demeanor and appearance, who could resist a man with an ethereal presence? In the realms of mortals and cultivators alike, the first impression is often based on cultivation level. And the second on looks. A handsome man, regardless of the setting, would not fare poorly at that moment. A flush crept across Gu Qingli's cheeks as she playfully draped her arms around Su Xinghe's neck and shyly suggested, "My lord, shall we cultivate together?" Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe's face brightened, and he casually set up a formation. Moments later, the chamber was filled with melodious sounds. In Bai City, news of Gu Yuan's demise sent shockwaves throughout the entire city. The Gu family, a formidable force in Bai City, had long been respected for Gu Yuan's unparalleled talent. Otherwise, he would not have been the heir apparent. Yet now, he lay lifeless, and the Gu family had released no information regarding the circumstances of his fall. Leaving the citizens feeling perplexed in the ancestral hall of the Gu family, Gu Qianqiu stared at Gu Yuan's memorial tablet, grappling with his thoughts for a long while before his cold eyes opened. Just then, a man clad in black robes knelt behind him and implored, "I wish to offer one divine treasure in exchange for that wretched creature's life." The black-robed man's expression shifted in shock as he cautioned, "Master, think carefully. The Hell Demon sect is despised across the 9 realms. Those who collude with them meet dire fates." Gu Qianqiu turned to face the black-robed man, his gaze as frigid as frost. "There is no time for hesitation. That wretched creature's continued existence is a disgrace to both Yuaner and the entire Gu family, as long as the Hell Demon sect does not openly come to the Gu family. Outsiders will have no grounds to accuse us. What level does the master require? Heaven. The level of heaven." The black-robed man widened his eyes in disbelief. "Heavenly assassins are of the ascending realm. Is it truly worth it to target a mere ant of the Danquan realm? One must eradicate the root. If one merely trims the branches, they shall regrow. If we must act, we must do so decisively to prevent future troubles. As the head of the family, Gu Qianqiu understood this principle well. Granting a genius time to grow is an act of utter folly. Geniuses do not abide by conventional reasoning. Even if the Gu family refrained from striking first, once Su Xinghe matured, he would not spare the Gu family. Once the seed of enmity is sown, reconciliation becomes impossible. The world of cultivators is one of the survival of the fittest, a realm where the strong prey upon the weak. Chapter 18. Young Master. Missy has arrived. In the midst of a decadent atmosphere, Gu Qingli cradled Su Xinghe's face. I can understand you, Su Xinghe. It wasn't that he was incapable. Rather, he was being excessively pressured by his master. However, Gu Qingli was not one to jest. It felt as though she had opened the door to a new world, ravenous like a wolf. In a wonder, it is said that a middle-aged man's happiest days are those few days with a woman. Now he understood somewhat. After tidying his attire, Su Xinghe sat cross-legged to regulate his energy. Though his realm had not significantly shifted, his vitality had certainly increased. The dual cultivation technique proved far more reliable than ordinary methods of cultivation. At that moment, Su Xinghe suddenly inquired, "When do you intend to take action against the Shao clan?" Gu Qingli's expression faltered, her demeanor gradually turning icy. "The timing is not yet ripe. I must wait a while longer. The elders of the Shao clan are formidable. I can only target the younger generation for now." Su Xinghe nodded in agreement. The Shao clan was superior to the Gu family, while they had not produced any immortal-level experts. As one of the great families in Bai City, their foundation was surely not to be underestimated. Yu Qingli had just entered the ascending realm, her footing still too unsteady. Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of strength. Having rested for many days, it was time to embark on the hunt for new prey. Upon returning to Zidian Peak, Su Xinghe spotted a figure waiting at the entrance of his palace. Brother Su. Shi Yixiao, feeling anxious, hastily greeted him with respect. Su Xinghe furrowed his brow as memories surfaced. It turned out that this individual was one of his few friends, often accompanying him on excursions. "Shi Gu, is that you? I hardly recognized you after such a long time." Hearing this, Shi Yixiao was taken aback. No. You are now a direct disciple. Calling me Shi Gu undermines your status." Su Xinghe dismissed the concern, saying, "What status? It was you who saved my life in my time of peril. During the Star Moon Swamp incident, you risked yourself to rescue me. I hold that gratitude in my heart. There is no need for formality between us." Upon hearing this, Shi Yixiao was deeply moved. Su Xinghe inquired, "Brother Shi, did you seek me for something important?" Shi Yixiao's expression changed slightly. "Brother Su, did you not say you would return to the Su family today and ask me to accompany you?" "Return to the Su family?" Su Xinghe's expression stiffened, memories flooding back. After a while, he smacked his forehead. "Thank goodness for your reminder. Otherwise, I would have completely forgotten. You've been waiting for me. I'll go inform my master." With that, Su Xinghe hurried towards the main hall. Shi Yixiao gazed at the magnificent hall, filled with envy. "When will I also get to reside at the Elder's Peak?" Inside the grand hall, upon entering, Su Xinghe immediately caught sight of Li Mengxi's sorrowful gaze, causing his heart to tremble. Master. Li Mengxi shot him a glance and asked, "How long do you plan to be away?" 2 or 3 days should suffice." Hearing this, Li Mengxi waved her hand, sending a storage bag flying into Su Xinghe's hands. "Master, what is this?" Su Xinghe asked, puzzled. Li Mengxi explained, "This is a small token of my appreciation. As my disciple, you must not let me lose face. Please distribute these to your family members." Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe opened the bag to find it filled with various elixirs and techniques. While these items may not be particularly valuable within the Holy Land, they would be a tremendous boon for the Su family. "The disciple thanks Master on behalf of my family." Li Mengxi closed her eyes and said softly, "Go." Su Xinghe bid farewell and turned to leave. In Blackwater City, a mid-sized city under the banner of the starry sacred land, the Su family stood as one of the prominent clans. At this moment, the Su family was adorned with lanterns, and servants busily scurried about. At the entrance of the Su family, several individuals hung banners that read, "Welcome young master home. Move it." Move it. A bit to the left. No. A bit to the right. Lower it slightly. Stop. Allow me to take a look. The middle-aged man in charge hurried to the distance to glance at the banner, nodding in satisfaction. Very well. Hang it up. The passers-by and the cultivators surrounding the bustling Sioux family were filled with curiosity. What joyful event was the Sioux family celebrating that they even hung up red lanterns? Ah, you are quite uninformed. The young master of the Sioux family is returning. They are preparing to welcome him back. The young master of the Sioux family? The one who entered the sacred land? Who else could it be? Upon hearing this, the scattered cultivators around them began to feel envious. For them, entering the sacred land was a dream come true. The fact that the young master of the Sioux family had succeeded in this endeavor indicated his extraordinary talent. It was said that the Sioux family was once just a small clan. Yet now they were a prominent family in Blackwater City, largely due to the young master's influence. Time passed, and after all arrangements were made inside and outside the Sioux family, the elders, the head of the family, and the stewards waited outside. The return of Su Xinghe was a significant occasion for the Sioux family. Their current status was greatly attributed to his brilliance. Suddenly, a rumble echoed as the clouds parted in the sky, and two radiant figures descended upon the Sioux family. Young master, son. Su Xiong rushed forward to embrace Su Xinghe, who was somewhat taken aback, although the memories of the Sioux family treating him well lingered. Adjusting to this identity would require some time. Father, you're getting on in years. Why are you still acting like a child? Su Xinghe exclaimed, a look of helplessness on his face. Hearing this, Su Xiong laughed heartily. Isn't it because my son has returned? I am simply overjoyed. Come, let us go inside. This young gentleman came along with Xinghe, so he must be a distinguished guest of the Sioux family. Upon hearing this, Shi Yixiao smiled shyly, expressing his gratitude before entering the Sioux family residence with the others. Before long, the sound of drums and gongs filled the air, creating a grand spectacle, as if to announce to the entire city that Su Xinghe had returned. Sitting in his seat, Su Xinghe could no longer tolerate the atmosphere of eager anticipation and said, "All right, let the drums and gongs cease for a moment." Instantly, the scene fell silent. Looking at the drum and gong bearers, Su Xinghe smiled and said, "You may return. I will ensure you are compensated fairly, son." Su Xiong attempted to say more, but was silenced by a single glance from Su Xinghe. The Su family members present fell into a contemplative silence. Once the drum team departed, Su Xinghe remarked coolly, "The Su family is no longer a small clan. Although it is permissible to celebrate grandly, we must not attract undue attention. We are merely a prominent family in Blackwater City. And beyond that, there are even more formidable clans. I am but a disciple. How will outsiders perceive the Sioux family, and how will the sacred land view us? Those who flaunt themselves easily invite calamity. I hope the elders will reflect on this." The Sioux family members exchanged complex glances, sensing the change in Su Xinghe, who now bore the demeanor of a family leader, exuding an undeniable authority that created an invisible pressure. What the young master says is indeed wise. From now on, the Sioux family shall act with caution and prudence, the eldest elder voiced, leading the others to nod in agreement. At that moment, a guard rushed in hurriedly, bowing to Su Xinghe and respectfully announcing, "Young master, Missy has arrived." Missy? Su Xinghe furrowed his brow. Yi Qingdai, his fiancée, was akin to the white moonlight of the original owner. However, her feelings towards him were quite shallow, and Su Xinghe briefly recalled that the original owner had been infatuated with her. Yi Qingdai had remained indifferent, and the original owner had gone to great lengths, even bestowing resources from the sacred land upon her in a bid to win her affection. No wonder he had found it strange earlier. Logically, having entered the sacred land early, the original owner should have already reached the Danquan realm. This revelation unraveled the mystery. Just then, Yi Qingdai, clad in a flowing blue gown, entered. Her posture was poised, her features exquisite, and her figure captivating, easily drawing one eye. And Su Xinghe frowned, casting only a fleeting glance at Yi Qingdai before quickly averting his gaze. He felt little concern for her. Rather, it was the woman beside her who piqued his interest. "Senior brother Su, the woman accompanying your fiancé seems extraordinary," Shi Yixiao whispered to him, but Su Xinghe remained silent. Qingdai has arrived. Please take a seat. It has been a while since you and Xinghe last met. You must converse and strengthen your bond during this rare occasion, Su Xiong said with a beaming smile, having always regarded Yi Qingdai as his future daughter-in-law, believing their marriage was merely a matter of time. However, Yi Qingdai's expression was complex as she turned to glance at the woman beside her, who wore a lotus dress and nodded in acknowledgement. Gaining confidence, Yi Qingdai spoke directly, Uncle Su, I did not come today to attend the banquet. Upon hearing this, the Su family members, including Su Xiong, were taken aback. What do you mean, my dear? After some inner turmoil, Yi Qingdai confessed, I have come to annul our engagement. Annul the engagement? The mere words struck the Su family like a thunderbolt. Su Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief. Boom. Suddenly, a wave of oppressive energy surged, engulfing the entire Su family. Yi Qingdai's expression shifted as she noticed the ethereal presence of Su Xingyi. That Su Xinghe? How can this be? The woman in the lotus dress, who had remained silent, stepped in front of Yi Qingdai, waving her hand to dissipate Su Xinghe's aura. Su Xinghe frowned and spoke in a deep voice. You are not of the Yi family. The woman looked back at him. And you are not an inner disciple of the starry sacred land. Saintess. Yi Qingdai whispered from behind. Su Xinghe's expression changed instantly, his gaze deepening. Yun Qingjue. Character. Malevolent, protective, power-hungry, realm. Second boundary of transformation C. Favorability, 5. Su Xinghe observed the panel, his expression shifting dramatically. This personality was characteristic of a top-tier demonic path, and she was a saintess. Which sacred land was so reckless as to allow this woman to roam free? Saintess? Who exactly are you? Yun Qingjue stated plainly, I am from the Taisu sacred land. Yun Qingjue. Yun Qingjue. The Su family erupted in commotion. The Taisu sacred land was the most ancient and influential force in the Eastern Emperor realm, having produced several formidable figures known throughout the universe, often hailed as the foremost sacred land of the Eastern Emperor realm. Though the starry sacred land was also a sacred land, its heritage and strength paled in comparison to Taisu sacred land. Worry flickered in Su Xiong's eyes. The saintess of Taisu sacred land was not someone to offend lightly. Su Xinghe's face remained impassive. So, her reason for coming to annul the engagement is due to your influence? With that, he turned his gaze to Yi Qingdai, who felt a chill at his penetrating stare, her complexion paling at the coldness in his eyes. The current Su Xinghe seemed like an entirely different person. Qingdai is my maid. If she dislikes this engagement, naturally, I shall resolve this issue for her. Though the annulment is somewhat abrupt, I shall provide compensation to the Su family. Compensation? Su Xinghe scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. What audacity! This matter between our families does not require your intervention. Boom. The pressure of the second boundary of transformation C surged forth. The Su family members stood dumbfounded. When did Su Xinghe become a master of the transformation C? Yi Qingdai's face turned pale in shock. How had Su Xinghe become so powerful? Yun Qingjue's expression darkened as she asked, What must I do for you to agree to the annulment? Annulment? There is no need for that. Since you find this engagement distasteful, I shall dismiss you instead. However, as you have disrupted the festivities of my Su family today, you shall leave on your knees. Su Xinghe's expression was cold and devoid of warmth. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingdai was filled with rage, exclaiming, Su Xinghe, are you even a man? How petty can you be? I simply do not like you, and I have come to annul our engagement. By what right do you dismiss me? Do you know how damaging a divorce letter can be for a girl? How unchivalrous of you. At her words, Su Xinghe was momentarily taken aback, then his gaze hardened, and with a swift movement, he struck Yi Qingdai across the face. Yi Qingdai let out a cry, covering her face in disbelief. You dare hit me? Su Xinghe's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he coldly replied, Had it not been for today's grand banquet, I would have ended your life. The palpable killing intent sent Yi Qingdai into a state of icy dread. Yet, it was this very demeanor of Su Xinghe that caused Yun Qingjue to take notice, for it bore a resemblance to her own nature. I give you two choices. Either you kneel and leave, or I will break your legs and throw you out. Su Xinghe's gaze swept through the forest, while Yun Qingjue sighed in resignation, believing that this endeavor would be foolproof. Although Su Xinghe was a disciple of the sacred land, he was merely an inner sect member and would never dare to show her disrespect. Yet, she had misjudged the situation. Su Xinghe was undoubtedly a direct disciple of a certain elder, possessing extraordinary talent and temperament. Yun Qingjue cast a frosty glance at Yi Qingdai, dismissing her as merely a foolish maid. One not worth keeping around. Yun Qingjue produced a spirit herb and sincerely apologized, stating, "This matter was my oversight, and I offer you this 8-treasure root as a token of my contrition. I hope Brother Su will forgive me. Regarding this incident, I shall not pry into your decisions." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingdai, who had fallen to the ground, turned as pale as death, her face betraying sheer terror. "Discarded. I have been cast aside like a pawn. No, holy maiden, you cannot abandon me. I am your maid. You assured me that this matter was foolproof and that you would stand up for me. You cannot be untrustworthy, seeking death." Yun Qingjue's expression turned icy, a glint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. With a wave of her hand, a force struck, bang. Yi Qingdai had yet to comprehend what had transpired when she was sent hurtling out of the Su family like a comet. Crashing heavily against the stone wall, blood flowed from her 7 orifices, and she drew her loss as the words fell. Luo Zixi's disappearance left Su Xinghe bewildered, seated upon the jade bed, his head throbbing incessantly. For the sake of a mere personal favor. What kind of favor could compel a formidable practitioner at the pinnacle of the 9th heaven to offer themselves? Moreover, Luo Zixi possessed an exceptionally unique constitution. During their dual cultivation at midnight, his realm had surged to the peak of the 5th transformation, SE8. At that moment, he sensed a surge of pure, profound energy flooding into his dantian, igniting a fervor within him that felt akin to being overwhelmed by desire, shattering his rationality. This may be connected to the dragon blood body. At the peak of the 9th heaven, he would soon break through to the immortal realm. Who had placed him in debt, compelling him to engage in dual cultivation with me? The fog of confusion clouded Su Xinghe's mind, leaving him to navigate one step at a time. Perhaps during their next encounter, he could glean some insights from Luo Zixi. After gazing at the night sky for a while, he decided against returning, opting instead to rest within the cave. The following morning, Shi Yixiao received an urgent message from the sacred land and hurried to find Su Xinghe. However, after searching the courtyard, he found no trace of him, which caused his brow to furrow in concern. Where could Brother Su be? Just as he spoke, Su Xiong entered the courtyard with a smile, saying, "Young Master Shi, are you looking for Xinghe? Isn't he here?" Shi Yixiao replied, "Uncle Su, Brother Su is not in the courtyard. I cannot find him anywhere." "Huh? Not in the courtyard?" Su Xiong entered to search, scratching his head in bewilderment as he stepped back out. "Strange. Where has that boy gone?" "Young Master Shi, do not worry, I will gather the clan members to assist in the search." Just as Su Xiong was about to leave, a figure descended from the distant sky. "Brother Shi? Father?" Su Xinghe looked at the two in confusion. Upon seeing Su Xinghe, Shi Yixiao quickly said, "Brother Su, the sacred land has sent a message for us to return immediately." "A message?" Su Xinghe took out the communication jade slip and discovered a note from Li Mengxi. "Disciple, return swiftly." His brow furrowed deeply. Such urgency. Could it be that something significant had occurred in the sacred land? "Son, if there is an urgent matter in the sacred land, you should return quickly. The Su family has your father to stabilize the situation. You need not worry." Hearing this, Su Xinghe nodded. "Brother Shi, let us depart." The two soared into the sky on their swords, tearing through the air, disappearing from sight. Su Xiong watched the departing Su Xinghe, his silly smile gradually fading as he remarked softly, "The peak of the 5th transformation C. This profounding body is indeed remarkable. Though this boy possesses outstanding talent, his flowing essence resembles that of an ancient ferocious beast. Could it be an acquired constitution?" Su Xiong stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Just then, a graceful figure appeared in the courtyard. Had Su Xinghe not left, he would have been astonished to see her. Luo Zixi looked at Su Xiong and said, "I have done what you asked. It is time for me to receive what is owed." Su Xiong smiled faintly and tossed her a jade bottle containing elixirs. Luo Zixi opened the bottle, confirmed it contained the items she desired, and turned to leave. At that moment, Su Xiong suddenly called out. Have you not considered what I proposed earlier? Luo Zixi halted, glancing back. What I am doing is merely repaying a personal favor, in exchange for this patching heaven elixir. With that, Luo Zixi vanished from sight. What a pity! If only she could be my son's attendant, what would the realm of the celestial sovereign matter? Su Xiong murmured, looking up at the sky. The web of fate remained shrouded in mystery. Even I cannot fathom the entanglements surrounding my son. A flicker of brilliance danced in Su Xiong's eyes, as if he could see through the heavens and comprehend the passage of time. Upon returning to the sacred land, Su Xinghe discovered a multitude of disciples from other factions present, which left him deeply puzzled. Could it be that something truly significant has occurred? Upon reaching Zidian Peak, Su Xinghe immediately sought out Li Mengxi. Master, what has transpired outside? Why are so many factions visiting our starry sacred land? Li Mengxi did not answer his question, but instead regarded him for a moment before gently saying, Disciple, being overly lenient may lead to suffering in the future. Su Xinghe's expression stiffened, gradually becoming unnatural. Could it be that I carry the scent of women again? Master, I can explain. He forced a smile. Li Mengxi rolled her eyes and retorted, Enough, I am not in the mood to hear your explanations. The ruins of the 9 sacred gates have opened, and now all major factions wish to partake in the spoils. That is why they have come to discuss this matter. The 9 sacred gates? Su Xinghe questioned, puzzled. Knowing Su Xinghe had limited knowledge of the 9 sacred gates, Li Mengxi proceeded to explain their origins. It turned out that the 9 sacred gates were a formidable force from ancient times, producing 9 sages who established the 9 sacred gates. Each of the 9 was a supreme being of the Tao, and together they could rival the celestial sovereign, looking down upon the universe. However, one day, the 9 sages inadvertently provoked a powerful existence and were ultimately obliterated by a single strike from beyond the heavens, leading to the disappearance of the 9 sacred gates from the annals of history. Those think that a force of 9 supreme beings could be extinguished in such a manner. The one who struck must be a celestial sovereign. Although celestial sovereigns are not present in the 9 realms, it does not imply their absence altogether. Some celestial sovereigns merely choose to seclude themselves, avoiding the tribulations of ascension. Once a practitioner reaches the celestial sovereign level, the heavens bestow a guiding light to aid their ascension to the 10th realm. However, some practitioners are reluctant to ascend, as in the 9 realms, celestial sovereigns are nearly invincible. Yet in the 10th realm, there exists an even higher level beyond the celestial sovereign. Teo returned from the realm of all beings to a state akin to that of a mortal is not something all practitioners can easily accept. What relevance do the ruins of the 9 sacred gates hold for our sacred land and the other factions? Their audacity is truly remarkable. Su Xinghe scoffed disdainfully at the external forces. Li Mengxi stated, such is the world of cultivators. They compete with one another and with the heavens. As long as there is profit to be gained, they all wish to partake. We cannot consume all the treasures of the 9 sacred gates. Chapter 22. I believe it would be prudent to replace the position of the Holy Sun as soon as possible. Su Xinghe remained silent. The reason for their inability to consume it all ultimately lay in their lack of strength. If the starry sacred land were powerful enough to defy all, they could easily seize the entirety of the 9 sacred gates, and other factions would not dare utter a word. Aside from the treasures, the other significant aspect was the legacy of the 9 sacred gates. The major factions unanimously decided that the younger disciples would compete for the legacy of the 9 sacred gates, and their invitation for him to return was specifically for this matter. Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe remained contemplative. The legacy of the 9 sacred gates would not significantly aid him. However, this opportunity might allow him to find a few suitable partners with good potential. Master, how will the treasures be distributed among the sacred land? Su Xinghe inquired. Our sacred land will take 70%, with the remaining factions dividing the rest. If there are other opportunities within the ruins, then it shall be based on individual capability. Su Xinghe nodded in understanding. There are many talented prodigies this time. Take this with you. Saying this, Li Mengxi produced an ancient seal. The seal was inscribed with Tao patterns and fierce beast carvings, clearly indicating its extraordinary nature. This is a high-grade heavenly treasure. The true souls of these fierce beasts have been refined within the ancient seal, granting formidable power. With your strength, You can easily annihilate any practitioner below the Divine Bridge realm. Hiss, Su Xinghe inhaled sharply. This item is exceptional. Master is so generous. I shall not decline, he grinned as he accepted the ancient seal without pretense. Observing this, Li Mengshi smiled gently. I appreciate your straightforwardness and lack of pretense. Exercise caution. Should you encounter danger, do not force yourself. Hearing this, Su Xinghe nodded in agreement. Days passed, and the talented disciples from various factions had arrived at the starry sacred land. Those entering the ruins were comparable to the direct disciples of the sacred land. They exuded an extraordinary aura, adorned in fine garments, their expressions proud. As Su Xinghe surveyed the scene, he saw a gathering of ostentatious individuals. At that moment, a group of individuals roughly his age approached. Brother Su. One striking young man, with a face as refined as jade, greeted him warmly. This individual was a disciple under the second elder, named Feng Ziqiu, a spear practitioner at the third transformation sea. Su Xinghe politely exchanged pleasantries, conversing briefly before lapsing into silence. Shortly thereafter, aside from the direct disciples, Situ Yuan arrived with Jiang Taiyi. Your best this time. You are all the backbone of the sacred land. Always prioritize your safety. Yes. After Situ Yuan's admonition, Su Xinghe and the others entered the ruins. Once the disciples of the starry sacred land had entered, the other factions followed closely behind. Situ Yuan gazed at the entrance to the ruins, a flicker of brilliance shining in his eyes. This expedition into the ruins would likely not be peaceful. Upon entering the ruins, Su Xinghe beheld a scene of utter devastation. Endless shattered mountains and rivers. The sky fractured, as if everything had succumbed to an apocalyptic onslaught. The entire world appeared to have been obliterated by some terrifying existence. Descending into ruin, Su Xinghe opened his mouth, his heart filled with disbelief. The miniature world forged by the 9 sacred gates had been reduced to such a state. Could there still be a legacy within? Certainly, Su Xinghe was not concerned with legacy. Rather, his focus lay on the exceptional physique and extraordinary character of a companion. As other forces entered, Su Xinghe's gaze lingered upon each individual for a moment. Some women exhibited an air of arrogance and possessed rather unappealing personalities, while they appeared pure and untainted at first glance. Their temperaments suggested they were far from ordinary. At that moment, the previously silent Jiang Taiyi called out. Su Xinghe furrowed his brow. Having noticed Jiang Taiyi's unwavering attention since his arrival, it was indeed normal for the Holy Son to keep an eye on his direct disciples. Yet the frequency of this scrutiny made Su Xinghe somewhat uncomfortable. The other direct disciples turned their gazes towards Su Xinghe, likely aware of the Holy Son's unusual interest in him. What is it? Holy Son, Jiang Taiyi stated, come with me. The remaining disciples may search elsewhere. We shall return shortly. Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe's frown deepened. Holy Son, even you cannot make unilateral decisions. Have I agreed to accompany you elsewhere? Jiang Taiyi regarded Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe, you have inadvertently killed Gu Yuan and ought to make amends with the Gu family. Since our master refuses to acknowledge the error, I shall take you to apologize on behalf of the Gu family. In our holy land, we must bear our responsibilities. This matter is indeed our fault. The moment these words were uttered, not only Yun Qingjue opened her mouth in astonishment, her eyes filled with shock. Dragon Blood Crystal, a manifestation of dragon blood in the earth's veins, is a trump card capable of nurturing the peak of a holy land. Both dragon blood and earth veins are exceedingly rare. The hundreds of dragon blood crystals before her could indeed stir a great uproar if they were to be revealed to the outside world. Su Xinghe, deep in thought, realized the significance of the dragon blood crystals and understood why his bloodline resonated so fiercely. Having already possessed the bloodline of the dragon ancestor, he pondered how much these crystals would aid in his cultivation. His gaze shifted to Yun Qingjue. With a character tinged by wickedness, he wondered how she would react upon seeing such a bounty of dragon blood crystals. Young Master Su, Yun Qingjue turned to him. Su Xinghe smiled knowingly, regarding her with intrigue. How about we split the dragon blood crystals, 6 for you, 4 for me? Surprised by his proposition, Su Xinghe queried, why? Yun Qingjue's smile blossomed. To make a friend, at her words, Su Xinghe revealed a hint of a smile. I shall certainly accept the friendship of Miss Yun. with a character that was both malevolent and protective, along with a realm of fifth sea transformation. Yun Qingjue's favorability towards him had significantly increased. It seemed that even with her innate wickedness, her malicious intentions were contingent upon the strength of her counterpart. After Su Xinghe collected the dragon blood crystals, he suddenly felt that the wall adorned with murals was somewhat peculiar. The mural depicted 9 figures standing among the stars, while countless others knelt in reverence. These 9 figures were likely the 9 saints. Yun Qingjue leaned closer. The 9 saints. Su Xinghe drew his sword. "Miss Yun, please step aside." Seeing him unsheath his sword, Yun Qingjue looked on in confusion. With a clang, Su Xinghe unleashed a strike. The sword light, akin to a dragon, tore through the void. With a thunderous crash, the stone wall collapsed, and an ancient aura surged forward. Behind the wall lay a vast plaza, surrounded by 9 statues, with a structure resembling an altar at its center. Yun Qingjue's expression changed dramatically as she exclaimed, "The Inheritance Altar." Chapter 24. The Conspiracy of the 9 Saints. Gazing at the 9 statues, Su Xinghe felt a newfound caution. Ever since his arrival, he had sensed a gaze lingering upon him, especially as he approached the stone wall, the feeling intensifying. He scrutinized the statues of the 9 saints, and the previous sensation of being watched abruptly vanished. Yun Qingjue, incredulously looking at Su Xinghe, asked, "Young Master Su, how did you know that there was an inheritance altar behind this stone wall?" "Just a hunch," Su Xinghe replied dismissively. At his words, Yun Qingjue fell into silence. The inheritance altar signified the legacy of the 9 saints. Although the 9 saints had not ascended to the status of heavenly sovereigns, their pinnacle teachings were enough to entice disciples from various factions. Yun Qingjue's calm demeanor began to stir with desire. Naturally, she was captivated by the prospect of the 9 saints' inheritance. However, she cast a sidelong glance at Su Xinghe. Had it been any other time, she would have seized the opportunity without hesitation. Yet, having witnessed Su Xinghe's prowess, she felt uncertain of her chances. With an overwhelming sword intent and an ethereal presence, Su Xinghe seemed shrouded in an enigmatic aura, making him inscrutable. "Young Master Su, the 9 saints' inheritance lies before us. Why do you hesitate?" Yun Qingjue inquired after observing Su Xinghe's stillness. Turning towards her, Su Xinghe asked, "Miss Yun, are you not tempted?" Yun Qingjue's expression faltered before she smiled. "Naturally, I am tempted, but since you discovered this inheritance first, it would be inappropriate for me to step forward." This woman? Su Xinghe narrowed his eyes. Was her inherently wicked nature misjudged by the system? He took a step back from the 9 saint statues. "I find this inheritance altar rather suspicious. It would be prudent to allow others to explore it first." "Suspicious?" Yun Qingjue frowned, gazing at the 9 statues in confusion. "They're merely statues. Are you being overly cautious, young Master Su? If you are interested in the inheritance, you need only step forward." Su Xinghe smiled at her, a smile that carried a hint of mischief. Yun Qingjue returned a slight smile. "I trust you, young Master Su." "Humph, this woman?" Su Xinghe thought coldly. Just as they were about to depart, the previously silent statues of the 9 saints glowed ominously, a cataclysmic force enveloping the hall. Su Xinghe's expression changed dramatically as he unsheathed his sword. In an instant, a torrent of sword intent surged forth, the azure light resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, dominating the heavens. "Run!" Su Xinghe shouted, hastening his pace to escape. However, the altar at the center, shrouded in starlight, bound them with chains forged from celestial bodies. Yun Qingjue's face turned pale, her beautiful eyes filled with terror. Why spiritual energy is suppressed. "I cannot move, young Master Su," she cried out in panic as the celestial chains dragged them towards the altar, a blinding starlight enveloping them. Moments later, as the starlight dissipated, both figures vanished without a trace. In the boundless cosmos, shattered stars littered the surroundings, and the entire expanse appeared desolate and ruined. Su Xinghe stared at the scene before him, momentarily stunned. Had he been pulled into the universe? Suddenly, a horrific, overwhelming pressure pervaded the cosmos, as a majestic figure emerged from the stars. As if he were the very sovereign of heaven and earth, Su Xinghe gazed upward, and upon recognizing the figure's visage, his heart quivered. The likeness of this being was identical to one of the statues of the 9 saints outside. The figure regarded Su Xinghe, his profound gaze seemingly peering through the ages, as if he could see into Su Xinghe's entire existence. Interesting. Your vitality rivals that of ancient ferocious beasts, your sword intent is formidable, and your comprehension is exceptional. Young man, you are the one I have long awaited. Su Xinghe's expression faltered, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Might I inquire, esteemed elder, why have you brought me to this place? The figure's face bore a mocking smile. Are you truly oblivious, or simply unwilling to accept reality? I brought you here to assist me in seizing a new life. Hearing this, Su Xinghe's pupils dilated, a sense of dread gripping him. Just as he feared, the Ancient Ones were plotting for rebirth. Surrender your soul. A vast pressure descended upon Su Xinghe, a colossal hand seemingly commanding the very heavens. Damn it, I am not ready to die yet. With a thought, Su Xinghe activated the twin fish pendant. At that moment, within the celestial star sanctuary, Li Mengxi's expression changed dramatically as she vanished from her seat among the thousands. Elder Wu? The elders present were taken aback, staring blankly at the empty space. Only Situ Yuan frowned deeply, a look of concern crossing his face. The figure in the starry sky seemed to sense something amiss. Just as he was about to suppress Su Xinghe, a radiant figure appeared before him. Touch my disciple? You seek death? Li Mengxi was furious, wielding a whip crackling with purple lightning, charging at the figure without hesitation. Fifth sea transformation? How is this possible? In this space, no one could enter without consent. The sudden appearance of Li Mengxi startled the former 9 saints, yet he remained composed. As one of the 9 saints, he had contingencies in place. A golden seal descended from the heavens, resembling a world of mountains and seas. Its overwhelming power causing Li Mengxi's expression to change dramatically. Dao treasure. Above the heavenly treasures lies the Dao treasure, whose might surpasses that of heavenly treasures by dozens of times. 10 tails concealing the heavens. The power of the Dao treasure was no trifling matter. Li Mengxi summoned all her strength. 10 tails as pure as jade supporting the seal, unleashing a torrent of might. 10 tails? You are of the celestial fox lineage and have produced 10 tails. The figure exclaimed in surprise. The 9-tailed celestial fox was a renowned clan among the demon race. Once, a sage from the celestial fox lineage had transformed into a 10-tailed fox, possessing strength comparable to that of a heavenly sovereign, even surpassing them. 10-tailed celestial fox. The figure's eyes gleamed with deep understanding. If my junior sister can seize this individual, our plan to revive the 9 Saints sect may come to fruition ahead of schedule. Moreover, my junior sister may even ascend to the realm of heavenly sovereigns. Brothers and sisters, come to my aid. The figure's plea for help caused Su Xinghe's expression to change drastically. Damn it. This old ghost is calling for reinforcements. Boom! Just then, the entire cosmos trembled as 9 towering figures descended like saints, their backs glowing with radiant light as if they bore the weight of a great world. Li Mengxi, who stood guard before Su Xinghe, turned pale upon seeing the 9 figures. She had likely deduced their identities and realized why Su Xinghe had invoked the twin fish pendant to summon her to this place. The inheritance of the 9 saints was perhaps a conspiracy from the very beginning. They sought to use this opportunity to lure exceptional disciples into seizing rebirth. Chapter 25. Mysterious Existence, Collapsing Ruins. 5th Sea Transformation? No, this is the 10-tailed celestial fox. The assembly of saints looked on in astonishment at Li Mengxi. Initially shocked by her cultivation, they were now even more astonished by the emergence of the 10-tailed celestial fox. Yu Zhao, what is happening? Why is a 5th Sea Transformation cultivator present in this space? Without our permission, it should be impossible to enter the celestial realm. A group of figures turned their gazes toward Yu Zhao, a faint hint of accountability lingering in the air. Brothers, now is not the time to discuss this matter. This individual is the 10-tailed celestial fox. If junior sister Qing you could possess her, the plan for the revival of the 9 sacred sect might commence ahead of schedule. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the 9 sacred members gleamed with excitement as they looked toward Li Ming 11. Li Mengxi's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and she seized Su Xinghe, intent on fleeing this space. We must go. Observing this scene, the nine sacred remained expressionless. Having dominion over this realm, it is futile. This space was forged by us before our demise. Though we now exist as mere remnants, the nine of us can still manipulate this realm with ease. The ten-tailed celestial fox, we shall claim this body as our OWN.AS. The stars shifted and the cosmos trembled. Countless celestial bodies transformed into a formation that ensnared Li Mingxi and Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe gazed at the formation before him, his expression darkening. Damn it! Is there truly no way out? These ancient wretches, why can't they just die completely? They are nothing but a bunch of old coins. System, show your power, Su Xinghe cried out in despair. Although he could still summon Gu Qingli, it was evident that her arrival would only serve to sacrifice her. Is this it? Am I truly going to perish here? I might as well surrender. Just as the nine sacred were about to suppress the two, a radiant golden light erupted from the back of Su Xinghe's head. Boom! A tremendous pressure swept across the heavens and the earth, shattering the grand formation, and the entire space seemed to be engulfed by a cataclysmic wave, fracturing into numerous cracks. Su Xinghe was momentarily stunned, gazing at the towering figure shimmering with golden light to his right. The system has manifested. It's you. At that moment, the previously arrogant nine sacred were filled with fear, their eyes wide as they turned to flee from this space. They could never have anticipated that the one who had annihilated the nine sacred sect would reappear. Yu Zhao looked at Su Xinghe in terror, realizing, could this individual be the offspring of that existence? Suddenly, a gaze descended, and the remnants of the nine sacred were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing this, Su Xinghe could only gasp in awe. The system's intervention is indeed formidable. When the majestic figure turned its gaze towards Su Xinghe, Li Mingxi, suppressing her fear, positioned herself protectively in front of him. This act deeply moved Su Xinghe. With such a master, I must honor her in the days to come. Master, it's all right. This figure harbors no ill intent toward us. Upon hearing this, Li Mingxi cast a perplexed glance at Su Xinghe. Then at the towering figure, her eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Could this figure be a celestial lord? As the figure gradually dissipated, the space began to shatter, revealing an aperture reminiscent of a portal. Li Mingxi's expression froze momentarily as she led Su Xinghe out of this realm. After their departure, the space collapsed entirely, descending into oblivion. In the inheritance altar, Su Xinghe sat down heavily, relieved to have survived, exclaiming, I nearly lost my life here. Those old wretches from the nine sacred, having fallen for thousands of years, still cling to the hope of resurrection. If it weren't for the system's display of power, I truly would not have escaped. He silently expressed his gratitude to the system, yet received no response. At this moment, Li Mingxi observed Su Xinghe quietly. Disciple, are you truly a member of the Su family? The biological kind? Startled by her words, Su Xinghe replied, Master, I am undoubtedly a member of the Su family, no doubt about it, absolutely biological. And that figure? Hearing this, Su Xinghe feigned mystery, whispering, Master, everyone harbors secrets. I trust you can comprehend this, right? Li Mingxi blinked, choosing not to press further. Everyone possesses their own secrets, even she herself. Some secrets only surface when absolutely necessary. It seems my disciple's background is not simple at all, Li Mingxi sighed inwardly. I must expedite my cultivation to ensure my disciple's safety. Upon returning, I will cultivate with him more frequently, and once our cultivation deepens and his bloodline undergoes transformation, I will enter seclusion for a while. Suddenly, the entire underground palace began to tremble, and the statues of the nine sacred around them started to crumble into rubble. Witnessing this, Su Xinghe hurriedly rose. Master, we must leave quickly. This place is about to collapse. Li Mingxi glanced at him, then shifted her gaze. And what of her? Su Xinghe followed her line of sight, noticing Yun Qingjue, who had fallen unconscious on the altar. If this woman perishes here, the starry sacred land will have difficulty explaining it. However, if she accompanies us, it would lead to even greater controversy. Master, just send her out as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Li Mingxi released a strand of spiritual power into Yun Qingjue's body, promptly sending her away. Let us go. Xu Xinghe nodded and summoned the Dian heavenly sword to exit the underground palace. What is happening? Is the ruins about to collapse? At this moment, not only the underground palace, but the entire ruins began to show signs of collapse. Observing the fracturing heavens and the cracked earth, the talented disciples within the ruins dared not linger, hastening toward the exit. Upon emerging, Xu Xinghe deduced the likely cause. Once the remnants of the 9 sacred vanished, this ruin would be doomed to destruction, marking the complete extinction of the 9 sacred sect from the annals of time. Master, are you leaving with me like this? Xu Xinghe cast a worried glance at Li Mengxi. As an elder entering the ruins, she had already breached the agreements among various factions. If she were to leave openly, it would be challenging for their sacred land to explain. What is there to fear? I entered the ruins to protect you, and besides, we have witnesses apart from you, Li Mengxi replied nonchalantly. Witnesses? Xu Xinghe was momentarily taken aback, then realized who Li Mengxi referred to. Master, if the witness you speak of is Yun Qingjue, that woman may not be inclined to testify on our behalf. After all, she is inherently malevolent, a master of manipulation. Forget it. Let things unfold naturally. Xu Xinghe decided not to dwell on it further and followed the crowd out of the ruins. Chapter 26. The 9 sacred ruins were a conspiracy from the start. Numerous factions experienced a mix of joy and sorrow. Many factions suffered the loss of disciples within the ruins. Although they had anticipated such a scenario, the fact that other factions had no casualties made it somewhat difficult to accept. As numerous disciples emerged from the ruins, they exchanged their spoils for commendable rewards within their sections. Just then, the disciples of the starry sacred land appeared. Aside from Xu Xinghe, the remaining disciples returned to their seats at the starry sacred land alongside Jiang Tai. However, the expressions of the other disciples were not favorable, and several elders, as well as the sacred lord, furrowed their brows, sensing something amiss. Where is Xu Xinghe? Why did he not emerge with you? As these words were spoken, the other disciples turned their gazes toward Jiang Tai, each glare brimming with resentment. Situ Yuan stepped forward, his expression grim as he inquired, "What transpired within the ruins?" "Sacred Lord, allow me to explain." Fang Ziqiu approached, casting a cold glance at Jiang Tai before recounting the events that transpired. "Scoundrel!" Situ Yuan erupted in fury, a vast pressure enveloping the sacred land. The onlookers were all taken aback, curious about what incident the starry sacred land had caused within the ruins. Situ Yuan's gaze burned like fire, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, yet he managed to restrain himself upon sensing the surrounding gazes. "Unfilial disciple, return to Starry Peak." Situ Yuan gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. Hearing this, disappointment flickered in Jiang Tai's eyes as he bowed and retreated to Starry Peak. The elders fell silent, gradually losing faith in this sacred son. The position of sacred son should be reconsidered. Situ Yuan's gaze darkened as he turned toward the Gu family. This time, the Gu family had also participated in the treasure hunt within the ruins. However, as Situ Yuan's gaze met Gu Qinqiu's, he found the latter watching him with a mocking smile, the meaning of which was unmistakable. Situ Yuan clenched his fists, his expression darkening. The position of sacred son is not for that scoundrel. At this moment, the elders and other direct disciples prayed fervently that Xu Xinghe had not encountered any mishaps. Otherwise, the starry sacred land would become the laughingstock of other factions. Situ Yuan took a deep breath, fixating his gaze on the entrance of the ruins. Just then, 2 figures flew out from the entrance, one of whom was Xu Xinghe. Upon seeing someone emerge, Situ Yuan released a sigh of relief. However, Fang He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring incredulously at the person beside Xu Xinghe, his heart sinking. "Isn't that the 5th elder?" Situ Yuan's expression stiffened as he looked toward Li Mengxi, his pupils constricting in shock. "It truly is the 5th elder. How could she emerge from the ruins?" Reflecting on the sudden disappearance of Li Mengxi, Situ Yuan felt a sense of foreboding. This matter, he feared, would likely lead to a significant dispute. Suddenly, at the seat of the Xiaozhu clan, the clan's grand elder, Xiao Li, noticed Li Mengxi abruptly rise, her gaze fixed intently on the other's eye. In an instant, Xiao Li's eyes turned towards Situ Yuan. "Starry Holy Lord, we hope you can provide an explanation for why your esteemed elder emerged from the ruins." Xiao Li's voice resonated in the ears of everyone present. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of all attendees shifted dramatically, their gazes turning somber as they directed their attention towards Li Mengxi. Once they confirmed their suspicions, the collective gaze of the various factions converged on Situ Yuan. Brother Situ, we had previously agreed that only young disciples were permitted to enter the ruins. Now that your fifth elder has emerged, shouldn't you offer me an explanation? As this statement was made, the atmosphere among the factions grew increasingly hostile. Xu Xinghe cast a disdainful glance at the gathering, internally scoffing at the hypocrisy of these individuals. A group of sanctimonious folk, questioning us after the Nine Saints' ruins appeared in the starry Holy Land. How brazen! At that moment, Li Mengxi stepped forward, calmly addressing the crowd. I acted to save my disciple. Xiao Li promptly retorted, words alone hold no weight. When your fifth elder vanished, we were left in the dark. Besides, we know nothing of the events within the Holy Land, aside from what the disciples have shared. Moreover, the collapse of the ruins was utterly abrupt. You must have obtained the legacy of the Nine Saints, correct? In that instant, the looks of those present turned increasingly unfriendly, their eyes glinting with greed, akin to wolves eyeing their prey. I possess evidence. The Holy Maiden of the Tai Su Holy Land is our witness, Li Mengxi stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the crowd furrowed their brows, their gazes shifting towards the Tai Su Holy Land. The Grand Elder of Tai Su was taken aback, bewildered as to why they were being implicated. Fifth Elder, you should consider your words carefully. Our Holy Maiden is still unconscious. How could she possibly know what transpired? The Grand Elder of Tai Su, reluctant to be drawn into the fray, feigned disinterest. At that moment, Yun Qingjue's eyelashes fluttered, her beautiful eyes slowly opening. Grand Elder, the Holy Maiden has awakened. The announcement drew the attention of countless factions towards Yun Qingjue. She blinked in confusion, surveying her surroundings, realizing she had emerged from the ruins. Her eyes widened in astonishment. I'm alive. I have not been possessed. Tai Su Holy Maiden, Xiao Li's voice called from a distance. Yun Qingjue turned to look at him, then cast a glance at the Grand Elder beside her. The Grand Elder appeared helpless. Had Yun Qingjue not awakened, they could have distanced themselves from the situation. But now that she was conscious, it would be difficult for Tai Su to extricate themselves. Let me explain, Pang Xian interjected, recounting the events to Yun Qingjue. After listening, her expression shifted slightly, and she glanced at Xu Xinghe, falling silent. Tai Su Holy Maiden, what transpired within the Nine Saints' ruins? Fifth Elder claims you can serve as a witness. If the Holy Maiden has any concerns, please voice them, and we shall protect you, Xiao Li stated, causing Situ Yuan's countenance to darken significantly. His words implied that this entire affair was a scheme orchestrated by the Starry Holy Land, branding them as villains. Following a brief silence, Yun Qingjue finally spoke. The Nine Saints' ruins were a conspiracy from the very beginning. Her declaration sent ripples of shock throughout the assembly, icy glares fixating on the members of the Starry Holy Land. In that moment, everyone believed that the Starry Holy Land would stop at nothing to acquire the legacy of the Nine Saints. From the outset, the Starry Holy Land had never intended to uphold their agreement. As the crowd simmered with indignation, Yun Qingjue continued, dousing them with cold water. There was never any Nine Saints legacy within the ruins. From the very beginning, it has all been a ruse devised by the Nine Saints. The audience furrowed their brows once more, looking at her in confusion. Xiao Li's expression hardened into a frown. Tai Su Holy Maiden, what do you mean by this? Yun Qingjue took a deep breath, asserting gravely, the Nine Saints sought to possess bodies and resurrect themselves, to restore the former glory of the Nine Saints sect. Both I and young Master Su encountered the Nine Saints. At this, all present widened their eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend her words. The Nine Saints had been extinguished for millennia. Even a celestial sovereign could not survive that long. Moreover, the Nine Saints sect had been obliterated by a formidable figure suspected to be a celestial sovereign. How could they possibly still be alive? Holy Maiden, are you certain? Pang Xian inquired, his voice filled with apprehension. Yun Qingjue nodded, continuing, the Nine Saints did not perish. They transformed into remnants of their souls. Both young Master Su and I were drawn into a peculiar realm where they attempted to seize our bodies and resurrect themselves in this era. Seizing bodies to resurrect, Pang Xian's complexion drastically changed, his heart racing. This method was all too familiar to any cultivator. Once possessed, the original soul would perish, replaced entirely by the intruder, turning the body into a mere vessel. Throughout history, many powerful figures had lured talented disciples under the guise of legacies to achieve body possession and resurrection. The 9 saints are formidable, and neither I nor young Master Su were their match. If not for the 5th elder, we would not have found ourselves here, Yun Qingjue embellished, though she was unaware of the subsequent events. However, if this 5th elder had entered that realm, her survival was entirely reliant on him. Though she was typically self-serving, in this scenario, any intentional concealment would offend not only the starry Holy Land, but also that man. As her words echoed, an eerie silence fell upon the assembly. They had hoped to leverage this incident to hold the starry Holy Land accountable, thereby forcing them to relinquish a portion of the 9 saints' sex treasures. But now all their plans were in ruins. Xiao Li's expression darkened. While he was reluctant to concede, pursuing the matter further would only make the Xiaozhu clan appear as if they were clinging to the starry Holy Land. Humph! Are you all satisfied now? Situ Yuan scoffed, casting a frigid glare at the factions present. The elders and sect leaders in attendance smiled nervously, refraining from further comments. The upheaval surrounding the 9 saints' ruins brought this treasure-seeking endeavor among the various factions to an abrupt end. Although they had not obtained the legacy of the 9 saints, the factions had not returned empty-handed either. However, the remnants of the 9 saints sect would undoubtedly remain a lingering concern for the future of the starry Holy Land. After the dispersal of the factions, Situ Yuan, plagued by guilt over Jiang Tai's matter, bestowed treasures and elixirs upon Su Xinghe as an apology. As for Jiang Tai's fate, it was unlikely to be favorable. In the Purple Lightning Palace, the sound of lively music echoed, occasionally accompanied by the calls of azure birds, resembling a melodic symphony. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Su Xinghe adjusted his disheveled collar and fled in embarrassment. "Master, I have been unwell lately. I shall return another day with that." He vanished in a flash. Li Mengxi reclined in her chair, the blush on her face still evident, casting a captivating glance towards the palace entrance. She found herself increasingly fond of this disciple. Returning to the side chamber, Su Xinghe wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Could it be that my master has reached an age where she is as ferocious as a tiger?" The aura she exuded was almost predatory. He groaned, feeling helpless. Yet, the effects of dual cultivation were indeed remarkable. His physical body had undergone a transformation, and his spiritual power surged, hinting at an impending breakthrough. Perhaps it would not be long before he achieved another level. "Disciple, I shall enter seclusion for a time. If there are matters concerning the Holy Land, seek the Holy Lord." Li Mengxi's ethereal voice reached Su Xinghe's ears. Hearing this, Su Xinghe's face lit up with joy. "Yes, master." With no further response, Su Xinghe reclined on his bed, a smile gracing his face. A few days of respite awaited him. I still have the dragon blood crystal I acquired previously. I must test its effects." Suddenly, Su Xinghe sat up straight, retrieving the dragon blood crystal. Having been infused with dragon blood, he wondered if it could catalyze a transformation in his physical body and enhance his cultivation. Without hesitation, he activated the Starry Sky technique, beginning to absorb the energy from the dragon blood crystal. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded as spiritual power enveloped the crystal, devouring its energies entirely. Su Xinghe's bloodline stirred, his blood boiling with fervor. A surge of feral energy surged through his meridians, akin to a colossal dragon unshackled. At that moment, a powerful bloodline presence erupted forth, swiftly subduing the rampant energy within him, which recoiled as if confronted by a natural adversary. Su Xinghe extracted the dragon blood crystal entirely, refining and purifying it to transform his physical form. Half a month later, having fully refined the dragon blood crystal brought back from the ruins, his physique became robust, resembling a mountain, with a terrifying strength that seemed capable of shattering a mountain range effortlessly. Su Xinghe opened his eyes, an extraordinary aura radiating from him, sweeping across the hall. The transformation of the sea into 9 realms. The spiritual power within me is on the verge of solidifying, gradually progressing towards the transformation of divine power. Although the dragon blood crystal did not alter my bloodline, it has indeed refined my physical form. Su Xinghe clenched his fists, feeling a surge of power within him that made his heart race. What significance does the divine bridge realm hold? Perhaps with just one punch, I could make the divine bridge realm bloom right here and now. Rising to his feet and glancing at the time, Su Xinghe was mildly astonished to realize that half a month had passed in his cultivation. Indeed, time flies in the realm of practice, and he scarcely felt its passage. With a determined step, Su Xinghe vanished from the hall like a gust of wind. Upon reaching outside, he cast his gaze upon the stillness of the purple lightning palace. It appeared that his master remained in seclusion. Thus, he would refrain from disturbing her. My master must hasten her cultivation, so that I might enjoy the benefits of her bounty, he murmured softly, summoning his sword with the intent to explore other main peaks. The clouds billowed like waves, and celestial cranes danced in the sky as Su Xinghe soared on his sword, gradually relaxing amidst the breathtaking vistas of the sacred land. No matter how many times he beheld such beauty, it was impossible to forget. Yet, suddenly Su Xinghe recalled the dire state of the starry sacred land, and his previously relaxed mood dissipated entirely. Currently, there were no tidings regarding the young hero's gathering, indicating that time was still ample. The Crimson Land, I remember a female cultivator in the Yellow Spring Desert. She seemed to be a formidable being of the undying realm, as a connoisseur of soft living. Su Xinghe vividly recalled those partners with exceptionally amiable dispositions. Now, in the face of the arduous path of cultivation, he had to rely on his own memories. So far, the locations where his former partners had appeared showed no deviation. Perhaps he could gather them together by following his recollections. Just as Su Xinghe was deep in thought, a voice reached his ears as he passed by the Emerald Bamboo Peak. "Xinghe, could you come to my Emerald Bamboo Peak?" Su Xinghe halted his sword mid-flight, glancing down at the Emerald Bamboo Peak beneath him. That voice, it belongs to the third elder. After a brief moment's pause, Su Xinghe directed his sword towards the Emerald Bamboo Peak. Chapter 28. There lies my opportunity at the summit. A bamboo grove stood tall, with each vibrant green stalk resembling a sword piercing the heavens. Majestic, upright, and imbued with vigor, as Su Xinghe landed in the courtyard. He observed Fang He, who was watering the vegetables with a ladle, wearing a look of surprise. Even in this fantastical world, is there a leisurely retirement lifestyle? "Ah, you've arrived," Fang He said, a smile gracing his face. "What brings you here, young one?" Su Xinghe cut straight to the chase, asking, "What did the elder summon me for?" With a resigned smile, Fang He replied, "You are quite direct. Has your master left the Purple Lightning Peak recently?" Hearing this, Su Xinghe furrowed his brow and shook his head. "My master entered seclusion not long ago and has not left the main peak." "Indeed. Not her," Fang He murmured, his expression turning serious. Su Xinghe, with his keen ears, detected an underlying story in those words and curiously inquired, "Elder, what has transpired?" Fang He replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing too significant, just that the Gu family has recently come under attack, and some within the family suspect your master's involvement." "The Gu family has been attacked?" Su Xinghe's brows shot up, anger flickering in his eyes as he coldly retorted, "What does the Gu family's predicament have to do with my master? They are truly shameless to pin such accusations on us." The attack on the Gu family was indeed targeted. Many of their stewards and disciples had been severely injured, with several casualties. This was a deliberate strike against the Gu family. Targeted at the Gu family? Su Xinghe's expression turned thoughtful as a sudden realization struck him. Could it be Gu Qingli? Upon further reflection, this possibility grew more plausible. A person with a romantic disposition would never allow their partner to be wronged, adhering to the principle that whoever offends their partner shall face their wrath. Moreover, Gu Qingli's relationship with the Gu family was already tenuous. She bore no qualms about taking action against them. At that moment, Fang He brought a cup of tea to Su Xinghe, casually asking, "Xinghe, your master, hasn't he done anything strange to you? Has she?" At this, Su Xinghe nearly spewed the water he had just sipped. Is the third elder's perception that sharp? Could he possibly sense the depletion of my vitality? The elder worries too much. My master has treated me well, diligently teaching me the ways of cultivation and providing me with numerous gifts. Regaining his composure and sporting a smile, Su Xinghe said casually, "My master is very good to me." Fang He, fixing his gaze on Su Xinghe, advised, "Cultivators must prioritize their cultivation and not become enmeshed in the allure of beauty. Your talents are remarkable even within the Eastern Emperor realm. With your abilities, you might shine brilliantly in the upcoming Young Heroes Gathering." The Young Heroes Gathering. Su Xinghe's heart skipped a beat. Is the plot about to unfold? 2 years after the conclusion of the Young Heroes Gathering, the starry sacred land will face an invasion by demonic forces, plunging the 9 realms into unprecedented chaos. Elder, how much time remains until the Young Heroes Gathering? Su Xinghe inquired, calculating the time. It should be about 5 months. Fang He replied, "0.5 months." Su Xinghe lowered his head, his expression darkening. To withstand this impending crisis, the presence of an undying realm or even a Tao-seeking realm cultivator is essential. Currently, the heavenly sovereign is reclusive, avoiding ascension. The Tao-seeking supreme is the strongest. If I could find a Tao-seeking supreme partner, perhaps the starry sacred land could evade this calamity. Xinghe, Xinghe. Just then, Fang He's voice reached him, jolting Su Xinghe back to reality. "What were you pondering?" Shaking his head, Su Xinghe smiled. "Nothing, just reminiscing about the past. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, Fang He's expression shifted slightly, hesitating for a moment before suddenly saying, "Are you aware of the situation concerning the Holy Sun?" "The Holy Sun?" Su Xinghe frowned. He held no fondness for Jiang Tai, and to say he disliked him would not be an exaggeration. Such naivety and singular-mindedness are ill-suited for a Holy Sun. "I know not," he replied. "The Holy Sun has been stripped of his title by the Holy Master. He is currently reflecting in the Starry Tower, leaving the position of Holy Sun vacant, and the direct disciples are now eligible to vie for the title." Stripped? Su Xinghe's eyes widened in disbelief. The Holy Master truly is extraordinary, prioritizing the greater good. He unhesitatingly removed his own disciple from the Holy Sun position. The Holy Master is indeed a remarkable figure. I understand now. Thank you for informing me, Elder. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Very well. After Su Xinghe departed, Fang He let out a long sigh, murmuring, "How I wish I had kept you at the Emerald Bamboo Peak back then." At the Twilight Inn, Gu Qingli appeared somewhat pale. With a gaping wound on her right shoulder, the flesh and sinew grotesquely exposed. Taking out a healing elixir, she circulated her cultivation method to mend her injuries. After some time, color returned to her face. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Yu Xinghe entered to find Gu Qingli tending to her wounds. Upon seeing him, Gu Qingli flustered and hastily covered her injury. Yu Xinghe shut the door behind him. Rushing forward to inspect Gu Qingli's wound, his voice cold. "Did the Gu family do this?" Gu Qingli fell silent, her silence an implicit admission. Seeing this, Su Xinghe let out a long sigh. "You need not go to such lengths. They are bullying you. Those who dare to bully you deserve to die." Gu Qingli immediately retorted, her flushed cheeks resembling ripe apples, making one want to kiss them. Su Xinghe's expression turned helpless. Such was the power of romantic affection, never allowing one's partner to suffer. "For today, refrain from any actions. I will handle the subsequent matters. The destruction of the Gu family is not far off." Gently cradling Gu Qingli's face, Su Xinghe spoke tenderly. In that moment, Gu Qingli became entranced, silently nodding in agreement. What followed was a long-awaited moment for just the two of them. 3 days later, having successfully cultivated together, Gu Qingli ascended to the second ascension realm. Even she could not help but marvel at the speed of their dual cultivation. "If only I could cultivate with young Master Su every day." Lying on the ground, Su Xinghe felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, goosebumps erupting all over his body. After 3 days of dual cultivation, while his vitality had increased significantly, his realm had not progressed much. The further one advanced, the more challenging it became to break through, and the effects of repeated dual cultivation had diminished considerably. Even dual cultivation must be approached gradually. As Su Xinghe tidied his clothes, he suddenly asked, "Is there a teleportation array from Twilight City to the Crimson Land?" "The Crimson Land?" Gu Qingli frowned, pondering for a moment. "The Crimson Land is millions of miles away from Twilight City. Such a teleportation array exists only in the Dao-seeking city. Are you planning to go to the Crimson Land? Su Xinghe nodded. Jiu Qingli bit her lip, a hint of worry surfacing in her eyes. Young master, wouldn't it be better if you didn't go? You are being targeted by the Gu family. If you leave the protection of the starry sacred land, it would be exceedingly dangerous. Though the sacred land is renowned, it would be difficult for them to provide support should you encounter peril in the Crimson Land. Gently stroking Gu Qingli's hair, Su Xinghe replied softly, "There lies my opportunity." Chapter 29. I knew long ago that I would join the Purple Lightning Peak. Su Xinghe bid farewell to Gu Qingli, and as a radiant glow enveloped him, he was transported to Windaiqing. Windaiqing, the foremost city beneath the starlight sacred ground, is a place of unparalleled prosperity, distinct from other cities. Here, one can frequently observe extraordinary cultivators surrounded by ethereal light. Exuding an impressive aura, most individuals who arrive at Windaiqing are notable figures from the Eastern Emperor realm. As Su Xinghe gazed upon the splendor of Windaiqing, he couldn't help but feel that Maguang City seemed almost rural in comparison. To reach the Crimson Land, one must utilize the teleportation array crafted by the sacred ground, and he currently stood at the initial teleportation altar established in Windaiqing. Upon stepping out of the teleportation array, Su Xinghe unsheathed his sword, tearing through the sea of clouds as he ascended into the vast sky. The teleportation array constructed by the sacred ground resides within an imposing palace, radiating a brilliant light, with formidable cultivators stationed around it. Most of these cultivators are esteemed guest elders hired by the sacred ground, with a portion serving as attendants. Su Xinghe stood before the magnificent palace, momentarily at a loss for words, pondering whether such extravagant display for a mere teleportation array was excessive. As he scanned his surroundings and was about to enter the palace, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. Su Shidi. Su Xinghe turned to see Fang Ziqiu, his expression one of surprise. Brother Fang, what brings you here? Master assigned me a task to journey to the Crimson Land. The Crimson Land. What a coincidence. Fang Ziqiu inquired, and you, Su Shidi? I am also bound for the Crimson Land. Upon hearing this, Fang Ziqiu was filled with joy. That's splendid. I was just lamenting the lack of companionship on the journey. With you by my side, it won't feel so lonely to be. By the way, are you headed to Qicheng or Yinling? At this question, Su Xinghe fell into silence. Fang Ziqiu, sensing his hesitation, refrained from pressing further. The two ceased their idle chatter and stepped into the palace together. Inside the grand structure, a colossal teleportation altar lay before them, adorned with intricate runes and an ancient aura. Only a force as mighty as the sacred ground could forge such a magnificent teleportation array. Su Xinghe approached the altar and presented his token to the attendant guarding it. The attendant took the token, his expression shifting as he glanced at the two of them. Two direct disciples heading to the Crimson Land? This is indeed a rarity. After returning the token, the attendant activated the teleportation array. With a thunderous roar, a beam of light descended from the heavens, seemingly drawn from the cosmos beyond. Su Xinghe's expression shifted slightly as he felt an indescribable sensation of slipping into another realm. Before he could fully comprehend this marvel, the runes of the teleportation altar illuminated, and their figures vanished simultaneously. In the Eastern Emperor Realm's Crimson Land, a desolate expanse has existed since time immemorial. This area is plagued by swirling sands, and the cultivation environment is notoriously harsh, where one might encounter terrifying sandstorms. Even a cultivator at the Divine Bridge level would have to flee in the face of such storms, leaving only those at the Ascendant level with the privilege to tread in the most perilous territories. Qicheng. The teleportation altar shimmered under a cascade of starlight as two figures emerged from the brilliance. Su Xinghe frowned as he felt the searing heat that awaited him. This is Qicheng. The environment is indeed harsh. He summoned his spiritual energy, activating the misty radiance robe, and instantly the oppressive heat dissipated. Nearby, Fang Ziqiu noticed the misty radiance robe adorning Su Xinghe and exclaimed, "Misty radiance robe? Where did you acquire that, Shidi? Master bought it for me." Fang Ziqiu's expression froze, falling into silence. If memory served, Su Xinghe had only recently begun his journey, and Elder Wu had already gifted him the misty radiance robe. Such favoritism was truly remarkable. He recalled his own years of apprenticeship, during which Master had only given him a low-tier celestial treasure. Ah, if only I had known to join Xidian Peak sooner. Huh? Brother, what did you say? Su Xinghe turned to him. Fang Ziqiu's expression changed, and he awkwardly chuckled, dismissing it with, "Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all. Let us hurry outside." Should I? Su Xinghe raised an eyebrow, opting not to pry further. Once outside, they stood awestruck before the grandeur of Qicheng. The city's magnificence rivaled that of Windaiqing, with towering walls that seemed poised to pierce the heavens. Ancient runes adorned the walls, and once activated, even the mightiest of Wendaos would struggle to breach its defenses. The Crimson Land, unlike the eastern frontier, was shrouded in a blood-red sky, devoid of sunlight, casting a gloomy and oppressive atmosphere reminiscent of an apocalyptic realm. Both Su Xinghe and Fang Ziqiu were visiting the Crimson Land for the first time, and they made their way to the Wanbao Pavilion to procure maps, the entrance of the pavilion. Fang Ziqiu turned to Su Xinghe. "Shitty, we shall part ways here. Qicheng is not like the sacred ground. One must exercise utmost caution. The majority here are beast clans and flame tribes, and our human presence is scarce and weak. Best not to offend anyone." Understanding the implication, Su Xinghe nodded in agreement, and the two parted ways on the bustling streets. Su Xinghe studied the map as he walked, discovering that Qicheng was situated far from the Yellow Springs Desert. However, before venturing towards the desert, he needed to acquire an item that would ensure safe passage in and out of the Yellow Springs Desert. The Yellow Springs Desert is a forbidden zone, one that even ascendant-level cultivators do not dare to enter lightly. Although he had Master and Gu Qingli to assist him, it was still a precarious situation. Who knew what might transpire? Suddenly, Su Xinghe sensed an unsettling intensity in the gazes around him. Casting a glance, he found the beast clans and flame tribes staring at him, their eyes burning with fervor as if they had spotted a coveted treasure. A chill ran down his spine, causing him to shudder. The leering from the males was particularly disconcerting. Could it be that the rumors regarding Qiliang were true? Whispers suggested that Qiliang was notoriously permissive, often embroiled in scandalous affairs, including same-sex romances. With this thought, Su Xinghe instinctively shrank his neck and quickened his pace. At the Yin Snake Cave, a site designated for trials among cultivators, Su Xinghe arrived to witness numerous beast clan members engaged in slaying flame snakes, extracting their inner cores. For the beast and flame tribes, the inner cores of flame snakes were invaluable for their cultivation. In such a barren land as Qiliang, these resources were among the few they could procure. Su Xinghe surveyed the crowd before shifting his focus deeper into the cave. At that moment, a group of flame tribe cultivators had set their sights on Su Xinghe, their eyes glinting with a predatory gleam, akin to that of mice spotting a plump morsel. "Brother Wanlin, what is this human cultivator doing venturing deeper into the Yin Snake Cave? There resides a serpent king within, whose power rivals that of a peak divine bridge cultivator. Is he not courting death? The serpent king is formidable. We are merely in the sea transformation realm. Following him would only invite disaster. Perhaps we should retreat." As one of the younger members voiced their concerns, Yin Wanlin smacked him on the back of the head. "How pathetic. Humans seldom appear in Qiliang. If he is here, he has surely discovered something valuable. If we follow him, we might just unearth some treasures. Do you not wish to break through your cultivation, acquire spirit stones, and win over the women you cherish?" At this, the previously timid individuals brightened with resolve. Breakthroughs, spirit stones, seizing women. Let us do it. In the Flame Tribe, there exists an unspoken rule. If one lays eyes on a beloved, there is no need for courtship. One simply charges in to claim her, and of course, the prerequisite is to defeat the father-in-law to secure her hand. They all had beloveds, but due to their insufficient strength, they were unable to confront their formidable fathers-in-law, which is why they resorted to hunting flame snakes for inner cores. Now, with a human unexpectedly appearing, it felt as if a plump sheep had wandered into their midst. Unbeknownst to Su Xinghe, the whispers of the group struck him as peculiar. Was the Flame Tribe's intellect generally lacking? He couldn't be bothered to concern himself with them. If they wished to follow, so be it. After all, they would soon face the consequences of their choices. As time flowed steadily, Su Xinghe ventured deeper into the treacherous area of the Yin Snake Cave, traversing a grove of withered trees until he reached the entrance of a cavern. The 5 pursuers trailing him were now exhausted, bearing numerous injuries. Yan Wanlin glared at Su Xinghe, a flicker of malice dancing in his eyes. What in the world? Why do the flame snakes only attack us and not this human? Is there any justice in this? The 5 members of the flame tribe seethed with indignation, having faced assaults while their spiritual tools for combating flame snakes had sustained varying degrees of damage. They vowed to recoup their losses from Su Xinghe. Brother Wanlin, he has come to a halt. Could it be that treasures lie within that cave? One of the flame tribe members whispered anxiously. Yan Wanlin's gaze deepened. Let us wait a moment longer. Just as his words fell, a piercing roar erupted from within the cave, and a massive flame snake, as large as a small mountain, slithered out. The 5 pursuers froze, their faces paling in an instant. It's the Serpent King. With a thunderous roar, the presence of the Peak Divine Bridge cultivator surged forth, sending shockwaves that scattered debris in all directions. One of the flame tribe members trembled, his face turning a shade of white amidst the flush of red. Brother Wanlin, this situation seems dire. We should make our escape. That lad has a few screws loose to provoke the Flame Serpent King. Isn't that tantamount to seeking death? The Flame Serpent King, with its fiery gaze, regarded Su Xinghe with a chilling stare, its imposing figure resembling a mountain that took one's breath away. Unfazed, Su Xinghe's expression hardened, a natural bloodline pressure sweeping over the scene. The Flame Serpent King's eyes narrowed in sheer terror as it looked upon Su Xinghe, perceiving him as a colossal dragon awakening from a millennia-long slumber. The innate bloodline pressure striking down upon the Flame Serpent King with overwhelming force. Kneel before me, Su Xinghe bellowed, his voice resonating like the thunder of a blazing sun. This command echoed in the ears of the 5 members of the Flame Clan, leaving them utterly breathless. This boy has lost his mind. He dares to command the Flame Serpent King to kneel. It seems they are not following a fat sheep, but rather a fool. Yet, the Flame Serpent King's towering form gradually lowered, fearfully prostrating itself before Su Xinghe. The members of the Flame Clan stared in disbelief, rubbing their eyes in astonishment. What the hell? The Flame Serpent King truly knelt? Master, it trembled, quaking with fear, for the aura of the dragon ancestor made Su Xinghe appear as a supremely exalted being in its eyes. Seeing this scene, Su Xinghe felt a surge of delight. The pressure of the dragon ancestor proves to be quite effective. He had only wished to test it upon noticing the Flame Serpent King's horns. Had it failed, he would have simply slain the creature. After all, it was merely at the peak of the Divine Bridge realm. It was not beyond his capability. Could you possibly shrink a bit? Upon hearing this, the Flame Serpent King gradually diminished in size, transforming into that of a normal serpent. Su Xinghe nodded in satisfaction. Is the underground palace still intact? At this, the Flame Serpent King's pupils constricted, gazing at Su Xinghe in disbelief. How did he know about such a secret? The Flame Serpent King nodded, realizing he had not misjudged the location. This palace is said to be a relic from ancient times, containing countless sunfire herbs and a transmission of a martial art. However, what Su Xinghe truly sought was a token, one that could shield against the winds and sands of the Yellow Springs Desert, allowing its bearer to traverse safely through it. Lead the way, Su Xinghe commanded coldly. The Flame Serpent King fell silent, obediently leading the way. After the man and serpent departed, the 5 members of the Flame Clan swallowed hard. Trembling, should we still follow Brother Wanlin? Follow where? Even the Flame Serpent King obeys him. Wouldn't we just be courting death? I can't comprehend how a Peak Divine Bridge flame could heed a mere human. Let us go. This human is quite uncanny. We should hasten our departure from this place. Upon hearing this, the 4 of them fled, rushing out as if possessed. They wished to linger here no longer. However, not long after they exited, a shout rang out behind them. Wait, damn it, you lot, take me with you. The other 4 halted, glancing back at the perplexed Flame Wanlin, still standing in place. The group stealthily approached him once more, whispering, Brother Wanlin, why aren't you running? My legs have gone weak. Lend me your support. The 4 were left speechless at this, considering he was the highest in cultivation among them, yet he was reduced to quivering in fear. After supporting Flame Wanlin, they exchanged glances, realizing they would need to find another leader to guide them. Within the cave of the Flame Serpent King, numerous crystals flickered like flames, all of which were rare fire spirit crystals. Even a single piece was worth hundreds of spirit stones. As Su Xinghe journeyed, he summoned a storage pouch and mercilessly collected the fire spirit crystals. The Flame Serpent King was left in shock. These crystals he had hoarded for years were simply taken without a second thought. Shouldn't he resist? The Flame Serpent King quickly dismissed the notion. This youth possessed a formidable bloodline, possibly even linked to the Dragon Clan. As a mere figure of the Divine Bridge realm, how could he compare to such an immense power? Better to see this esteemed figure off and quietly cultivate within the Flame Cavern. Especially with so many sunfire herbs at his disposal. Yet, upon leading Su Xinghe to the underground palace, witnessing him ruthlessly collect the blazing herbs left the Flame Serpent King utterly numb. This is akin to banditry. Chapter 31. How can the younger generation be so devoid of respect for their elders? Su Xinghe gazed at the barren spiritual soil cultivation area before him, reveling in the satisfaction it brought him. The Flame Serpent King trembled all over. He wished to express his anger but dared not. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Su Xinghe, akin to that of the dragon ancestor, was utterly intimidating. Why does this human possess such a potent aura of the Dragon Clan? It left the serpent utterly baffled. Turning back, Su Xinghe noticed the peculiar expression on the Flame Serpent King's face. Your complexion seems off. Are you unwell? The Flame Serpent King replied. I have been suffering from indigestion lately. Thank you for your concern, my lord. His smile was forced, tinged with a hint of despair. Su Xinghe furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss in the Flame Serpent King's grin, though he could not pinpoint exactly what it was. Arriving at the entrance of the underground palace, the ancient stone door bore countless incomprehensible ancient characters, intricately inscribed with complex formations. Even the most renowned formation masters of the Nine Realms would struggle to decipher them. My lord, I have studied this underground palace for decades and still cannot unravel the door's formations. To enter, it would likely require a being of the undying realm to force it open. The Flame Serpent King kindly warned. Given the mysterious restrictions on the stone door, who could say what dangers might arise if triggered? This human possessed the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. If anything went awry, the Dragon Clan would surely come knocking, and his life would be forfeit. Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe quirked an eyebrow at the Flame Serpent King. Is it truly that difficult? Open sesame. As his words fell, the previously dormant formations on the stone door erupted in brilliant light. The Flame Serpent King's pupils constricted, hastily retreating, fearing a trap had been activated. Yet, in the next moment, the stone door slowly creaked open, and Su Xinghe turned back to regard the Flame Serpent King with a look of incredulity. The Flame Serpent King stood there, expression blank, feeling rather embarrassed, as if all those years of study had been in vain. It opened just like that. What had he spent the last decade researching? Gulping, the Flame Serpent King cautiously inquired, My lord, how did you know the method to open this stone door? I learned it from a game. Su Xinghe distinctly recalled this relic. The palace was named the Tremor Palace, the resting place of a supreme being who sought enlightenment. This supreme was once an extraordinary talent of the past, unmatched in combat prowess, even standing toe-to-toe with heavenly sovereigns. The game's description indicated that this Tremor sovereign had indeed challenged a heavenly sovereign, gaining fame through battle, only to ultimately perish at the hands of that sovereign. This palace served as his tomb. The Flame Serpent King followed closely behind Su Xinghe, feeling rather helpless. Here he was, a dignified king of the Divine Bridge, trailing behind a human cultivator of the Sea Transformation realm like a mere junior. He could not comprehend where this human cultivator had emerged from. The Dragon Clan was a rarity in the current Nine Realms, and, even if they did manifest, it was unlikely they would come to the Red Ridge. As Su Xinghe traversed the celestial path, the world beneath his feet shifted in an instant. He found himself in a grand expanse of mountains and rivers, as though he had entered a miniature world. What is this? A formation? The Flame Serpent King's expression changed dramatically, his face paling. They had unknowingly entered the formation of the underground palace, and judging by the scale, it was an incredibly formidable array. This was problematic, my lord. Just as the Flame Serpent King began to speak, a tremor beneath their feet and a distant rumble interrupted him. Looking towards the sound, they beheld a dark tide of ferocious beasts, surging forth like a flood, their might overwhelming, as if they intended to flatten the very earth beneath them. The Flame Serpent King's complexion turned ghostly pale. He was a king, not a monarch. This situation could easily turn him into a mere snake pancake. My lord, the Flame Serpent King quivered, glancing at Su Xingha. Su Xingha remained expressionless, the torrent of beasts seeming as though it did not exist in his presence. It's all an illusion. Do not be afraid, an illusion? The Flame Serpent King scrutinized the horde of beasts and then cast a glance at the composed Su Xingha, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes. Illusion? Illusion? It's all an illusion. With a thunderous roar echoing through the heavens, the overwhelming might of the beasts sent the Flame Serpent King's body trembling. Just as the horde was about to engulf them, they passed through Su Xingha without causing him harm, appearing as ethereal as spirits, unfazed by any threat. Su Xingha emerged unscathed. Yet when he glanced down at the Flame Serpent King, who had been nearly flattened, he fell silent. With his last breath, the Flame Serpent King, filled with reluctance, questioned, "Why are you unscathed?" Su Xingha sighed. "Didn't I tell you not to be afraid? If your heart holds fear, what you see will manifest as reality. Your trepidation makes it impossible to evade." Long last, the truth was unveiled, and the Flame Serpent King could no longer contain himself. Spewing forth blood and succumbing to a sorrowful demise, Su Xingha gazed at the blood-red serpent corpse and let out a deep sigh. In truth, he harbored a certain fondness for the Flame Serpent King, despite its somewhat unruly adherence to the rules. With a kind heart, Su Xingha employed a spell to bury the Flame Serpent King, even going so far as to procure a small wooden plaque to erect a monument in its honor, inscribed with Tomb of the Flame Serpent. Subsequently, Su Xingha traversed the formation alone, well acquainted with its effects and thus unafraid. No celestial bodies plummeting, nor the heavens shattering, nor the myriad realms thundering could inflict harm upon him. As he walked, the world around him shifted once more. The once grand mountains and rivers faded away, replaced by an all-encompassing mist. Furrowing his brow, Su Xingha pondered whether he had exited the formation, or if it had merely transformed into a new guise. Just as he mused that the mist was a mere illusion, an ancient voice emanated from the depths of the abyssal warrior. 15,000 years have passed, and at last, someone has arrived. Su Xingha's expression changed dramatically, his vigilance immediately heightened. Who goes there? From within the mist, a figure appeared, barely reaching the height of Su Xingha's thigh, an elderly man clad in simple garb. Momentarily taken aback, Su Xingha thought, what manner of creature is this, so diminutive? No, wait. It dawned upon him that he might not have truly exited the formation, prompting him to dismiss the old man and continue forward. "Oi, you young whippersnapper, I am right before your eyes. Why do you tread upon me?" the old man exclaimed, his displeasure evident. How can the youth of today lack such basic respect for their elders? Su Xingha glanced down at the elderly figure beneath his feet, his brow slightly furrowing. Is this not an illusion? He lifted his foot, allowing the old man to scramble to his feet, glaring daggers at Su Xingha. "You are the spirit of the shattering heaven palace?" Su Xingha inquired with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression darkened, a stream of annoyance crossing his features. How could such a handsome and dashing figure like me possibly be a mere spirit? Have you ever encountered a spirit as striking as I? Su Xingha regarded the old man with an odd glance, falling silent. You dare to call this gnome-like stature handsome? Chapter 32. You best use your full power from the start, hey? Hey, what sort of gaze is that? In my prime, I was a figure of suave charm, and countless saintesses and fairies desired to share a night with me. Your doubting glance is the greatest affront to my dignity. The old man lamented, visibly displeased. He had expected Su Xingha to be astounded by his appearance and inquire about his origin. Yet this young lad had the audacity to tread upon him, displaying a shocking lack of decorum. Upon hearing the term "my esteemed self," Su Xingha's expression shifted slightly. You are the shattering heaven sovereign? At this revelation, a glimmer of a smile graced the old man's face. For he had laid the groundwork for this very moment. Indeed, I am the shattering heaven sovereign. Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe cast a glance at the imposing statue nearby and then back at the old man. Is this a regression? Observing Su Xinghe's skeptical gaze, the shattering heaven sovereign felt compelled to explain. I have merely been worn down by the passage of time. I once looked quite different in my youth. With this clarification, Su Xinghe nodded in satisfaction. Now that makes sense. Senior, you are still alive. Dead. Su Xinghe. Then what are you? The shattering heaven sovereign shot Su Xinghe a sidelong glance, exasperated. Just a remnant of my soul. Were it not for your success in navigating the formation, I would not have manifested. Suddenly, the tone shifted, and the shattering heaven sovereign grew grave. Young one, are you prepared to accept my legacy? Su Xinghe did not respond directly but instead countered with a question. Senior, do you possess the Yellow Springs token? Defeat me, and upon obtaining my legacy, I shall reveal its whereabouts. Hearing this, Su Xinghe's expression turned helpless. It was indeed the same old routine, requiring him to undergo a trial for the legacy. He gripped the hilt of his sword, adopting the serene demeanor of a sword immortal, standing still in place. Senior, I am ready. The shattering heaven sovereign nodded, and the statue behind him suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Enveloping him. In an instant, he transformed back into his former self, adorned in battle armor, exuding an air of dominance akin to a sovereign of heaven and earth. Su Xinghe's eyes gleamed with excitement. Now he resembled a true being of supreme authority. Young one, as long as you can defeat me, who has transcended into the ninth realm of the sea transformation, you shall inherit my legacy. I kindly advise you to exert your full strength from the very beginning. Su Xinghe nodded in understanding. May I begin, senior? Indeed. With a resounding clang, a vast sword intent erupted like a cataclysm, an unmatched force of sword energy instantly engulfing the shattering heaven sovereign. The shattering heaven sovereign's eyes widened in shock, utterly bewildered. Why the heavens? Not long after, he returned to his previously frail form, though now he appeared somewhat ethereal, as if destined to vanish at any moment. Senior, are you all right? Su Xinghe inquired, observing the spectral figure of the shattering heaven sovereign. Feeling a pang of guilt, he had struck too forcefully, nearly dispersing the remnants of the shattering heaven sovereign's soul. Yet, he had not anticipated that the sovereign's boastful words belied a lack of strength. After only a few sword strikes, the sovereign could hardly endure. Where did you learn such swordsmanship? The shattering heaven sovereign was filled with dread. Even in his era, he had never encountered such a prodigious swordsmanship talent. It was as if the young man had been born solely for the sword. Gifted by the heavens, Su Xinghe replied with a grin. Referring to the system's bestowal, upon hearing this, the shattering heaven sovereign fell silent. The effortless and innate quality of Su Xinghe's swordsmanship perfectly complemented his essence. It was highly likely that it was of his own creation. The younger generation truly surpasses the older. I never imagined that a junior cultivator could be so extraordinary. I am indeed growing old. Young man, I bestow upon you the legacy of shattering heaven. The Yellow Springs token you seek lies within the treasure vault behind me. If the opportunity arises, please visit the Moon Temple Mountain to see. There lies my... Before the shattering heaven sovereign could finish his sentence, his figure dissipated. Su Xinghe bowed respectfully before the colossal statue before entering the treasure vault. The 9 styles of shattering heaven, a staff of near Tao artifact quality, exquisite stellar pills, longevity pills, good heavens. The legacy of the sovereign of asking Tao is indeed bountiful. The treasures left behind by the shattering heaven sovereign were sufficient to astonish any major power, rivaling even the foundation of a sect. With countless spirit stones and techniques, there were also various rare materials and treasures. For Su Xinghe, this journey had yielded substantial rewards. He had nearly gathered all the materials needed to break through to the divine bridge realm. He could only wonder how many resources would be required for the breakthrough. Surely, this abundance of rare materials and pills would suffice. It was a pity about the 9 styles of shattering heaven. Su Xinghe sighed. The 9 styles were a staff technique that harnessed the might of heaven and earth to unleash terrifying power. 1 strike could shatter mountains and rivers, 2 strikes could rend the void. 3 strikes could obliterate celestial bodies. The 9th strike could unleash the power to shake the very heavens. I shall save it for later. I can practice it when I have the time. Su Xinghe did not mind having an abundance of skills. With his innate swordsmanship, he could effortlessly achieve enlightenment in the way of the sword in no time. After all, the more trump cards one possessed, the better. After tidying up his belongings, Su Xinghe finally found the Yellow Springs token in a dust-laden box. With it, he could safely enter and exit the Yellow Springs desert. Once he had organized everything, he departed from the underground palace. Upon emerging, Su Xinghe hesitated at the cave entrance, conjuring a dark light to seal the cave. Neither the Flame Serpent King nor the Shattering Heaven Sovereign would likely wish to be disturbed thereafter. What if someone unscrupulous entered to seek treasure and desecrate their resting places? Su Xinghe's careful consideration led him to take this precautionary measure. Now, it is time to meet my future Dao partner. Just as Su Xinghe was about to leave, a colossal treasure mirror descended from the heavens, landing before him. Seated upon the mirror was a corpulent young man, garbed in cloud-patterned golden silk robes and adorned with shimmering treasures. Clearly of noble lineage, the young man sighed as he gazed at the buried cave entrance. Alas, I have arrived too late. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Su Xinghe, momentarily captivated by his celestial demeanor. Before regaining his composure as the pendant on his chest glimmered with light, "You have acquired the legacy of the Shattering Heaven Sovereign, have you not?" Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe's expression shifted, a wave of wariness flooding his heart. He had not anticipated that someone else was aware of the Shattering Heaven Sovereign's legacy, and this individual had come seeking it, with one hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Su Xinghe prepared for a confrontation. "Fret not, my friend. I am not one to steal from others. Since you have obtained the legacy, I shall not lay a hand on it. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Li Fugue. May I ask your name?" Chapter 33. The Cash for Gold Strategy by Li Fugue. Su Xinghe's eyelids flicked, and he immediately recognized the illustrious reputation of the Bailey family. In the game, the Bailey family was the foremost power, wealthy enough to rival nations. Numerous strong practitioners collaborated with the Bailey family, and they even supported a multitude of formidable beings. While the Bailey family's techniques may not have been numerous, their wealth and treasures were undoubtedly the most abundant across the 9 realms, as the Wanbao Pavilion originated from them. The young master of the Bailey family? Su Xinghe cast a peculiar glance at Bailey Fugue. Bailey Fugue's expression shifted, incredulously exclaiming, "You actually know who I am? That shouldn't be possible. Apart from a few elders in my clan, no one else should be aware of my identity. How did you come to know?" "I just made it up." Bailey Fugue's face stiffened as he shot a wary glance at Su Xinghe. This young man was quite shrewd, managing to expose his identity with just a single remark. Quite impressive indeed. Since I have revealed my origins, I wonder if my friend would be so kind as to share a bit about himself. Starry Sacred Land. Su Xinghe. Starry Sacred Land? Bailey Fugue exclaimed in surprise, scrutinizing Su Xinghe closely. He indeed possessed the aura befitting a disciple of a sacred land, though his demeanor was slightly inferior to his own. "Brother Su, since you have obtained the inheritance of the Supreme Earthshaker, you must have met the Supreme Earthshaker, haven't you?" "I have." Bailey Fugue's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he leaned closer, producing a storage bag and offering it to Su Xinghe, "A small token of our meeting. I hope Brother Su will accept it." Su Xinghe paused for a moment, glancing at the storage bag. Good heavens! 100,000 spirit stones. And they are all top-grade spirit stones. Even a practitioner at the Ascendant Realm would not possess a fortune of 100,000 spirit stones. Indeed, the wealth of the Bailey family was no mere boast. "Brother Su, I did not come here for the Supreme Earthshaker's inheritance. I merely wish to confirm something." "Something?" Su Xinghe inquired, puzzled. According to ancient texts, the Supreme Earthshaker once battled the Heavenly Sovereign, a clash that shattered the heavens and turned the earth upside down. It is said that the Supreme Earthshaker withstood 100 strikes from the Heavenly Sovereign and left unscathed. I wish to know if this account is true. Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe's expression grew particularly complex. The supreme Earthshaker indeed challenged the heavenly sovereign. Upon hearing this, Bailey Fugue's eyes sparkled with excitement. And then he was slain by the heavenly sovereign, Bailey Fugue. After a moment, he sighed deeply. Ancient history can be misleading. Xu Xinghe regarded Bailey Fugue curiously. Brother Fugue, what piques your interest in this matter? Bailey Fugue smiled nonchalantly. Just a personal interest. I was born with everything, and the only thing that intrigues me is to verify ancient history. Xu Xinghe's expression stiffened as he fell into contemplation. Perhaps he should consider robbing the Bailey family in the future? After all, in the game, one would often raid the Bailey family when lacking spirit stones. After leaving the Yin Snake Cave, Xu Xinghe boarded Bailey Fugue's flying treasure. Heading towards the Yellow Springs Desert. It must be said that the speed of this flying treasure was extraordinary, surpassing even the Great Yin Heavenly Sword. Along the way, Bailey Fugue inquired with curiosity, Brother Su, the Yellow Springs Desert is a perilous place. Even ascendant practitioners can easily fall there. Are you not taking a considerable risk traveling alone? Xu Xinghe replied indifferently, No worries, I have my own methods to safely traverse the Yellow Springs Desert. Oh! Upon hearing this, Bailey Fugue's curiosity deepened, eager to see how Xu Xinghe would navigate the treacherous Yellow Springs Desert. The Yellow Springs Desert, true to its name, was a place that devoured souls. Any practitioner who ventured within faced a near-certain demise. Unless one was of the supreme Taoist caliber, who might be able to traverse the desert unscathed. The Yellow Springs Desert was fraught with quicksand, violent sandstorms, and formidable restrictions. Any practitioner entering the Yellow Springs Desert could only walk, as flying was prohibited, which added to the peril of the place. Amidst the hazy sea of clouds, Xu Xinghe gazed into the distance and spotted a desolate area. That was the Yellow Springs Desert. However, just as the two were about to reach the Yellow Springs Desert, several figures suddenly soared into the sky, exuding an overwhelming aura, all of them practitioners at the Divine Bridge realm, with one being at the pinnacle of that realm. One of them, a sinister-looking individual with cold eyes, greedily eyed Bailey Fugue. He is said that humanity is wealthy. Seeing it today confirms the rumors. How dare mere humans look around in the land of crimson refinement? You clearly do not comprehend the might of our serpent band of 7. Hand over your treasures, and we shall spare your lives. Upon hearing the word treasures, Bailey Fugue's expression turned grim, and even Xu Xinghe could feel the coldness radiating from him. I abhor being called fatty. Bailey Fugue bellowed, tossing out several top-grade spirit treasures without hesitation. The serpent band of 7's eyes lit up at the sight of the top-grade spirit treasures, and they rushed forward to seize them. Explode! Just as they were about to snatch the treasures, Bailey Fugue activated the self-destruct mechanism embedded within them. Boom! The top-grade spirit treasures detonated, unleashing terrifying power that engulfed the serpent band of 7, who screamed in agony. The explosion of top-grade spirit treasures was no less powerful than a full-force strike from an ascendant practitioner. The serpent band of 7, mere practitioners of the Divine Bridge realm, could not withstand such a close-range blast, even with their formidable physical bodies as members of the demon clan. Xu Xinghe observed the raining remains from the sky, his expression somewhat frozen. What an expensive strike! The top-grade spirit treasures could be destroyed so casually. If they were put up for auction, they could fetch nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones. Was this the legendary pay-to-win strategy? Brother Fugue, you just destroyed top-grade spirit treasures? Xu Xinghe could not help but ask. Bailey Fugue's icy expression shifted as he smiled at Xu Xinghe. What are top-grade spirit treasures to me? I have hundreds of them. Would you like a set? Brother Su? I would gladly gift it to you. Xu Xinghe's expression stiffened. No need. Soon, the two arrived at the edge of the Yellow Springs Desert. As they gazed out, they saw that the desert was littered with bones, and the chilling winds howled like tormented spirits. Even before stepping in, a palpable sense of death greeted them. Xu Xinghe looked at Bailey Fugue and smiled. Brother Fugue, this is where we part ways. Bailey Fugue looked at Xu Xinghe, puzzled. Brother Su, you are truly entering the Yellow Springs Desert alone? Is that not akin to courting death? Xu Xinghe smiled nonchalantly. I have my own methods. Farewell. After bidding farewell, Xu Xinghe turned and stepped into the Yellow Springs Desert. In an instant, a chilling wind howled like the wails of the damned, and murderous intent filled the AI. Su Xinghe raised the Yellow Springs token high, and a brilliant light shone like a star, illuminating the Yellow Springs desert. In that moment, the surrounding murderous intent retreated, and the howling winds ceased. Witnessing this first scene, Bailey Fugue's expression shifted dramatically. What on earth is that? How can it influence the Yellow Springs desert? At this moment, the Yellow Springs desert was calm and serene, devoid of the terrifying atmosphere it had before. Bailey Fugue saw Su Xinghe's figure gradually fade away and glanced back at the tranquil desert. He gritted his teeth and stepped into the sand. Instantly, murderous intent surged towards Bailey Fugue, and the howling winds returned, reminiscent of scythes seeking souls. Bailey Fugue's expression darkened. Damn. Chapter 34. Has your mouth been blessed? The Yellow Springs desert stretched endlessly, a vast expanse covered almost entirely in yellow sand. Su Xinghe scanned the surroundings, noting the white bones scattered about, remnants of those who had once dared to enter the Yellow Springs desert, now transformed into wandering souls within. What is this? A storage bag? Su Xinghe's expression froze momentarily, pleasantly surprised to find an unexpected treasure in the Yellow Springs desert. The fallen in the Yellow Springs desert were at least of the Divine Bridge realm, as those below that level tended to have the sense not to venture into such a perilous place. Su Xinghe retrieved the storage bag from a nearby skeleton. Inside were mostly spirit stones and some low-grade techniques and spirit artifacts. This left Su Xinghe somewhat disappointed. It appeared that the practitioners who perished on the periphery were merely scattered cultivators of lower cultivation levels. Perhaps there would be heavenly materials and earthly treasures among those who fell deeper within. Within the inner regions of the Yellow Springs desert, Su Xinghe strolled leisurely across the yellow sands, as if the once feared desert had turned into his own garden, devoid of any threat. Strange. Why are there no storage bags among the bones here? Were they swept away by the yellow wind? After entering the inner regions, Su Xinghe had yet to see a storage bag left behind on any skeleton. These bones bore faint traces of jade-like transformation and remnants of divine powers. It was evident that those who fell here were formidable practitioners. After wandering for quite some time, Su Xinghe finally spotted a gorge within the Yellow Springs desert. Finally arrived. Crossing through this place should lead me to the oasis. In his memory of the game's scene, after traversing the gorge, one would behold an oasis, home to a female cultivator's secluded abode. This female cultivator was one of his past partners, an immortal realm practitioner, whose strength rivaled that of the supreme Taoist. How could he let such a partner slip away? Certainly not. With power comparable to the supreme Taoist, she could practically stride across the 9 realms. Anyone daring to provoke him would have to contend with her protection. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Brother Su, Brother Su." Su Xinghe's expression changed abruptly as he turned to the source of the voice, only to see the portly Bailey Fugue waving his hand and rushing towards him. A look of confusion spread across Su Xinghe's face as he observed the murderous aura surrounding Bailey Fugue, and then his gaze fell upon the shirt he wore, which shimmered with radiant light. His expression shifted instantly to a Tao artifact. Indeed, the shirt Bailey Fugue donned was a Tao artifact, imbued with runes refined by a celestial sovereign. Protecting him from harm. As Bailey Fugue reached Su Xinghe, panting heavily, he exclaimed, "Brother Su, I finally caught up with you." Su Xinghe gazed at Bailey Fugue with puzzlement. "Brother Fugue, what brings you here?" Bailey Fugue chuckled. "I saw that you entered the Yellow Spring Desert, and I felt a surge of excitement. I just retrieved a shirt worn by a celestial sovereign from the Wanbao Pavilion in Qicheng, and with the aid of a Shenheng talisman, I was able to catch up to you." The shirt worn by a celestial sovereign. Su Xinghe probed cautiously. "Does the Bailey family have a celestial sovereign?" Bailey Fugue shook his head. "I am not certain about that." "And this shirt?" Su Xinghe inquired. "The elders in my clan mentioned that it was used by a celestial sovereign to settle a debt." "Ah?" Su Xinghe's eyes widened. "Good heavens, a celestial sovereign owes your Bailey family money. Even after attaining such heights, would they still lack funds?" Su Xinghe fell silent, contemplating the depths of the Bailey family, realizing that the game's descriptions might not be entirely trustworthy. After all, this was a realm of reality and fantasy, where unexpected twists were the norm. "Brother Su, would you like a Shenheng talisman?" Bai Li Fugui offered enthusiastically, producing 2 talismans as he spoke, promptly handing one to Su Xinghe. Without hesitation, Su Xinghe affixed the Shenheng talisman to himself. Let us proceed. Once the talisman was applied, Su Xinghe felt a gust of wind at his feet, significantly increasing his speed. At this rate, he would soon traverse the gorge. Bai Li Fugui marveled at the magnificent gorge before him. He couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected to find such a grand gorge in the Yellow Spring Desert. With bones strewn everywhere, it seems that only those of the Ascendant Realm could venture here. While the presence of slaughter and the yellow winds is indeed daunting, perhaps the tales of the perilous Yellow Spring Desert are somewhat exaggerated. Is it truly devoid of life? The moment those words escaped his lips, a sense of foreboding gripped Su Xinghe's heart. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from the gorge. The entire Yellow Spring Desert trembled as if boiling, and the gorge began to rise slowly, as if it had sprouted legs. Su Xinghe gazed at the colossal beings on either side of the gorge and swallowed hard. Brother Fugui, have you perhaps spoken out of turn? Bai Li Fugui, eyeing the monstrous entities before him, wore a face of sheer terror. Brother Su, does your Yellow Spring order work against these creatures? Su Xinghe, uncertain, replied with a tremor in his voice, I am unsure. Perhaps I should give it a try. With that, he raised the Yellow Spring Order high and proclaimed, the Yellow Spring Order is here. Who dares to act recklessly? Upon hearing this, the Yellow Spring Desert fell into an eerie silence. Seeing the colossal beings before him remain still brought a glimmer of hope to Su Xinghe's heart. It seemed the Yellow Spring Order was effective. However, the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very ground of the Yellow Spring Desert. Su Xinghe's expression stiffened, and without a moment's hesitation, he shouted, Run! As soon as he spoke, Su Xinghe vanished like a gust of wind, the Shenheng talisman beneath his feet radiating boundless light. Bai Li Fugui, witnessing Su Xinghe's retreating figure and the dark, gaping eyes of the beasts beside him, wasted no time and sprinted after him. Brother Su, wait for me. Not long after, under the strain of his utmost potential, Su Xinghe reached the oasis in the Yellow Spring Desert in less than half the expected time. The oasis was a vibrant green, teeming with lush vegetation and pulsating with spiritual energy. In stark contrast to the barren Yellow Spring Desert surrounding it. Just then, Bai Li Fugui's anguished cries echoed from a distance. Su Xinghe glanced at the fleeing Bai Li Fugui and then at the monstrous beings pursuing him, his complexion paling. This must be the territory of that female cultivator. These 2 beasts would likely not dare to intrude. Brother Su, save me! Bai Li Fugui shouted as he leaped towards the oasis. However, the next moment, he seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, tumbling head over heels. Why can't I enter? He exclaimed in frustration. Boom! The thunderous sounds behind him caused Bai Li Fugui's face to drain of color as he turned to see the 2 monstrous beasts closing in. It's over. My life is forfeit here. Just then, an indignant voice resonated from within the oasis. Leave. Upon hearing this command, the 2 beasts abruptly halted, casting a resentful glance at Bai Li Fugui before turning away. Surviving this near-fatal encounter, Bai Li Fugui collapsed onto the ground. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Su Xinghe approached him. Brother Fugui, are you all right? Bai Li Fugui shot a resentful look at Su Xinghe before stepping forward to touch the edge of the oasis. He discovered that the reason he could not enter was due to a formation blocking him. Why can you enter the oasis, but I cannot? Bai Li Fugui asked. His expression grim, Su Xinghe furrowed his brow and stepped out of the oasis, attempting to pull Bai Li Fugui in with him. However, as soon as Su Xinghe stepped in, Bai Li Fugui once again slammed against an invisible wall, crying out in pain. Su Xinghe observed Bai Li Fugui's plight with a complex expression. He wanted to help, yet he was equally perplexed by the situation. Bai Li Fugui held his nose, the look on his face a picture of misery. He suspected that this formation was discriminating against him. Brother Fugui, it's not that I am unwilling to help. It is simply that this formation does not permit you entry, Su Xinghe lamented, feeling quite helpless. He too could not comprehend why he alone could step into this oasis. This is outrageous. I have never been subjected to such humiliation before. I shall have the elders of my clan rectify this situation. Baili Fuguwei fumed, expressing his indignation. Where do you plan to rectify it? Just then, a cool voice emanated from within the oasis. Baili Fuguwei's expression changed dramatically, enveloped by a chilling sensation as an extraordinary presence bore down upon him, as if he had stepped into an abyss. A figure emerged, shrouded in mist, clad in azure, with delicate brows and snow-like skin, her peach-colored eyes sparkling like the finest gems. Baili Fuguwei's pupils constricted in shock as he beheld the breathtaking beauty before him. An immortal realm being, the Yellow Spring Desert is home to an immortal realm cultivator. Su Xinghe's gaze fell upon her, recognizing her instantly. Lu Nishang. Personality, power, loyalty, vanity physique. Feathered celestial body realm, immortal third realm favorability. 89. Seeing the favorability rating of 89. Su Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens, to achieve such a high rating upon first meeting, this doesn't even require me to deepen our relationship. Is this the terrifying nature of a beauty's vanity? Baili Fuguwei swallowed hard, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. Senior, I was just joking. A joke? Lu Nishang scoffed, waving her sleeve as a dazzling light akin to radiant feathers cascaded down. Baili Fuguwei's pupils shrank again, his complexion turning pale. That it's over. My life is forfeit. With a resounding crash, countless feathers transformed into a cage, ensnaring Baili Fuguwei within. Upon opening his eyes, Baili Fuguwei realized he was unharmed and exhaled in relief. Collapsing onto the ground, just as Baili Fuguwei attempted to utter something, he caught sight of Lu Nishang tenderly cupping Su Xinghe's face. Ugh! Baili Fuguwei's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief, his teeth grinding in frustration. Why is it that all humans receive such disparate treatment? Su Xinghe swallowed hard, inhaling the fragrant scent that wafted from Lu Nishang. Sister. Before he could finish, Lu Nishang silenced him with a gentle touch. Her eyes, filled with affection, sparkled as she said, Our meeting here is a matter of fate. Come, follow me. And thus, Su Xinghe was led away by Lu Nishang. Baili Fuguwei silently watched their retreating figures. His teeth clenched in frustration. Is there no justice in this world? Su Xinghe cast a glance at the information panel, involuntarily swallowing hard. Lu Nishang's personality, power-hungry, loyal, and a connoisseur of beauty, mood, restless, constitution, celestial transformation body, realm, immortal's third stage, favorability, 90.my goodness, it has already reached 90. Su Xinghe's interactions with Lu Nikhang were markedly different from those with others. Li Mengshi could be described as enchanting, irresistible, while Gu Qingli exuded the elegance of a refined lady. In contrast, Lu Nikhang appeared as if she intended to consume him entirely, leaving not a trace behind. Su Xinghe nervously bit into a peach, its juice splattering in his mouth, his eyes suddenly brightening. This peach, truly delectable. Su Xinghe smiled faintly, recognizing that the peach was imbued with spiritual energy, a rare spiritual fruit. Although it provided little assistance to him, it was undoubtedly a precious find. Lu Nikhang observed as Su Xinghe devoured the peach with gusto. A cunning smile gracing her lips. Upon seeing that smile, Su Xinghe was immediately struck by a sense of foreboding. Suddenly, he felt his blood surging, his body aflame, as if ignited by an inner fire. This peach! Su Xinghe's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the triumphant Lu Nikhang. With a wave of her hand, they were instantly transported to a fragrant boudoir. My lord! A tempestuous union ensued, accompanied by a symphony of delightful melodies reverberating through the peach grove. Meanwhile, Baili Fuguwei, trapped outside the oasis, sat on the ground, building a sandcastle. He beheld his creation with satisfaction, a pleased smile adorning his face. He never imagined that he possessed such artistic flair. Perhaps he would have his father construct a castle for him upon his return. Just as Baili Fuguwei basked in the admiration of his artistic endeavor, a sudden gust of wind swept through, transforming his delicate sandcastle into a mere mound. His expression froze, and after a prolonged silence, he glanced back at the tranquil oasis, then at the seemingly endless yellow spring desert. This cursed place. One day, I shall flatten this wretched locale. As several hours passed, Su Xinghe found himself aching all over, his arms numb and devoid of strength. Reflecting on the frenzied night of rain, he felt a headache coming on. Was it truly the celestial transformation body, not the innate charming body? Remembering the tumultuous experience, a wave of soreness washed over his waist. Although the process had been arduous, the outcome was undeniably favorable. The celestial transformation body was extraordinary. The effects of dual cultivation were several times greater than before, and Su Xinghe sensed he was on the cusp of crossing into the divine bridge realm. Perhaps after a few more encounters, I shall achieve a breakthrough. Su Xinghe lay on the bed, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, a melodious voice drifted in from outside. "My lord, the soup is ready." Lu Nikhang entered, carrying a bowl of peach soup, her smile radiant as she gazed at Su Xinghe. Compared to several hours prior, Lu Nikhang had undergone a transformation, exuding a mature allure that was hard to resist. Su Xinghe sat up, his expression faltering as he beheld the peach soup in Lu Nichang's hands. Cold sweat trickling down his back. Noticing the terror in his eyes, Lu Nikhang chuckled. "My lord, rest assured, this peach soup poses no danger. You are weary, and I would never concoct something harmful. My lord, please drink up." Chapter 36. Pure Yang Divine Body. 1,000 miles of flow. After finishing the peach soup, Su Xinghe sensed no ill effects and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing strange had been added. A glance at Lu Nikhang revealed that her favorability had reached its peak. This might be the most rapid increase in favorability Su Xinghe had ever experienced, largely thanks to Lu Nikhang herself. He hadn't anticipated such a smooth process, hardly having the opportunity to take the initiative. Indeed, I underestimated the complexities of a woman's heart. "My lord, I have a question." Lu Nikhang suddenly spoke. Su Xinghe blinked. "Your constitution is somewhat unique. I have lingered in the immortal's third stage for many years, yet after dual cultivating with you, I have ascended to the immortal's fourth stage, and even the celestial transformation body has significantly evolved. Could it be that you possess some form of celestial body?" Lu Nikhang gazed at Su Xinghe with curiosity, having never heard of such a phenomenon resulting from dual cultivation. Though dual cultivation was renowned, this level of profundity was unheard of. It's merely a special constitution. Our dual cultivation harmonizes yin and yang, and the enhancement of our cultivation is entirely expected, Su Xinghe replied with a faint smile. The dual cultivation effects of the dragon ancestor's Tao body are unparalleled, and my method of dual cultivation has been refined through systematic operation. Even the most elite dual cultivation sects cannot compare to what I achieve. Lu Nikhang fixed her gaze upon Su Xinghe, as if she wished to voice something, but ultimately refrained. She merely felt that Su Xinghe's arrival was too sudden, as if he had come specifically for her. Yet upon reflection, it was she who had taken the initiative, rendering further inquiry unnecessary. At that moment, Su Xinghe spoke. "Nikhang, could you allow my friend to enter?" His previous remarks were unintentional. Given the dangers of the Yellow Spring Desert, it would be best to let him in. Lu Nikhang furrowed her brow, clearly reluctant. However, as it was Su Xinghe's request, she found herself unable to refuse. Very well. With a snap of her fingers, a figure plummeted from the air, landing unceremoniously on the ground. "Ouch, my rear!" Li Fugue grimaced in pain, vigorously rubbing his backside. Upon standing, he noticed Lu Nikhang feeding Su Xinghe fruit. His expression froze in shock. "What the hell? I would have preferred to stay outside. Isn't this just sending me to my doom?" However, upon meeting Lu Nichang's icy gaze, Li Fugue managed a trembling smile. "Senior." Lu Nikhang replied coldly, "You may roam freely in the outer courtyard, but you cannot enter the inner courtyard." Yes, I'll heed your words, senior." Li Fugue nodded repeatedly, casting envious glances at Su Xinghe. "Goodness, so you came to the Yellow Spring Desert to pursue romance. Had I known, I wouldn't have accompanied you." Li Fugue had initially believed the Yellow Spring Desert held some opportunity, but little did he expect Su Xinghe to share such a close relationship with a formidable immortal. What a role model we have here. Li Fugue mused internally. To be able to enjoy the favors of an immortal at the immortal realm is indeed an accomplishment. It is worth noting that many cultivators in the realm of immortality who rely on others often find themselves discarded once their utility is exhausted. Yet, it was evident that Su Xinghe and Lu Nikhang shared a bond that set them apart from those who merely sought to take advantage. If it weren't for this damned constitution of mine, I too would relish such indulgences. Bai Li Fugui gritted his teeth, feeling a complex mix of love and hate towards his own constitution. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days had elapsed since Su Xinghe entered the Yellow Spring Desert. On the 5th day, he found himself at the bottleneck of the Transformation Sea realm but had yet to break through. He surmised that entering the Divine Bridge realm required focused determination, so he decided to attempt the transition today. Su Xinghe sat cross-legged, channeling the starry law, although the Yellow Spring Desert was shrouded in ominous yellow clouds. The starry law, devised by the celestial sovereign, proved resilient against the special restrictions of the Yellow Spring Desert, allowing Su Xinghe to cultivate undisturbed. In an instant, brilliant starlight enveloped Su Xinghe, the radiant glow akin to stars swirling around him. At that moment, the spiritual energy of the entire oasis converged towards him. The starry phenomenon resembled a vast celestial sea, with an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy flooding into his meridians. Observing this scene from the outer courtyard, Bai Li Fugui was taken aback. The mere starry law alone could not account for such a terrifying spectacle. Su Xinghe's constitution was extraordinary. Endless spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave within his dantian, boiling and gathering to form a bridge of heavenly laws. Boom! A force akin to a mountain torrent erupted forth as Su Xinghe successfully stepped into the Divine Bridge realm, stabilizing his aura at the pinnacle of the first stage. My goodness, what kind of monster is Su Xinghe? With his talent, how could the holy son of the starry sacred land not be him? Bai Li Fugui marveled, contemplating the starry sacred land's choices. Bai Li Fugui himself was an anomaly, possessing a pure yang spiritual body, a commendable talent, yet lacking diligence in cultivation, leaving him at the Transformation Sea 3rd stage. Had he devoted even half the time he spent on leisure to cultivation, he might have already reached the Transformation Sea 7th stage. Bai Li Fugui's musings caused Lu Nichang's expression to shift, her face growing contemplative. As the overwhelming aura dissipated, Su Xinghe opened his eyes. A smile gracing his lips. In the Divine Bridge realm, he could finally compete with some of the extraordinary prodigies of the age. The dual cultivation technique truly was remarkable. Congratulations, my lord, on entering the Divine Bridge realm. Here are some pastries I prepared. Please have a taste. Lu Nikhang glided towards Su Xinghe like a celestial maiden, offering him a piece of pastry. Bai Li Fugui, who had intended to extend his congratulations, found himself frozen in place, a profane exclamation caught in his throat, unsure whether to voice it. Forget it. I might as well focus on my cultivation. Bai Li Fugui, maintaining a calm demeanor, perhaps inspired by Su Xinghe's breakthrough, also possesses an essence of cultivation. Moreover, recent fluctuations in his practice present an opportunity for him to transcend his current realm. Suddenly, Su Xinghe noticed Bai Li Fugui's cultivation and discovered a colossal sun's phantom looming behind him. Could it be that Brother Fugui also possesses a unique constitution? Su Xinghe pondered in astonishment. Lu Nichang, observing the great sun behind Bai Li Fugui, remarked in surprise, a pure yang divine body. I never expected such a constitution to exist in this world. Su Xinghe, not well versed in the pure yang divine body, inquired, Nichang, are you familiar with this constitution? Lu Nichang nodded. The pure yang divine body cultivates at an astonishing pace before the primal yang is leaked. But once it is, the cultivation regresses just as swiftly. It is truly remarkable that he has maintained his primal yang until now. Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe's expression stiffened, and he regarded Bai Li Fugui with a tinge of sympathy. What a pitiful man! This constitution undoubtedly elicits both love and hate. Fortunately, I am not a pure yang divine body. Otherwise, my path of dual cultivation would have been severed before it even began. Chapter 37. My heart of the Tao, firm as a rock before long. Bai Li Fugui's aura shifted, and he ascended into the 6th realm of Transformation Sea. Simultaneously, the phantom of the great sun emitted a surge of scorching energy. Lu Nichang furrowed her brows, raising her hand to suppress this energy, her gaze piercing. The sun's phantom trembled, recoiling upon Bai Li Fugui. Bai Li Fugui opened his eyes in bewilderment. He had just felt on the verge of breaking through to another level, only to find that sensation suddenly vanished. You owe compensation for the damaged spiritual herbs, Lu Nishang's cold voice echoed, causing Bai Li Fu Gue to retract his neck and nod apprehensively. Time slipped away, and soon it was deep into the night. Bai Li Fu Gue gazed at the flickering lights of the inner courtyard, his heart laden with bitterness. How could the illustrious Bai Li Fu Gue, heir to his family, be relegated to the outer courtyard? Such a humiliation is intolerable. No, I must enter the inner courtyard. Just as he was about to step into the inner courtyard, an overwhelming aura of slaughter enveloped him. Instantly, Bai Li Fu Gue's countenance stiffened, and he turned away. In truth, the inner courtyard was not so bad. One could be close to nature and enjoy the gentle breeze. Harmonizing with nature is indeed a recent approach to cultivation. Within the bamboo house, Su Xinghe sensed a peculiar expression on Lu Nishang's face and inquired, "Nishang, what troubles you?" Leaning against Su Xinghe's shoulder, Lu Nishang revealed a sweet smile. "Oh, it's nothing, just a little bug that wandered in, but it's been dealt with." Bai Li Fu Gue, Lu Nishang nestled close to Su Xinghe's chest, her voice soft. "My lord, soon I will travel to the starry Holy Land to secure the position of Holy Son for you. With your qualifications and bearing, it is rightfully yours. If they deny you this title, it would be a disgrace to you." Su Xinghe's gesture of gently stroking her hair froze midair. After clearing his throat twice, he responded, "Nishang, the Holy Land has treated me well. There is no need for such efforts. I will find other means to attain the position of Holy Son. I appreciate your kindness." Lu Nishang gazed at Su Xinghe for a moment. "Very well, my lord. It is time for us to rest." As Lu Nishang waved her hand, a barrier formation descended, and the room was engulfed in chaos, winds howling and rain pouring. Outside, Bai Li Fu Gue glanced over, clenching his fists in frustration. Curse this pure yang divine body. After departing the Holy Land, Su Xinghe spent half a month in the Yellow Springs Desert, intending to leave today to alleviate any concerns the Holy Land might have. Inside the bamboo house, Su Xinghe presented half of a twin fish pendant to Lu Nishang. Lu Nishang felt the pendant's extraordinary nature, her eyes sparkling with delight, and her affection for Su Xinghe swelled, a being of unparalleled might. Comparable to an immortal, Su Xinghe now had no cause for concern. "My lord, this jade token contains a fragment of my power. Should you encounter danger, it will activate automatically. As long as it is not an immortal, the token will ensure your safety." Lu Nishang gazed longingly at Su Xinghe, her heart heavy with reluctance to see him go. Su Xinghe tightly grasped the jade token, a smile blooming like spring sunshine on his face. "Thank you, my dear." The term "my dear" slipped from his lips, instantly casting a rosy hue across Lu Nishang's cheeks, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Not far away, Bai Li Fu Gue felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, shivers running down his spine. This brat is such a smooth talker. He is undoubtedly a confirmed scoundrel. After exchanging a few affectionate words, Lu Nishang escorted them out of the oasis. At the edge of the oasis, two massive demon beasts awaited, the very same that had previously pursued Su Xinghe and Bai Li Fu Gue. Su Xinghe's expression shifted slightly, halting his steps. Have even demon beasts learned to block paths in these times? "Do not worry, my lord. These mountain beasts are my captors, tasked with carrying you out," Lu Nishang said with a smile, her voice gentle. Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe glanced at the bruised mountain beasts, falling into a moment of silence. Realizing how Lu Nishang had likely captured them, at that moment, the mountain beasts' eyes held none of their former ferocity. Instead, they were filled with humility and servility. Although their strength in the Yellow Springs Desert was formidable, they paled in comparison to the formidable woman before them. Just yesterday, she had commanded them to serve as mounts to transport Su Xinghe and Bai Li Fu Gue. As mountain beasts, they possessed a trace of ancient ferocious blood, and their pride forbade them from being mere mounts. Yet, after receiving a thorough beating from Lu Nishang, they had reluctantly acquiesced. Lowering their heads, the debris atop their heads formed a makeshift staircase. Observing this, Su Xinghe stepped up and perched atop one of the mountain beasts. "My lord, should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to call upon me. I shall clear your obstacles." Hearing this, Su Xinghe waved his hand at Lu Nishang, and the two mountain beasts exchanged glances. The other mountain beast looked at Su Xinghe, silently lamenting. This human has avoided hundreds of years' worth of detours. If only we could live off others as he does. Under Lu Nishang's watchful gaze, Su Xinghe's figure gradually receded into the distance. Once he vanished completely, Lu Nishang turned back towards the peach garden, retrieving the twin fish pendant. The profundity of the pendant's Tao rhythm was extraordinary. Containing the essence of the Tao, only a heavenly sovereign could forge such a divine object. Comprehending its Tao rhythm would undoubtedly aid me in my ascension to an immortal being, making the journey far more manageable. Lu Nishang gripped the twin fish pendant tightly, her eyes filled with determination. Why, Lord? I shall strive to break through to the immortal realm as soon as possible, watching over you for a lifetime. On the journey, Bai Li Fu Gue glanced at Su Xinghe, unable to restrain his curiosity. When did you become acquainted with this immortal being? Brother Su, you are quite impressive. Should this news spread, countless cultivators across the 9 realms would envy you for a lifetime. Su Xinghe replied with a faint smile, Brother Fu Gue, I hope you will keep this matter confidential. Bai Li Fu Gue scoffed, rest assured, I would never speak of such things. I have no desire to attract the attention of an immortal. However, he continued, but, Brother Su, does such a mindset not affect your future cultivation? It is said that a cultivator must possess a heart of Tao as firm as rock to attain the great Tao. If you remain this way, I fear you may encounter difficulties with demonic thoughts in the future. In response, Su Xinghe chuckled lightly. My heart of Tao is as firm as a rock. No one can shake my conviction. Oh? Bai Li Fu Gue gazed at Su Xinghe in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the source of his confidence. Yet, how could Bai Li Fu Gue understand that from the moment Su Xinghe chose the path of relying on others, his heart of Tao had become unyielding as rock, cultivating as a wandering monk, relying solely on oneself? Nonsense. If one can rely on others, why not indulge in such advantages? A lifetime of protection. What could be better? The two mountain beasts, hearing these words, gazed at Su Xinghe with immense admiration. This human lad spoke of relying on others with such conviction. He was truly a dragon among men. This young man would undoubtedly become a target of envy for countless cultivators in the future. Chapter 38. Do you dare not? Outside the Yellow Springs desert, numerous cultivators had gathered. In recent days, the desert had been in turmoil, its tremors echoing throughout the scorched earth. Many powerful entities mistakenly believed some terrifying being had emerged from the Yellow Springs desert, summoning various factions to gather here in preparation for the unforeseen. Among them were nearly 100 cultivators from the Divine Bridge, with dozens of ascending heaven cultivators, while the immortal beings observed from the shadows, remaining hidden. How could any life emerge from such a perilous place as the Yellow Springs desert? Even immortals could perish within. It was inconceivable that any life could exist here. Hush! Tread carefully with your words. Numerous strong beings are present, and the forces of the scorched earth and noble families are gathered here. If your words reach their ears, you may find your life at stake. Upon hearing this, the cultivator's expression shifted, and he fell silent, refraining from further speech. At this moment, Fang Ziqiu surveyed the surroundings, puzzled by the location of the Holy Land token. How strange. Su Shidi's position is supposed to be nearby. Yet there is no sign of him. Could he be in disguise? Suddenly, the crowd stirred restlessly, many trembling cultivators pointing fearfully towards the Yellow Springs desert. What is that? Amidst the swirling sands of the Yellow Desert, two colossal figures, akin to towering mountains, emerged intermittently from the haze. With each stride they took, the ground trembled, and a rumbling sound resonated as if the very heart of the earth was pulsating. The celestial ascenders present were enveloped in solemnity, their demeanor reflecting the weight of the moment. Their presence loomed like an abyss, reminiscent of 100,000 mountains, suggesting that the beings within were of a caliber equal to theirs. Residing in the Yellow Springs desert, they were formidable beasts that rivaled the celestial ascenders, heralding a significant predicament. The atmosphere was charged with tension as the cultivators felt their hearts race, their gazes fixed on the monstrous entities in the desert. The celestial ascenders prepared themselves, bracing for any unforeseen developments. However, as the sand settled, The true forms of the mountain beasts came into view. One ascender, at the first level of celestial ascent, gasped in shock as he recognized the origin of these creatures. Mountain beasts! They are mountain beasts! He exclaimed. They possessed the bloodline of ancient ferocious beasts, and their physical might is such that only a being of the immortal realm could hope to harm them. The crowd shivered at the revelation, instinctively stepping back in trepidation. Those of lesser prowess fled in panic, realizing the folly of their curiosity in the face of such overwhelming power. At that moment, an ascender from the Flame Clan, adorned in resplendent golden robes, traversed the space before them and intoned gravely, "Brothers, form a formation." Upon hearing this, the other ascenders nodded gravely, preparing to coalesce into a defensive arrangement. Yet, at that instant, one ascender appeared to catch sight of something, his expression morphing into one of sheer horror. How is this possible? There are two people seated atop the mountain beast. What? This exclamation sent a wave of astonishment rippling through the crowd. The Flame Clan ascender widened his eyes in disbelief, and upon discerning the identities of the figures, his breath hitched. The still present Fong Ziqiu stared at one of them in a daze, murmuring in terror. "That is Junior Brother Su." Upon recognizing the visage, Fong Ziqiu froze, akin to a statue. The mountain beasts, the Yellow Springs Desert, and Su's arrival in this desolate land were all intertwined in a surreal twist of fate. Heavens! This world is utterly absurd. Perched atop the mountain beast, Bailey Fugué surveyed the assembled cultivators with a furrowed brow. "Brother Su, it appears our exit will not be peaceful." Su Xinghe regarded the throng outside, a flicker of surprise glimmering in his eyes. "Brother Fong, Brother Su, shall we not enlist the mountain beast to clear a path?" Bailey Fugué suggested. Yet, before Su Xinghe could respond, the mountain beast emitted a deep, resonant voice. "Esteemed sir, we cannot harm the cultivators outside." "Why is that?" Su Xinghe inquired, his surprise palpable. "Due to the constraints of the heavens and earth," the mountain beast replied. "The constraints of the heavens and earth? Is it the barrier of the Yellow Springs Desert?" Su Xinghe mused, recalling an announcement made during the latter stages of the game regarding upheavals in the Yellow Springs Desert, hinting at the resurgence of the realm governing the dead. It seemed the Yellow Springs Desert was far from simple. The mountain beast carried Su Xinghe and Bailey Fugué to the desert's edge, where they disembarked. Su Xinghe turned back with a smile, saying, "You may return now." In response, the mountain beast bowed deeply before vanishing into the swirling sands. At that moment, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, as the onlookers gaped in disbelief at Su Xinghe. The mountain beast had actually bowed to the man clad in white. Could this be a prodigy of a bygone era? The term prodigy of a bygone era referred to ancient beings who had slumbered for millennia and were now awakening in this age. The ancient era was said to be resplendent, a time when prodigies glittered like stars, with each ancient prodigy capable of rivaling the heirs of sacred lands. Bailey Fugué, uninterested in the crowd's astonishment, turned to Su Xinghe and asked, "What are your plans next, Brother Su?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Xinghe replied, "I must return to the sacred land in half a month." Upon hearing this, Bailey Fugué hesitated before smiling. "Brother Su, I presume you wouldn't suggest I accompany you?" Su Xinghe blinked. "Of course not." "Ha ha ha. Then I must trouble you, Brother Su. Though I've traversed many realms, I have yet to visit the sacred land. I hope you shall look after me." He continued, "By the way, please accept this token of gratitude." With that, Bailey Fugué tossed a storage bag, revealing an abundance of spirit stones and 5 top-tier spiritual treasures. Good heavens, the Bailey family is indeed affluent. Su Xinghe silently accepted the offering. The surrounding cultivators watched the banter between the two with bewilderment, while the expressions of the celestial ascenders grew increasingly somber. "Young friends," a distant, ethereal voice interrupted, a wild-looking elder, his hair resembling that of a lion, descended before them. The Flame Clan ascender's face blanched at the sight of the elder, the Beast Clan's grand priest. Though his voice was low, it was still audible to those nearby. The Beast Clan's grand priest, one of the few immortals in the Red Earth. It was said he had broken through to the immortal realm 1,000 years ago, and his current power was likely even more formidable. Su Xinghe and Bailey Fugué regarded the grand priest with furrowed brows, their expressions devoid of fear. It has been ages since anyone has emerged from the Yellow Springs desert. I am curious about what you two young friends encountered there. I hope you can enlighten me, the Grand Priest inquired, his polite demeanor veiling an underlying threat, as the oppressive aura of his immortal presence enveloped Su Xinghe and Bailey Fugue. Confidently, Su Xinghe met the Grand Priest's gaze without flinching. Old man, with hands and feet, why not venture in yourself? Or is it that you lack the courage? Chapter 39. Perhaps this is the confidence that wealth bestows. Upon uttering these words, a chilling silence descended upon the assembly. Are you too serious? This is an immortal being. They had never witnessed anyone so audacious in the presence of an immortal. Were these two fearless individuals backed by someone powerful, impudent? The Grand Priest's fury ignited. Since entering the immortal realm, he had never been disrespected in such a manner. Even the elders of the Flame Clan and other influential figures treated him with deference. The oppressive force surged forth like a tempest, directed at Su Xinghe and Bailey Fugue. The onlookers felt as if they were plummeting into an abyss, struggling to breathe. At such proximity, even the prodigies of ancient times would likely falter. Yet, Su Xinghe and Bailey Fugue remained unfazed, unaffected by the weight of the immortal's presence. One bore the pure yang divine body, shielded by a supreme treasure, while the other, possessing the bloodline of the dragon ancestor, feared no authority. To them, the Grand Priest's pressure was merely a passing breeze. How impatient at your age, your composure is rather lacking, Bailey Fugue remarked nonchalantly, casting a glance at Su Xinghe. Hearing this, the Grand Priest's eyes flared with rage, unable to restrain himself any longer. Today, I shall teach you two impudent whelps a lesson. He raised his hand, a tempest of power erupting from the heavens above. Chi Daotian, if I am bullied, won't you show yourself? Or shall I have the elders cut your stipend for half a year? Bailey Fugue's voice boomed, causing the crowd to pause in astonishment. Chi Daotian? Why does that name sound so familiar? The Flame Clan Ascender's expression shifted as he pondered whether he had encountered this individual before. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Bailey Fugue and Su Xinghe, summoning three orbs that shimmered like stars, repelling the Grand Priest. Who are you? The Grand Priest staggered back a few steps, a look of shock crossing his face. Chi Daotian. So it was him. The Flame Clan Ascender's eyes widened in astonishment upon recognizing Chi Daotian. He was one of the enigmatic figures in the Red Earth, rumored to be at the pinnacle of celestial ascent, or perhaps even an immortal. Having once clashed with the Wanbage, Chi Daotian sighed in resignation, turning to Bailey Fugue with a smile that resembled a blooming chrysanthemum. Young master, I arrived just in time, didn't I? Well, about that stipend? Bailey Fugue replied. After watching for so long, you needed me to speak up before you appeared. I'm still contemplating the stipend matter. At this, Chi Daotian's expression darkened, his gaze turning steely as he regarded the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest's heart raced as he realized Chi Daotian's strength surpassed his own. Furthermore, what had he just overheard? Young master? It was common knowledge that the Bailey family stood behind Wanbage, and to be addressed as young master was nothing short of staggering. The Grand Priest shivered involuntarily, a chill gripping him to the core. Chi Daotian glanced back at Bailey Fugue and asked, Young master, how shall we proc though the Bailey family wields considerable power? Let it not be forgotten that the world does not revolve solely around your clan. I am the Grand Priest of the Beast Clan, and you, before the Grand Priest could finish his words, Chi Daotian swiftly struck out with an open palm from a distance. As a practitioner of the undying Third Realm, Chi Daotian overshadowed the Grand Priest, who was merely of the undying Second Realm. And the suddenness of the blow left the Grand Priest unable to evade it, sending him crashing against a distant mountain peak. Gasp! The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply at the sight. Is this truly a fight? This is a powerhouse of the undying realm. Quickly, we must flee. Should a battle ensue between such formidable beings, we would be reduced to mere ashes, for the devastation wrought by such titans is beyond our comprehension. The weaker cultivators hastily retreated, fully aware of the dire consequences of being caught in the crossfire. Chi Daotian, undeterred, charged towards the Grand Priest's position without uttering a word, three luminous orbs resembling stars floating in the air. converging their radiant light upon their target. Boom! With a thunderous impact, the very earth trembled, and the mountains were instantaneously reduced to dust. The Grand Priest, in a state of disarray, managed to escape, his garments tattered. Gritting his teeth as he declared, "The Bailey family has gone too far," bang. Without hesitation, Chi Daotian struck the Grand Priest once more, sending him flying. Why engage in needless chatter when one can simply strike? Chi Daotian remained expressionless, indifferent. In his eyes, while the Grand Priest bore the title of Undying Second Realm, he was but a flimsy facade, his foundation weak, his strength inferior to that of his peers in the Undying Realm. It was evident that this undying status had been propped up by the treasures of heaven and earth. The Grand Priest's prowess was likely at the pinnacle of the undying First Realm, and against the half-released might of Chi Daotian, he stood defenseless. The attending cultivators, witnessing this one-sided massacre, shuddered involuntarily, swallowing their saliva. "This is a fight to the death." Su Xinghe glanced at the distant clash. Then at Baili Fuguwei, with the powerhouse of the Undying Realm safeguarding you. Why not let him reveal himself sooner? Baili Fuguwei chuckled. If he had appeared earlier, it would have lacked excitement. "Look, isn't it far more thrilling now?" Su Xinghe fell silent, pondering that while Baili Fuguwei appeared simple-minded, the truth was he was far from innocent. This lad seemed naive on the surface, yet his mind was undoubtedly filled with schemes. At that moment, Fang Ziqiu approached with an unusual expression, casting a sidelong glance at Baili Fuguwei, silently contemplating, "Truly, as the heir of the Baili family, he dresses with such opulence." After half a month apart, "Has senior brother Fang not yet completed his task?" Su Xinghe could not help but inquire. Fang Ziqiu awkwardly smiled. "I just completed it not long ago. I intended to return to the sacred land today, but due to the upheaval in the Yellow Springs Desert, I was curious to have a look. Did not expect you and young Master Baili to emerge unscathed from the Yellow Springs Desert." At that moment, Baili Fuguwei bounded over to Fang Ziqiu, warmly shaking his hand. "Greetings, senior brother. I am Baili Fuguwei. You may call me Fuguwei. It is a pleasure to meet you. Please excuse my modest gift." The familiar routine unfolded with Fang Ziqiu, and Su Xinghe began to suspect that Baili Fuguwei offered small gifts to everyone he met. Perhaps this was the confidence that wealth brings. Chapter 40. I cannot imagine. Remember this. I shall return. The Grand Priest glared at his swollen visage, leaving behind a spiteful remark as he fled in disarray. The remaining cultivators and the hidden, undying powerhouses lost interest and dispersed. For one was the heir of the Baili family, whom they dared not provoke, and the other was a potential disciple of the sacred land, equally untouchable. Only the Beast clan, such a primitive and uncultured tribe, would act with such impulsiveness. "Young master," Chi Daotian chuckled nervously. Baili Fuguwei could act recklessly, but he could not afford to. Despite the might of the Baili family, countless eyes were upon them. The years of the Baili family's foundation and their treasured relics were coveted by innumerable cultivators. Many feigned friendship with the Baili family while secretly plotting to seize their wealth. If one day the Baili family encountered a calamity, it would not be friends who came to their aid, but a pack of ravenous wolves. Baili Fuguwei patted Chi Daotian's shoulder amicably. "Fear not, old Chi. I will not mention the matter of your salary to my family. Our bond is that of life and death." Upon hearing this, Chi Daotian could not help but twitch his lips. "Life and death, brother? Is he referring to the time you recklessly intruded upon a ruin and nearly lost your life, only for me to save you? Moreover, are we truly of the same generation?" Chi Daotian could only sigh helplessly in his heart, casting a sidelong glance at Su Xinghe. "This lad remains unfazed in the face of my undying might. He must be no ordinary individual." Baili Fuguwei, sensing Chi Daotian's gaze, enthusiastically introduced Su Xinghe. Learning that it was thanks to Su Xinghe that he had managed to safely exit the Yellow Springs Desert, Chi Daotian looked at Su Xinghe in astonishment. "Thank you, young Master Su, for ensuring the safety of our young master." Su Xinghe replied with a faint smile. "Senior need not be so formal. Even if I had abandoned Fuguwei, he would surely find a way to escape." "What?" Chi Daotian stared wide-eyed at Baili Fuguwei. "Young master, is this what you call a life and death brother? Why does it feel so strange?" By Li Fugui's expression darkened, recalling the time they first encountered the mountain beast and when Su Xinghe had fled. He could not help but ask in a low voice, "When we first met the mountain beast, you did not intend to leave me behind, did you?" Su Xinghe pondered for a moment. "I suppose not." "Hey, what do you mean by suppose?" Bai Li Fugui shot an exasperated glare at Su Xinghe. This fellow was infuriating. At that moment, Fang Ziqiu silently observed Su Xinghe, contemplating, with the saint position currently vacant, perhaps appointing Su as the saint would be a commendable choice. Ever since their expedition to the Nine Saints Gate relic, the few direct disciples had developed a profound aversion towards Jiang Tai. Should they be required to assist Jiang Tai in the future, it would undoubtedly be a source of discomfort. Enough. This is not a place for idle chatter. There is a tavern in Qiqing renowned for its exquisite cuisine and wine. Let us converse there. My treat. How grand! Su Xinghe praised Bai Li Fugui without reservation. Bai Li Fugui proudly lifted his head, reveling in the allure of wealth. The Tianxiang Tavern. An array of delectable dishes adorned the table, with meats processed from exotic beasts, each imbued with pure vitality. Consuming them would enhance a cultivator's vigor and refine their physique. During the meal, Bai Li Fugui and Su Xinghe engaged in extensive conversation, during which he inquired about Su Xinghe's master. Upon learning that Su Xinghe's master was a female elder renowned for not accepting disciples, Bai Li Fugui's expression shifted dramatically. This lad, could he be attempting to rely on a life of ease to dominate an era? Although I am the heir of the Bai Li family, I cannot help but envy Brother Su. This cursed pure young divine body. I possess many talents, yet if I could lead a life of ease, I would surely surpass Su Xinghe in enjoyment. How vexing. Dear guests, your 5-color phoenix claws have arrived. The waiter entered, presenting a vibrant platter of chicken feet, causing Su Xinghe's expression to turn peculiar. Are you certain these claws are edible? The multicolored appearance did little to stimulate his appetite. Why not? These are the most delectable parts of the 5-colored demon chicken. Do give them a try. Bai Li Fugui exclaimed as he eagerly grabbed a claw and began to feast upon it. Su Xinghe observed the tiger-striped claws, then glanced at Bai Li Fugui relishing the dish, and tentatively picked one up for a taste. Well, quite good. Su Xinghe's eyes brightened. The flavor of the 5-colored chicken claws exceeded his expectations. It bore some resemblance to stinky tofu, unassuming in appearance, yet surprisingly delightful in taste. Stinky tofu? What is that? Bai Li Fugui inquired, puzzled. An exceptionally fermented tofu that smells foul but tastes delightful, Su Xinghe explained. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Fugui fell silent for a moment, his brows furrowing in doubt. Are you certain it's tofu? Of course it is tofu. What else would you think it is? I cannot imagine. Su Xinghe's expression darkened as he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. No wonder you are a single divine body. How dare you? You lack decency, resorting to personal attacks. The simple 4 words utterly broke Bai Li Fugui's composure. Indeed, labeling the pure young divine body as a single divine body was not entirely unfounded. As time swiftly passed, after finishing their meal, Su Xinghe had no intention of lingering in Qiqing and planned to return to the sacred land that very day. Bai Li Fugui accompanied him, while Qi Daotian escorted the trio. Before they departed, he posed a question to Bai Li Fugui's parents. Young master, the lord and lady have inquired whether you prefer younger brothers or sisters. The moment those words were uttered, Su Xinghe erupted in laughter. Realizing they had given up on the notion of Bai Li Fugui continuing the family line. I certainly can. Not that I cannot. Bai Li Fugui gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Qi Daotian. After a prolonged silence, Bai Li Fugui finally replied, Sister, I will relay your response to the lord and lady. With that, Qi Daotian departed without further ado. Curious, Su Xinghe inquired, is it truly possible for cultivators to specify the gender of their offspring? In theory, yes. And what about your divine body? I am an unexpected occurrence. Amidst the cacophony of laughter, 3 individuals stepped into the teleportation array. The falling mountain range, an ancient range situated beyond the city of Twilight, is said to have been named after a primordial life star that plummeted to the earth millennia ago. Deep within the mountains, in a celestial cave suffused with radiant hues, Gu Qingli sat cross-legged, bearing twin wings, with ethereal flames flickering beside her, eye in an instant. A phoenix's cry emanated from Gu Qingli, as resplendent as a blooming red lotus. Its power unfathomable and not to be trifled with. The undying fire. I have achieved it. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Gu Qingli's eyes. She had mastered the formidable powers of the ancient Phoenix clan. The undying fire. Not only was its might astonishing, but the life energy it radiated was also terrifyingly potent. Even if she were to face an unexpected demise, as long as the undying fire existed, there remained a possibility of rebirth through flames. With the undying fire in her possession, I shall ensure that the Gu clan learns the consequences of harming young Master Su. A fierce glint ignited in Gu Qingli's beautiful eyes as she contemplated her scheme against the Gu clan. Suddenly, at that moment, Gu Qingli's expression shifted, and she called out, "Who's there?" Someone has intruded upon her sanctuary. Gu Qingli's beautiful eyes narrowed, a flicker of vigilance surfacing within them. The intruder possessed a cultivation level surpassing her own. Step, step, step. Moments later, as Gu Qingli beheld the intruder, her countenance changed abruptly, leaving her momentarily nonplussed. "Who are you?" Li Mengshi gazed at the anxious Gu Qingli, a smile curving her lips. Chapter 41. You truly deserve to die. Ah Chu. Just as Su Xinghe exited the teleportation palace, he inexplicably sneezed. For some reason, a chill crept down his spine. Could something be amiss? Bai Li Fuguwei glanced at Su Xinghe. "Brother Su, you're not catching a cold, are you?" Su Xinghe shot him a glare. "Have you ever seen a cultivator catch a cold?" "My family has Su Xinghe. Child, you've won Su Xinghe, not wishing to engage in further verbal disputes. Felt his spirits lift as he surveyed the familiar surroundings. Eastjiang truly is a splendid place. It is the most suitable abode for the human race. Brother, you head back first. I have matters to attend to. So I shall not accompany you. Su Xinghe decided to return to Twilight City for a brief visit. On the streets of Twilight City, Su Xinghe rolled his eyes at Bai Li Fuguwei. You could have accompanied Brother Fong to the sacred ground. Why must you follow me incessantly? Bai Li Fuguwei, one hand clutching food and the other patting his round belly, chuckled. I have no choice. You are the only person I know. I suffer from a bit of social anxiety and cannot converse with unfamiliar faces. Hearing this, Su Xinghe rolled his eyes again. You suffer from social anxiety? With your extravagant spending, countless individuals would be eager to call you father. Dear guests, come and have some fun. Young masters, do come in and take a look. Our ladies are all beauties of unparalleled grace, both in figure and in service. As the two passed by a brothel, the woman at the entrance, upon seeing Su Xinghe, instantly lit up, swaying her form enticingly. Su Xinghe, seasoned in such encounters, remained unfazed, while Bai Li Fuguwei, captivated by the enchanting ladies, found himself unable to move. Su Xinghe glanced at Bai Li Fuguwei, uncertain whether it was intentional or accidental, and remarked, What good is merely looking if you cannot perform? Those few simple words struck Bai Li Fuguwei's heart like a bolt. His face flushed crimson as he retorted, I can perform. I am not incapable. Perhaps Bai Li Fuguwei, in a fit of anger, shouted so loudly that those around them turned their heads. Bystanders cast peculiar glances at Bai Li Fuguwei. The once charming brothel girls glanced at his lower half, their faces reflecting disappointment. What a pity. Although this man cannot compare in looks to that young master, his luxurious attire undeniably marks him as a wealthy scion. I initially intended to entice him for a lengthy chat. But alas, he seems lacking in that regard. Bai Li Fuguwei's face paled, wishing he could disappear into the ground. He shot a furious glare at Su Xinghe and hurriedly left this place of gossip. Shortly after, the two arrived at the Twilight Inn. Bai Li Fuguwei stood at the entrance, furrowing his brow at the sign. Is the business you mentioned merely dining at this inn? Of course not. Just as Su Xinghe was about to step into the inn, he suddenly seemed to recall something and turned to Bai Li Fuguwei. How about you wander around by yourself? Upon hearing this, Bai Li Fuguwei grinned mischievously. What? Do you wish to send me away? Are you planning something illicit? Su Xinghe shook his head. No, I am merely concerned that you might be triggered later. Bai Li Fuguwei, puzzled, could not comprehend. Just then, a woman emerged from the inn, and upon seeing Su Xinghe, Gu Qingli's face lit up with joy. Young master, you have returned. Gu Qingli entwined her arm around Su Xinghe. Her eyes filled with affection for him. Witnessing this scene, Bai Li Fugui's expression froze, his fists clenched in indignation as his eyes turned bloodshot, fixated on Su Xinghe. Ahem, Brother Fugui, I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. We will converse later. Su Xinghe flashed a sly smile at Bai Li Fugui before entering the inn with Gu Qingli. Gritting his teeth, Bai Li Fugui muttered through clenched jaws, "You truly deserve to die." Clad in an elegant flowing gown, Gu Qingli resembled a lotus flower, captivating yet untainted, imparting an impression of purity amidst the chaos of the world. Su Xinghe quietly observed Gu Qingli as she prepared tea. Each visit to the Twilight Inn was a moment of tranquility for him. Gu Qingli exuded the aura of a devoted wife, endearing and charming. Gu Qingli poured a cup of tea, gazing serenely at Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe took a sip. "Elder Wu came to see me," Gu Qingli suddenly spoke. "Pft." Su Xinghe spat out his drink, resembling a miniature fountain, his gaze fixed on Gu Qingli as he nervously swallowed. "No wonder I was drenched in sweat earlier. It turns out this incident had occurred." The image of their encounter flashed in his mind, causing Su Xinghe to shiver involuntarily. It was simply a battlefield of emotions. "Qingli, what did Master say to you?" Su Xinghe inquired anxiously. She spoke of everything. Su Xinghe leaned back, nearly fainting. What did Master say? Did she assert her claim, or instruct Gu Qingli to distance herself from him? Had his path of living off her just begun to crumble? Elder Wu instructed me to take good care of the young master and mentioned that she would need to remind me of certain matters regarding cultivation. The elder has urgent business to attend to and will be away for some time. During this period, she hopes I will protect the young master, Yu Qingli stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe was momentarily stunned, cautiously probing. Is that all? Gu Qingli nodded. Phew, Su Xinghe exhaled in relief, grateful that it was merely this. Otherwise, however, did Master not mind at all meeting Gu Qingli? Young Master, Yu Qingli suddenly interjected, pulling Su Xinghe back from his reverie. Huh? Su Xinghe looked at Gu Qingli's serious expression, filled with curiosity. The Gu clan seems to have taken some actions regarding you recently. At this, Su Xinghe's brows furrowed deeply. Yu Qingli relayed the information she had gathered about the Gu clan's discussions concerning Su Xinghe. It turned out that in her endeavors against the Gu clan, Gu Qingli had inadvertently overheard their plotting regarding Su Xinghe. The words hinted that the upper echelon of the Gu clan was preparing for something and would not easily let Su Xinghe slip away. Su Xinghe stroked his chin, lost in thought, a smile emerging. Let them come. No matter what they prepare, I shall ensure they never return. Yu Qingli felt assured about the situation. She understood the wondrous capabilities of the twin fish pendant. Even if Su Xinghe were to face an attack, she could instantly appear by his side with but a thought. Although cultivators at the Ascendant Realm were not the pinnacle of power, they were not beings to be trifled with lightly. After a brief chat, Gu Qingli, citing her cultivation, pinned Su Xinghe beneath her, and thus began a delightful encounter. Meanwhile, Bai Li Fugui wandered near the brothel, gazing at the alluring women atop the balcony with a deep sigh. Damn that pure young divine body. Just as he turned to leave, a mortal vendor intercepted him. Young master, I have some fine items for you. Would you be interested? The vendor spoke mysteriously, glancing around as if engaged in some nefarious dealings. Bai Li Fugui frowned, intrigued. What items? The vendor grinned, producing a rather unimpressive pill. Tiger Bone Pill, known for its potency in enhancing virility. I guarantee it will keep you in peak form. Hearing this, Bai Li Fugui's expression darkened. Scram. Chapter 42. The elder's embarrassment. Su Xinghe emerged from the inn, feeling invigorated. Though his waist ached slightly, his spirits were high. There's a killing intent. Su Xinghe suddenly sensed a cold glint, realizing it was Bai Li Fugui. Gritting his teeth as he glared at Su Xinghe, erupted into hearty laughter, playfully patting Bai Li Fugui on the shoulder. Akin to the camaraderie of close brothers, observing the beaming countenance of Su Xinghe, Bai Li Fugui gritted his teeth in envy, exclaiming, Your life, my friend, truly inspires great admiration. In response, Su Xinghe adopted a serious demeanor and replied, Brother Fugui, you misunderstand. What appears to be glory on the surface belies the inner turmoil I endured, and I, too, am weary. Bailey Fugue furrowed his brow, his faith in Su Xinghe's earnest expression wavering, pondering if there were indeed unspeakable burdens weighing on him. Su Xinghe then clapped Bailey Fugue on the shoulder and chuckled. Maintaining multiple relationships is exhausting, and I must also strengthen my physique. Ha! Bailey Fugue snapped his teeth together in frustration, retorting, "You scoundrel! Prepare to face my wrath." At the starry sacred land, on the peak of Huayu, Fang Ziqiu recounted the events that transpired in the Red Earth to the second elder. Upon hearing the full account, Hao Zhongzi's expression shifted dramatically, and he sprang to his feet. "Is this truly the case?" he demanded. Fang Ziqiu nodded solemnly. Hao Zhongzi fell into a stupor, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts, emerging from the Yellow Spring Desert, accompanied by a mountain beast escort. What manner of prodigy was the fifth elder's disciple? By the way, junior brother Su has also broken through to the Divine Bridge realm, Fang Ziqiu added. Upon hearing this, Hao Zhongzi's eyes widened in astonishment, standing as still as a statue for what felt like an eternity. Observing Hao Zhongzi's frozen state, Fang Ziqiu sensed something amiss and tentatively inquired, "Master, are you all right?" After a brief silence, Hao Zhongzi finally uttered, "I seem to have strained my back." Meanwhile, in the ethereal clouds of the sacred land, Bailey Fugue trailed behind Su Xinghe, marveling at the breathtaking scenery. "Ah, your sacred land certainly rivals my own, though there are an excessive number of peaks," he remarked. Su Xinghe's lips twitched in annoyance, convinced that Bailey Fugue was being deliberately provocative. Leading Bailey Fugue to Zidian Peak, the latter glanced at the main hall and curiously asked, "Is this your palace?" "No, it belongs to my master. Mine is over here," Su Xinghe indicated towards a side hall. Bailey Fugue studied the side hall for a moment and remarked, "It appears rather humble." Su Xinghe's expression stiffened, and he clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to retaliate. "Brother Su, how about I gift you a set?" Bailey Fugue suggested earnestly, noting that this side hall lacked the grandeur of the palaces he had inhabited in his youth. Having resided in numerous palaces throughout his life, gifting one was merely a trivial matter to him. With a forced smile, Su Xinghe managed to squeeze out, "I appreciate your kindness, Brother Fugue, but I must decline." Bailey Fugue furrowed his brow in confusion, thinking, "Is Su's smile truly that ghastly? He resembles a vengeful spirit." As they entered the inner hall, Bailey Fugue surveyed the environment and shook his head. "It feels so empty, lacking the warmth of life. Surely, living alone in such a vast palace must be cold?" Suddenly, a glint of sharpness flickered in Bailey Fugue's eyes as he caught a whiff of a lingering fragrance. "Aha! There's a faint scent. It belongs to a woman." Bailey Fugue's expression shifted dramatically. Although he had never been involved with women, he was acutely sensitive to the scent of cosmetics. "Curse it," he thought, feeling a pang of jealousy. Were it not for his pure young divine body, he might have stormed into a brothel for a 3-day debauchery. Enough of these fanciful thoughts. The scent is merely a remnant left by my master, Su Xinghe interjected, noticing Bailey Fugue's envious gaze. "Ah, so it is the fifth elder. That makes sense. It is only natural for a woman to carry such a fragrance." Bailey Fugue's expression shifted again, now becoming more congenial. It was indeed normal for a master to visit a disciple's abode. Surely, nothing untoward could occur between Su Xinghe and his master. A moment later, Su Xinghe tidied his belongings and guided Bailey Fugue on a tour of the sacred land. Ever since joining, Su Xinghe had not taken the time to explore the sacred land thoroughly, and today seemed a fitting occasion to do so. This is the Starry Cliff. This is the Broken Sky River. This is the Falling Stars Waterfall. And this is the Infinite Radiance. As Su Xinghe showcased many wondrous sights, they soon arrived before a magnificent tower. The tower sparkled with starlight, its entire structure shimmering with a gentle luminescence, while the star essence overflowing from within sparkled like a celestial nebula, its light reaching towards the heavens as if connecting to the starry expanse. The Star Tower, the trial ground of the sacred land. It is said that one who reaches the summit may obtain the founder's legacy, Su Xinghe explained slowly to Bailey Fugue. Bailey Fugue gazed in awe at the Star Tower, silently marveling at the profound heritage of the sacred land. This star tower was comparable to a Dao treasure, perhaps even more extraordinary than most Dao treasures. One could not underestimate the ancient heritage of the sacred land. Star Tower, Su Xinghe mused, reminiscing about the trials in the game, recalling that the initial phase involved deciphering formations, akin to a puzzle-solving game connecting the movement of formations. Su Xinghe had never been fond of puzzles. He preferred searching for guides to unravel them. The founder's legacy, could it be the celestial disk? Su Xinghe pondered inwardly, considering that although the starry sacred land had perished in the later stages of the game, the rewards for overcoming the trials in the Star Tower included an ancient celestial map and the founder's legacy. Now that the starry sacred land had not yet met its demise, could one possibly obtain treasures like the celestial disk? If the celestial disk were in his possession, it might alter the course of the demonic crisis. Brother Su, old Su, Bailey Fuguwe called out repeatedly, finally jostling Su Xinghe back to reality with a gentle shove. Huh? Su Xinghe blinked and turned to face Bailey Fuguwe. Are you all right? Bailey Fuguwe inquired. Su Xinghe shook his head. I'm fine, good to hear. Look over there. Aren't those several elders from your sacred land? Bailey Fuguwe redirected his gaze towards a group of elders shimmering in radiant light. Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe turned to look, his expression shifting slightly. Indeed, among them were several elders, along with the Holy Master. Elders, Holy Master, Su Xinghe greeted, maintaining the courtesy expected of a disciple. Situ Yuan regarded Su Xinghe, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. He has reached the divine bridge realm. How swiftly he has advanced. I wonder if his foundation will be affected. Situ Yuan's keen perception revealed a remarkable stability in Su Xinghe's foundation, akin to an eternal azure sky, leaving him utterly astounded. Just as Situ Yuan marveled at Su Xinghe's solid foundation, the fifth elder, Fang He, stepped forward and addressed Bailey Fuguwe. You must be young Master Bailey. Am I correct? Indeed. It is an honor to meet you, Elder, Bailey Fuguwe replied amicably, having never put on airs despite being the heir of the Bailey family. He believed in forging friendships based on mutual accord. Well, young Master Bailey Fang He hesitated, his demeanor awkward, as if he bore some difficult message to convey. Bailey Fuguwe smiled encouragingly. Please, Elder, feel free to speak candidly. Fang He's expression stiffened, forcing a contrived smile as he said, Since young Master is so gracious, I shall be straightforward. Young Master Bailey, could you perhaps persuade the Wanbao Pavilion in the City of Inquiry to grant a few extra days? I find myself in a tight spot financially and cannot provide so many spirit stones at present. If the interest could be postponed until next month, that would be even better. Chapter 43. Could this lad be the reincarnation of the founder? In an instant, the atmosphere turned silent, the tension palpable. The several elders turned their faces away, their shame palpable, and even Situ Yuan's expression darkened ominously. Bailey Fuguwe, feeling quite awkward, had never anticipated that Fang He's request would pertain to such a matter. A sacred land elder seeking a loan from the Wanbao Pavilion and unable to repay it? Bailey Fuguwe glanced at Su Xinghe, as if to inquire, Is your starry sacred land truly this impoverished? Su Xinghe was equally bewildered. Who could have foreseen that the fifth elder would broach such a significant issue? Are sacred land elders truly in debt? Does the Wanbao Pavilion even have a loan service? Fang He seemed to realize the inappropriateness of his request and quickly amended. Perhaps the interest could be waived? Upon hearing this, Situ Yuan could no longer contain himself, his voice booming with fury. Fifth elder, mind your image. Fang He's complexion shifted, feeling the weight of Situ Yuan's dark gaze, instinctively shrinking back and falling silent. Bailey Fuguwe's lips twitched. The atmosphere of the sacred land was rather different from his expectations. Wasn't it said that sacred lands were proud and aloof, looking down upon others? Why did it feel that the starry sacred land was more down to earth? Situ Yuan took a deep breath, donning a genial smile. Young Master Bailey, please excuse the behavior of my elder. It is merely a trifling matter. As for the repayment, you need not concern yourself. I will take it upon myself to negotiate with the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion. Bailey Fuguwe smiled faintly, remarking that such matters were indeed trifles to him, lacking in difficulty. Upon hearing this, Fang He's face brightened with joy, eager to say something. but upon catching sight of Situ Yuan's frigid gaze, he swallowed his words. It was best to refrain from provoking the Saint Lord, who would undoubtedly not show leniency. Fong he felt rather helpless. Had it not been for the mishap during his artifact forging, he would not have sought a loan from the Wanbao Pavilion, nor would this incident have occurred. After the interruption by the fifth elder concluded, Situ Yuan engaged in a brief conversation with Bailey Fuguwei. It turned out that the Saint Lord and others had come personally because Bailey Fuguwei's father had made arrangements with the Holy Land, requesting some care and attention, and of course, this care was not without cost. Bailey Fuguwei had promised a generous reward, which the Starry Sky Holy Land had no reason to refuse. That old man, indeed, knows my every move. Even my father shouldn't be so excessively intrusive, Bailey Fuguwei muttered under his breath. Though his words were soft, they nonetheless reached the ears of the elders and the Saint Lord, who cast him peculiar glances, their expressions odd. The young master of the Bailey family seemed to harbor a hint of rebellion. At that moment, Situ Yuan turned his gaze towards Su Xinghe, whose expression shifted to one of confusion. Situ Yuan spoke with a gentle smile, as the position of the Saint Child is currently vacant. Several elders and other direct disciples have recommended you for the role. What do you think? Huh. Su Xinghe's face registered disbelief as he looked at the elders, incredulous. This seemed amiss. Did the other elders not wish for their own disciples to ascend to the position of Saint Child? Shouldn't the realm of cultivation be rife with intrigue and conflict, leading to storms over the contest for the Saint Child title? Unbeknownst to Su Xinghe, such machinations did occur in other factions. But within the Holy Land, such strife was strictly prohibited, as the interests of the Holy Land were to be placed above personal gain. Only in this manner could the Holy Land endure and flourish. Otherwise, internal strife would render it vulnerable to decline long before external threats could invade. Saint Lord, what about Brother Jiang? Su Xinghe tentatively inquired, receiving no immediate response. The mere mention of Jiang Tai caused Situ Yuan's expression to darken slightly. He had not anticipated that the heir he had nurtured would become a rigid fool, influenced by Confucian ideals, judging right and wrong solely by appearances. Most disappointing of all was Jiang Tai's failure to prioritize the interests of the Holy Land. If the Saint Child did not hold the Holy Land's interests dear, then he was unworthy of the title. Perhaps being a direct disciple would suit him better. Xinghe, your character and conduct are exemplary. Many disciples speak highly of you, and your talent is extraordinary with boundless potential for the future. The position of Saint Child is no trivial matter. Despite the recommendations from the elders, you must still prove your capabilities to all disciples. Situ Yuan regarded Su Xinghe with a serious expression, directing his gaze towards the Starry Tower. Challenge the Starry Tower. If you break Tai's record, I shall proclaim you the Saint Child of the Dongwang realm. Challenging the Starry Tower, Su Xinghe replied with a slight smile, finding the proposition agreeable. Saint Lord, I am willing. Upon hearing this, Situ Yuan smiled with satisfaction, increasingly fond of Su Xinghe. Fearless and undaunted, this youth's conviction was as steadfast as rock. Ah, such an impressive disciple. Yet why did he end up under the fifth elder's tutelage? Why had I not discovered such a gem earlier? Situ Yuan cast a complex gaze at Su Xinghe's retreating figure, concluding it must be due to the lad's deep-seated concealment, unrelated to his own discernment. Around the Starry Tower, disciples gathered. Even if they did not enter the tower, the starry aura emanating from it would still benefit them. Brother Su is entering the tower. Su Xinghe, exuding an ethereal aura, donned in white, resembled a celestial being reincarnated. Such an aura made it exceedingly difficult for anyone to overlook him. If Brother Su enters the tower, how could he possibly surpass the records left by the former Saint Child? Hush! What are you saying? The position of Saint Child is currently vacant. You should be referring to Brother Jiang. The individual realized their mistake and immediately covered their mouth, falling silent. Many female disciples gazed at Su Xinghe with starry-eyed admiration, their eyes reflecting a dreamy allure. Once they beheld Brother Su, they deemed all other men mere mortals in comparison, in the 9 realms. Only Su Xinghe possessed such an extraordinary presence. Buzz! As Su Xinghe activated the starry law, a celestial spectacle enveloped him as he stepped into the Starry Tower, resembling the entrance to a starry sky. Boom! The moment Su Xinghe entered, brilliant light surged upwards, piercing the heavens. The starlight shone resplendently, flooding the entire starry Holy Land, transforming it into a celestial expanse. What? Situ Yuan was astounded, his mouth agape, struggling to regain his composure. Su Xinghe's resonance with the starry tower was astonishing. Such an occurrence dwarfed even Jiang Taiyi's manifestations by several magnitudes. Was it possible that the glory of the ancestors was to be resurrected in this era? However, before Situ Yuan and the elders could regain their composure, the starry tower exhibited further anomalies. A star hung brilliantly at its peak, dazzling and captivating. How is this possible? Even Situ Yuan, seasoned by countless storms, lost his composure, collapsing to the ground, his gaze fixated on the rotating star at the tower's apex. Su Xinghe had passed the first trial. Jiang Taiyi had taken half a day to conquer the first trial, a record that was historically the fastest. Yet Su Xinghe completed it in less than a minute. This was utterly absurd. Situ Yuan stared blankly, his lips trembling. Could this lad truly be the reincarnation of an ancestor? Chapter 44. Welcome to the starry Holy Land within the starry tower. Su Xinghe effortlessly ascended to the second level. The array of the first level was etched in his memory, easily dismantled. However, upon entering the second level, Su Xinghe sensed something amiss. As he surveyed his surroundings, the entire world shimmered with starlight, as if he were ensconced in a realm crafted of celestial brilliance. Yet, at that moment, Su Xinghe's body plummeted as if in a dream, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in an ancient courtyard. This courtyard, nestled amidst the mountains and forests, seemed detached from the mundane world. Resembling a paradise of immortals, Su Xinghe furrowed his brow, intending to explore, when a soft and melodious voice reached his ears. Lang Jun. Su Xinghe's heart jolted, and he turned to see Lu Nishang, clad in gossamer garments reminiscent of cicada wings. Nishang, what are you? Before Su Xinghe could gather his thoughts, another figure rushed forth from the courtyard. Young master, you promised to accompany me today. It was Gu Qingli, adorned in a fitted gown that accentuated her exquisite figure, her peach blossom eyes glistening with spring's essence, akin to a ripe peach awaiting harvest. What on earth is happening? Suddenly, a pair of delicate hands encircled Su Xinghe's neck, and he felt a warm breath by his ear as Li Mengxi's alluring voice whispered enticingly. Disciple, I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation and require your assistance. Li Mengxi's voice was soft and enchanting, irresistible to anyone. No, Lang Jun is accompanying me today. Not at all. Young master promised me yesterday that today belongs solely to me. Xinghe is my disciple. He should rightfully be mine. Boom. The atmosphere turned chaotic, a cataclysmic force engulfing the realm, rendering the world akin to an apocalypse, imbued with terror. Yet at that moment, Su Xinghe maintained an expression devoid of emotion, uttering astonishing words. Why can't we three be together? All three women turned their gazes towards Su Xinghe, initially incredulous, then filled with fury, and eventually, resentment. Disciple, you have greatly disappointed me. I never expected you to be such a person. Young master, you said you would only love Qingli. Lang Jun. Was everything we experienced before merely a reflection in water? A dream within a dream? The three women regarded Su Xinghe with disappointment, their eyes gradually filled with disdain and aversion. Witnessing this scene, Su Xinghe remained impassive, drawing his sword, the radiant blade resembling a dragon emerging from the depths, aimed at the three women. What are you doing? The three women were taken aback, astonished that Su Xinghe would dare to strike at them. This illusion holds no power over me, Su Xinghe calmly stated, understanding that regardless of the circumstances, the three women would never regard him with such disdainful eyes. What a joke. These were all exceptional women. The individuals in this illusion were entirely distorted. With a single stroke of his sword, Su Xinghe shattered the three women's illusions, and the scene around him gradually restored to its original state as a portal to the starry sky slowly ascended. Once more, Su Xinghe stepped through, advancing to the third level. Outside, another dazzling star hung suspended at the tower's apex. The disciples present erupted into astonished chatter upon witnessing this spectacle. He has passed again. The speed at which Brother Su advances is astonishing. Historically, prodigies have taken several days in the second level. Even Brother Jiang took 2 days back then. The second trial tests one's resolve. Clearly, Brother Su's resolve is as unyielding as rock. Amidst the fervent discussions among the disciples, Situ Yuan's face flushed with excitement. Su Xinghe was the pivotal figure of their starry sacred land, and in this era, they undoubtedly had the opportunity to revive the splendor of their ancestral times. At that moment, Bailey Fugue, glancing at the starry tower, furrowed his brow. Was the starry tower truly that daunting? Saint Lord, may I attempt it? Suddenly, Bailey Fugue spoke up, having developed a flicker of interest in the starry tower. Upon hearing this, Situ Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking he had misheard, but after confirming, he fell silent for a moment. I apologize, young Master Bailey, but the starry tower is accessible only to the disciples of the sacred land. Moreover, to enter the starry tower, one must first cultivate the foundational starry technique. Hearing this, Bailey Fugue frowned. Deeming it not an insurmountable obstacle, then I shall join your starry sacred land, shall I not? What? The elders around gasped in astonishment, unable to believe their ears as they stared at Bailey Fugue. Situ Yuan's eyelids twitched. That may not be appropriate. Bailey Fugue's status was exceptional. Simply being the heir of the Bailey family granted him significant influence in the Eastern Emperor realm. Furthermore, would the elders of the Bailey family consent to his joining the sacred land? There is nothing inappropriate about it. If the Saint Lord is concerned about my status, I can easily sever ties with my family, the crowd exclaimed. Young Master Bailey needn't go to such extremes. I believe this matter is of great significance. It would be wise for you to discuss it with your elders. No need for discussion. Such matters I can decide for myself. If the Saint Lord allows me to join the sacred land, I will ensure that all items required by the starry sacred land are purchased at half price from this day forth, Bailey Fugue declared with grandiosity. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Situ Yuan and the elders shifted dramatically. He solemnly grasped Bailey Fugue's hand and earnestly said, "Welcome to the starry sacred land." Within the starry tower, Su Xinghe had reached the 6th level, the very point where Jiang Tai had halted. He gazed at the boundless starry sky and the resplendent stars above him, with the abyss of stars beneath his feet. At that moment, he felt as if he were truly enveloped in a celestial expanse. Suddenly, the stars shone brilliantly, and an endless cascade of starlight surged forth like a tide, transforming into a dazzling river of stars that continuously converged. Observing this scene, Su Xinghe's brow furrowed, sensing a familiar aura. A resounding dragon roar echoed, and boundless starlight coalesced into an ancient dragon coiled within the heavens. The dragon seemed to embody the cosmos itself, rendering all beings before it insignificant as mere ants. With a slight movement, countless stars erupted around it, vanishing in a burst of light. Su Xinghe looked up to find a message forming in the sky. Defeat the celestial dragon to pass. He gazed at the colossal entity before him, and soon a smile graced his lips. Why transform into a dragon of all things? Is this not a favor bestowed upon me? The ancestor truly was remarkable. Managing to refine a fragment of dragon soul, thus harnessing the might of the dragon race, Su Xinghe's eyes glimmered with golden fire, piercing through the celestial dragon's form. The dragon roared in fury, enveloped in endless starlight, as it swiped its claws, as if to suppress an entire world of stars. Though you dare to strike at me, Su Xinghe bellowed, embodying the wrath of a furious dragon. The might of the dragon ancestor erupting like a tidal wave. The celestial dragon halted, and the overwhelming presence of the starry skies dissipated. Its dragon eyes lost their authority, replaced by an overwhelming terror. In them, Su Xinghe seemed to see the dragon ancestor who reigned over the ancient heavens. Chapter 45. You counterfeit, how could my dreams be so mundane? The entire starry expanse fell into an eerie silence. Su Xinghe transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the celestial dragon's form, seizing the diminutive dragon soul as if it were a slippery fish. With a thunderous sound, the celestial dragon disintegrated in an instant, and the entire starry realm appeared lifeless, gradually withering away. The dragon soul looked at Su Xinghe in terror, immobilized in his grasp. He yearned to struggle, but before Su Xinghe, it felt as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Even resistance was extraordinarily challenging. Dragon soul, such a treasure, Su Xinghe mused with a smile that, to the dragon's soul, resembled that of a demon. Before it could react, it was engulfed by an abyssal maw. Su Xinghe swallowed the dragon's soul with a gulp. In an instant, the entire space shattered like glass, and the surroundings reverted to their original state. However, Su Xinghe did not rush to conquer the next level. Instead, he sat cross-legged, refining the dragon's soul. Although the dragon's soul's power was faint, it was nonetheless a genuine fragment taken from a true dragon. He believed refining it would yield substantial benefits. Su Xinghe sat in meditation, channeling his bloodline to refine the dragon's soul. A dragon's roar emanated from within him, reverberating throughout the space, as a translucent dragon figure emerged behind him. At that moment, the dragon's soul struggled within his meridians, akin to a fish caught in a net, fighting valiantly against its fate. Yet, the power of the dragon ancestor was terrifying. At the moment the bloodline surged, it was as if an army of dragons besieged it, rendering it utterly powerless. The dragon ancestor's bloodline effortlessly refined the dragon soul, enhancing Su Xinghe's physical form while gradually expanding his dantian, resembling a vast ocean of stars. Just then, Su Xinghe furrowed his brow. In the ocean of his spirit, he beheld the dragon soul's phantom coalescing with his spiritual energy. He reached out to touch it. With a roar, the spiritual ocean trembled, and a deluge of profound information surged into his mind. True dragon ancient secret. Su Xinghe's mind quaked in astonishment. The true dragon ancient secret, a celestial talent of the dragon race, could only be comprehended by those possessing pure dragon blood. Its offensive capabilities were unparalleled, rivaling the legendary Dao techniques. Moreover, the effects of the true dragon ancient secret were extraordinary. It enabled one to conquer foes beyond their realm by consuming vitality in exchange for strength. The techniques within were astonishing, capable of tearing apart the heavens and subduing the laws of the universe. The true dragon ancient secret was perhaps the greatest reward from this endeavor. This dragon soul was truly unexpected. Su Xinghe activated the true dragon ancient secret, eager to ascertain the extent of its enhancement. Divine Bridge 2nd Stage, Divine Bridge 3rd Stage, Divine Bridge 8th Stage, Divine Bridge 9th Stage. Boom! A powerful force surged forth. As Su Xinghe opened his eyes, exuding an aura of dominion akin to a celestial sovereign, his demeanor becoming even more extraordinary, reminiscent of an immortal. Ascending to the heavens, Su Xinghe murmured, his heart filled with profound astonishment. From the pinnacle of the Divine Bridge 1st Stage to the Ascending Heavens Stage, it would be nearly impossible to find a comparable secret technique throughout the 9 realms. With the aid of the true dragon ancient secret, one at the Divine Bridge 1st Stage could contend with those at the Ascending Heavens Stage, and with Su Xinghe's aptitude and combat prowess, even typical Ascending Heavens cultivators might not pose a threat. Only those at the Ascending Heavens 3rd Stage or even 4th Stage could rival him. However, the consumption of vitality was staggering. Su Xinghe dispelled the true dragon ancient secret, and his aura once again receded to the Divine Bridge 1st Stage. Given his current vitality, he could only maintain this state for half an hour at most. It was noteworthy that his vitality was comparable to that of the offspring of ancient ferocious beasts, if not stronger, underscoring the immense consumption of the true dragon ancient secret. This was his most formidable trump card. A smile graced Su Xinghe's lips. The rewards from his expedition to the Starry Tower were the most surprising. Outside the tower, Situ Yuan gazed at the 5 stars hovering at the pinnacle, his brow furrowing. Has he halted at the 6th trial? Indeed, the 6th trial was challenging. It was a technique refined by the ancestor using dragon souls. Even he had exerted considerable effort to succeed in overcoming it. If memory served him right, he had lingered there for half a month. Fang Husong sighed in relief. This young man has finally stopped. I feared he would clear the Starry Tower in a single day. Clearing the Starry Tower? That may not be feasible. The Starry Tower was crafted by the ancestor. Thus far, only the founding masters have succeeded in overcoming it. Xinghe is still too young. Passing the Starry Tower may prove challenging. However, if given a few more years, it might not be impossible. As the crowd deliberated, the Starry Tower trembled once more, and an additional star appeared at the pinnacle, causing the elders to fall silent in astonishment. Situ Yuan observed the brilliant star at the tower's peak, a complex expression crossing his face. This young man's talent is truly enviable. I have ultimately grown old. This era must be led by the youth. Before long, Su Xinghe advanced once more, and compared to his previous attempts, his speed had notably increased. In less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense. 3 more stars appeared atop the tower. At that moment, Situ Yuan and the others were rendered speechless by shock. The starry tower comprised 10 levels. With 9 stars swirling at the pinnacle, it signified that Su Xinghe had reached the 10th level. Around him, the disciples held their breath, not daring to utter a sound. Could it be that senior brother Su is about to create a miracle? Within the starry tower, Su Xinghe found himself in a desolate wasteland, shrouded in yellow sand, where a figure materialized before him. As Su Xinghe beheld the person opposite him, his expression shifted dramatically, for the individual before him was none other than another version of himself. Thanks to the power of this place, I can manifest. This is our first meeting, isn't it? The figure clad in black gazed at Su Xinghe with a teasing glint in his eyes, brimming with amusement. Our true self? What are you? Su Xinghe inquired. Me? The figure in black, Su Xinghe, chuckled playfully, inexplicably brandishing a black sword towards Su Xinghe, and said, I am but a manifestation of your inner self, or perhaps your inner demon. If you will .my inner self. Just as Su Xinghe was taken aback, several large characters emerged in the ashen sky. Defeat yourself to pass. Su Xinghe fell silent, gazing at the figure in black. Refraining from striking, instead quietly posing a question, you claim to be my inner self? Then tell me, do you know what my dream is? Upon hearing this, the figure in black scoffed derisively. Isn't your dream to revive your family and stand proudly at the pinnacle of eternity? What need is there for such a question? I am you. Your dream is my dream. Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe could no longer contain himself. He burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Witnessing this scene, the figure in black was particularly perplexed, darkening his expression as he asked, What are you laughing at? Su Xinghe disdainfully snorted, You impostor. How could my dream be so mundane? Chapter 46. Ancestral Master, are you still alive? Reviving the family? The pinnacle of eternity? What utter nonsense. His initial dream was to become a king of ease, where, upon calling out wife, countless beauties would flatten an entire world for him. That was the vision he held dear. As his own inner self, to not even know his own dream was utterly ridiculous. How dare you presume to be another me? Su Xinghe looked upon him with scorn, unsheathing his sword without a second thought. Observing this, the figure in black sneered, undeterred, as the black sword lunged towards Su Xinghe, sharp and cutting. You are merely afraid of your own heart, unwilling to confront it. Allow me to reveal to you the harshness of reality. Hearing such melodramatic words, Su Xinghe let out a cold laugh, crudely uttering 2 words, Fool, clang. The sword light blazed like a comet, a single strike erupting like a star, its released sword intent spreading in all directions. Surging forth like a tide, the dazzling sword light soared into the heavens, akin to a divine sword pointing towards the cosmos. The figure in black widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the grand yen sword piercing through his chest. His strength stemmed from Su Xinghe's fear and confusion. If Su Xinghe were to see through his own heart, devoid of confusion, then his power would be as fragile as an ant. How dare you presume to be me? Su Xinghe sneered, channeling his sword intent to obliterate the figure in black, reducing him to nothingness. Been long enough. It's time to emerge. Su Xinghe lifted his gaze to the heavens, as if conversing with someone. Ever since encountering the starry sky dragon and refining the dragon soul, he had keenly sensed an existence lurking in the shadows, observing him, until he vanquished the black figure. That gaze intensified, as the ethereal voice echoed. The world before Su Xinghe seemed to turn upside down, the surroundings shifting rapidly, transcending the speed of light, akin to traversing time and space. In the next moment, Su Xinghe found himself atop a mountain shrouded in clouds, where he could gaze upon the outlines of the stars. Upon entering a small courtyard, he beheld flowers and plants resembling countless stars, each exuding the power of the cosmos. His eyes fell upon a flower radiant like the Milky Way, causing his heart to tremble. Milky Way flower, a supreme medicinal herb, the Milky Way flower. A rare and precious medicinal herb, contained the terrifying efficacy of the galaxy's power. Once refined into a pill, it could yield astounding results. It was said that in ancient times, someone who consumed a pill made from the Milky Way flower ascended to become a supreme being. A paragon of existence. What place is this, and why are there so many medicinal wonders? Just as Su Xinghe pondered this, a figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard, clad in a light gray robe. With a countenance like jade, and surrounded by swirling stars, he seemed to embody an entire universe. You are. Su Xinghe's pupils constricted, staring in disbelief at the man before him. Disciple Su Xinghe, I pay my respects to the ancestral master. The man before him was none other than Zhuang Xingzhu, the ancestral master of the starry sacred land, a being of divine rank. Zhuang Xingzhu regarded Su Xinghe with a smile, his starry eyes shimmering as if seeking to see through Su Xinghe's very soul. Su Xinghe felt an overwhelming tension. He had never anticipated meeting the ancestral master. Ancestral master, are you still alive? At that moment, a look of surprise flickered in Zhuang Xingzhu's eyes, followed by immense curiosity as he remarked, You are quite peculiar, clearly of human lineage, yet possessing dragon blood. Especially your physique. I have never encountered its like even in ancient times. Were it not for your human aura, I might suspect you to be a transformation of the demon race. Su Xinghe's expression stiffened, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Had the ancestral master seen through his dragon ancestor physique? Noticing Su Xinghe's unease, Zhuang Xingzhu let out a hearty laugh. Relax, there's no need to be so tense. I mean you no harm. Junior disciple, congratulations on passing the trial set by me. According to the rules established back in the day, you are entitled to receive an ancient star map, an opportunity for celestial refinement, and a comprehensive training plan tailored for you. Given your unusual physique, the training plan may not be entirely effective, so I shall additionally impart a technique to you. Su Xinghe stared blankly at Zhuang Xingzhu. And as he regained his senses, he realized something was amiss. Ancestral master, what about the starry celestial disk? Zhuang Xingzhu looked at Su Xinghe with surprise, pausing for a moment before saying, I have given the starry celestial disk to another. That child is also from the sacred land. Given to another. Su Xinghe was taken aback. Could it be the sacred lord? Upon learning that the starry celestial disk was in someone else's possession, Su Xinghe felt a tinge of disappointment. Ancestral master, is the celestial disk in the hands of the sacred lord? Zhuang Xingzhu shook his head, saying, How could that be? That kid couldn't even pass the 6th layer back then. How could he obtain the starry celestial disk? If I recall correctly, that child is called Jizuanqian. Jizuanqian. Su Xinghe's expression changed dramatically. As a disciple of the starry sacred land, there was hardly anyone unfamiliar with that name. He was the founder of the starry sacred land, who once revitalized the sect. It was said that during the twilight of the ancient era, it was this ancestor who established the position of the sacred land. More than 10,000 years had passed since the ancient era. Was he still alive? Is he still alive? Su Xinghe tentatively inquired. If Jizuanqian were alive, how could the starry sacred land have been obliterated by the celestial demons? He is alive, though in poor condition. He forced his way through tribulation back then, leaving behind hidden injuries. He lacks the strength he once had and can only rely on the starry celestial disk to conceal the heavenly secrets. Gradually recovering from his injuries, Zhuang Xingzhu's words undoubtedly conveyed a sense of regret regarding Jizuanqian. He had high hopes for Jizuanqian's talent, believing him capable of becoming a divine entity. However, due to the tribulation he faced, recovery would be exceedingly difficult. All right, young one, my time in this incarnation is limited. I cannot converse with you for long. I shall impart unto you all that you are owed. As the words fell, Zhuang Xingzhu waved his arm, manifesting profound laws of the universe. Boom. At this moment, outside, the starry sacred land trembled incessantly. The starry tower gathered the ethereal light of the stars, and the 9 stars atop the tower transformed into a formation, enveloping the cosmos. The sacred lord, Situ Yuan, witnessing this scene, could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming in horror, 9 stars refining the void. the ultimate essence of the starry law. Only the ancestral master possesses this. Doesn't he? Could it be? Situ's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at the starry tower, which was engulfing the power of the stars, a hint of barely contained excitement flickering in his gaze. This is the ancestral master's handiwork. Su Xinghe has successfully passed the trial set by the ancestral master. Within the tower, Su Xinghe observed the pool of water gathering the power of the stars, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment, refining the starry sky. Is this the might of the ancestral master? It's utterly terrifying. Zhuang Xingzhu smiled. Young one, step inside. The celestial refinement will temper your physique and foundation. It may even allow the power of the stars to flow through your meridians, enabling you to draw upon the brilliance of the cosmos for battle at any time. Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe did not step forward but instead posed a question. Ancestral Master, are you truly alive? Zhuang Xingzhu glared, responding irritably, nonsense, of course, I am still alive. Chapter 47. 9 Stars Refining the Heavens with His Upper Body Bare. Su Xinghe engaged in the refinement of his physique, the vast power of the stars flooding into his limbs and bones, forging and tempering him. Zhuang Xingzhu watched in astonishment as Su Xinghe violently refined his meridians. Exclaiming in awe, ordinary individuals attempting such refinement would likely suffer shattered meridians and bleed profusely. Yet, Su Xinghe can withstand the raw power of the stars. Such a feat is exceedingly rare among humans. This lad, if I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have truly mistaken him for a descendant of an ancient ferocious beast. Zhuang Xingzhu murmured, casting his gaze towards the ancestral hall of the sacred land. A magnificent statue stood tall in the center of the hall, surrounded by flickering moonlight candles, with a grand tablet of the starry divine lord positioned before the statue. Recalling Su Xinghe's earlier remarks, Zhuang Xingzhu felt a twitch in his temple. What are the younger generations up to these days? I merely ascended. I did not perish. Why does this ancestral hall resemble a place of mourning? No wonder this lad posed such an audacious question. Zhuang Xingzhu cast a glance at Situ Yuan, who inexplicably shivered, a chill running down his spine. He opened his divine sense to scan his surroundings, but found nothing unusual. Wiping the cold sweat from his back, he muttered softly, "Could it be merely my imagination?" Observing this, Zhuang Xingzhu sighed in resignation. Well, at this age, there's no need for him to clash with the younger generation. Although the starry sacred land lacks its former glory, it remains vibrant. With this lad and the pure young divine body outside, they undoubtedly have their place in this grand era. Zhuang Xingzhu silently watched Su Xinghe, his gaze lingering for a long while. 3 days later, the starry refining pool lost its radiance, and the water appeared as clear as spring water, revealing Su Xinghe's bare form. At this moment, Su Xinghe suddenly opened his eyes, his aura rapidly ascending. Zhuang Xingzhu, who had been keeping his eyes lowered, also opened his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A breakthrough is imminent. Second stage of the Divine Bridge. Third stage of the Divine Bridge. Fourth stage of the Divine Bridge. When Su Xinghe reached the pinnacle of the fourth stage, his realm gradually stabilized, ultimately failing to break through to the fifth stage. This lad, even Zhuang Xingzhu couldn't help but marvel. For an ordinary person, a breakthrough would surely lead to an unstable foundation, leaving future troubles in their cultivation. However, Su Xinghe's dragon ancestor body bore no such flaws. His foundation was as solid as an ancient tree rooted for millennia, unshakable. Feeling the changes within him, Su Xinghe activated the power of the stars. He observed as the starry energy swirled around his wrist. And with a thought, it transformed into a protective wristband. Creation? Zhuang Xingzhu's gaze trembled, utterly astonished. The creation of stars was something he had only comprehended at the supreme enlightenment level, taking him years to master. Yet Su Xinghe, in merely 3 days, had grasped the art of star creation. This was simply incredible. This lad's talent is truly extraordinary. Zhuang Xingzhu couldn't help but reflect. Su Xinghe, sitting in the pool, looked towards Zhuang Xingzhu and expressed his gratitude. I shall never forget the grace of the ancestor. Hearing this, Zhuang Xingzhu waved dismissively. Enough of such words. Passing the trial is what you rightfully deserve. You lad, shouldn't you put on some clothes first? Su Xinghe was taken aback, only then realizing that the starry refining pool was as clear as spring water, leaving his naked form fully exposed. His face flushed crimson, and he hastily donned the Yanhua robe. Casting an embarrassed glance at Zhuang Xingzhu, Zhuang Xingzhu paid it no mind and continued. What I shall impart to you next is the 9 stars refining heaven. This technique is the ultimate mystery of the starry law, created by me upon stepping into the level of heavenly sovereign. 9 stars refining heaven. What a powerful name! Su Xinghe's eyes lit up. He knew at once that this technique was no ordinary one. Zhuang Xingzhu patiently taught Su Xinghe the heart mantra. The 9 stars refining heaven draws upon the might of the starry sky to seize the heaven's creation, forming a space akin to a small world. Within this space, cultivators of the star law can freely manipulate the power of the stars to suppress their opponents. It is akin to a domain technique. As long as one is drawn into the 9 stars refining heaven, they are invincible at the same level, and even transcending realms to defeat opponents becomes effortless. After familiarizing himself with the mantra, Su Xinghe began to attempt cultivation. 9 stars refining heaven. He activated the power of the stars, and 9 beams of light erupted from his body, dazzlingly brilliant. Upon witnessing this, Su Xinghe felt a surge of joy, surprised that he succeeded on the first try. However, Zhuang Xingzhu wore an expression of peculiar disbelief. At that moment, Su Xinghe noticed something amiss and scrutinized the 9 irregular stars. Wait, aren't these just eggs? 9 egg refining heaven? Su Xinghe's mind was filled with confusion. The 9 stars resembled eggs that merely emitted starlight, falling far short of the true 9 stars refining heaven. Young lad, if the 9 stars refining heaven were so simple, I wouldn't have created this technique at the level of heavenly sovereign. Cultivation is a gradual process. Take your time. With your talent, you might grasp it in a year, Zhuang Xingzhu kindly reassured him. Yet Su Xinghe remained undeterred, believing that the 9 stars refining heaven was not difficult at all, merely requiring deeper understanding. Thus, he immersed himself in further cultivation. 3 days later, after sitting in meditation for 3 days, Su Xinghe finally opened his eyes. Upon witnessing this, Zhuang Xingzhu sighed. You lad have finally given up. I told you the 9 stars refining heaven is not simple. Once you go out, take your time to comprehend it, and you will master it someday. Su Xinghe looked at Zhuang Xingzhu, a confident smile gracing his lips. Ancestor, I have already mastered it. Give up? Giving up is fine. You? Zhuang Xingzhu suddenly came to his senses, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Su Xinghe. What did you just say? I have mastered the 9 stars refining heaven. Hearing this, Zhuang Xingzhu frowned. Let's see it. Su Xinghe wasted no time. Operating the star law, his body enveloped in starlight, radiant like the Milky Way. 9 stars flew forth from the celestial phenomenon, hovering in the air, forming an array that refined a portion of space in an instant. The space surrounding Su Xinghe transformed into his own starry sky, where countless starry phantoms danced, and the 9 stars shone brilliantly, continuously absorbing the power of the stars. Witnessing this scene, Zhuang Xingzhu's mouth fell agape, utterly stunned. In just 3 days, this lad had truly mastered the 9 stars refining heaven, and it seemed he had even improved upon it. With a proud expression, Su Xinghe remarked, Ancestor, what do you think? In response, Zhuang Xingzhu let out a rueful laugh, his eyes filled with complexity. Flawless, even more perfect than my own 9 stars refining heaven. Thank goodness I achieved the rank of heavenly sovereign first. Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe paused, puzzled. Ancestor, what do you mean by that? Zhuang Xingzhu rolled his eyes, exasperated. If I were to coexist in the same era as you, I would never have the chance to attain the level of heavenly sovereign in my lifetime. Your talent is meant for this generation of prodigies to enjoy. Chapter 48. Su brother, you are truly a talent. 8 days had passed since Su Xinghe entered the starry tower, and during this time, the tower remained silent, causing concern among many. Could it be that Senior Su has encountered some mishap? Bah, don't utter such ominous words. Senior Su is the only one who has passed through the starry tower. How could anything happen to him? Moreover, the starry tower was left by the ancestor. How could it harm its own disciples? Once this was said, the others found it reasonable. Meanwhile, Bai Li Fugui lounged on the ground, yawning lazily, appearing thoroughly exhausted. It's been 8 days. Why hasn't Su brother come out yet? At this rate, I might just fall asleep. Bai Li Fugui observed the slightly uneasy expressions of Situ Yuan and several elders, inwardly murmuring, could it be that Su brother has truly encountered an accident? Their expressions don't seem quite right. Just then, the starry tower trembled with a thunderous roar. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, and Situ Yuan's gaze changed. Anxiously watching the quaking tower, buzz! A beam of starlight descended, and Su Xinghe emerged from the radiance, momentarily stunned by the gathered crowd outside the tower. Are they here to welcome me? Su brother, you've finally come out. Bai Li Fugui rushed forward, circling around Su Xinghe, feigning concern as he asked, are you hurt? Su Xinghe's lips twitched, forcing a smile as he replied, thank you for your concern, Fugui brother. I am perfectly fine. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Fugui stroked his chin, glancing at the starry tower with a faint smile. Since Su brother is fine, then it's my turn. With that, Su Xinghe's expression stiffened, staring blankly at Bai Li Fugui. As he began to operate the foundational star law, Su Xinghe's face instantly changed. How could he use the star law? Before entering, Bai Li Fugui had flashed a confident smile at Su Xinghe, declaring, Su brother, watch me break your record with that. Bai Li Fugui stepped into the starry tower. Su Xinghe, bewildered, turned to Situ Yuan, who could only helplessly explain that this was not a compromise, but rather that Bai Li Fugui had offered too much. A 50% discount. This will save the starry sacred land a significant amount of spirit stones. Prepare yourself. In a few days, we shall hold the ceremony for the successor of the Saint Child. Situ Yuan placed a hand on Su Xinghe's shoulder, smiling kindly. The ceremony for the successor. Such a grand event is in store at Su Xinghe nodded, indicating that he would prepare earnestly while also relaying Zhuang Xingzhu's message to Situ Yuan. Master, I met the ancestor inside. He said if you do not expedite the improvement of the ancestral hall, he will let you experience the chaos of the starry domains. Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Situ Yuan's expression grew excited, but the latter half froze his countenance. I asked the ancestor dissatisfied with the ancestral hall. I had painstakingly arranged for its design. Situ Yuan expressed his confusion. Hearing this, Su Xinghe's expression stiffened, and his lips twitched. Such an overtly mausoleum-like style required someone to design it. Saint Lord, from whence do you come, a great fool? Su Xinghe emphasized certain issues regarding the ancestral hall style, which made Situ Yuan realize the crux of the problem, prompting him to hastily prepare for the matter. After the Saint Lord and the elders departed, Su Xinghe cast a glance at the Star Tower before returning to Zidian Peak. The following day, as Su Xinghe emerged from the palace, he saw Bai Li Fugui approaching him. Su Xinghe felt no surprise at Bai Li Fugui's appearance. After all, passing the trial at the Star Tower was no simple feat. His success was largely due to the experiences of his past life. Brother Fugui, how far have you progressed in the trials? Su Xinghe inquired with a smile. Bai Li Fugui, seated upon a jade throne, slammed his hand on the table in frustration, exclaiming, the second stage. I never expected that the illustrious name of Bai Li Fugui would falter at the second stage. The ancestor's psychological tactics are simply my Achilles heel. Oh? Hearing this piqued Su Xinghe's interest. What did you encounter, Brother Fugui? Bai Li Fugui gritted his teeth. Women. An overwhelming number of women. I became the king with a harem of 3,000 beauties. You must understand. As a pure young divine body, I have never encountered such a sight. The slightest enticement from them leaves me utterly defenseless. It is infuriating. Were it not for my pure young divine body, how could I possibly need an illusion? Bai Li Fugui's resentment grew as he recounted his experience, feeling an even deeper loathing for his pure young divine body. He did not perceive it as a blessing, but rather as the heavens giving him the middle finger. After listening, Su Xinghe's expression turned peculiar, his gaze gradually shifting downward. Bai Li Fugui, with his legs tightly crossed, fiercely declared, I did not break my vow. Oh, what a pity, Su Xinghe replied, retracting his gaze before asking, Brother Fugui, is there a way to resolve the drawbacks of your pure young divine body? Of course there is, then why not pursue it? With the resources of the Bailey family, acquiring some celestial treasures should not be difficult, right? Su Xinghe questioned, perplexed. Bailey Fuguei sighed deeply. If it were merely about obtaining some celestial treasures, that would be one thing. The drawbacks of the pure yang divine body can only be resolved upon becoming a celestial lord. Becoming a celestial lord. Su Xinghe's expression returned to normal, and he understood why the drawbacks of the pure yang divine body were so challenging to overcome. It was indeed a matter of cultivation level. Dio, take care. If you truly cannot hold back, then perhaps you should enter the Star Tower to alleviate your desires, Su Xinghe consoled, patting Bailey Fuguei's shoulder. To his surprise, upon hearing this, Bailey Fuguei sprang to his feet, excitement shining in his eyes as he looked at Su Xinghe. Brother Su, you are truly a genius. How did I not think of this before? Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe's expression stiffened as he observed Bailey Fuguei's flushed and fervent demeanor. He realized that Bailey Fuguei was being serious. I was merely speaking casually, and you took it to heart? It seems that you have indeed been pent up in the celestial realm, atop Qingqiu Fox Mountain. Within the ancestral hall of the Tianhu clan, Li Mengxi stood before the statue of her ancestor. Unfurling tin-tails as pure and white as snow. Hundreds of Tianhu members gazed at Li Mengxi's tin-tails, eyes wide with disbelief. Tin-tails. Mengxi, you have actually grown your 10th tail, exclaimed an elder of the Tianhu clan. Utterly astonished that it had been nearly 10,000 years since the Tianhu clan last witnessed the emergence of tin-tails, belonging to one of their ancestors who ascended to become a celestial lord. The 10-tailed celestial fox is said to possess unimaginable power and terrifying potential. There exists a legend within the Tianhu clan. As long as one possesses 10 tails and does not fall, they will inevitably become a celestial lord, or even a remarkably powerful one. Li Mengxi retracted her 10 tails and calmly addressed the elder, whose mature demeanor radiated authority. Elder, according to clan regulations, a 10-tailed celestial fox can be directly appointed as clan leader, even without the consent of the Elder Council. Now that I possess 10 tails, I should have the qualifications to become clan leader, should I not? Chapter 49. Should we give Bailey Pangpang a little face and only seize half? The faces of the elders of the Tianhu clan turned grim, for the last thing they wished to see was Li Mengxi ascending to the position of elder. This was due to her being the first to break the rules by leaving the clan and entering the realm of humanity. Clan regulations cannot be violated. You indeed have the qualifications to become clan leader, the elder of the Tianhu stated with a troubled expression. Li Mengxi raised an eyebrow and clarified, Elder, are you mistaken? It is not merely that I have the qualifications. Having grown 10 tails means I am the clan leader. Are you truly willing to contravene clan regulations? Having been raised by the elders since childhood, she understood their stubbornness, how they held clan rules as more important than their own lives. Although she had violated the rules, the elders were reluctant to disregard the regulations set forth by their ancestors. The elders exchanged glances, deeply conflicted. Ultimately, they gazed at the statue of their ancestor before reluctantly conceding. From this day forth, you shall be the clan leader, and all clan members shall heed your command. Once these words were uttered, the Tianhu members present erupted in joy, their voices rising in a chorus, we greet the clan leader. Although the elders were not fond of Li Mengxi, the clan members held her in high regard. To them, the quirky and spirited Li Mengxi had shattered their preconceived notions and led them into a new world. Many within the clan had hoped for her ascension to clan leader, and now their wish had been fulfilled. Li Mengxi gazed at her fellow clan members, a tender smile gracing her lips. Since I have become clan leader, my first decree is to venture into the world. Henceforth, the Fox clan shall no longer be confined to Fox Mountain. You may live in the world. At this proclamation, the expressions of all Tianhu members shifted dramatically, a tumultuous uproar echoing through the hall. Nonsense, Ming girl, even if you become clan leader, you cannot act so recklessly. The ancestral teachings cannot be violated. Do you wish for them to perish? The elder's face darkened, resolutely opposing this absurd command. Elder, do you not understand? Only by entering the world can the Tianhu clan avoid fading with the passage of time. While entering the world comes with dangers, it also brings immense opportunities. Should we remain confined to Fox Mountain, I could never have grown my 10th tail. The decline of our Tianhu clan stems from clinging to outdated customs without any change. As clan leader, I must alter all of this. Li Mengxi's expression turned grave as her celestial aura surged forth, enveloping the elders present. You? The elders were both astonished and enraged, not anticipating that Li Mengxi had reached the 7th realm of ascension. Her strength surpassed that of several elders present, with only the elder holding a chance to rival her. The elder's gaze darkened, scrutinizing the unyielding Li Mengxi, suppressing the fury within her. Elder, awaken. The only path to revitalize our clan is through this, Li Mengxi urged earnestly. Reluctantly, the elder clenched and released her fists several times before finally squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. Return to the ancestral ground. I wish to know what you have experienced in the outside world all these years. Upon hearing this, Li Mengxi's brow relaxed, a glimmer of joy appearing in her eyes. The elder's concession signified that her heart had begun to waver. To resolve the clan's predicament, it was imperative to change the elder's rigid adherence to antiquated views. In the Star Sanctuary, within the Sin Tower, Jiang Tai sat cross-legged, surrounded by fluctuating phenomena. The Sin Tower served as a place for errant disciples to reflect upon their misdeeds. Here, the spiritual energy was thin, and the atmosphere was cold and damp, with very few disciples able to endure it. Moreover, since the establishment of the sanctuary, no saint's son had ever entered the Sin Tower. Although Jiang Tai was not currently a saint's son, he had indeed set a precedent. Senior brother. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the Sin Tower. Jiang Tai slowly opened his eyes and replied indifferently, "Is it junior brother Feng?" "It is I, senior brother." Feng Yuan stood outside the tower, his expression complex as he gazed at Jiang Tai within. "Speak if you have something to say," Jiang Tai urged. Feng Yuan's face contorted with conflict. "Senior brother, the Saint Lord has decided to appoint Su Xinghe as the Saint's son. The succession ceremony will be held in 5 days. As soon as these words were spoken, a long silence enveloped the Sin Tower, broken only by Jiang Tai's sigh. "Indeed, we have arrived at this juncture." Jiang Tai recalled everything that transpired when he first met Su Xinghe and pondered the words of his master. "Perhaps my character is simply not suited to be the Saint's son." Influenced by Confucian teachings from a young age, Jiang Tai's belief was that the Tao should be sincere, with equality for all, distinguishing between good and evil. A saint's son ought to prioritize the interests of the sanctuary, even if it meant undertaking actions that contradicted their inner conscience. He found himself incapable of doing so. At this moment, Jiang Tai felt perplexed, wondering who was truly at fault, Gu Yuan or Su Xinghe. He felt the need to experience the world. Perhaps this would dispel the confusion within his heart. As time swiftly flowed by, 5 days passed. Dressed in white, Su Xinghe's long black hair cascaded like a waterfall. Secured with a jade belt, the Grand Yin heavenly sword hung at his waist, and his demeanor exuded an extraordinary grace, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. The ethereal charm of his celestial presence, complemented by the specially tailored saint's son's robes from the treasure pavilion, made Su Xinghe appear even more like a youthful immortal. Reaching this stage seemed rather effortless. Su Xinghe initially believed that becoming the Holy Son would require considerable effort, but he was taken aback by how effortlessly it occurred. Perhaps it had something to do with Jiang Tai's somewhat dim-witted intellect. As the Holy Son of the sacred land, how could one be so inflexible? It was truly baffling. Just then, a hearty laughter echoed from outside the hall. "Ha ha ha, Brother Su, I have returned. This array plate, imbued with 88 prohibitions, is a gift from me to you." Bai Li Fugui, with his belly protruding, proudly presented an array plate of considerable rank. Su Xinghe immediately discerned the extraordinary nature of the formation contained within. "What is the power of this array?" Bai Li Fugui chuckled. "It can easily trap ascendant cultivators. And if you manipulate the core, you could catch any cultivator inside off guard." "What level? What level are we talking about? I mean, can it ensnare ascendant cultivators of what realms?" Upon hearing this, Bai Li Fugui beamed with pride. "Since I have stated it can capture ascendant cultivators, it naturally can ensnare anyone below the immortal realm. What do you think? This gift from your brother is not bad, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xinghe swiftly stowed the array plate into his storage pouch, smiling as he replied, "Good brother, I will remember your kindness. When Bai Li Fugui gifts something, it will certainly not be of poor quality. Otherwise, it would tarnish my identity as the young master of the Bai Li clan. Bai Li Fugui brimmed with arrogance, his nose seemingly ready to touch the heavens. Xu Xinghe blinked, pondering whether he should consider robbing the Bai Li family in the future. Perhaps he could give the rotund Bai Li Fugui some face and only take half? Chapter 50. The ancestor's statue explodes in the starry sacred land. Various factions gathered, with flying beasts, ethereal carriages, and young cultivators riding on swords taking their seats. These individuals had come to witness the Holy Sun's succession ceremony. Many sect leaders and even clan heads present found it hard to believe that Situ Yuan had deposed the Holy Son sacred land had ever set such a precedent. Yun Tianju, seated at the Tai Su sacred land, gazed at the Tao platform leading to the heavenly sacrifice, feeling a sense of disorientation. Has Su Gongzi truly become the Holy Sun? How marvelous! Reflecting on their first encounter, Yun Tianju shook her head with a wry smile. That moment, a tall elder clad in a white robe, exuding an otherworldly aura, approached and inquired, "How well do you know Su Shengzi?" After a brief silence, Yun Tianju replied, "Not much, but Su Gongzi's ascension may lead the starry sacred land back to its ancient glory." Upon hearing this, Pang Xian's pupils constricted, and his expression shifted dramatically. Does Su Xinghe truly possess such capability? Yun Tianju responded to Pang Xian with a calm demeanor. Perhaps I have only witnessed the tip of the iceberg. Pang Xian inhaled sharply, a grave expression overtaking his features. The starry sacred land should not be underestimated in this grand era. Suddenly, a melodious chime resonated from the distant horizon, bringing a sense of tranquility to the hearts of those present. A carriage, drawn by a mythical steed adorned with jade-like horns and covered in serpentine scales, gracefully approached. A Jiao horse, the flag it bore, belonged to the Sword Dao sacred land. Numerous gasps filled the air as onlookers marveled at the carriage. Even Pang Xian was taken aback. The Sword Dao sacred land seldom participated in such ceremonies. Yet they had sent representatives to observe the Holy Sun's inauguration at the starry sacred land. Who could it be? Pang Xian's gaze deepened as he peered into the carriage. A young man, standing tall in a black and white sword robe, emerged, his left hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The man exuded a solemn and austere presence, radiating an aura of sharpness akin to an extraordinary divine sword. Pang Xian's pupils widened in recognition. It is indeed him, Lu Wudao, the holy son of the Sword Dao sacred land. Lu Wudao took his seat, casting a glance at the jade platform below before closing his eyes to cultivate. Seemingly detached from the happenings around him, many wished to approach him for conversation and camaraderie, but the intense aura surrounding Lu Wudao deterred them, quelling their desires. This sword intent? Yun Tianju observed Lu Wudao, her eyes reflecting surprise. It was her first time witnessing someone whose sword intent could rival that of Su Xinghe. Indeed, those from the Sword Dao sacred land lived up to their reputation, remaining aloof from worldly affairs, wholly devoted to the path of the sword. Time swiftly passed, and the factions attending the succession ceremony gradually assembled, with a resounding chime that echoed through the ages. Several figures stood tall in the void, radiating an astonishing might. Open the Star Gate. As Situ Yuan's resonant voice reverberated, Star Peak erupted into a brilliant light that soared towards the firmament. The heavens sparkled with countless stars, and beneath the convergence of myriad starry rays, a portal materialized. Young cultivators, witnessing this spectacle for the first time, were overtaken by awe, while seasoned elders and cultivators, accustomed to such sights, brought their young disciples to broaden their horizons. As the star gate slowly opened, a figure began to materialize amidst the swirling starlight. Countless beams of starlight coalesced into steps suspended in the air as the silhouette emerged from the portal. Clad in white, with an ethereal demeanor and eyes reminiscent of a starry ocean, the figure radiated an otherworldly aura, evoking the sensation of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. The young cultivators gasped in astonishment, murmuring, "Is he a celestial being?" Su Xinghe stood firm, his expression unchanging as he ascended the steps. In an instant, boundless starlight erupted behind him like a tidal wave, making it seem as if he were cradling the entire galaxy upon his back. akin to a sovereign of the cosmos, gazing down upon the world. Pang Xian's gaze sharpened, filled with astonishment. This youth has cultivated the starry law to such a degree. His talent may even surpass that of Jiang Tai. Such strength. Many young prodigies felt an overwhelming pressure. Gazing at Su Xinghe's silhouette, they saw an insurmountable mountain looming before them. With the grand era unfolding, even such formidable beings had emerged. Those young cultivators who once prided themselves on their exceptional talents now wore bittersweet smiles. Their confidence shattered like never before. Liu Wudao raised an eyebrow, casting an excited glance at Su Xinghe, gripping his sword with increased fervor. Wait a moment. As Su Xinghe stepped upon the starry steps, his peripheral vision caught sight of an all-female seating area. Luo Zishi, character, self-serving, reclusive, unpredictable, realm, pinnacle of the 9th Ascendant Realm, favorability. 14.it is her. Su Xinghe's gaze fixated on Luo Zishi, clad in a purple silk gown. The Flower Palace. One of the 5 great factions of Wanhai Dataso, she is the master of the Flower Palace. Luo Zishi seemed to sense Su Xinghe's gaze, her heart fluttering with unease. How could it be this brat? So he is a disciple of the starry sacred land and has now become the Holy Sun. It appears he still remembers that day. Su Xinghe resolved to seek out Luo Zishi after the ceremony concluded. Since she was the master of the Flower Palace, why had she engaged with him? And what was the nature of the favor she had mentioned? The multitude of enigmas left Su Xinghe feeling bewildered. He approached the ancestor's statue, donning the starry crown prepared for him by the sacred land, igniting the incense before bowing to the statue. No. A terrified voice echoed from within the starry sacred land. The instant Su Xinghe bent down, darkness enveloped the world, ominous clouds gathered, and amidst the flashes of lightning, a tremendous voice resonated. Boom! A bolt of lightning, like an enraged dragon, descended towards the ancestor's statue, eyeing the gaze of the assembled crowd. As the lightning erupted, the statue exploded into fragments, debris scattering in every direction. Within the starry tower, Shuang Xingzhu's eyes were vacant, devoid of hope. Great karma! This brat bears immense karma. How can I withstand it? Master, prepare for your fate. At this moment, an eerie silence fell over the sacred land as all eyes were fixed on the shattered ancestor's statue, mouths agape in disbelief. Even Situ Yuan and the elders were at a loss for words. How could the ancestor's statue explode? The ritual of honoring the ancestor is a tradition upheld by every holy son. Yet this has never transpired. Su Xinghe stared blankly at the remnants of the statue. Frozen in shock, the ancestor's statue exploded. Chapter 51. Sword Dao Sacred Land, Lu Wudao Master. Su Xinghe's expression turned awkward, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. The statue had exploded due to his actions. It should have had nothing to do with him, right? Speaking of which, the ancestor should be unharmed, shouldn't he? Situ Yuan wore a peculiar expression as he gazed at the shattered statue, squeezing out a few words between clenched teeth. Light the incense, Su Xinghe nodded in a daze. Just as he was about to insert the incense, a hurried voice rang in his ear. You brat, do not light the incense. You need not proceed with the Holy Sun's ritual, simply skip to the next step. Whose voice was this? Su Xinghe was taken aback, turning to glance at the starry tower. It was the ancestor. At that moment, Situ Yuan's expression also grew strange, and soon, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. Xinghe, simply skip to the next step and hand the incense to me. In the depths of Su Xinghe's heart, confusion brewed, yet he refrained from uttering more. He leapt down, landing upon the platform that had long been prepared. The final step of the Holy Sun ceremony, to welcome challengers. Observing Su Xinghe atop the stage, numerous young cultivators stirred with anticipation, curious about the prowess of this newly appointed Holy Sun. I shall take my turn. At that moment, a sultry voice rang out, revealing a young woman clad in a red dress, her twin ponytails reminiscent of a fiery pepper, her peach-like eyes glaring indignantly at Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe furrowed his brow slightly. Who is this woman? Do I know her? Chen Jiji glared at Su Xinghe, gritting her teeth as she declared, Today, I shall seek justice for Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang? Su Xinghe momentarily paused, instinctively inquiring, Jiang Tai? Silence. You are unworthy to utter his name, Chen Jiji retorted, unleashing her attack. Blazing fire ascends to heaven. With a flourish of her crimson spear, she summoned a tempest of flames that surged forth like a colossal dragon awakening from slumber. In the realm of the divine bridge, blazing fire ascends to heaven. I recognize him now. He is the little princess of the Chen clan, who once pursued Brother Jiang. A disciple familiar with Chen Jiji's identity exclaimed in astonishment. So it is the Chen clan's little princess. It is said that their divine fire rivals the heavenly flames of the upper realms. I wonder if Holy Sun Su can withstand it effortlessly. Perfect! Let us witness the capabilities of this Holy Sun Su. Others murmured, as Su Xinghe gazed at the oncoming inferno. His eyes flickered, and his figure vanished abruptly. Before Chen Jiji could react, he appeared at her right side, delivering a merciless kick that sent her tumbling from the stage. Hiss! The spectators collectively inhaled sharply. Goodness! Holy Sun Su shows no mercy whatsoever. Chen Jiji clumsily picked herself up from the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. You dare strike a woman? You scoundrel! Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe was left speechless. No wonder she could be enamored with Jiang Tai. It seems her intellect is lacking, making them a fitting pair. Various factions shook their heads, harboring no fondness for the Chen clan's little princess. Jiji, come back! An elder from the Chen clan descended from the skies, pulling Chen Jiji to his side while apologizing to Su Xinghe. Unfazed, Su Xinghe continued to scan his surroundings. Is there anyone else? The simple 3 words exuded an air of dominance, prompting many young cultivators to yearn for a contest, yet lacking the courage to step forth. I shall. A cold voice emanated from the seating area. As Lu Wudao leapt down, releasing his sword intent, aiming directly at Su Xinghe, a sword cultivator, Su Xinghe's expression shifted slightly, regarding Lu Wudao with surprise. We are both sword cultivators. Let us draw our swords directly. Lu Wudao, a man of few words, unsheathed his sword, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he regarded Su Xinghe. Intrigued by Lu Wudao, Su Xinghe too drew his sword. The moment their gazes met, battle was imminent. Clang! The brilliance of the swords shone like sharp starlight, dazzling to behold. In an instant, a tempest of sword intent erupted upon the platform, their strikes as swift as thunder, the flashes of sword light vanishing like lightning. The young prodigies outside the arena gasped at the spectacle unfolding on the platform. Are these two truly of the same generation as us? A sword cultivator, and Holy Sun Su is indeed a sword cultivator. To be able to contend equally with the heir of the sword Dao sacred land, this Holy Sun Su's mastery of the sword is exceedingly profound. The surrounding sword intent gradually began to tear at the fabric of space, posing a danger even to those who dared approach, threatening to rend them into fragments. Terror filled the eyes of many young prodigies. With their cultivation levels, merely getting close to the platform would result in annihilation by the surrounding sword intent, leaving them utterly unable to resist. This clash was on an entirely different level from their own combat prowess. Clang! The blades collided repeatedly, the sound of sword light resonating through the void. Delightful! Lu Wudao let out a hearty laugh. His fighting spirit surging. Since becoming a Holy Sun, he had not encountered a sword master of equal caliber for quite some time. Now, he sought to unleash everything for a thrilling battle. I wish to ride the winds, he declared. Clear wind sword. Lu Wudao soared upward, his sword's edge gleaming with azure light, harnessing the essence of heaven and earth to form a blade of tempestuous fury directed at Su Xinghe. Unfazed, Su Xinghe's expression remained stoic as a thread of azure radiance shimmered upon his sword peak, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming sword intent. Clang! The sword intent surged, azure lotuses illuminating the void, an infinite number of azure lotuses swirling around Lu Wudao, each infused with terrifying sword intent. What sort of sword technique is this? Lu Wudao's expression shifted dramatically, the incoming azure lotuses exerting an unprecedented pressure upon him. The swordsmanship of this Holy Sun Su must surpass my own. Slash! Lu Wudao would not yield easily. Even knowing this strike would be difficult to withstand, he resolved to unleash everything in response. For this is the way of the sword cultivator, fearless and unyielding. Boom! A dazzling explosion of sword light erupted from the center of the stage, a resplendent azure lotus blooming, leaving countless spectators entranced. Upon the platform, a figure was flung out as Lu Wudao, bloodied and disheveled, staggered to his feet. Well, heroes of the world are as numerous as the fish in the river. I never imagined Lu Wudao, had been gazing at the moon from the depths of a well. Unaware of such a sword master here, though I have been defeated today, I vow to challenge you again in the future. Lu Wudao's demeanor was remarkably composed, stirring admiration among the onlookers. Such a spirit is rare and worthy of inquiry. Su Xinghe, intrigued by Lu Wudao, inquired, "What is your name?" "From the Sword Dao Sacred Land. I am Lu Wudao." Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe understood. Though he had never met Lu Wudao, he had heard of his reputation. So, he is the holy son of the Sword Dao Sacred Land. No wonder his swordsmanship is so profound. Few can compel me to employ my azure lotus. With Lu Wudao's defeat, many young prodigies lost their desire to challenge. After all, if even Lu Wudao fell, what chance did they have? Would they merely become a spectacle? They did not possess the arrogance to believe their strength surpassed that of Lu Wudao. Holy Sun Su remained remarkably calm, suggesting that he had yet to reveal his full prowess. Chapter 52. The distinction between momentary pleasure and lasting delight. After a considerable time, no one stepped forward to challenge Su Xinghe. At this juncture, Situ Yuan rose, surveying the crowd with a smile. "Since there are no challengers, the succession ceremony shall conclude here. Everyone, please follow me to the banquet hall." The Holy Sun ceremony could not conclude so simply. Having gathered numerous factions, a feast was naturally in order. After all, those factions did not come empty-handed. Su Xinghe glanced at the already vanished Luo Ziki and relayed a message to Situ Yuan. "Lord, I wish to meet with the master of the 100 Flowers Palace." This. Situ Yuan's expression shifted, casting a surprised glance at Su Xinghe. "Very well, I shall make arrangements." Once Situ Yuan departed, Yun Xingjue floated gracefully into the room. "Congratulations, young Master Su, on your ascension to the Holy Sun position." Su Xinghe regarded Yun Xingjue with a faint smile that no need for formalities. "Saintess, please proceed." Yun Xingjue smiled back at Su Xinghe, finding him a worthy ally who might bring her some advantages. Within the banquet hall, numerous young prodigies engaged in lively conversation, forging friendships. Elders and sect leaders chatted amicably about recent events in the eastern wilderness, while Su Xinghe exchanged a few words with some younger disciples before seeking an excuse to depart. Entering the gathering broad hall, Su Xinghe pushed open the door to find Luo Ziki clad in a purple skirt. Her unique, elegant attire resembled a resplendent violet, exuding an aura of nobility that was hard to tarnish. "Once again we meet." Upon seeing Luo Ziki, Su Xinghe felt a sense of tranquility. Now, his status was on par with that of a sect leader. Despite Luo Ziki's higher cultivation, the tribulations they had previously faced were undeniably real. Luo Ziki maintained a cold demeanor. "Speak your purpose." Not surprised by her attitude, Su Xinghe inquired, "That day you mentioned it was to repay a favor that you acted as you did. I wish to know whose favor compelled you." "A master of the 100 Flowers Palace, to make such a sacrifice." Luo Ziki's beautiful eyes glinted with ice as she stared at Su Xinghe, a cold smile gracing her lips. "You truly do not know?" Furrowing his brow, Su Xinghe replied, "I am completely in the dark." Her words, Luo Ziki fell silent for a moment, rising to approach the door. Glancing back at Su Xinghe, she said, "Go back and inquire with your father. Perhaps he knows something." With that, Luo Ziki pushed open the door and departed. Su Xinghe was left in a state of bewilderment. "And why father? Isn't he merely a spirit essence realm cultivator? How could such a matter possibly involve him?" In his memories, Su Xinghe's father was quite ordinary, even described as somewhat crude. He had struggled to manage family affairs, leaving the mess to the elders, yet he had always treated his son well. Could it be that my father is a significant figure? After pondering this, Su Xinghe found it improbable. With such an unreliable demeanor, it seemed impossible that he could be a hidden powerhouse. Never mind. Musing here achieves nothing. I should return and ask. Su Xinghe chose not to dwell on his thoughts any longer and returned to the banquet hall, engaging in lively conversation with the young cultivators. Lu Wudao, who was naturally reserved and seldom mingled with others, surprisingly found a rapport with Su Xinghe. Their discussions predominantly revolved around the way of the sword. Time passed swiftly, and after the conclusion of the banquet, the representatives of various factions bid their farewells and departed from the sacred grounds. Standing beside the carriage, Lu Wudao turned to Su Xinghe with a smile and remarked, "If you ever visit my Sword Dao Sanctuary, I shall personally welcome you. Ha ha ha. Should that day ever come, I would be most grateful, Brother Lu," Su Xinghe replied with a faint smile. After bidding farewell, Lu Wudao boarded the carriage and, before leaving, stated solemnly, "Next time, I will surely triumph over you. I shall await that day," Su Xinghe responded. Once Lu Wudao had departed, Su Xinghe turned to inform Situ Yuan of his desire to return to the Su family. Situ Yuan had no objections. Before heading back, Su Xinghe made a stop at Zidian Peak, where he cast a glance at the empty inner hall and then at the Star Tower. "Brother Fugue, you must exercise restraint," Su Xinghe sighed. Just as he was about to leave, a figure rushed towards him from the horizon. "Su brother," Li Fugue exclaimed, grinning widely at the sight of Su Xinghe, his gaze momentarily captivated by Su Xinghe's attire. "This outfit indeed carries an air of the immortal about you. However, it still lacks a touch of flair that I possess." Noticing Li Fugue's weary appearance and dark circles under his eyes, Su Xinghe couldn't help but remark, "Brother Fugue, even if you have discovered a new world, this is not the way to go about it. You must practice moderation. What if you encounter difficulties in reality? Wouldn't that lead you to break your vows?" "Impossible," Li Fugue replied confidently. "If I were to break my vows, everything belonging to the Li family would no longer concern me, and my father and I have discussed this. Should I falter, I would lose my inheritance rights in the Li family. I can distinguish between momentary pleasure and lasting satisfaction. Yet you are right, Su brother, this indeed has its addictive qualities. I must refuse entry to the Star Tower." With unwavering determination and a fighting spirit, Li Fugue seemed ready to battle his desires. Su Xinghe patted his shoulder and sighed, "Press on. Desires can be as ferocious as a flood, and I hope you can withstand it. Do not underestimate me. I can quit whenever I choose." Without hesitation, Su Xinghe merely nodded perfunctorily, inwardly thinking, "I believe there will be a next time for you. Once Pandora's box is opened, it is difficult to close it again." In Heishui City, at the Su family estate, ever since the news of Su Xinghe becoming the son of the sacred land spread, the threshold of the Su family was nearly breached by visitors. Countless cultivators came seeking to befriend the Su family, including many from the Divine Bridge and Ascendant realms. "Honorable elders of the Su family, we bear no ill will. We merely wish to congratulate the young master on his ascension to the role of son. We only seek a brief audience with your esteemed family, and we hope you will grant us this favor. I, from the Divine Dream sect, wish to collaborate with the Su family. Our disciples can enter the Divine Dream without conditions. We implore the esteemed elder to grant us this favor." Within the estate, the elders of the Su family had gathered, and upon hearing the commotion outside, they found themselves at a loss. "What should we do? Shall we open the door and meet them? Out there are elders from various sects and families. If we keep them outside, we offend them. But if we let them in, what about the family head?" Just as the elders were at a standstill, a cold voice resonated from the heavens. "The Su family shall not entertain any guests at this time. Please leave." Upon hearing this, the crowd outside erupted in anger. A man sporting a full beard turned his gaze, his expression twisted in rage. "Who dares to?" Before he could finish, he caught sight of a figure clad in white, causing his heart to race. "Son." The bearded man fell to the ground in shock, his face ashen. "Young master." The elders of the Su family, upon seeing Su Xinghe, instantly brightened and sighed in relief. With the young master back, this situation can be managed. Suddenly, Li Fugue descended from the sky, addressing the elders with a beaming smile. "Esteemed elders, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Please accept this small token." Chapter 53. Su brother, you are quite the player. The elders stared at Li Fugue, bewildered, glancing at Su Xinghe for clarity. Su Xinghe's lips twitched as he couldn't help but critique. "Do you give gifts to everyone you meet?" Li Fugue's expression shifted, and he retorted, "How could that be? I, Li Fugue, am discerning in my generosity. Only a select few are worthy of my gifts. Su Xinghe sighed in resignation. Elders, please accept it. This fellow is not short on funds. Upon hearing this, the Su family elders felt reassured enough to accept the storage bag and express their gratitude to Bai Li Fugui. Turning to the crowd at the door, Su Xinghe stated coolly, "Please leave. The Su family is not receiving guests today." With a sense of resignation, the crowd could only bid farewell and depart, expressing hopes for a future visit. Upon returning to the courtyard, Su Xinghe inquired, "Elder, where is my father?" At this question, the faces of the Su family elders grew increasingly uncomfortable. Su Xinghe furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. "Elder, has something happened?" Su Tianquan sighed heavily and confessed, "The family head has gone missing." "Missing?" Su Xinghe's heart sank, prompting him to seek further details. It turned out that not long ago, Su Xiong had mentioned he needed to step out for a brief errand without revealing where he was headed. However, after several days without return, the family members grew concerned. They attempted to contact Su Xiong using a communication jade pendant, only to find it ineffective, leading to his complete disappearance. After hearing this, Su Xinghe's expression tightened as he looked at Bai Li Fugui. "Does your Wanbao Pavilion offer services for locating missing persons?" Bai Li Fugui nodded seriously. "I will arrange it promptly. Thank you." Su Xinghe expressed his gratitude. Bai Li Fugui flashed a grin. "We are brothers." "No need for thanks." Soon, the news of Su Xinghe's return spread among the Su family, alleviating their tense spirits. Su Xinghe gathered the members of the Su family and announced that the elder would temporarily oversee all family matters. This declaration surprised many, igniting a flurry of discussion. Su Tianquan turned crimson with anxiety, stammering, "Young master, I am not capable. Please, young master, retract your order. If the elder cannot manage, shall I be expected to oversee the Su family?" Su Xinghe shot a glance at Su Tianquan. Realizing the implications, Su Tianquan took a deep breath and earnestly replied, "Young master, if you trust this old man, I will not let you down." Su Xinghe nodded and waved his hand, sending forth several pills. "Elder, please arrange these as you see fit. If we do not swiftly enhance our strength in the face of great challenges, even I cannot protect the Su family indefinitely." Upon hearing this, Su Tianquan's expression grew solemn as he nodded gravely. That night, under the silver light cascading over the land, two figures appeared in the mountains, concealed in the shadows. Bai Li Fugui looked at Su Xinghe in confusion. "What brings you to the back mountain at this hour?" "I wish to visit a particular place," Su Xinghe replied. As soon as he finished speaking, he approached the entrance where he had once spent a night with Luo Ziki. Upon entering, Su Xinghe discovered that the jade bed had vanished, plunging him into contemplation. Are you searching for something?" Bai Li Fugui inquired, noticing the indentation where the jade bed had been, leading him to discover a piece of translucent fabric resting atop a mound of earth. "Goodness, Su brother, you are rather extravagant," Bai Li Fugui exclaimed, his teeth gritted as he glared at Su Xinghe. "This item is unmistakably a woman's possession." Su Xinghe glanced at it, recalling the scene of their earlier encounter, where a piece had indeed been torn away. "If you like it, keep it," he said nonchalantly. Bai Li Fugui's expression darkened. "Keep it? Absolutely not. You must confess how many women you have entangled with. Are you not worried that the one from Huangquan Desert will tear you apart? Those formidable beings of the undying realm do not take kindly to sharing a man." Unfazed, Su Xinghe replied confidently, "They would not." Bai Li Fugui's lips twitched, perplexed by Su Xinghe's unwavering confidence. He even began to suspect that Su Xinghe possessed some sort of harem affinity, attracting numerous powerful women to him. With a heavy heart, Bai Li Fugui lamented, "Even my status as the young master of the Bai Li family pales in comparison to the vibrant life you lead." Su brother. Upon returning home, Su Xinghe pondered over Luo Ziki's words. The matter seemed connected to his father, yet how could a mere spirit realm cultivator be involved with Luo Ziki? Moreover, the disappearance of the jade bed. Had it been taken by a family member, or had his father removed it? Su Xinghe extended his consciousness to envelop the Su family. The family members appeared to be normal, with no hidden powers. The elder was consuming pills in preparation for a breakthrough. Wait a moment. Su Xinghe's expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly raised his head. Boom. A powerful and ineffable force distorted space, and in an instant, Su Xinghe's abode was reduced to fragments. The tremendous commotion roused the Su family from the depths of night, as they turned their gazes toward the dissipating clouds of dust. This is bad. That is the location of the young master. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Su family members changed dramatically, their faces turning ashen. The young master is in danger. Who possesses such audacity to challenge the Holy Land? Su Xiong, by Li Fugui, filled with thunderous rage, glared at the ruins before him, his eyes bloodshot with fury as he sensed the distortion in space, further fueling his anger. Damn it! It must be the work of an ascendant cultivator. Only an ascendant could compress space like this. Who is it? By Li Fugui, momentarily blinded by rage, noticed two figures soaring high above. Su Xinghe, clad in white, untainted by dust, cast a cold gaze upon the man before him, who emanated an aura of chilling malevolence. Who are you? Why do you wish to kill me? The man before him was an ascendant cultivator. And aside from harboring animosity with the Gu family, Su Xinghe could not fathom any other reason for such an attack. The man remained silent, his figure akin to a specter, wielding dark purple twin blades as he lunged towards Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe's expression shifted, and he drew his sword. The radiant azure lotus illuminated the night sky, and boundless sword light surged forth like a roaring river. Boom! The void erupted, shaking Heishui City. Bai Li Fugui was momentarily stunned, looking up at the two entwined figures in the night sky, his pupils constricting sharply. Above, Su Xinghe, with an aura like a raging tempest, clashed fiercely with the man in black, neither yielding an inch. It seems you are at the first level of ascendant cultivation. The outcome is already determined. True dragon secret technique. Activate. Boom. Su Xinghe's aura soared, a sound akin to dragon roars emanating from within him. Sensing the change in Su Xinghe, the man in black's expression shifted drastically, his eyes wide with horror. Ascendant realm. The man's voice was cold and raspy, reminiscent of a quacking duck, sounding exceedingly unpleasant. The chill in his eyes transformed into sheer terror. Clang! Without uttering a word, Su Xinghe's sword light blazed, the resplendent azure lotus illuminating the void in the very moment the sword was thrust forth. Space abruptly folded, and a beam of sword light pierced the chest of the man in black. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the night sky as the man in black fell, heavily injured, crashing down into the Su family courtyard. Chapter 54, That place is rather nice. Hiss, Bai Li Fugui gasped in shock. What secret technique is this, that even an ascendant realm cultivator could be dealt with? Most forced elevation of cultivation levels come with side effects, yet Su Xinghe's secret technique seems to merely incur a hefty expenditure. Upon regaining his composure, Bai Li Fugui's gaze turned toward the near-dead man in black. This is, Bai Li Fugui suddenly noticed the yellow spring token at the man's waist, drawing in a sharp breath. The hellish ghost sect, the hellish ghost sect. Su Xinghe descended from the sky, looking at Bai Li Fugui with a puzzled expression. Brother Fugui, what kind of power is the hellish ghost sect? Bai Li Fugui's expression grew solemn, his voice low. The hellish ghost sect is an assassin dynasty. Many supreme beings fell at their hands in ancient times. They even once attempted to assassinate a heavenly sovereign. Su Xinghe's expression changed, his eyes widening in shock, as he realized the existence of such a terrifying assassin dynasty within the 9 realms, though this power had not appeared in the game. Indeed, there remains a disparity I never expected, that such a monster as you exists in this world. Had I known, I wouldn't have taken this job. The man in black, on the brink of death, trembled as he spoke. Su Xinghe placed a foot on the man's chest, the sound of cracking bones echoing forth. Who hired you? Heck, kid. It seems you do not understand us. The hellish ghost sect has never had traitors. If you kill me, the hellish ghost sect will not let you off. The man's eyes were filled with derision, as if he were taunting Su Xinghe, believing Su Xinghe would hesitate to kill him for fear of the hellish ghost sect. Su Xinghe scoffed disdainfully. A tremendous force erupting Lu Nishang gently patted Gu Qingli's back, her gaze shifting towards Su Xinghe, revealing a smile that hinted at deeper meanings. Why, Lord, the night is long. You wouldn't abandon me and Sister Gu, would you? Ah? Su Xinghe opened his mouth, glancing at the ruins that once was a house. But this house, no matter. Lu Nishang chuckled lightly, pointing towards a mountain bathed in moonlight. That place seems rather pleasant. Chapter 55. Sister, leave this person to me. The night stretched endlessly, the song of the oriole resonating through the darkness, a captivating melody that stirred primal instincts and bewildered minds. At dawn, Su Xinghe awoke from his slumber, finding two pairs of lively eyes fixed upon him, causing him to sit up abruptly. Yu Qingli appeared bashful, while Lu Nishang wore a composed smile. My lord, it is time for us to depart. Should you encounter peril, do remember to call for me and sister. Yu Xinghe nodded, reminding them, you too as well. If the Gu family has any hidden cards, do not linger. Your safety must come first. If we cannot vanquish them this time, I shall take matters into my own hands next. Upon hearing this, both women smiled, their eyes brimming with affection. They adored a man who exuded confidence and strength. Lu Nishang stepped forward, her moist crimson lips brushing against Su Xinghe's cheek. He froze momentarily, gazing quietly at Lu Nishang. She turned to glance at Gu Qingli, winking playfully. Sister, don't you wish to leave my lord with a token of remembrance before we leave? At this, Gu Qingli's fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Just as she moved forward, Su Xinghe enveloped her in his embrace. In comparison to Lu Nishang, Su Xinghe found himself more inclined to tease Gu Qingli. After an extended moment of playful intimacy, Gu Qingli's legs grew weak, nearly causing her to stumble. Lu Nishang promptly supported her, casting an exasperated glare at Su Xinghe. My lord, we must take our leave. With that, Lu Nishang bid farewell, assisting Gu Qingli as they departed. Yu Xinghe watched their retreating figures, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, quite delightful. Upon returning to the courtyard, Su Xinghe observed the Su family tending to the ruins. When he noticed Bai Li Fu Gue with a resentful expression at the entrance. Approaching, Bai Li Fu Gue, filled with grievance, remarked, Su brother, last night must have been splendid. Su Xinghe smiled. Indeed, it was, with a grimace. Bai Li Fu Gue muttered, you scoundrel, just don't let it backfire on you one day. Su Xinghe replied with a dismissive smile. Rest assured, that day shall never come. Bai Li Fu Gue clenched his fists, sighing heavily as he gazed skyward. Oh heavens, what sins did I commit in my past life to be granted the pure young divine body? I would rather not cultivate than bear this curse. Su Xinghe patted Bai Li Fu Gue's shoulder. Take care, Bai Li Fu Gue murmured. Can last night's assassins be revived? In the ancient city of Yuangu, a grand fortress loomed atop a majestic mountain range, the city sprawling endlessly as if it were a miniature continent suspended in the void. In the Gu family courtyard, Gu Qianxiu, engaged in negotiations with the Shao clan, was taken aback by the words of a man in black robes, his expression shifting drastically as he crushed the teacup in his hand. How can this be? That little wretch could not possibly have slain a celestial assassin. Could it be that that old fox Situ left some hidden scheme on him? The elder from the Shao clan furrowed his brows, inquiring, Qianxiu, are you referring to that newly appointed starry saint son? Precisely, Gu Qianxiu replied in a grave tone. Shao Li's face paled significantly as he shot to his feet, exclaiming, Qianxiu, you must be out of your mind. He is the son of the starry sacred land. Unless it is a guaranteed kill, if this information leaks even slightly, your Gu family will face utter annihilation. What am I to do? Gu Qianxiu's eyes flared with rage. My son was killed by that little wretch. He is my only son. You know how difficult it is for cultivators to have children. If I do not kill him, how can my son rest in peace? If I do not slay him, how can I overcome my inner demons? Upon hearing this, Shao Li fell silent, returning to his seat, and spoke solemnly. Which faction are you seeking assistance from? The hellish demon sect, Gu Qianxiu coldly stated. These 4 words. Shao Li's heart trembled, his hand shaking as he gripped the cup. This Gu Yunji has truly gone mad. Any leak in this matter would spell doom for the Gu family. It seems the affair with Gu Yuan has greatly affected him. Rest assured, the hellish demon sect has never leaked information. Even if they suspect me, there is no evidence, and the starry sacred land will not act lightly. This Eastern Emperor realm is not solely dictated by their sacred land. Gu Qianxiu let out a cold laugh. Switching to another cup to continue sipping his tea, Shaoli remained silent, praying that no unforeseen events would occur. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended upon Yuangu City, a force so mighty that it seemed to threaten the very heavens and earth. As if the wrath of the cosmos sought to obliterate the ancient city, Jiyu Qianqiu's expression shifted dramatically as he stared in horror at the celestial light. Who dares to strike against our Gu family? Is it the sacred land? What is this? What an overwhelming pressure. I feel as if my insides are being torn apart. Who seeks to attack our Gu family? Does someone intend to besiege Yuangu City? Inside Yuangu City, the Gu family's cultivators were thrown into chaos. The weaker ones lay prostrate on the ground, spitting blood, unable to move. The powerful Gu family cultivators turned pale, unable to act against such a colossal force. Activate the Wuxiang Thunder-Killing Formation. The elders of the Gu family soared into the sky, forming seals to activate the formation. Boom! The radiant thunder surged like a tide, as the protective formation of Yuangu City activated, transforming into a black lightning dragon that roared forth. Boom! The fabric of reality shattered, and the world turned upside down. Even with the protective formation, Yuangu City still suffered the repercussions. The northern corner of the ancient city crumbled. Countless Gu family cultivators howling in agony, severed limbs and dismembered bodies scattered about, presenting a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Humph! A mere inferior supreme formation dares to stop me? A domineering female voice echoed from the heavens. And with her words, a colossal jade hand descended from above, shattering the formation. The formation crumbled. The elders of the Gu family were struck by backlash, spitting blood and falling from the sky. Their vitality waning. Jiyu Qianqiu, furious and alarmed, stood in midair, bellowing, "You cowardly cur, dare to reveal yourself." Reveal myself? Very well, I shall grant you that wish. Just as Gu Qianqiu's words fell, a chilling voice emerged from behind him. Shaoli gazed at the figure before him, screaming in terror, an immortal being. At these words, Gu Qianqiu felt as if he had plunged into an ice cavern, paralyzed with fear. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, his expression contorted, emitting a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. "I shall not kill you so easily. Opposing my lord means I will refine you into a soul lamp, suppressing you for 10,000 years, making your existence a living hell." Lu Nishang's icy words fell like the scythe of the nine-nethered eye. In an instant, the temperature in the entire Yuangu City plummeted to the freezing point. Cloaked in a layer of frost, Lu Nishang's gaze suddenly fell upon the frozen Shaoli. His face paled dramatically as he hastily explained, "Fairy, I am not one of the Gu family. I implore you to spare my life." "Shaoli, though you are not of the Gu family, your misdeeds are countless. You conspired with Gu Qianqiu. You cannot escape your fate." At that moment, a familiar voice reached Shaoli's ears. His complexion turned a shade of deep crimson as he exclaimed, "Who has harmed me?" Turning to look, Shaoli saw Gu Qingli, her expression icy, leaving him utterly stunned. Gu Qingli glared coldly at Shaoli before turning to Lu Nishang. "Sister, leave this person to me." Chapter 56. The Fall of the Gu Family, Ascending to Immortal Radiance. Boom! Yuangu City trembled, the vast fortress rendered in tatters. After completely refining Gu Qianqiu, Lu Nishang turned her attention to Gu Qingli, who was engaged in battle with Shaoli. It seemed that her sister possessed a rather unique constitution. As an immortal body, Lu Nishang could sense the extraordinary nature of Gu Qingli's essence, containing a force capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. And once unleashed, its might was unimaginable. Damn it! Shaoli's expression darkened, his arm charred and blackened, his body riddled with wounds. The Ascendant Three Realms. Gu Qingli is a cultivator of the Ascendant Three Realms. How could her cultivation speed be so rapid, and her combat prowess surpass her realm? Gu Qingli, the events of the past were not solely my fault. I am willing to apologize. Faced with the situation, Shaoli had no choice but to bow down, as dignity meant little in the face of survival. If this continued, even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, an immortal being was present. If she decided to intervene, how could he withstand her might? "You old fool, do you still wish to make excuses for the past? My father's alliance with you was the gravest mistake. You sent people to kill me, to frame my father. If I do not kill you, my heart will find no peace. Gu Qingli's voice thundered, her immortal flames resembling the wings of a phoenix. Reborn from the ashes. Damn it! Xiaoli cursed inwardly, thinking he should have eliminated her back then. Lu Nishang shifted her gaze to the elders of the Gu family. All members of the Gu family are guilty. Lu Nishang gracefully extended her sleeves, unleashing an unparalleled power that erupted from the heavens. As her delicate hand lightly pressed down, the elders of the Gu family felt as if an entire world had descended upon their shoulders. Ah, ah, ah! The elders bled from their 7 orifices, collapsing under the overwhelming weight, their eyes streaming with blood, utterly horrified. With a mere pinch of her fingers, the elders of the Gu family were instantaneously transformed into a mist of blood. Elders? No, no. The elders are dead. Run. The remaining members of the Gu family fled in terror, their resistance futile in the face of such absolute power. Such is the reality of the cultivation world, where small forces can be obliterated overnight. And the mighty faced the same fate in this world. The strong reigned supreme, commanding all. Not far in the distance, a wail escaped Xiao Li's lips as he fell, his body shattering upon impact in the courtyard of the Gu family. Sister, let us act together, Lu Nishang said with a faint smile at Gu Qingli. Gu Qingli silently nodded, her heart devoid of any tumult as she gazed at the fleeing members of the Gu family. The memories of past ridicule, prejudice, and indifference flooded back. The heart that once held affection for the Gu family had long since perished. The 2 women vanished into the sea of clouds, summoning their innate treasures. 2 cataclysmic energies converging in the sky. Onlookers, numerous cultivators secretly observing, could not help but gasp as the surrounding space melted away. This strike would surely annihilate the ancient city. Stop. Just then, a voice like thunder echoed from the Xiao clan. However, Lu Nishang and Gu Qingli paid no heed, unleashing their formidable powers to crush the ancient city. Where they passed, space shattered into nothingness. Their immense might exploded like a blazing sun, engulfing the day in an ethereal void. The ancient city gradually faded away, as if it had never existed. Let us depart, Lu Nishang urged, pulling Gu Qingli away. A powerful aura approached, one that seemed to surpass Lu Nishang herself. Well, you dare to invade my 100 cities and think to escape? Leave behind, boom. As the words fell, an extraordinarily grand formation ignited in the heavens, 2 streams of profound light descending upon the 2 women, inscribing restraints upon them. Lu Nishang's expression shifted, and without further thought, she tore through the void, attempting to flee. Yet, the moment she stepped into the void, her figure flickered and returned to its original position. What is this? A trace of gravity appeared in Lu Nishang's eyes, the power of the formation. You think you can come and go as you please? What do you take my 100 cities for? In the distance, several figures raced toward them, revealing elderly men who had clearly passed their prime, emanating a terrifying pressure as their cold gazes locked onto the 2 women. Today, none of you shall escape. The leader, clad in a black robe adorned with dragon motifs, fixed his piercing gaze on the 2 women, particularly Lu Nishang, his eyes betraying a hint of predation. Lu Nishang's eyes filled with disdain as she shielded Gu Qingli behind her. Sister, hide here. Leave it to me. Gu Qingli retreated silently, biting her lip. Her heart filled with unwillingness. Still not strong enough. Humph. You may be at the 3rd realm of immortality, but to resist us 8 is merely a futile struggle. Is that so? A pack of decrepit old fools. Do you truly believe you can suppress me by banding together? Lu Nishang scoffed, forming a seal with her hands, her delicate form enveloped in the radiant light of ascension, in an instant of fleeting beauty. The dazzling light of ascension erupted like a blooming white lotus, devouring all in its path with an unfathomable terror, as if everything touched would immediately turn to ashes. Retreat. The elder of the Xiao clan's expression turned to one of horror as he hastily retreated. Ah, save me! Yet, one among them failed to evade the encroaching light of ascension. Upon mere contact, the immortal cultivator gradually disintegrated into ashes. The piercing screams echoed throughout the 100 cities, sending shivers down the spines of all cultivators who witnessed the scene. their eyes widening in horror at the blossoming divine light. Lu Nishang and Gu Qingli seemed to sense something, and in the next moment, the two women vanished from the 100 cities. Xiao Jinhong's face paled drastically, his expression darkening with rage as he bellowed, "Cursed! This battle has severely wounded the 100 cities. The Gu family is destroyed, and an immortal powerhouse has fallen. After this conflict, the influence of the 100 cities in the eastern frontier would surely diminish." Most critically, they had lost face. Not only had the Gu family been obliterated, but the perpetrators had also managed to escape unscathed. This was a tremendous humiliation for the entire 100 cities. "Elder, what shall we do next?" Several elders of the Xiao clan arrived, cautiously inquiring of their patriarch. Xiao Jinhong's countenance was as dark as water as he gritted his teeth and spat out a few words. "Report to the Imperial Hall. We must ascertain the identity of that woman, why 100 cities have suffered a grievous blow, and the Imperial Hall will not stand idly by." Upon hearing this, the elders were shaken. To escalate the matter to the Imperial Hall was no small decision. But given the circumstances, they indeed had no choice but to seek the aid of the Imperial Hall. Xiao Jinhong's gaze swept over the formation, a sliver of doubt creeping into his heart. The formation had not been damaged. How had they managed to leave? In Blackwater City, at the Su family's manor, Lu Nishang exhaled a sigh of relief, her complexion paling slightly as she weakly sat upon a chair. "Nishang, are you injured?" Su Xinghe's expression changed, hastily asking. Lu Nishang shook her head, revealing a hint of a smile. "I'm fine. Merely a bit exhausted, my lord. These were obtained from the Gu family treasury. With their resources, there must be numerous treasures." Lu Nishang handed a ring to Su Xinghe. During the refinement of Gu Qinxiu, he had conveniently seized the items from the Gu family's treasury. Such actions were trivial for an immortal powerhouse who could manipulate space. Chapter 57. Disciple, after I depart, how many women have you entangled with? You have worked hard. As Yu Xinghe took Lu Nishang's delicate hand in his expression filled with tenderness. Though he was somewhat of a flirt, he was sincere with each individual. The sudden display of affection caused Lu Nishang's cheeks to flush, her heart swirling with sweetness as if she had tasted honey. With the complete annihilation of the Gu family, news of this event would soon spread throughout the eastern frontier, undoubtedly shocking various powers. Yu Xinghe looked tenderly at the two women and said, "You both should remain in the Su family for the next few days. Wait until the storm passes before leaving. Qingli, it is best that you do not reveal yourself for a while. Having slain the elder of the Xiao clan, they will not let you off easily." Gu Qingli nodded, yet a shadow of worry crossed her face. "What's wrong?" Su Xinghe inquired, sensing her unease. "I am somewhat concerned about Kuerd." Gu Qingli's only worry was for Nanku. Their bond was extraordinary, and if the Xiao clan sought her out, how could Nanku, a mere mortal cultivator, resist? "Do not fret. I will bring Nanku here tomorrow to prevent her from falling victim to the Xiao clan's persecution," Su Xinghe assured her. "Thank you, my lord." Gu Qingli's face brightened, her worries dissipating. Su Xinghe embraced Gu Qingli gently, saying, "There is no need for thanks between us, my lord. I want to as well." Lu Nishang too leaped into Su Xinghe's embrace, creating a scene that was enviable to behold. Coincidentally, Baili Fuguei was about to step into the courtyard, ready to speak, "Su," but halted. His words caught in his throat as he beheld the scene that would make anyone envious. He silently turned away, clenching his fists, tears of envy welling in his eyes. Baili Fuguei felt it was time for him to take his leave. "Su brother, there are matters in the clan. I must return. You need not worry." Su Xinghe silently watched Baili Fuguei's departing figure, pondering to himself, could it be that this fellow has been stimulated? It was unfortunate that he happened to witness such a scene. Sometimes, Su Xinghe felt a twinge of pity for Baili Fuguei. The pure young divine body may sound formidable, but its side effects were too terrifying. Su Xinghe could hardly imagine what sort of nightmare it would be if he possessed the pure young divine body. Observing the two women in his arms, a smile crept onto Su Xinghe's lips. The days of living off of others were becoming increasingly delightful. Days later, the news of the Gu family's destruction sent shockwaves through the eastern frontier, leaving countless individuals in disbelief that the Gu family, residing within the 100 cities, could be obliterated. Although the 100 cities often engaged in covert struggles, they would not sit idly by in the face of annihilation. Could the other major clans prevent this tragedy? Upon investigation by various powers, it was revealed that an immortal powerhouse was involved, sending shockwaves through all. Immortal beings were seldom seen in the present age, and only a handful existed. The destruction of the Gu family by an immortal being sparked speculation among the major powers regarding whom the Gu family had offended. As the storm approached, many smaller factions grew uneasy, aware that great opportunities and risks coexisted in this tumultuous era, especially for the smaller factions in the eastern frontier. Akin to countless stars, many vanished daily. Numerous factions sought collaboration opportunities, forming alliances to navigate through this stormy era. At the Su family manor, Su Xinghe was enveloped in starlight, transforming into a galaxy as he absorbed the spiritual energy of the surroundings, causing his cultivation to fluctuate. Boom! The third realm of the divine bridge. Phew! Su Xinghe let out a long sigh. Ever since he stepped onto the divine bridge, his demands for resources had been increasing exponentially. Indeed, the treasures of the Gu family were plentiful. Yet the dragon ancestral body was an insatiable abyss. Were it not for the assistance of dual cultivation, he might not have swiftly advanced to the third realm of the divine bridge. Lang Jun, you've worked hard. Please have a plum, said Lu Nishang, delicately offering a plum to Su Xinghe. Meanwhile, Gu Qingli presented a bowl of sweet soup with a smile, saying, "Young master, do have some sweet soup." Upon hearing this, Lu Nishang was taken aback. "Sister, you can make sweet soup?" Gu Qingli nodded. "I used to run an inn and learned a few skills." This revelation, Lu Nishang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Sister, can you teach me? I have always wanted to learn some culinary skills, but I could never find a suitable mentor, and now, you are precisely the person I have been searching for." Gu Qingli's expression turned peculiar. A figure of such stature as an immortal being wanting to learn culinary arts? This was a first for her. Nevertheless, Gu Qingli understood her sister's intentions were for the young master. "If you do not mind, I would be more than willing to impart my knowledge," Gu Qingli said with a smile, not declining the offer. Lu Nishang eagerly grasped Gu Qingli's hand, exclaiming, "That's splendid, sister. Let us go now. I can hardly wait." With that, Lu Nishang pulled Gu Qingli away. Witnessing this scene, Su Xinghe felt immense satisfaction. The absence of quarrels was indeed the best scenario. If life continued this way, he could endure until the end of time. At that moment, the token at Su Xinghe's waist stirred with a peculiar energy. His expression shifted, revealing joy. "Master has returned." A voice echoed in his ear, "Disciple, I have returned. Why do you tarry?" Li Zixi's words reminded Su Xinghe it was indeed time to head back. He turned and vanished in a flash. Before long, he arrived at the kitchen door, only to be taken aback by the sight of flour dust lingering in the air. "Are they learning to cook?" Cough, cough, cough. Lu Nishang burst forth from the white mist, her face covered in flour and her hair dusted with powder, appearing somewhat disheveled. "Lang Jun, what brings you here?" she stammered, her face stiffening before quickly flushing with embarrassment, wishing desperately for a hole to hide in. How embarrassing it was to appear in such a state before Lang Jun. After using a spell to tidy herself, Gu Qingli emerged. Su Xinghe addressed the two women. "My master has summoned me. I must take my leave." Are you in such a hurry, Lang Jun?" Lu Nishang felt a tinge of reluctance, wishing for Su Xinghe to taste her culinary skills. Asked the Holy Sun. "I must not linger too long. The recent turmoil has begun to settle. You may venture out soon, but exercise utmost caution. The 100 cities are still investigating. If they catch wind of anything, they will not let it go easily." After offering a few more simple reminders, Su Xinghe shared a brief moment of warmth with the two women before bidding farewell. As the sword gleamed in the sky, Su Xinghe's speed had significantly increased since his breakthrough to the divine bridge realm. Half an hour later, he returned to Zidian Peak. Approaching the palace entrance, he paused, tugging at his collar to sniff the air. There shouldn't be any unusual scents, right? To be safe, he conjured a drop of dew from his storage ring and let it fall onto his body. A smile crept across Su Xinghe's face. "Now, I am entirely secure." Upon entering the hall, he found Li Mingxi seated as always, her posture alluring and captivating. The moment Su Xinghe stepped in, His eyes reddened with emotion as he exclaimed, "Master, disciple has missed you dearly." "Oh, is that so?" Li Mengxi's expression was enigmatic as she regarded Su Xinghe with a knowing smile. "Since I left, how many women have you enticed?" Chapter 58. Holy Son. "May I take you as my master?" Su Xinghe gulped, drenched in sweat. "Master, what are you saying? I don't comprehend." "Humph." Li Mengxi scoffed, her finger beckoning. Su Xinghe was involuntarily drawn closer. Li Mengxi, resembling an imperious CEO, pressed her face close, saying, "Did you think I wouldn't notice your special treatment? Do not forget, I am a nine-tailed celestial fox, with senses beyond the ordinary." The mingled sense revealed one distinctly belonging to Gu Qingli, while another, a dangerous glint flashed in Li Mengxi's eyes. "Disciple, it seems you have been rather carefree outside." A chill ran down Su Xinghe's spine as he forced a smile that was more tragic than tears. "Master, please allow me to explain. I refuse to listen." With that, Li Mengxi advanced toward him, her gaze menacing. "You must make amends for my long absence." Su Xinghe's pupils constricted as he shed his garments one by one. 10 tails, resembling blooming white lotuses, danced gracefully, accompanied by melodies that could stir the very blood within. Time passed, and Su Xinghe became numb to the experience, lying motionless as if he were merely a toy. In truth, he wished to take the initiative, yet the prolonged suppression from his master left him utterly at a loss. Once he ensured Li Mengxi had fallen asleep, Su Xinghe carefully tidied his attire and exited. Back in the side hall, he began to cultivate, surrounded by a dazzling display of starlight, stabilizing the fluctuations of his dual cultivation realm. His physical form was comparable to that of a heavenly treasure. Within the divine bridge realm, he was invincible. Yet this realm, the dragon ancestral body, was indeed extraordinary, with combat prowess that could shatter opponents of equal standing through sheer physical strength. However, the rate of cultivation was somewhat slow. Or rather, the consumption was immense. Ordinary cultivators would risk instability when consuming heavenly materials for training, but the dragon ancestral body had no such shortcomings. Su Xinghe retrieved the heavenly materials and treasures from the Gu family's treasury. Taiyinggua, blood lotus flower, half-moon orchid, thunder sound ghost leaf, all top-tier heavenly materials, Su Xinghe pondered. These were excellent ingredients for alchemy. Although he could refine them into perfect forms by consuming the spiritual herbs, it seemed that concocting them into pills would yield even better results. Since his Dantian could refine spiritual herbs, why not attempt to concoct pills within his body? Merging and refining the spiritual herbs into pills would yield effects at least several times superior to before. Su Xinghe had never been one to rely on others, so he decided to try his hand at alchemy himself. Without hesitation, he headed to the Holy Land Scripture Pavilion to seek books on alchemy. After studying for half a day, he committed all the content to memory. Thus, Su Xinghe made his way to Baichao Peak. Baichao Peak was overseen by elder Li Tianchi, and most disciples who joined Baichao Peak were alchemists. The majority of the alchemical supplies within the Holy Land originated from Baichao Peak, making it an indispensable hub for the sect. Upon entering the alchemy chamber, he spotted Li Tianchi in the midst of concocting pills. He remained silent, quietly observing Li Tianchi's alchemical techniques. To refine pills, one must first extract the essence from the plants and then fuse it with other essences through the tempering of fire. Soon enough, Li Tianchi successfully refined a batch of pills and finally noticed the gaze from behind. "Holy Son, when did you arrive?" Li Tianchi looked at Su Xinghe in astonishment. Su Xinghe smiled faintly. "Just arrived." Li Tianchi adjusted his collar, regarding Su Xinghe with curiosity. "Holy Son, are you here to procure pills?" "No, I wish for you to teach me alchemy." "Alchemy?" Li Tianchi was utterly taken aback. He had not expected Su Xinghe to express interest in alchemy, as historically very few holy sons of the starry Holy Land had shown such inclination. "Is it convenient for the elder?" Su Xinghe asked with a gentle smile. Li Tianchi nodded repeatedly. "Of course, it is quite convenient." As time flowed slowly, after an hour of instruction, Li Tianchi was immensely astonished. Su Xinghe grasped the theories of alchemy with remarkable ease, something unattainable for a novice. To produce a fine pill, one must have a good fire source. With that, Li Tianchi conjured a peculiar flame that shimmered in dark purple. Though the flame appeared weak, The terrifying heat it radiated was palpable to Su Xinghe. This flame was obtained in a secret realm during my youth. With it, I have produced numerous pills. Currently, without a fire source, Holy Sun, you will need to rely on your own spiritual energy to conjure flames for refining. Though the effect may be subpar, it will not hinder a beginner. Li Tianxue explained with a smile as he looked at Su Xinghe. Spiritual energy, you say? Su Xinghe's mind stirred, and a golden flame erupted from his palm. The moment this flame appeared, Li Tianxue's fire source seemed to encounter a terrifying existence and extinguished immediately. Su Xinghe's expression stiffened. Li Tianxue was equally astonished, gazing at the golden flame with a trembling voice. Holy Sun, where did this flame come from? Huh? Elder, this is merely a flame conjured from spiritual energy. Su Xinghe blinked in confusion. How can this be possible? Li Tianxue gasped in disbelief. The flame born from spiritual energy extinguishing his fire source could only mean one thing. It was a superior fire source. If this flame is indeed a manifestation of spiritual energy, then, Li Tianxue gazed at Su Xinghe with astonishment, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Could this be the essence of a prodigy? Perhaps it is time to refine some elixirs. With a heavy sigh, Li Tianxue retrieved the spiritual herbs he had prepared for Su Xinghe. The elixir he intended to concoct was known as the Giant Spirit Pill, a standard remedy often provided to disciples for their cultivation, not particularly advanced but perfectly suitable for practice. Following Li Tianxue's guidance, Su Xinghe placed the spiritual herbs into the alchemical furnace, then harnessed the spiritual fire to temper and control the heat, extracting the essence of the plants. The process of refining the elixir proceeded smoothly, prompting even Li Tianxue to commend Su Xinghe's innate talent for alchemy. He recalled his own inaugural attempt at alchemy, a spectacle of blunders that not only ruined the spiritual herbs but also resulted in an explosion of the furnace. Su Xinghe's refining process unfolded with remarkable ease, encountering scarcely any mishaps. Before long, a rich fragrance of the elixir wafted from the furnace, causing Li Tianxue to startle. Had Su Xinghe truly succeeded? Soon, Su Xinghe entered the final phase of the process. With the flames extinguished, a gem-like elixir soared from the furnace, and Su Xinghe surveyed its quality with great satisfaction. How is it, great elder? He inquired as he presented the elixir to Li Tianxue. The elder stared blankly at the elixir in his hands, as if his soul had momentarily departed, rendered speechless. Observing this, Su Xinghe furrowed his brow, wondering if the elixir had turned out poorly. However, to his surprise, when Li Tianxue regained his composure, he gazed at Su Xinghe with a mixed expression and hoarsely asked, Holy Sun, may I take you as my master? Chapter 59. 100% talent for alchemy. Su Xinghe was taken aback by this statement, momentarily frozen in place. Wait, what is happening? I came here to learn from you. And now you suddenly want to take me as your master. This is utterly bewildering. Great elder, what are you saying? I am merely a novice, unworthy of such an honor, Su Xinghe replied, exuding a sense of helplessness. Novice? Li Tianxue managed a bitter smile, avoiding eye contact as he regarded the giant spirit pill in his hand, his eyes laden with regret. Holy Sun, do you have any idea of the caliber of this elixir? At this, Su Xinghe furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, I am unaware. Is this elixir of particularly high grade? Not just high, Li Tianxue replied, self-deprecatingly. This elixir is plump and round, adorned with 9 intricate patterns, a heavenly elixir that only a grandmaster of alchemy could produce. Compared to the giant spirit pill I concocted, this one's efficacy is at least 5 times superior. 5 times. Su Xinghe's expression shifted, astonished. He had not anticipated that his refined elixir would possess such formidable potency. Was it possible that he indeed had a gift for alchemy? Perhaps it was merely luck, he humbly suggested, noting that the giant spirit pill was not particularly advanced, and his success in producing a heavenly elixir might have been partly fortuitous. Luck? If that were the case, after a millennium of mastering the path of alchemy, I might as well have squandered my efforts. Li Tianxue rolled his eyes. Feeling awkward, Su Xinghe scratched the back of his head. Should I attempt to refine something else? Upon hearing this, Li Tianxue paused for a moment before turning to his storeroom, retrieving a recipe and tossing it to Su Xinghe. Opening the document, Su Xinghe read, Crimson Cloud Pill. Capable of mending foundational damage? This elixir was indeed extraordinary. The issue of foundational damage was critical to a cultivator's future achievements. Cultivating too hastily could lead to instability, resulting in diminished realms or, in severe cases, a complete halt to one's cultivation journey. The Crimson Cloud Pill, if made available to the outside world, would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among seekers. It is not considered a high-tier elixir. However, the effects of the Crimson Cloud Pill are confined to the Divine Bridge realm. I have prepared the materials for you. Now you may proceed to refine it, Li Tianshi instructed. Su Xinghe nodded, diligently studying the steps necessary for crafting the Crimson Cloud Pill. Before long, he had committed them to memory and was ready to begin the process. However, just before commencing, he posed a question to Li Tianshi. Great Elder, if one were to deviate from the prescribed recipe and recklessly attempt to concoct an elixir, is there a possibility of producing a novel one? Li Tianshi pondered for a moment before replying. Theoretically, it is possible, but the chances are extremely slim, and such an approach carries a significant risk of explosion. Is that so? Su Xinghe mused, then set to work on the Crimson Cloud Pill. Bailing Flower, Qinhong Orchid, Quirain Dew, Bodhi Heart. After a single attempt at alchemy, Su Xinghe's technique had grown significantly more adept, allowing him to refine the herbs with greater ease. What a natural talent for alchemy, Li Tianshi thought to himself, lamenting that the fifth elder had managed to seize such a gifted individual. If Su Xinghe were his disciple, he would undoubtedly cultivate a grandmaster of alchemy. Half a stick of incense later, a delightful fragrance wafted from the furnace. So soon? Li Tianshi's expression shifted. According to the normal time frame for refining the Crimson Cloud Pill, Su Xinghe had taken less than half the expected time to produce the aromatic scent. Is it possible that elixirs are ready already? Su Xinghe, maintaining a calm demeanor as he regulated the furnace's temperature, felt that it was nearing completion. With a flick of his finger, a well-formed Crimson Cloud Pill landed in his palm. Su Xinghe glanced at it, his cheeks twitching. How does it look? Let me see. Li Tianshi eagerly approached, but Su Xinghe took a step back, forcing an awkward smile. The quality is not quite up to par. Perhaps it's best if you don't look. With this, Li Tianshi's joy surged, and he sighed in relief. Just moments ago, he had feared that Su Xinghe's Crimson Cloud Pill might also reach the level of a heavenly elixir. It seemed he had been overly concerned. Not at all. Show me where it may need improvement so that I can assist you, Li Tianshi said with a warm smile. With the conversation having reached this point, Su Xinghe silently offered the Crimson Cloud Pill. Li Tianshi, beaming with delight, focused intently on the elixir. Suddenly, his expression froze in shock. The quality was lacking. It required improvement. The few words echoed in his mind as he examined the 9 intricate patterns on the surface of the elixir, leaving him in silence. Great Elder, are you all right? Su Xinghe asked anxiously, fearing that Li Tianshi might be overwhelmed and lose his composure. Yet, Li Tianshi eventually broke into a smile, responding, I am fine. How could I possibly be otherwise? Holy Son, you have indeed crafted an impressive elixir. I am merely reflecting on my own shortcomings. Upon further thought, given my advanced age, perhaps it is time for me to retire. Would you be willing to take over the management of Baichao Peak? This was disastrous. The Great Elder had lost his mind. Great Elder, please take care of yourself. I must return to solidify my understanding of the alchemical process, so I will not disturb you further. Farewell. Su Xinghe hastily departed, concerned that the Great Elder, in his current state, might genuinely resign from his duties. To have him manage an entire peak of elders. What a preposterous notion. Wasn't that akin to shackling himself? Li Tianshi watched Su Xinghe's retreating figure, a sly smile creeping across his face. He had succeeded. 2 heavenly elixirs were now in his possession. These elixirs represented invaluable research material. Should he uncover their secrets, perhaps he too could learn to produce heavenly elixirs. However, the Holy Sun truly was an enigma, Li Tianshi murmured softly, grateful that Su Xinghe was the Holy Sun of the starry sacred land. Su Xinghe, however, did not return to Zidian Peak immediately. Instead, he ventured to the treasure pavilion to purchase an alchemical furnace, eager to experiment with the possibility of producing entirely new elixirs through irregular methods. Upon returning to Zidian Peak, Su Xinghe wasted no time and ignited the furnace for alchemy. The lower-tier herbs from the Gu family's treasury were perfect for his experiments, as the flames blazed. He carelessly tossed in several herbs and began the process of refinement. Before long, a surprising discovery emerged. The furnace was taking on the shape of an elixir. Tianshi had mentioned that such occurrences were conceivable. Albeit with a minuscule probability, little did he know, he was indeed the chosen one, capable of seizing even the slightest opportunities. Following standard procedures, Su Xinghe continued his refinement. Soon, a plump and well-formed elixir soared from the furnace and landed in his hand. Gazing at the elixir, Su Xinghe felt a whirlwind of emotions. Again, it bore 9 patterns and was of heavenly quality. He swore he had merely been experimenting. He had not intended to create a heavenly elixir. Could it be that my talent for alchemy allows me to produce any elixir at the highest quality? To test this hypothesis, Su Xinghe continued his random experiments. After a stick of incense had passed, he surveyed the table laden with elixirs, lost in contemplation. 100% success rate. 100% for producing the highest quality elixirs. This talent was indeed somewhat monstrous. Chapter 60. Is it possible that the issue lies with the individual? After extensive experimentation, Su Xinghe finally confirmed his extraordinary talent for alchemy. To be honest, he had not anticipated his alchemical prowess to be so remarkable. Not only could he be considered a grandmaster of alchemy, but it would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as the emperor of elixirs. Yet, a dilemma arose. Su Xinghe glanced at the numerous elixirs before him, feeling a twinge of headache. How would he manage these elixirs? Each one was a mystery, and he dared not experiment recklessly with their effects. Perhaps it would be best to entrust them to the great elder. Surely, upon witnessing such a plethora of elixirs, he would be utterly delighted, wouldn't he? Thus, with a joyful resolve, after gathering all the elixirs, Su Xinghe commenced the endeavor of refining the essence within his body, merging it to concoct the pills. He retrieved the spiritual herbs he had meticulously prepared, placing them directly into his mouth, and assumed a meditative posture to circulate his cultivation technique. The light of the stars within him shone brilliantly, as the pure medicinal energy pervaded his limbs and bones. The medicinal power converged in his dantian, where Su Xinghe diligently refined and integrated it through his cultivation method. The process of internal refinement of medicinal energy differed from alchemy. While the latter relied on the aid of a cauldron and spiritual fire to achieve success, the former depended solely on the power of his bloodline. The ferocious medicinal energy was swiftly subdued by the might of his bloodline, as the vast spiritual energy in his dantian transformed into a colossal furnace, refining the medicinal essence. Unbeknownst to him, the starlight within the hall blossomed into resplendent lotuses of stellar brilliance. Before long, the medicinal energy gathered in his dantian coalesced into a droplet of dew. Its potency precise, containing an astonishingly immense energy. Su Xinghe opened his eyes, a smile of exhilaration illuminating his face. He had succeeded. Gradually, this droplet of dew was devoured by his dantian, as a surge of pure heavenly energy surged forth. Bang! The divine bridge's fourth realm. Su Xinghe broke through once more, his aura soaring rapidly. The spiritual energy within his dantian gradually spread, transforming into an endless river, as if an infinite reservoir of spiritual power flowed forth. After a moment, the fifth realm of the divine bridge, Su Xinghe's aura gradually stabilized, and his realm settled firmly. Indeed, this method proved to be far more effective. Su Xinghe exhaled deeply. In addition to the elevation of his realm, he sensed an additional surge of power within him. Suddenly, an intensely cold chill swept through the grand hall, as a layer of visible frost began to spread. The chill, could it be the infinite spirit ice? The infinite spirit ice, a rare celestial treasure, takes at least 10,000 years to form. Should this treasure become unclaimed, it could incite fierce battles among powerhouses, even leading to sect conflicts. There were still numerous celestial treasures to be refined alongside it. Su Xinghe was not one to squander resources, continuing to refine the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, for his cultivation would not affect his foundation. Since resources were abundant, why not enhance his abilities? Time passed gradually, and by the following morning, Su Xinghe's realm had ascended to the 7th tier of the Divine Bridge. Both his dantian and physical form underwent momentous transformations. However, the resources consumed upon breaking through were significantly greater. The ancient family's resources were nearly depleted. Ultimately, he had only ascended 2 realms. The dragon ancestor's Dao body truly seemed insatiable. Su Xinghe couldn't help but murmur a quiet complaint. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned. His goal was not solely personal advancement. Even if his cultivation progressed more slowly, what of it? After all, he was living off the generosity of others. After a brief tidying up, Su Xinghe set out once more for Baichao Peak. However, upon arriving at Baichao Peak, he was greeted by an ear-splitting explosion, boom, from the mountaintop where Li Tianchi resided. A thunderous sound erupted once more. Su Xinghe stared at the billowing black smoke, momentarily stunned. Had the Grand Elder blown up the cauldron? The tremendous commotion drew the attention of many disciples of Baichao Peak, who gazed at the mountaintop with mixed emotions. How many times had this occurred? Was it the 6th time, perhaps? The Grand Elder rarely experienced such mishaps. In fact, over the past decade, he had only blown up a cauldron once recently. What could be troubling the Grand Elder? Was his alchemical state subpar? It didn't seem so. Ever since the Saint Sun's departure, the Grand Elder had been secluded, perhaps having obtained some new formula he was desperately attempting. That could indeed be a possibility. Su Xinghe approached the alchemy chamber and, observing the swirling smoke, utilized a spell to disperse it there. He beheld a figure slumped on the ground, entirely charred, as if he had just crawled out of a coal mine. Grand Elder? Su Xinghe called out, tentatively. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Li Tianchi turned abruptly. As if awakening from a trance, Su Xinghe's heart skipped a beat at the sight. Li Tianchi's cheeks were gaunt, his eyes bloodshot, utterly fatigued. The Grand Elder has overexerted himself? Li Tianchi grasped Su Xinghe's arm, urgency lacing his voice. Saint Sun, you must refine once more. Just once more. I have been tirelessly attempting to unravel the mysteries of the celestial pill, yet I find myself at an impasse. Having discarded all previous theories without a single breakthrough. Saint Sun, just once. No matter what happens in the Holy Land afterward, I will stand unwaveringly by your side. Su Xinghe observed Li Tianchi's frenzied demeanor. His lips twitching involuntarily. Surely, the Grand Elder had not succumbed to madness. This state appeared exceedingly alarming. After a prolonged silence, Su Xinghe finally spoke. Grand Elder, might it be possible that the issue lies with the practitioner? At this, Li Tianchi paused, his brow furrowed. What do you mean? Su Xinghe laid out the pills he had crafted the day prior before Li Tianchi, explaining, these are the elixirs I refined yesterday. After incorporating the herbs, they all transformed into pills, each and every one possessing the quality of a celestial pill. Upon hearing this, Li Tianchi's expression morphed into one of sheer terror as he frantically uncorked the vials. One by one, after confirming that each contained pills never before concocted in the 9 realms, he gazed at Su Xinghe with immense fear, his eyes seemingly questioning the very nature of the extraordinary being before him. Truly, this was absurdity incarnate. Li Tianchi remained seated for a while, and only after half an hour did he begin to accept this outrageous reality. Wait here for me, he stated coolly, stepping into an adjacent chamber. Moments later, Li Tianchi emerged, freshly attired and revitalized. Thank heavens you brought these pills. Otherwise, I might have remained trapped in that state for eternity. Li Tianchi exhaled deeply, feeling considerably lighter compared to his earlier agitation and anxiety. Su Xinghe's talents were not merely exceptional. It was as if the heavens had granted him a special favor. How could anyone compare to such a person? 100% success rate in pill refinement. 100% celestial pill quality. Such feats could only be accomplished by Su Xinghe alone. Seeing Li Tianchi in a better state, Su Xinghe felt relief wash over him. Should the Grand Elder lose his sanity due to him, it would indeed be a grave sin. Chapter 61. The secret realm of Tianyuan Mountain. Su Xinghe entrusted the elixirs to the Grand Elder, confident that he could experiment with their effects. Thereafter, it was not his place as the Saint's son to worry. His interest in alchemical experimentation was merely a matter of personal curiosity. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached his ears. Xinghe, hastened to the starry sacred hall. Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe's brows furrowed slightly as he gazed towards the resplendent starry sacred hall. The voice of the sovereign. Su Xinghe summoned his sword and swiftly made his way. Soon, he entered the hall, where he encountered several familiar figures. Holy Maiden! Su Xinghe was taken aback to see Yun Qingjue, who was adorned in a flowing cloud-colored gown, resembling a white lotus yet exuding a hint of enchanting allure. Saint Sun, it is a pleasure to meet you again. Yu Xinghe felt a pang of confusion. The sovereign had summoned him. Could it be related to Yun Qingjue? This woman was far from benevolent. Though Yun Qingjue harbored some affection for him, her aura had consistently fluctuated between the 20s, never advancing further. Furthermore, her innate connection to the demonic path did not bode well for him. Sovereign. Siti Yuan regarded Su Xinghe with a beaming smile. Xinghe, the Holy Maiden has come specifically to seek your assistance. At this, Su Xinghe's brow furrowed further as he turned his gaze towards Yun Qingjue. What matter does the Holy Maiden require? Yun Qingjue smiled gently. I recently ventured forth and discovered an ancient relic, but I cannot breach it alone and require assistance. Thus I thought of the Saint Sun. Why not have the elders of the sacred land enter the relic? Yun Qingjue shook her head. The relic is laden with restrictions. Should the elders enter, they would be attacked by the formations. One of our elders in the ascending realm was even injured as a result. The ancient relic. Su Xinghe fell silent for a moment. Given the scarcity of resources and the immense consumption of the dragon ancestors' Dao body, acquiring some heavenly materials or earthly treasures within the relic would be most advantageous. However, Su Xinghe's peripheral gaze fell upon Yun Qingjue. If he were to enter the relic, he would have to remain cautious of her, for she was inherently aligned with the demonic path. Where is this ancient relic located? Holy Maiden, Su Xinghe inquired. Tianyuan Mountain. Tianyuan Mountain? Su Xinghe's expression shifted subtly, his heart racing with surprise. If his memory served him correctly, there had been an announcement during the mid-game regarding a secret realm at Tianyuan Mountain, accessible only to cultivators under 100 years of age. Within it lay countless demon puppets and bountiful treasures. Most importantly, however, was the ancient bronze coffin within which a woman lay in slumber. This woman would later awaken as an NPC, and while Su Xinghe had endeavored to build rapport with her, despite achieving maximum favorability, they had not become Dao companions. What realm was she in? Again, Su Xinghe racked his brain but found himself utterly at a loss. Nonetheless, this secret realm was worth exploring. Yun Qingjue, sensing Su Xinghe's shift in demeanor, maintained her radiant smile akin to a blossoming lotus. Saint Sun, have you made your decision? Su Xinghe replied with a faint smile. Since the Holy Maiden has extended such a gracious invitation, how could I refuse? Upon the utterance of these words, Yun Qingjue and the elder beside him displayed expressions of delight. The alliance between the heirs of the two great sacred lands constituted an undeniable force within the secret realm. Situ Yuan turned to the elder beside Yun Qingjue and said with a smile, Brother Shi, I entrust our holy son to your care. Shi Lu responded with a hearty laugh. Rest assured, Holy Master. The Tai Su's sacred land guarantees that the Holy Son will encounter no misfortunes. After a round of courteous exchanges, Su Xinghe took his leave to prepare for his journey. Within the Zidian Peak, upon entering the palace, Su Xinghe found Li Mengxi gazing intently at him, albeit with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Master, I shall be away for a few days. Please take care of yourself in my absence. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Xinghe informed Li Mengxi of the purpose of his expedition. Upon hearing this, Li Mengxi waved her hand, and a treasure banner emanating an extraordinary aura flew into Su Xinghe's grasp. It was the Mountain River Banner, a supreme celestial treasure that had once been used to forge an indomitable realm. With this banner, one could manifest a boundless landscape, rendering even the most formidable cultivators in that territory incapable of inflicting harm. Su Xinghe regarded the Mountain River Banner in his hands and grinned. In that case, I shall not be modest with Master. You, Li Mengxi sighed, shaking her head in exasperation as she tossed him a storage bag. Within are the rare materials I have gathered for you. I hope they will aid your cultivation. Su Xinghe accepted the storage bag without examining its contents, promptly stowing it away. Master, you are far too generous. If I come across any treasures within the secret realm, I will certainly bring them back for you. His determination was palpable. Witnessing this scene, Li Mengshi smirked mischievously. I desire no treasures. All I ask is that you spend a few more days with me upon your return. Su Xinghe's expression stiffened, a chill running down his spine. Master remains as fierce as ever. At Tianyuan Mountain, the towering Wanzhong mountain range loomed like a pillar supporting heaven and earth. The region of Tianyuan was unique, lying outside the domain of any single faction. Thus, the Tai Su sacred land had not sought to claim it after discovering this secret realm. Upon their arrival, Su Xinghe and Yun Qingjue found themselves amidst a throng of people, including numerous wandering cultivators and members of prominent clans. The moment Su Xinghe and Yun Qingjue appeared, their proud figures attracted countless gazes. Who are those two? The Tai Su Holy Maiden and the Starry Sky Holy Sun. Hiss! Their presence here indicates that this secret realm is no ordinary place. Are you fools? It was previously reported that this secret realm was discovered by the Tai Su Holy Maiden. Her appearance here is entirely expected. Have the Starry Sky Holy Sun and the Tai Su Holy Maiden formed an alliance? If they enter this secret realm together, it may very well become their domain. What chance do we have of finding treasures? The surrounding cultivators buzzed with speculation, but Su Xinghe and Yun Qingjue paid no heed to their idle chatter. Let us proceed, Su Xinghe suggested, glancing at Yun Qingjue, who nodded in agreement as they stepped into the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, the celestial bodies were shrouded in darkness, the land marred by desolation, and ancient coffins loomed like mountains, evoking an aura of the underworld. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Xinghe felt no surprise. The setting mirrored the scenes from the game. Suddenly, piercing screams echoed in his ears, as the cultivators who had entered the secret realm were besieged by countless demon puppets, seemingly endless in their onslaught against the intruders. However, these demon puppets posed no obstacle to Su Xinghe and Yun Qingjue. They surged forward like a shooting star, cutting down all in their path. Even an onslaught of thousands could not impede their advance. With a flick of his sleeve, countless golden demon cores poured into Su Xinghe's grasp. Unlike ordinary human cultivators, who would be influenced by the demonic essence within these cores, Su Xinghe remained unaffected due to his dragon ancestor physique. Any demonic nature would be swiftly suppressed. Chapter 62. The Underworld Palace. The two delved deeper, soon arriving in another area. The air was thick with ominous energy, and the mounds of earth resembled burial mounds, exuding a sinister atmosphere. There, Su Xinghe spotted an enormous ancient corpse, occupying half of the space before him. Yun Qingjue's gaze trembled as she turned to look, her heart racing with sudden dread. We must leave. Before long, both stood before the colossal corpse, utterly astounded. This is the corpse of an ancient god. Yun Qingjue's voice quivered as she spoke. Su Xinghe, puzzled, inquired, Ancient god. The ancient gods are a rare and powerful race in the Nine Realms. Even a newborn ancient god possesses strength rivaling that of ascendant cultivators. What? They are comparable to ascendant cultivators at birth? Su Xinghe was taken aback. There was no mention of ancient gods in the game. This was an unknown entity. But if the ancient gods are so powerful, why do they not dominate the Nine Realms? Su Xinghe's brow furrowed. Yun Qingjue explained earnestly, though the ancient gods are formidable, their numbers are scarce. There are perhaps only 20 in the Nine Realms. Additionally, their innate strength makes it exceedingly difficult for them to break through to higher realms. An ancient god must endure the divine tribulation before ascending to the status of a celestial deity. And the power of such tribulation is capable of annihilating an entire starry sky. This ancient god's inner world lies in ruin. It has likely been dead for tens of thousands of years. Ah, I see, Su Xinghe mused. While they benefit from innate strength, they also face significant drawbacks. The divine tribulation they must face is indeed terrifying. Yun Qingjue gazed at the ancient god's corpse with a hint of regret. Had this ancient god's inner world not been shattered, its body would be replete with treasures. Nevertheless, the presence of an ancient god's corpse in this ruin speaks volumes about its significance. After a brief pause, the two continued their exploration. Not long after, they entered a mist-laden area, where dense fog obscured all visibility and no light penetrated. The surrounding chill was reminiscent of a land of the dead. Su Xinghe felt a surge of vigilance. recalling that the misty area often harbored monstrous attacks, accompanied by malevolent winds. "Who goes there?" Yun Qingjue's voice was sharp, just as a piercing wail echoed nearby. A corpse enveloped in ominous energy surged toward them. Exuding an aura of ill omen, Yun Qingjue summoned a golden bell, which radiated brilliant light as it flew forth. This was a superior celestial treasure, its power formidable enough to challenge even peak cultivators of the divine bridge realm. However, to her shock, the bell seemed ineffective against the advancing corpse, which unleashed an enigmatic barrier at the moment of impact. How is this possible? Yun Qingjue's complexion paled, fear flashing in her eyes. Just then, a streak of sword light surged forth like a bolt of thunder, engulfing the ancient corpse and reducing it to ashes. Witnessing this, Yun Qingjue breathed a sigh of relief, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Holy Sun, for your timely rescue. No need for thanks. This place bears unusual phenomena. It is best for the Holy Maiden to stay close to me," Su Xinghe replied nonchalantly. Yun Qingjue nodded and remained by his side. In the misty area, they seemed ensnared in a formation, wandering in circles regardless of the direction taken. After a while, Su Xinghe halted, glancing back at Yun Qingjue. Yun Qingjue's profile displayed the following: character traits: evil, protective, power-hungry realm, 7th stage of transformation. See favorability. 23, only 23. It seems this woman is truly unperturbed by worldly desires. Of course, Su Xinghe had no intention of adding Yun Qingjue to his harem. A woman born of innate evil could lead to unforeseen troubles. However, Yun Qingjue was the Tai Su Holy Maiden. Had she not perceived any anomalies? "Holy Sun, are we not leaving?" Yun Qingjue asked, puzzled. Su Xinghe surveyed the fog and replied with a faint smile. "Let us wait here for a moment. Should the wind arise, we may find our way out." "The wind?" Yun Qingjue was bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. The two remained in place. And soon an unusual wind howled from all directions, a chilling draft sweeping through. The shrill sound of the wind was akin to the wails of tormented spirits, piercingly sharp. Yun Qingjue's expression shifted. Her vigilance heightened, while Su Xinghe wore a smile of anticipation. "At last, it has arrived." The tempest bore down, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. Su Xinghe drew his sword, and a radiant beam of sword light shot forth. Boom! The sword light erupted into a dazzling azure lotus. Su Xinghe leapt into the fray, sword in hand, charging into the tempest. "Holy Sun!" Yun Qingjue was alarmed, her mind blank as she witnessed Su Xinghe's reckless plunge into the storm. "I've got you now!" Within the tempest, Su Xinghe beheld a creature with wings flapping, its head resembling that of a rat, a sinister smile creeping across its face. Upon seeing this expression, the creature seemed to sense impending doom. Its eyes filled with terror. With a piercing shriek, it unleashed a wave of sound that rippled through the air. Su Xinghe brandished his sword, parrying the attack, then struck once more, with a sickening thud. A grotesque head fell from the sky, and Su Xinghe wielded his heavenly sword with precision. A flurry of sword lights erupted like a tempest, instantaneously dismembering the corpse into a mist of blood. As the sanguine haze dissipated, a verdant orb, reminiscent of a sacred relic, floated in the void. It was indeed. Su Xinghe grasped the orb as it descended from the air. Yun Qingjue approached, her gaze fixed on the orb in Su Xinghe's hand, and she inquired with curiosity, "What is this?" Su Xinghe replied with a smile, "It is the key to guide us out of the fog." With that, he infused the orb with spiritual energy. In an instant, a dazzling radiance burst forth, piercing through the mist, and where the light shone, the fog gradually receded, revealing a path. This, Yun Qingjue was utterly astonished. How did Su Xinghe know that this orb was the key to escaping the mist? Moreover, it seemed as if he had anticipated the ominous winds, as if he had traversed this place before. "Let us proceed," Su Xinghe declared, following the path ahead. Midway through their journey, the orb's brilliance began to wane. But Su Xinghe was not surprised. A single orb was insufficient to navigate through the fog. Thus, they paused to wait, vanquishing numerous malevolent winds. After utilizing 6 orbs, they finally emerged from the misty region, arriving at a desolate expanse overrun with wild grass and scattered white bones. Not far off, they beheld a palace, surrounded by swirling stars, backed by a shattered expanse of night sky. Yet, the celestial realm appeared dilapidated, as if countless vengeful souls were wailing, trapped within that starry void. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Xinghe's heart trembled. The Hall of the Dead, once governed by an ancient power of death. Chapter 63. Now it is your turn. The Hall of the Dead, an exceedingly rare mysterious force from the ancient era, was said to oversee life and death, with all those who perished becoming part of its domain. The small worlds they created were the resting places for the deceased. However, when the ancient cataclysm struck, all ancient powers vanished, reduced to mere historical relics. In the game, the Hall of the Dead had only one model, but in this reality, had it begun to transform once more? Su Xinghe's expression grew serious. This place is ominous for the Holy Sun. Should we advance or retreat? Yun Qingjue felt a twinge of concern. The malevolent aura approaching her sent chills down her spine. Let us venture inside, Su Xinghe stated confidently. Since there were taboos within the ruins, the dangers within should not exceed the immortal realm. The threats manageable by the Ascendant Realm were ones he too could confront. Seeing that Su Xinghe had no intention of retreating, Yun Qingjue could only sigh silently and follow behind as they stepped into the Hall of the Dead. At that moment, it felt as though they had entered a chaotic space. Surrounded by floating particles akin to stars, the interior of the hall resembled a small world, yet it was shrouded in an eerie and lifeless atmosphere. Two little dolls dare to tread into the Hall of the Dead. Truly the fearless audacity of youth. Since you are here, do keep us old ones company. After 10,000 years, we are quite lonely, a chilling voice echoed from all around. Yun Qingjue's face paled, and she heightened her vigilance. Scanning her surroundings, "Show yourselves, you cowards!" Su Xinghe shouted sternly, his voice resonating like thunder, reverberating throughout the space. "Oh, you know who we are, boy? In our heyday, we would have flayed you alive, leaving you in a state worse than death." The sound of interlocking bones echoed through the air as mounds of graves began to swell, and desiccated corpses crawled forth from them. One figure donned tattered robes, while another wore ragged, beastly armor, their withered eyes brimming with a savage glint, akin to a beast awakening from slumber. "Junior, at the height of our power, a mere glance from us could subdue you. What audacity gives you the courage to speak so boldly?" The robed corpse mocked, its disdainful gaze fixed on Su Xinghe. The armored corpse interjected impatiently, "Old man you, why are you wasting breath on this pretty boy? With blood now scarce, these two youngsters are perfect to fill the void. We could at least extend our lives by another 10,000 years. Upon hearing this, Yun Qingjue's heart jolted. 10,000 years? Have these two truly lived for thousands of years? Even the celestial sovereigns cannot survive that long. What in the world are they? Barbarian. It is rare for us to see living beings. Why rush? Let us inquire from these two children how long it has been since the ancient era. Youth, the robed ancient corpse gazed at Su Xinghe, a sinister smile creeping across its face. Tell us how long it has been since the ancient era, what the current age is like, and whether any celestial sovereigns exist. If you cooperate with me, I can grant you a few more days of life. In response, Su Xinghe scoffed dismissively, "Just a bunch of corpses, and you wish to learn about the present age? The remnants of a bygone era should remain obediently buried in their graves." At these words, Yun Qingjue's beautiful eyes widened in shock, staring at Su Xinghe in terror. "Young Master Su, how can you be so audacious? These two have lived for tens of thousands of years, their powers unfathomable, and we cannot even contend with the Ascendant Realm. Angering them would surely lead to our demise." Very well, very well." The robed ancient corpse's fury turned to mockery. Its expression terrifyingly twisted. "An ant dares to speak so brazenly. You must be a disciple of some major power in the present age. I relish in tormenting those who come from such factions." In an instant, a chilling wind swept through, as if a multitude of wailing spirits were invading. The overwhelming force felt like the might of the heavens and earth. Yun Qingjue's complexion turned pale, despair flooding her heart. The Ascendant Realm. Yet, Su Xinghe remained unfazed, his demeanor calm. Suddenly, a tremendous sword intent erupted forth, and a beam of sword light flashed as if to cleave through space itself, with blinding speed. The sword struck, unstoppable and invincible, clang. The wails of countless spirits were instantaneously annihilated, consumed by the sword light. The robed ancient corpse's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that a cultivator of the divine bridge realm could possess such strength. Even in the ancient era, few prodigies matched this level of power. Old man, it seems you have truly aged. You cannot even handle a mere junior. What a disgrace for one who has lived for tens of thousands of years. The armored ancient corpse jeered coldly. Old man Yu's face darkened, teeth clenched as he spat out, "Junior, I underestimated you. But it ends here." Thunder prison boom. The dazzling lightning surged as if to rend chaos itself, roaring like the most formidable weapon of destruction. Wherever it passed, not a blade of grass remained. All was obliterated. Su Xinghe stood proudly with his sword, his brilliant gaze seemingly containing the vastness of the stars and the sea. True dragon's secret technique, boom. The heavens and earth trembled as an overwhelming pressure erupted from Su Xinghe. How is this possible? Old man Yu gasped in horror, as if he had seen a ghost. Young Master Su? Yun Qingjue looked at Su Xinghe in shock, her heart trembling. The ascendant third realm. Su Xinghe lightly stepped forward, his physique seemingly breaking through the fabric of space, instantly arriving before the robed ancient corpse. Old man Yu's pupils constricted violently. With a furious roar, he summoned the thunder as a spear of death descended from above. The blinding lightning threatened to annihilate the world. Su Xinghe swung his sword down. Boom! The unstoppable lightning shattered in an instant. Old man Yu was filled with disbelief. Just as Su Xinghe was about to strike again, a figure appeared behind him. Old man Yu's face lit up with joy. Beast King's wrath. The armored ancient corpse unleashed a punch, akin to a frenzied lion. This blow, immense in power, was capable of shattering space itself. Yet, a surge of bloodline power erupted forth. Roar. The sound of a dragon's roar resonated. As if the heavens were about to manifest, the armored ancient corpse's heart raced, fear etched on its face as it withdrew hastily. How is this possible? This boy possesses the bloodline of the dragon race. Is he of dragon descent or human? The armored ancient corpse, having lived for tens of thousands of years, had never felt such profound fear. Barbarian. What in the world are you doing? Old man Yu's fury was palpable. Before he could react, a sharp sword hum pierced the air, clang. Old man Yu felt the world shift before his eyes, his consciousness fading into oblivion. As he gazed upon the cold and stern visage of Su Xinghe, he could hardly fathom that he would meet his demise at the hands of a mere junior. Su Xinghe turned, casting a cold gaze at the barbarian. The barbarian's heart quaked, cold sweat beading on his brow. Now it is your turn. Chapter 64. Because all you have seen from the beginning is but an illusion. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the corpse split in two, collapsing on the spot. Yun Qingjue stared in disbelief at the scene. Her heart a tumult of emotions. At this moment, she felt a sense of relief for not having made an enemy of Su Xinghe. If Su Xinghe had become her foe, she could hardly imagine the horror of that nightmare. With Su Xinghe's prowess, he should now be capable of rivaling the elder generation of cultivators. As Su Xinghe's aura diminished, his realm stabilized. The true dragon's secret technique was indeed the ultimate weapon of counterattack. Even upon breaking through, its efficacy would not diminish. However, the consumption of vitality was considerable. Su Xinghe sat cross-legged to recuperate his energy. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and looked at Yun Qingjue with a gentle smile. "Saintess, let us depart." The two individuals continued to delve deeper, with no sense of how long they had been walking. They could only feel the surrounding world shift in a hazy manner until, in the next moment, they found themselves standing upon a colossal altar. Surrounding the altar were dozens of imposing statues of deities, their grotesque visages and chilling gazes instilling an inexplicable sense of dread. What is this place? Yun Qingjue despaired as she surveyed the intimidating figures, an unsettling feeling of being watched creeping over her. As though these statues were alive, Su Xinghe, stroking his chin in contemplation, noted that he had never visited the underworld palace before. The eerie statues around them seemed to pose a problem, and the purpose of the altar remained shrouded in mystery. To unravel this enigma, they would need to start with these divine figures. With a clang, Su Xinghe stood firm, his sword slicing through the air towards a nearby statue. Just as the blade was about to collide with the figure, the fierce deity's expression contorted into one of wrath, transforming into a furious golden-eyed guardian. Impudent. A thunderous roar echoed like the sound of a celestial drum. Yun Qingjue's complexion paled, her soul trembling as if it might tear apart. A chilling wind swept through, reminiscent of a scythe of death. The altar ignited with infernal flames, and the statues displayed expressions of rage that sent shivers down one's spine. On the pitch-black road to the heavens, a throne, dark as ink and stained with a hint of crimson, came into view. Su Xinghe furrowed his brow. Beneath his gaze, a mass of black mist coalesced upon the throne, revealing a man clad in a black overcoat. His abyssal eyes obscuring his features, he loomed high above, like a sovereign of life and death, surveying Su Xinghe and Yun Qingjue with an air of dominion. I am the lord of the underworld, the master of the ancient underworld palace, the arbiter of life and death. Upon the utterance of these words, Su Xinghe felt a stirring within him. The master of the underworld palace, was he alive or dead? If he were indeed alive, the danger would be immense. Young man, if you wish to acquire my treasures, you must slay the woman beside you. Only one among you may survive to inherit the legacy. The lord of the underworld's cold, merciless voice reverberated through the space, a bone-chilling aura spread like frost, and Yun Qingjue shuddered, casting a terrified glance at Su Xinghe. Given her strength, she was certainly no match for him. And she had never anticipated that this expedition would be so perilous. Fear consumed Yun Qingjue. If Su Xinghe chose to strike, she would have no means of resistance. She gulped nervously, her heart laden with trepidation. Su Xinghe, noticing her unease, curled his lips into a disdainful smile. This woman, it seemed, still did not trust him. Child, you shouldn't be indecisive regarding matters of life and death. A mere woman is abundant in this world. Only the path of cultivation is not one that everyone can traverse, I assure you. If you accept the legacy of the underworld palace, this era shall belong to you. The Lord's words were like an enchanting melody, captivating the heart. Lord of the underworld, I may possess an alternative method to obtain everything from the underworld palace. Su Xinghe replied with a light chuckle, fixing his gaze upon the Lord. Oh? The Lord of the underworld regarded Su Xinghe with newfound interest. If you have discovered a second method, why not share it? Should I find it satisfactory, I might reward you with a precious artifact. With sleeves billowing and black fabric swirling, Su Xinghe emanated a sharp aura, akin to a divine sword drawn from its sheath. Secret of the true dragon, 8 realms of the divine bridge, 9 realms of the divine bridge, pinnacle of the divine bridge, 3 realms of ascension. Break! Su Xinghe pointed his sword towards the Lord, a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. To kill is to claim the treasures of the underworld palace as my OWN. This declaration. Silence enveloped the space, as still as a stagnant pool. Yun Qingjue gazed, dumbfounded, at the smiling Su Xinghe, her heart swirling with tumultuous emotions. What audacity, what confidence! It would be arduous to find another man in this world who could rival Su Xinghe. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The Lord of the underworld laughed heartily, his excitement palpable as he regarded Su Xinghe, admiration flickering in the depths of his gaze. You are remarkable. It has been many years since anyone dared to point a sword at me. You are correct. Should you slay me, all that belongs to my underworld palace shall be yours. But do you possess the capability to do so? With a thunderous force akin to a torrential flood, the very fabric of the heavens trembled. In that moment, Yun Qingjue felt utterly insignificant, like an ant in the face of such might. Whether I possess the capability, we shall see. Su Xinghe transformed into a radiant arc, his sword sweeping through the air with a monumental intent. The Lord raised a hand to block, his sleeve resembling an abyss that devoured all, effortlessly halting the strike. If this is merely your sword, your strength is still lacking. Unfazed, Su Xinghe chuckled lightly. Then how about this? With a resounding clang, the sound of the sword echoed through the heavens, a blue lotus illuminating the void, its petals blooming with dazzling brilliance. The Lord's expression grew serious, sensing a hint of danger. Swish! A sword struck with blinding speed, faster than a bolt of lightning. Even the Lord of the Underworld failed to react in time. He widened his eyes, scanning his surroundings, yet all he saw were countless petals scattered in the air, with no sign of Su Xinghe. What is happening? The Lord furrowed his brow, his arm enveloped in swirling black mist. A mysterious seal floating before him. The seal radiated an eerie brilliance, conjuring a world of death, with countless deities surging forth like a tidal wave. Buzz! At that moment, the petals drifting through the void burst forth with light, each emanating an unparalleled sword in tint. In an instant, the void was torn asunder, revealing the terrifying might contained within. The Lord was taken aback. Such sword intent was exceedingly rare, even in ancient times. If this were a technique from a predecessor, it would be somewhat acceptable, but if this sword technique were indeed crafted by this young man before him, then his talent in the sword path was truly staggering. Yellow earth of the netherworld. The Lord of the Underworld ceased to hold back. He could not afford to be defeated by a youth, even if he were but a remnant of his former self. However, the icy blade pierced through the Lord's chest. The Lord's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to face the unfeeling Su Xinghe. When did you? How did I not perceive? In response, Su Xinghe gazed coldly into the Lord's eyes, his voice devoid of emotion. Because what you have witnessed from the beginning was merely an illusion. An illusion. How is this possible? Are you not a sword cultivator? The Lord of the Underworld was incredulous. In ancient times, sword cultivators epitomized the strongest warriors, advancing unrelentingly with their blades as instruments of overwhelming slaughter. The ancient sword cultivators focused on shattering myriad techniques with a single strike, achieving the pinnacle of swordsmanship. How could a sword cultivator resort to illusions as a means of combat? The essence of the Blue Lotus is to confound one's opponent. The sword path is ever-changing. Shattering myriad techniques is merely one avenue. The path of cultivation is inherently unknown. Who can guarantee that new paths will not emerge? Su Xinghe stated plainly, observing the Lord. These words, the Lord appeared momentarily dazed, before a smile, one not seen in ages, broke across his face. Times have changed. It seems we ancient relics of the bygone era must fade away. Young man, what is your name? Su Xinghe. Xinghe, a fine name. May it one day resonate through the heavens and reverberate across all realms. This is the Nether Seal. It is the key to unlocking the treasures of the Underworld Palace. Remember, you may take anything from the treasury, but do not disturb the ancient coffin at its center, or you will surely meet your demise. The Lord's voice grew fainter, his figure gradually dissipating. Su Xinghe grasped the Nether Seal and bowed slightly, offering a respectful farewell. I bid you farewell, senior. At this moment, Yun Qingjue stared blankly at Su Xinghe, astonished. He had won. He had triumphed over the Lord of the Underworld, the master of the ancient palace. Albeit a mere remnant of his will, there was no doubt that Su Xinghe's strength could rival even the elder cultivators. The Divine Bridge realm? It was unimaginable that Su Xinghe could be so formidable. At this instant, Su Xinghe glanced at Yun Qingjue, his expression shifting slightly, revealing an odd look. Yun Qingjue. Personality: malevolent, protective, power-hungry. Realm: 7th stage of transformation. Favorability: 38.at. This moment, Yun Qingjue's favorability was steadily rising, and within just 2 breaths, it had surpassed the threshold of 40. What is going on? Has she been conquered by his strength? Never mind. The increase in favorability has nothing to do with him. Whether or not it is accepted is his affair. Holding the Nether Seal, Su Xinghe was surrounded by mysterious runes. In the next moment, a brilliant light erupted, transforming into a portal. Su Xinghe glanced at Yun Qingjue. Saintess, let us proceed. Yun Qingjue nodded in a daze. The two stepped through the portal and, in the blink of an eye, found themselves in a resplendent treasury, overflowing with countless rare cultivation techniques, treasures, and veins of spiritual essence. Blood of the Tao flower. 3 lives grass, star vine? Yun Qingjue gazed in astonishment at the rare medicinal kings in the garden, knowing that such treasures would ignite a frenzy among the major powers in the outside world. Is this the foundation of a supreme power from ancient times? Su Xinghe's gaze fell upon the medicinal garden, where hundreds of medicinal herbs should be sufficient for him to break through to the ascendant realm. Even if the dragon clan's Dao body were to be depleted, it should not reach such an exaggerated extent. However, this woman, Su Xinghe glanced again at Yun Qingjue, whose favorability remained at 50 and showed no signs of increasing. Although Yun Qingjue had not exerted much effort, she had a share in the treasures within this relic, as it was he who had extended the invitation. Saintess, you have your share in the treasures here. Feel free to take whatever you need. A smile graced Su Xinghe's lips. Upon hearing this, Yun Qingjue swept her eyes around and selected a few techniques and heavenly treasures. Just these. Aware that she had not contributed much, she casually picked a few items to suffice. This expedition into the relic was entirely a personal performance by Su Xinghe. He said little more, sweeping the treasures into his possession with a wave of his hand. After the immense spiritual vein vanished, a gaping chasm akin to an abyss came into view, emanating a formidable aura. Yun Qingjue instinctively took a step back, as if her heart were clutched by some unseen force. Saintess, you should leave first. I have matters to handle alone, Su Xinghe remarked over his shoulder. It's his words. Yun Qingjue nodded and cautioned, the underworld palace is unknown. Please be careful. Saintson Su Xinghe offered a faint smile as Yun Qingjue turned and swiftly disappeared into the treasury. Gazing at the abyssal void before him, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in Su Xinghe's eyes as he stepped forward. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped him, instilling a sensation akin to wading through a mire of despair. Rather than a tomb, it resembled a sleeping chamber. Observing the magnificent architecture and the runes adorning the luminous pillars, Su Xinghe murmured to himself, at that moment, an ancient bronze coffin floated at the center of the palace. Surrounded by statues kneeling in reverence, prostrating with offerings as if in prayer, gulp, Su Xinghe instinctively tensed, sensing the immense pressure with each step he took. The dynamics of this world were predominantly dictated by the game's progression. So there should be no issues. As he ascended the steps, he felt the oppressive aura intensifying with every movement. Upon reaching the ancient coffin, a resounding boom echoed as the palace's candles ignited, and the coffin emitted a strange sound, slowly creaking open. It's opened. Su Xinghe was momentarily taken aback, and before he could process it, the breathtaking visage of the woman within left him breathless. The woman in the coffin resembled a celestial being, her beauty a masterpiece of the heavens. Clad in simple, light garments, her attire failed to conceal the ethereal aura that transcended the mundane. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her deep, beautiful eyes seemed to harbor a galaxy within them. Su Xinghe glanced at the panel, his breath hitching as cold sweat dripped down his back. Immortal personality. Honest, protective, family-oriented realm. 9th level of Dao Inquiry favorability. 3. The 9th level of Dao Inquiry. Just a step away from becoming a celestial sovereign. So this woman is so powerful, however, judging by her personality, she likely wouldn't strike easily. Those with an honest disposition seldom harm others without cause. Yimengqiu furrowed her brows, staring at Su Xinghe in astonishment. Did you awaken me? Su Xinghe slightly bowed, speaking softly. I did not intend to disturb your slumber, esteemed one. I hope you can forgive this offense. Yimengqiu gazed at him intently before covering her face with a delicate smile. You are quite amusing. I am not a man-eating monster, so why must you be so tense around me? And please, do not call me esteemed one. It makes me sound old that I am Yimengqiu. What is your name? Su Xinghe. Yimengqiu murmured, a gentle smile gracing her lips. That name is quite pleasing, though your strength leaves something to be desired. However, your physique is rather intriguing. Those who claim to be descendants of ancient ferocious beasts may not possess a body as remarkable as yours. Stepping forth gracefully, she trod upon the void, her delicate feet resembling a flawless work of art. Looking at Su Xinghe, Yimengqiu beamed. Thank you for awakening me. Chapter 66. Having a great figure by your side is quite comfortable. Su Xinghe was momentarily stunned. He now understood the meaning of a smile that bewitches 100 hearts. Before him stood Yimengqiu, embodying just that. There is no need for the celestial maiden to be courteous. It was I who inadvertently interrupted your rest, Su Xinghe replied politely. Yimengqiu regarded him with a slight smile. Are you certain it was unintentional? Young Master Su? Ordinary individuals would not dare to tread lightly into the unknown. Yet you seem surprisingly unfazed upon seeing me. Did you know I was sleeping here all along? Su Xinghe maintained his composure. Though a pang of alarm struck within him, he had been careless. Regardless, Yi Mengqiu was a Dao sovereign, and she could see through his trivial thoughts at a glance. Noticing Su Xinghe's tension, Yi Mengqiu smiled again. There is no need to be apprehensive. If you harbored ill intentions, I would not treat you with such kindness. However, what is this place? I have no recollection of it at all. Yi Mengqiu surveyed her surroundings, recalling that her previous resting place was not here. Esteemed one, this is the Underworld Palace. The Underworld Palace? Yi Mengqiu's brows knitted slightly as she pondered, but found no memory of it. Fortunately, she soon dismissed the thought. Take me out for a stroll. I have been asleep for so many years, and I wish to know how the outside world fares now. By the way, you need not call me esteemed one. Just call me Mengqiu. In response, Su Xinghe no longer held back. Miss Mengqiu. Upon hearing this, Yi Mengqiu's face once again radiated with a captivating smile. Outside the Underworld Palace, Yun Qingjue awaited, her hand gently caressing her rising and falling chest, a restless agitation stirring within her heart. What is wrong with me? Could it be that I harbor feelings for young Master Su? The moment the thought arose, Yun Qingjue quickly dismissed it. Since embarking on her path of cultivation, she had vowed to sever all emotions. How could she allow herself to be moved by a man? Only by attaining enlightenment could she reclaim everything, and any price paid would be worth it. Suppressing her turbulent emotions, she gazed at the grand entrance of the Underworld Palace. Just then, two figures emerged from within, and upon catching sight of Yi Mengqiu, Yun Qingjue froze in place. Such beauty existed in the world, with an ethereal aura akin to that of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Yi Mengqiu noticed Yun Qingjue, her expression filled with surprise. There is someone else here. Could this be young Master Su's companion? After speaking, Yi Mengqiu turned her gaze towards Su Xinghe. As soon as the words left her lips, Yun Qingjue's agitated heart surged once more, her heartbeat quickening uncontrollably at the mention of companion. Su Xinghe glanced at Yun Qingjue's panel, his expression gradually turning peculiar. The favorability fluctuated wildly, rising and falling. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Could it be that Yun Qingjue was mentally unstable? Miss Mengqiu, there has been a misunderstanding. This is my companion, who was waiting outside out of concern for any unforeseen occurrences within. Su Xinghe explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yun Qingjue's gaze dimmed. She observed the harmonious aura shared between Yi Mengqiu and Su Xinghe. Inexplicably feeling a sense of inferiority, it appeared as though these two were destined to be a pair. Regaining her composure, Yun Qingjue cautiously inquired about Yi Mengqiu. Su Xinghe had no reason to conceal anything. After all, a Dao sovereign at the 9th level of inquiry was not someone whom anyone would dare provoke lightly. When she learned that Yi Mengqiu had awakened from an ancient coffin, Yun Qingjue was utterly astonished. The Underworld Palace had existed for tens of thousands of years. Yi Mengqiu had slumbered for such an extended period. Could she be a figure from the ancient era? Yun Qingjue murmured to herself that a figure from the ancient times. Once such news reached the outside world, countless forces would vie for it. After all, a living relic from an ancient period would possess knowledge of unparalleled treasures. Gazing at the magnificent Underworld Palace, Su Xinghe felt a pang of regret. Such a grand palace could not be taken into his possession. It was indeed a pity. Su Xinghe attempted to control it with the Underworld seal, but to no avail. He couldn't help but mutter inwardly about the stinginess of the Underworld Lord. He had received everything from the palace, yet the palace itself was still out of reach. Yi Mengqiu regarded the Underworld Palace and suddenly remarked, "If you wish to take it, I can assist you." The unexpected statement left Su Xinghe momentarily dumbfounded. Miss Mengqiu, you can take the Underworld Palace away? Yi Mengqiu nodded. Without further ado, she extended her delicate hands, and countless mysterious and profound restriction runes enveloped the void, ensnaring the Underworld Palace as if it were a vast net. Su Xinghe gaped at the scene before him. The restrictions appeared exceedingly profound, as if they were manifestations of the laws of heaven and earth. Could this be Yi Mengqiu's unique power? In contrast to Su Xinghe's astonishment, Yun Qingjue felt a surge of fear. for it was only then that she realized the depth of the woman's strength, even surpassing the previous underworld lord. Young Master Su, what kind of existence have you awakened? With Yi Mengqiu's restrictive power in play, the underworld palace transformed into an unclaimed object, shrinking into a tiny model that flew into her hand. Here you go. Consider this a gift for awakening me. Yi Mengqiu offered Su Xinghe a smile. Grasping the underworld palace without hesitation, Su Xinghe replied, "Then I shall not hold back, Miss Mengqiu da." Yi Mengqiu blinked, remaining silent. Although the Mingdian had vanished, the restrictions and dangers of this relic lingered. As the trio emerged, they were met with the previous tempest. However, this time, Su Xinghe refrained from intervening. Yi Mengqiu coldly exclaimed, "Begone!" Her voice resonated like the wrath of the heavens, causing the yellow winds to flee in terror. Witnessing this scene, Su Xinghe felt a deep sense of relief, realizing how comforting it was to have a formidable ally by his side. Meanwhile, on the periphery of the relic, a pervasive stench of blood filled the air, and cold corpses littered the ground. At a young cultivator, armed with a spear yet only at the third tier of the transformation sea, gazed in horror at the austere figure hovering above. Jiu Qianfan. Does our 5 years of brotherhood mean nothing against a single spirit fruit? Gu Qianfan's demeanor was as frigid as ice as he coldly replied, "Men die for wealth, birds perish for food. The world of cultivators is inherently so. With the nirvana fruit in my possession, I shall attain rebirth, and at that time, even the holy sons and daughters shall be beneath my feet. I will become the protagonist of this era." A glimmer of madness flickered in Gu Qianfan's eyes. "Baijian, hand over the nirvana fruit. We can still be good brothers, and when I soar, there will surely be a place for you." Baijian spat, gritting his teeth, "Your very presence disgusts me, though you seek the nirvana fruit. Even if I must discard it, I will not give it to you." With that, Baijian produced a fruit resembling blood jade. The moment Gu Qianfan laid eyes upon it, his body trembled with excitement. Yet, the next second, Baijian forcefully flung the nirvana fruit deep into the relic. No. Gu Qianfan's eyes widened in fury as he dashed into the depths of the relic. Consumed by madness, the mist gradually enveloped him, and his figure began to vanish as if devoured by the fog. Baijian, gazing into the obscured mist, gritted his teeth and muttered, "I hope that this fool meets his demise within." Chapter 67. Crimson Demon Worms, Ancient Secrets Nirvana Fruit. Where is it? Where? Gu Qianfan raved like a mad dog in search of the nirvana fruit. As long as I possess the nirvana fruit, I shall rival the holy sons and daughters. Those ancient sect heirs and celestial prodigies will all be trampled beneath my feet. I am the protagonist of this era. However, moments later, Gu Qianfan roared in anger, "Damn it! Where is the nirvana fruit? That wretched Baijian actually discarded it. If I cannot find it, I will tear him limb from limb." His face contorted with rage, he resembled a fiend, his brutal gaze sending chills down spines, akin to a beast that devours flesh. "Are you searching for this?" At that moment, a chilling voice reached Gu Qianfan's ears. His heart jolted as he turned to look. In the mist, 3 figures appeared faintly. Upon seeing the nirvana fruit in Su Xinghe's hand, Gu Qianfan's pupils constricted, and he lunged forward like a rabid dog. "The nirvana fruit is mine." Gu Qianfan charged at Su Xinghe, his murderous intent causing Su Xinghe to furrow his brows. Clang! At the instant Gu Qianfan drew his blade, Su Xinghe unsheathed his sword, a blinding light enveloping the scene. Thud! A severed head rolled onto the ground. Jiu Qianfan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Am I dead? What just happened? What did he do?" He stared fixedly at Su Xinghe, his heart filled with unwillingness. "The nirvana fruit is mine." With a hoarse whisper, Gu Qianfan finally breathed his last. "This person is somewhat unusual." Su Xinghe frowned, his gaze fixed on Gu Qianfan's corpse. Suddenly, the body convulsed, and a blood-red worm crawled out. In an instant, the blood worm darted towards Su Xinghe. With a wave of his hand, Su Xinghe transformed the blood worm into mist. Dissipating it appeared that Gu Qianfan's madness was a result of the earlier worm. "Crimson demon worms?" Yi Mengqiu murmured, clearly knowledgeable about this blood worm. "Crimson demon worms? Weren't they believed to be extinct in ancient times?" Upon hearing Yimingqiu's words, Yun Qingjue gasped in horror. Crimson demon worms? Su Xinghe fell into contemplation. In the realm of games, there indeed existed a creature known as the Crimson Demon Worm, whose unique attacks and effects could plunge characters into chaos. Yet, evidently, the Crimson Demon Worm before them was far from simple. From the words of the two, Su Xinghe gleaned some information about the Crimson Demon Worms. It was shocking to learn of a history tainted by their malevolence in ancient times. The purest power of the Crimson Demon Worm was to ensnare human forms, extracting the darkness from within. With this power, the Crimson Demon Worm could control cultivators in ancient times. They could even control those of the Tao Supreme, which led to the ancient celestial beings uniting to eradicate the Crimson Demon Worms entirely. The Crimson Demon Worms had been thoroughly exterminated in ancient times. This place might be a relic formed from the ancient Mingdian, suggesting that these Crimson Demon Worms originated from that era. Let us go take a look. Upon exiting, Su Xinghe was the first to catch the overwhelming scent of blood. Corpses lay everywhere, and blood flowed like vibrant streams. In the distance, scenes of fierce combat among numerous cultivators unfolded. Roars echoed, reminiscent of crazed beasts. At this moment, a group of fierce-looking, violent cultivators soared towards Su Xinghe. Hand over the treasures. A roar accompanied a flash of cold light. Su Xinghe maintained a stoic expression, revealing only a hint of the sword's edge, as a vast sword in tint descended like the might of the heavens, suppressing those before him. Miss Mingqiu, do you have any strategies? Su Xinghe turned to Yimingqiu. Her mastery of restrictions was remarkable, and her mysterious identity suggested a notable background. If she were ordinary, she wouldn't be in this slumber. Why? Yimingqiu smiled faintly, her intricate restrictions flying from her hand, transforming into a furnace that enveloped the group of cultivators, refined. As the restrictions twisted, the faces of the cultivators contorted in agony. Moments later, a wisp of crimson energy escaped. The brutality in their eyes gradually cleared, and they gazed around in confusion. What have I done? Their hands trembled, faces pale, and their eyes reflected profound pain. Under the influence of the Crimson Demon Worms, they had slain their junior brothers and sisters. Along with their friends at that moment, their hearts were tormented, akin to being sliced by blades. You are the Holy Son of the Stars. One of them recognized Su Xinghe, their gray eyes flickering with a glimmer of hope. Holy Son of the Stars. The others stared at him, dumbfounded. Su Xinghe's gaze was deep and calm as he regarded them. Leave now. This relic is no longer safe. I may assist you this time, but I cannot guarantee the next. At his words, their expressions shifted repeatedly, yet they ultimately chose to depart. Though the treasures within the relic were tempting, the sensation of being under an unknown influence was far more terrifying. Be cautious, Holy Son. The effects on our powers are not trivial. They bowed in gratitude, uttering a few words before retreating with their treasures. Watching their departing figures, Su Xinghe silently lowered his head, observing the swirling dust. His eyes narrowing slightly. Boom! In the next moment, a blood-red crimson demon worm, covered in scales, erupted from the ground. Opening its gaping maw to devour the three, Su Xinghe drew his sword. Clang! The sword light fell like a thunderbolt, instantly cleaving the crimson demon worm in two. On the ground, a shocking sword mark resembled a trench embedded in the sand. King Hu? Yimingqiu's eyes widened in astonishment. There is a mother worm here. Potentially a 7-transformation mother worm. 7 transformations? Yun Qingjue's pupils contracted sharply. A 7-transformation mother worm could control immortal powers and even had a chance to dominate those of the Tao. The crimson demon worms within the relic were indeed terrifying. Meanwhile, several figures approached, their expressions ferocious and eyes blood-red, clearly under the control of the crimson demon worms. They had been entirely consumed and were beyond saving. Why? Yimingqiu remarked, the implication clear to Su Xinghe. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, showing no mercy. Several corpses fell. Su Xinghe glanced at the massive corpse of the worm, and with a thought, a demon nucleus resembling blood-hued amber flew into his hand. Yimingqiu looked at him in surprise. You intend to refine this demon nucleus? Her words hit the mark. Su Xinghe remained unfazed. He indeed planned to use the demon nucleus for cultivation, as any supposed effects or side effects were of no concern to him. The dragon ancestor's Tao body was already a tremendous drain, and even the smallest morsel was still meat. Of course, Su Xinghe did not divulge his true intentions, casually offering a pretext to deflect the inquiry. Chapter 68. You can actually refine the laws outside the relic. Many elders from various factions bore grim expressions as they listened to the reports relayed by the stewards. The lanterns of souls had extinguished, and numerous disciples had perished. These disciples represented the future backbone of their respective factions, each cultivated with immense effort. Damn it! What transpired within the relic that resulted in such heavy casualties? If it were indeed the calamity of the ruins, why has no one emerged? Could it be that someone has plotted to harm the young disciples of the major factions using these ruins? Meanwhile, on another peak, Ji Tianquan, who had previously escorted Su Xinghe and Yun Qingjue, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. The disciples of the other factions had encountered misfortunes, and although the soul lamps of the starry Saint Sun and the Saintess had not extinguished, their safety remained a grave concern. Should anything happen to the two, a war between the Tai Su sacred land and the starry sacred land would be inevitable. Just then, a cacophony erupted. Ji Tianquan turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion, his pupils contracting in shock. It was the group that had encountered Su Xinghe earlier, now safely emerging from the ruins. As they stepped out, they were instantly surrounded by the formidable figures of the major factions, rendering them speechless with terror. Everyone, do restrain your auras. These two juniors are merely in the sea transformation realm. Surrounding them without tempering your energies leaves them in a perilous predicament. The onlookers cast disapproving glances. Ji Tianquan stepped forth, treading upon the void, and approached them with deliberate calmness. Soon, the crowd reined in their auras upon recognizing him as an elder of the sacred land, leading to a palpable sense of relief. Only then could the group breathe freely, their minds slowly clearing. Ji Tianquan inquired, "Do you know what transpired within the ruins?" A few nodded in agreement, and one recounted the events that had unfolded inside. After hearing the account, the faces of the crowd turned grim. The mysterious forces within the ruins had manipulated the young disciples, leading them to slaughter one another. How could this be? Was the ruin itself a trap? However, Ji Tianquan furrowed his brow, sensing an anomaly, and asked in a low voice, "You mentioned that beside the starry Saint Sun and the Saintess, there was another woman?" "Indeed, senior," came the reply. "Do you recall if she belonged to any other faction?" The young cultivator shook his head. "I do not know, but her demeanor resembled that of the starry Saint Sun, ethereal and transcendent." This remark caused the crowd to furrow their brows. An ethereal presence, transcendent from the mundane? When had such a woman emerged from the Eastern Emperor realm, aside from the starry Saint Sun? Ji Tianquan gazed towards the entrance of the ruins, silently praying for the safety of the two. Boom! Dust and sand surged like a tsunami. Su Xinghe gazed into the unfathomable passage ahead and turned to Yimengqiu. "Shall we descend together, Miss Mengqiu?" Yimengqiu smiled. "Of course." With Yimengqiu's support, Su Xinghe successfully located the lair of the crimson demon goo worm. As they ventured deeper, a wave of blood-red light surged forth, akin to a crimson tide. The overwhelming blood-red wave was not a mystical technique, but rather the manifestation of countless crimson demon goo worms. These were the avatars of the mother worm, evidently indicating that they were drawing nearer to their exit. "Why?" Yimengqiu explained. Su Xinghe drew his sword, its radiance akin to a rainbow, the terrifying sword intent sweeping forth like a great wave, instantly obliterating a multitude of goo worms. Yun Qingjue unleashed his treasure in a single strike, exterminating hundreds of thousands of goo worms. With the tide of goo worms dissipated, a furious roar echoed from within the depths of the lair. 5 King Guard goo worms charged forth, their blood-red eyes seemingly concealing mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Su Xinghe remained expressionless as his aura surged, ascending into the ascendant realm. Yimengqiu cast a surprised glance at Su Xinghe. Go ascend to such heights in an instant. What kind of secret art was this? So remarkably powerful? Mountain and river. He invoked the second form of the sword cannon, mountain and river. Unlike the previous gentle yet lethal Qinglian, mountain and river represented the pinnacle of swordsmanship. With a single slash, The void was rent asunder, the magnificent sword intent resembling an entire mountain range descending to suppress, the dazzling sword light suffocating the goo worms in a mere stroke. The 5 king guards were instantly annihilated. Yun Xingjue's pupils contracted sharply. Su Xinghe indeed had hidden cards. In comparison to the Qinglian technique, this sword move was even more formidable. As Su Xinghe vanquished the king guards, he continued to collect the demon cores. His anticipated plan for the return journey was to reach the pinnacle of the divine bridge. Yet the unknown consumption of the dragon ancestor's body could hinder that progression. Before long, the trio finally arrived at the deepest part of the lair. The lair was stained crimson, resembling blood, with a colossal mother worm coiling like a mountain within the subterranean space. Su Xinghe felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight of the mother worm. Its enormous form was curled up and grotesque, resembling a massive maggot slowly writhing before him. "You have slain my 5 king guards. You truly possess great strength," rasped the voice of the goo worm as its immense blood-red eyes glinted with a hint of greed. "However, this is fortuitous. Only a young and powerful body can cultivate the strongest puppets. The king guards of the Ascendant Realm are no match for you. But can you withstand these Undying Realm puppets?" Boom! From the body of the mother worm, 3 puppets surged forth, their pallid forms resembling corpses, eyes vacant yet radiating a destructive aura. Su Xinghe furrowed his brows. Undying Realm. The crimson demon mother worm looked down upon Su Xinghe with disdain. Mocking, "These 3 puppets were cultivated from my essence. While they cannot reach the path of enlightenment, they are invincible within the Undying Realm. Youngster, you shall ultimately pay the price for your recklessness. You 3 shall become the new puppets. I shall not waste your excellent bodies." The crimson demon mother worm was brimming with confidence, believing that the only formidable opponent was Su Xinghe, dismissing Yi Mengqiu, who could refine the subworms, as insignificant, a mere restriction. Incapable of harming it, Su Xinghe silently stepped aside and turned to Yi Mengqiu. "Miss Mengqiu, it's your turn, da." Yi Mengqiu chuckled lightly, teasing, "Aren't you going to give it a try?" Su Xinghe shook his head. "I cannot win this." Yi Mengqiu smiled helplessly. Su Xinghe was indeed the most peculiar cultivator she had encountered. In her experience, such powerful prodigies typically embraced confrontations to hone themselves, yet Su Xinghe showed no inclination to engage. The 3 puppets were beyond his capability to defeat, but evading a few strikes should pose no issue. Yi Mengqiu's beautiful eyes turned towards the crimson demon goo worm, her gaze gradually turning frigid. "In truth, I detest insects the most." A jolt ran through the crimson demon mother worm, an ominous premonition flooding over it. Without a moment's hesitation, it commanded the puppets to attack. Yi Mengqiu extended her jade hand, and the restraining force flew forth, ensnaring the 3 puppets like a web of order. "Refine." With a soft utterance, the 3 puppets trembled, their hands falling away, turning to ash. "This cannot be." The crimson demon mother worm emitted a horrified shriek, staring at Yi Mengqiu in abject fear. "You can actually refine the laws." Chapter 69. "Can I kill them?" The crimson demon mother worm quaked in terror, its massive blood-red eyes filled with fear. Stripped of its earlier arrogance, refining the laws, Su Xinghe's expression altered. Ascendant Realm cultivators could wield the laws of heaven and earth, while Undying Realm cultivators could draw upon them. Yet even the celestial sovereigns merely controlled them. The notion of refining the laws of heaven and earth was unheard of. Such feats were only conceivable by those above the celestial sovereigns. Yi Mengqiu's capabilities were more terrifying than he had imagined. Boom! The crimson demon mother worm, recognizing Yi Mengqiu as a superior opponent, exploded its form into countless crimson demon goo worms. Its core essence concealed within the swarm, it believed that escaping would offer a chance at survival. Yet, the mother worm had underestimated Yi Mengqiu's prowess. As her hand extended, it was as if she grasped an entire realm, enveloping a radius of hundreds of miles in a binding force. The confinement spread like a net of order, leaving nowhere to flee. "Refine." With the command, countless goo worms ignited in azure flames, a piercing wail reverberating through the underground world. As they contracted and were refined, the voice of the mother worm gradually diminished until it faded entirely. From the ashes of its remains, an amber-like goo worm soared towards Yimengqiu. She handed the goo worm to Su Xinghe, who appeared utterly perplexed. "Miss Mengqiu, what is this?" Yimengqiu smiled and explained. "I refined the crimson demon mother worm into a medicinal remedy. I believe it will aid you in your cultivation. This mother worm is of no use to me. It is better suited for you." To transform the mother worm into a remedy? Su Xinghe's mouth fell agape, astonished. Even Yun Qingjue struggled to fathom Yimengqiu's might. Such methods were likely beyond the ascendant realm. Could it be the undying realm? No. A tremor ran through Yun Qingjue's heart. Even an undying powerhouse might not achieve such feats. There was only one possibility: the path of enlightenment sovereign, outside the entrance of the ruins, besides Ji Tianquan. The Grand Elder Li Tianshi had also arrived. The ruins had experienced calamity, and numerous young prodigies from various factions had perished within. Although Su Xinghe and Yun Qingjue's soul lamps currently presented no issues, no one could guarantee that unforeseen events would not occur. "Old Ji, if anything should happen to our saint's son, the starry sacred land will not let this go." Li Tianshi cast a dark, penetrating glare at Ji Tianquan, his words laced with fury. Aware of his own shortcomings, Ji Tianquan could only shrink his neck and remain silent, now reduced to fervently praying that the starry holy sun and the holy maiden would emerge unscathed. At this moment, the various factions had yet to depart. Only Su Xinghe and Yun Qingjue remained inside, as they awaited the duo's emergence to glean the circumstances surrounding the ruins. Furthermore, previous investigations had revealed that these two were accompanied by a woman. Currently, all forces were tallying their disciples, ensuring none were overlooked. Aside from the few survivors, the rest had perished within. Since this woman did not belong to any of the major factions, from whence had she appeared? Suddenly, the entrance to the ruins erupted with thunderous flashes of lightning, accompanied by violent energy fluctuations. Simultaneously, all eyes turned towards the entrance, their expressions grave and focused. As a radiant light burst forth, 3 figures soared out from the ruins. Ji Tianquan felt a weight lift from his brow and let out a long sigh of relief. Both the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden were unharmed, and thus, his old bones were spared. However, Ji Tianquan's gaze shifted to the ethereal Yimengqiu, an instinct telling him that this woman was certainly not a disciple of any faction. The various forces surged forward, their demeanor markedly subdued in contrast to their earlier treatment of the preceding individuals. For these two were heirs of the sacred grounds. To offend them would spell disaster for all present. "Holy Sun, might I inquire what transpired within the ruins? Why have the disciples of the major sects suffered such grievous losses? And what of this lady? I presume she is not a disciple of any of our factions." As soon as the words left his lips, before Su Xinghe could respond, a formidable aura enveloped the crowd. They trembled in fear as they beheld Li Tianshi, whose dark gaze hinted at ominous intentions. It was evident that Li Tianshi was issuing a warning. The crowd parted to make way for him, with Ji Tianquan following closely behind. The presence of these two esteemed figures instilled an inexplicable pressure upon everyone present. "Holy Sun, what transpired within the ruins?" Li Tianshi was acutely aware that if he did not clarify matters for these individuals, rumors would inevitably spread. Yet, it was imperative that he be the one to voice this, lest an arbitrary response undermine the Holy Sun's authority. Su Xinghe remained silent, retrieving the demon core of the scarlet blood goo insect. The scarlet blood goo insect, surely, you all understand the malevolence associated with this creature. As the name fell upon their ears, the crowd's pupils constricted in unison, their gazes fixated upon the demon core in Su Xinghe's hand. Indeed, that is the demon core of the scarlet blood goo insect. An astute elder among them recognized the core, his expression grave. The assembly fell into a heavy silence, their faces darkened by foreboding. If it were indeed the scarlet blood goo insect, then the explanation became clear. The mere mention of its name sent shivers down the spines of all in the 9 realms. Ancient records spoke of its horrific deeds. The scarlet blood goo insect entices the heart, manipulating others through their desires. Given the testimonies of the earlier individuals who had turned upon one another, everything began to fit together. Li Tianshi muttered to himself, his peripheral vision landing on Yimengqiu, his eyes narrowing slightly. This woman, as a practitioner of the ninth heaven, he found himself unable to see through her. Such an extraordinary demeanor suggested her origins were anything but ordinary. Holy Son, I have one more question. At this moment, another sect leader, clad in purple robes and wielding a feather fan, directed his gaze towards immortal. This lady is not a disciple of our factions, nor is she a rogue cultivator who entered the ruins. Her sudden appearance raises questions. May I inquire as to her origins? Immortal's ethereal presence clearly marked her as no ordinary individual. If she had dwelled within the ruins, then she would be the greatest treasure therein. Su Xinghe glanced at immortal and replied coolly, Lady Immortal is one who has slumbered within the ruins. Indeed, at this declaration, the crowd collectively gasped, their eyes ablaze with fervor. A slumbering being from the ruins. Such sights typically possessed millennia of history, with any individual awakening from such a state being more precious than any lineage. The secrets of ancient times, along with the locations of vanished sects, could yield unimaginable treasures if uncovered. In that moment, the eyes of the various factions regarded immortal not as merely a person, but as a magnificent treasure. Suddenly, immortal furrowed her brows, turning to Su Xinghe with an emotionless query. May I kill them? Chapter 70. Could it be that she covets the Holy Son's body? At her words, Su Xinghe's expression froze, his eyes wide as he stared at immortal. Sister, are you not known for your upright character? How could such words escape your lips? Unbeknownst to him, immortal's tone stemmed from discomfort at the gazes of the crowd, which evoked unsettling memories. Ha ha ha! How amusing! We have lived for 1,000 years and have yet to encounter such an audacious slumbering being, a boisterous cultivator, adorned in wild attire, jested, my dear. Perhaps you have slumbered too long. To slay us, you would at least need to be an immortal cultivator. Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe chose to remain silent. If someone desired to court death, let them do so. Whoosh! Immortal's figure flickered, akin to breaking free from the confines of the world, as she struck directly at the man who had spoken. The events unfolded so swiftly that the crowd scarcely had time to react. When they finally regained their senses, a thunderous crash echoed, shaking the very void. The expression of the previously mocking cultivator morphed into one of horror as he was sent flying 1,000 miles away. Crashing into a mountain peak, the mountain crumbled, collapsing under the immense force, as the entire range fell apart in a deafening roar. Witnessing this scene, the crowd fell into a stunned silence, their fearful gazes fixed upon immortal. Even Li Tianchi felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming at his back. Without any outward display of energy, she had incapacitated a cultivator of the second heaven. What kind of terrifying entity had the Holy Son awakened? Holy Son, what is the extent of this lady's power? Li Tianchi inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Su Xinghe regarded immortal, calculating in his mind as he replied, She should possess the strength to suppress the sacred grounds. Li Tianchi's body trembled, gazing at immortal in disbelief. The strength to suppress the sacred grounds? That would imply she was at the very least a peerless sovereign of the pinnacle realm. Perhaps even one who had taken a step into the realm of the celestial sovereign. Thunder rumbled ominously, dark clouds gathering overhead, as an overwhelming divine might descended, sending shivers through all present. A tribulation? How could this be? None among us has broken through. The lightning flashed like a slumbering dragon awakened in fury, converging upon immortal's head. Only then did the crowd realize the tribulation was summoned by her presence. Heavens! How powerful must this woman be to invoke a tribulation? To provoke a tribulation gasp. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines, and without hesitation, they fled thousands of miles away. What in the world had the starry Holy Son awakened? Could it be a celestial sovereign? Currently, only a celestial sovereign who had refused ascension and concealed their aura could potentially trigger such a tribulation. If she were a celestial sovereign, the implications were terrifying. Lady Immortal Su Xinghe's heart raced as he gazed at the impending tribulation. Was immortal truly at the pinnacle of the realm? How then could she provoke a tribulation? Perhaps it was due to that mysterious sealing technique? Immortal frowned slightly at the sight of the tribulation, then turned with a smile, saying, Do not worry. It is merely a tribulation, Yu Xinghe's expression faltered. How confident? Yi Mengqiu must possess the means to contend with the tribulation. Boom! The thunder roared, transforming into a spear of heavenly lightning that descended with astonishing speed, nearly striking Yi Mengqiu in an instant. Why, Yi Mengqiu's enchanting eyes narrowed, and with a wave of her hand, intricate seals emerged, resembling a pagoda that subdued the tribulation. In an instant, the seals coiled around the raging lightning, the mysterious bindings swiftly calming the agitated forces. Witnessing this, Li Tianchi stood in shock, his scalp tingling. Heavens! To suppress a tribulation. Such a feat would leave even a celestial sovereign hesitant to confront it directly. Could this woman truly be an invincible existence of an era? The runes of the seals shimmered, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy. Yu Xinghe's eyelids twitched as he stared in astonishment. In a way, the next moment, refining. The seals refined the raging tribulation, creating a unique space in which the lightning was subdued. As the tribulation dissipated, the skies cleared, the overwhelming pressure that had gripped the crowd vanished entirely. The four stood in stunned silence, while the cultivators who had fled thousands of miles away felt a chill creep up their spines. They had previously thought to contend with such an entity, who had given them the audacity. The refined tribulation was contained within a sealed space, and Yi Mengqiu tossed the refined lightning to Su Xinghe. Here, take it. Yu Xinghe caught the refined tribulation, staring blankly at Yi Mengqiu. For what reason? A gift for you. This tribulation holds little value for me, but for you, it is extraordinary. Use it sparingly. This tribulation is a formidable weapon. Yi Mengqiu smiled, her gaze fixed calmly upon Su Xing. Su Xinghe regarded the refined tribulation in his hand. He could sense the destructive energy it harbored in the undying realm akin to slaughtering a chicken. It could even threaten those at the Tao-seeking realm. Thank you, Lady Mengqiu. Yu Xinghe clasped his hands in gratitude, his demeanor sincere. Please, there's no need to rush into thanks. I still require your guidance for some time. I am quite unfamiliar with this world, and I shall follow you during this period, Yi Mengqiu candidly expressed. What a delightful sentiment! Su Xinghe's heart leaped with joy, eagerly wishing to deepen his connection with this formidable figure. Yi Mengqiu, if he could successfully win over such a powerful ally, he might indulge in the sweet fruits of fortune. In that case, Su Xinghe would stride through the 9 realms with confidence, subduing any infernal adversaries in his path. After a brief exchange, the two sacred factions parted ways. The emergence of the crimson demon goo insect within this relic was significant enough to warrant the attention of all forces in the Eastern Emperor realm. Necessitating reports to the higher-ups on the flying ark, Li Tianchi cast a nervous glance at Yi Mengqiu before silently approaching Su Xinghe. Saint Sun, are you truly intending to bring her back to the Holy Land? This woman's origins are shrouded in mystery, and her kindness towards you may harbor ulterior motives. Such a powerful entity in our Holy Land would surely keep our elders on perpetual alert. Su Xinghe understood Li Tianchi's concerns and reassured him with a smile. Rest easy, elder. Lady Mengqiu poses no threat to the Holy Land. Moreover, there is little here that would pique her interest. Should you remain apprehensive, I shall keep a watchful eye on her. Hearing this, Li Tianchi's lips twitched. You certainly have a carefree perspective. Can you truly keep an eye on someone capable of refining a heavenly tribulation? If she were to act, our entire Holy Land might not stand a chance against her. With a sigh, Li Tianchi glanced at Yi Mengqiu, realizing that their only hope lay in the Saint Sun's favor. After all, this woman was awakened by the Saint Sun, and she appeared quite fond of him, even bestowing upon him the tribulation she had refined. A formidable weapon, indeed. Given the power of that tribulation, even a supreme being might struggle to contend with it. Seemed that the Saint Sun had always enjoyed a remarkable rapport with women. Could it be that this extraordinary lady was drawn to him for more than just companionship? Chapter 71. A gift of introduction. Before long, Su Xinghe and his companions arrived at the starry sacred land. Yi Mengqiu, who had kept her eyes closed, finally opened them, revealing a hint of confusion. Lady Mengqiu, we have arrived, Su Xinghe greeted with a smile, his heart stirred by her ethereal presence, her eyes sparkling like stars. He mused that few could compare to Yi Mengqiu in this world. Is this what you refer to as the Holy Land? Yi Mengqiu's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her expression laced with skepticism. In her memory, a holy land governed numerous small worlds and vast territories. Yet the starry sacred land before her seemed minuscule, barely a fraction of what she had envisioned. Is there something troubling you, Lady Mengqiu? Su Xinghe inquired, sensing her disquiet. Yi Mengqiu shook her head, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, the Holy Master and several elders arrived. Having been informed of the earlier events by Li Tianzai, Li Mengxi regarded Yi Mengqiu with an intrigued gaze, feeling a sense of helplessness as she observed her disciple's tendency to form connections with women wherever he went. Now, he had awakened a powerful lady from the relic, one whose strength likely surpassed that of anyone present. After all, she was capable of refining heavenly tribulations. Lady Mengqiu, this is my master, the Holy Master. And these esteemed individuals are... Su Xinghe introduced her to the gathered elders. Lady Mengqiu, it is a pleasure to meet you, she replied with grace, displaying no airs of superiority. Her nature was inherently simple. She reciprocated kindness with kindness. Yet, her gaze lingered on Li Mengxi for a considerable time, leaving the latter perplexed. What could possibly warrant such scrutiny? Please, Lady Yi, come this way, Li Mengxi urged, as the dormant figure from the relic, potentially a powerful being from millennia past, was to be treated as an esteemed guest. However, Yi Mengqiu felt something was amiss, glancing back to say, please wait here. I shall return shortly, with a graceful stride. She vanished without a trace, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Su Xinghe raised his hands in exasperation. Don't ask me. I know nothing. Fortunately, Yi Mengqiu did not remain away for long. Soon, she returned, holding a space refined from a restriction. This is a secret realm I have refined. Consider it my gift for our meeting, Yi Mengqiu said with a smile. Su Xinghe's jaw dropped in speechlessness, while the expressions of the Holy Master and the elders became a tapestry of astonishment, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. What manner of being could refine a secret realm? Presenting such a gift as an introduction was an extravagant gesture indeed. The Holy Master grasped the refined secret realm, feeling its immense weight. Within lay countless treasures and legacies, representing the very foundation of a venerable force. Noticing the Holy Master's bewilderment, Su Xinghe suggested that everyone enter the secret realm first. The Holy Master quickly regained his composure and invited Yi Mengqiu inside, his demeanor warmer than that of a long-lost relative. During the banquet, Yi Mengqiu engaged in minimal conversation, resembling a serene celestial maiden seated alone, as if her mere presence transformed the space into a watercolor painting. The Holy Master and the elders refrained from approaching her too closely, as overt flattery towards such a mysterious figure could potentially provoke her displeasure. Yi Mengqiu's presence at the starry sacred land was largely attributable to Su Xinghe. After the banquet concluded, she accompanied him to Zidian Peak. Li Mengxi felt a pang of annoyance. She wished for Yi Mengqiu to remain at a distance, lest it disrupt her cherished moments with her disciple. Yet, she merely grumbled internally, masking her discontent. Upon entering the hall, Yi Mengqiu regarded Li Mengxi with intrigue. The ten-tailed celestial fox. You remind me of a dear friend from long ago. Her calm tone struck like thunder in Li Mengxi's ears. She widened her eyes, shock coursing through her as she grappled with the revelation. You have encountered my ancestors from the celestial fox clan? Yi Mengqiu's potential origins from thousands of years ago made it plausible that she had met the ten-tailed fox, an ancestor I met one long ago. But I never expected such a youthful celestial fox could unveil the clan's taboos. Taboos? Li Mengxi furrowed her brow in confusion. Yi Mengqiu raised an eyebrow in surprise. You are unaware? Li Mengxi shook her head. I implore you. Enlighten me. In response, Yi Mengqiu generously divulged many secrets of the celestial fox clan. It turned out that for the clan to evolve, one must taste the forbidden fruit. Those daring enough to touch the taboo would grow even stronger, with a chance to transform into a ten-tailed fox or beyond. Long ago, the progenitor of the celestial fox clan was said to have been a 13-tailed fox, a being of unparalleled might. Upon hearing this, Li Mengxi felt perplexed. If the celestial fox clan required tasting the forbidden fruit to undergo transformation, why had the progenitor instituted rules against interacting with outsiders and forbidding descendants from touching the forbidden fruit? As Li Mengxi wrestled with her confusion, Yi Mengqiu seemed to perceive her inner turmoil and continued. Though those who have tasted the forbidden fruit become more powerful, many have also lost themselves in the process. Love begets love, yet love can also breed hatred, if one cannot master their emotions. The inevitable conclusion is destruction. Li Mengxi fell silent, contemplating these words. Do I harbor love for my disciple? She mused, momentarily lost in thought. Yet clarity soon returned to her gaze. Perhaps, but it is a love born from the bond of teacher and student. Indeed, teacher-student affection is still love, and her connection with her disciple was purely for the sake of cultivation. In this light, Li Mengxi's thoughts became clear. Suddenly, an idea struck her, prompting a tentative inquiry. Lady Yi, what are your thoughts on Xinghe? From her perspective, Su Xinghe possessed a captivating allure that could enchant any woman. As his mentor, she had witnessed countless talented young women seeking news of him. Even noble families proposing alliances. Of course, she had firmly dismissed all such advances. Young Master Su. Yi Mengqiu mused thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. Moments later, she revealed a warm smile reminiscent of the sun. He is indeed a remarkable individual. Chapter 72. The Divine Bridges 10 Realms, the Human Emperor's Hall. Within the side hall, Su Xinghe was deeply immersed in contemplation, pondering how he might enhance Yi Mengqiu's fondness for him. A figure of such stature was not someone Su Xinghe could easily overlook. However, the rate at which this fondness was growing was painfully slow. Yi Mengqiu's character was marked by integrity, a protective nature, and a love for family, with her realm residing at the pinnacle of the ninth path. Her fondness for him stood at a mere 20%, an amount that could be deemed neither low nor high, roughly equivalent to that of a friend. Yet, for someone like Su Xinghe, who was accustomed to rapidly increasing levels of affection, this felt somewhat disheartening. It seemed that his ethereal demeanor had no effect on Yi Mengqiu. Therefore, he resolved to approach the matter from a different angle. The peak of the ninth path, with such a transformation in her realm. It wouldn't be long before Yi Mengqiu ascended to the position of celestial sovereign. A terrifying hypothesis surfaced in Su Xinghe's mind. Perhaps Yi Mengqiu was not merely a master of the ninth path. It was possible she had once been a celestial sovereign herself. After all, why would she manifest a heavenly tribulation? If charm could not sway her, he would have to rely on his skills to gradually elevate their rapport. At the very least, he aimed to gain some benefits from her. The treasures she had gifted him were nothing short of extraordinary. The heavenly tribulation alone could empower him immensely. If he could secure additional gifts, he would have fewer fears when venturing into the world. Before that, however, he needed to enhance his own cultivation. This time, he had amassed significant gains, and perhaps he could leverage this to break through to the ascendant realm. Surely, with such an abundance of heavenly materials and treasures, achieving this goal could not be insurmountable. With a decisive thought, heavenly materials surged from his storage pouch, cascading forth like a tidal wave in an extravagant display. Various medicinal herbs piled upon the ground, and any alchemist witnessing this would likely go mad with envy. Su Xinghe opened his mouth wide, disregarding any concern of overindulgence, and without a second thought, began to consume the herbs. The scene resembled a gluttonous beast devouring the heavens and earth. After consuming everything, he felt pure energy surging wildly within him, prompting him to swiftly refine it through his cultivation technique. Before long, a celestial phenomenon erupted, a brilliant galaxy illuminating the surroundings, as if a vast world were unfolding. Within this dazzling stellar realm, a dragon soul dove into the galaxy, soaring through the cosmos. The following day, Yi Mengqiu stood outside the hall, gently caressing the ethereal bird perched at her fingertips. Suddenly, the bird raised its head, surveying the area with a flicker of fear in its eyes before taking flight. Yi Mengqiu watched the departing creature, her gaze shifting toward the side hall where Su Xinghe resided. With a resounding boom, an impressive aura surged forth, a tidal wave of spiritual energy erupting and stirring up clouds of dust. Yi Mengqiu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. In an instant, radiant starlight exploded forth, accompanied by a roar reminiscent of a dragon's roar. The Zidian peak trembled as if a fierce battle were unfolding. Beside Yi Mengqiu, a figure suddenly appeared. Li Mengxi, her brow furrowed in shock as she gazed at Su Xinghe's side hall. This young man, How long has it been since his last breakthrough? Now, his realm appears to be shifting once more. It had only been 2 months since he became her direct disciple, and yet he was already surpassing realms in rapid succession. If given more time, would he ascend to the ascendant realm? Surpassing even me, his master? Li Mengxi felt an overwhelming pressure. If her disciple's strength exceeded hers, the prospect of future dual cultivation would no longer be in her control. This was simply a nightmare. Without further ado, she retreated to her palace to enter seclusion. Meanwhile, within the side hall, Su Xinghe's aura surged forth, experiencing successive breakthroughs. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a chain snapping echoed. 8th Realm of the Divine Bridge. 9th Realm of the Divine Bridge. Pinnacle of the 9th Realm of the Divine Bridge. Su Xinghe furrowed his brow, sensing that he was skirting the edge of something monumental in the next moment. 10th Realm of the Divine Bridge. Boom! In an instant, Su Xinghe's aura exploded forth, a violent energy gradually stabilizing until his realm was firmly established. Upon opening his eyes, he was utterly bewildered. He had expected that merely touching that threshold would allow him to enter the Ascendant Realm. Who could have anticipated the emergence of the 10th Realm of the Divine Bridge? Within his dantian, 10 bridges resembling divine rainbows radiated an ancient Taoist essence, as if each bridge were forged from the very laws of the universe. Su Xinghe's brow furrowed as he noticed the peculiar transformation within his dantian. What were those string-like entities? He reached out to touch them, and immediately, a jolt coursed through his body, akin to being struck by electricity. Suddenly, a torrent of power surged throughout his limbs, the mysterious Taoist essence entwining around his arms like the threads of order. This is the power of the laws. Su Xinghe's face was a mask of shock. The Divine Bridge realm could not wield the laws, but the Ascendant realm could. He had stepped into the unprecedented 10th realm of the Divine Bridge. Although he had not yet entered the Celestial realm, he now possessed the power to command the laws. So, does this mean I am at the threshold of the Ascendant realm? Su Xinghe ran a hand through his hair in frustration. The dragon ancestor's body was indeed extraordinary. Even after consuming so many heavenly materials and treasures, he could not break through to the Ascendant realm. Had it not been for his own gains within the ruins, could he have cultivated himself solely with the resources provided by the sacred land? Nonetheless, he now had a means to respond to future challenges. Su Xinghe smiled faintly as he left the side hall, only to catch sight of Yimengqiu standing outside. Why Yimengqiu regarded Su Xinghe, her smile radiant like the dawn. The 10th Realm of the Divine Bridge, young Master Su, your path to the Tao is promising. The Celestial Sovereign Realm is merely a matter of time, her words. Su Xinghe's expression shifted. Why Yimengqiu had seen through his realm at a glance. She even knew about the 10th Realm of the Divine Bridge. From her words, it was clear she was privy to certain knowledge. Miss Mengqiu, you know about the 10th Realm of the Divine Bridge? Yimengqiu nodded, explaining with a smile. The 10th Realm of the Divine Bridge is flawless. There are 10 divine bridges. Young Master Su can attempt to condense the embryonic form of the Tao fruit when he steps into the Ascendant Realm. The embryonic form of the Tao fruit. Su Xinghe's expression fluctuated wildly. The embryonic form of the Tao fruit is typically only attempted by cultivators upon reaching the Tao-seeking realm, as it pertains to the achievements one can attain after ascending to the Celestial Sovereign Realm. Cultivators who possess the Tao fruit exist in a dimension entirely separate from others. Thousands, even millions of Ascendant Realm cultivators would be no match for a single Tao-seeking sovereign, because a cultivator who has condensed the Tao fruit can forge their own unique laws. The 10th Realm of the Divine Bridge, flawless. Thus, he had indeed stepped into a realm accessible to only a select few. This realization brought a sense of relief to Su Xinghe's heart. The embryonic form of the Tao fruit. If he possessed the embryonic form of the Tao fruit in the Ascendant Realm, he would undoubtedly be an invincible force within that realm. As for the immortal realm, he should be able to vanquish it with full force. Su Xinghe glanced at the Xidian Palace, noticing the tightly shut doors, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Has my master entered seclusion? That's quite fortuitous. An opportunity to enhance his rapport had arrived. Just as Su Xinghe was about to invite Yimengqiu to tour the stellar sacred land, fate took an unexpected turn, as if the heavens were conspiring against him. With a resounding roar, a thunderous sound echoed through the sky, and a formidable cavalry of imperial might descended, shattering the void, a royal banner soaring high. City Yuan and the others gazed at this cavalry with unprecedented gravity. The Human Emperor's Hall, Chapter 73. Can a demon in human skin maintain order in a realm? The Human Emperor's Hall, the true sovereign force of the Eastern Emperor Realm. It had stood unyielding for tens of thousands of years across the 9 realms. Its foundation formidable, with a legacy that spanned countless generations. This realm was designated as the Eastern Emperor in honor of the first human emperor of the Human Emperor's Hall. The appearance of the Human Emperor's Hall was not a welcome sign for the stellar sacred land. The Holy Master, Li Tianshi murmured, his heart already grasping the intent behind the Human Emperor's Hall's arrival. The cavalry came before the crowd, forming 2 lines as a golden palanquin crossed the divine bridge, shattering the void before coming to a halt before City Yuan, a venerable elder, clad in simple robes, his face kind and hair white as snow, stepped forth. Mu Qingsheng. The crowd's pupils constricted, and City Yuan's expression turned grave. Mu Qingsheng, one of the 5 elders of the Human Emperor's Hall, possessed unfathomable strength. It was said he had been a Tao-seeking sovereign 1,000 years ago. Now, his cultivation was even more inscrutable. Mu Lao, City Yuan greeted with a smile. Though he held no fondness for the members of the Human Emperor's Hall, he understood the need to extend courtesy. Sidhu, it has been a long time. You have entered the immortal realm. How fast you progress, if given time. Stepping into the Tao-seeking realm will be within reach, Mu Qingsheng said with a friendly tone. Mu Lao is jesting. This junior merely had good fortune to experience a lucky breakthrough. City Yuan replied, not wishing to beat around the bush. May I ask the purpose of your visit, Mu Lao? Mu Qingsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling as he replied, I believe you are already aware of my purpose for coming. The slumbering individual within the ruins, a figure of such strength, the Human Emperor's Hall cannot afford to ignore. We come in peace, merely to invite that celestial being to our Human Emperor's Hall for a discussion. The words may sound pleasing, but in C2 Yuan's heart, a cold laugh arose. Perhaps the former Human Emperor Hall was indeed responsible. Yet the current Human Emperor Hall has long strayed from its righteous path. The purported oversight is, in reality, merely a facade for the sake of inheritance. For many years, the clandestine actions of the Human Emperor Hall have gone unspoken by the major factions. The starry sacred land finds it difficult to confront the Human Emperor Hall directly and can only leave the choice to Miss Yi. With her prowess, even if the Human Emperor Hall were to attempt to forcibly take her, they would not fare well on the summit of Zidian Peak. Su Xinghe furrowed his brow as he observed the crowd approaching. Miss Yi, they are coming for you, he said in a low tone, while scrutinizing Yi Mengqiu's expression. Why, Yi Mengqiu's delicate brows were tightly knitted, a stark contrast to her previously indifferent demeanor. Instantly, Su Xinghe felt a sense of unease. What could this mean? Were the elders of the Human Emperor Hall even stronger than Yi Mengqiu? Surely, that could not be the case. The weight of his thoughts pressed heavily upon him in the game. The Human Emperor Hall had not existed. If this faction were truly formidable, feared even by the sacred land, why had they never been mentioned before? Mu Qingsheng landed on Zidian Peak, a smile gracing his features as he regarded the two. However, upon seeing Su Xinghe, he was somewhat taken aback. Yi Mengqiu, a being of celestial grace resurrected from the relics, was indeed a reasonable sight. Her extraordinary strength naturally set her apart in demeanor from the ordinary. Yet, Yi Mengqiu's aura was innate, as if she were the progeny of a celestial being. Even upon their first encounter, Mu Qingsheng found Su Xinghe to be quite agreeable and wished to befriend him. The starry sacred land has truly transformed, exhibiting the audacity to cast aside the Holy Sun and produce such an extraordinary figure. External rumors claimed the Holy Sun to be a paragon among men. And indeed, he was quite remarkable. Mu Qingsheng offered a momentary compliment. The reason the Human Emperor Hall has stood unyielding for tens of thousands of years is due to its amicable relationships. For them, these prodigies are treasures. You jest, senior. Such praises are mere exaggerations from the outside world, Su Xinghe replied, his tone neither warm nor cold. Thus, Mu Qingsheng paid little heed to his words, as his purpose for coming was solely for Yi Mengqiu. Miss Yi, I am an elder of the Human Emperor Hall. I come with no ill intentions, but rather hope that you might extend a favor to allow us to assist in maintaining oversight. Mu Qingsheng bore a benevolent smile, his words sincere and impeccable. However, Yimengqiu offered no grace in return, her gaze as frigid as ice. Can a monster cloaked in human skin truly maintain order in the world? Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from Mu Qingsheng's face, replaced by a visage of sheer terror. The previously motionless iron cavalry began to stir, their eyes fixed on Yimengqiu, filled with murderous intent, as if they were poised to execute her on the spot. At that moment, the crowd remained bewildered, unsure of Yimengqiu's meaning. Even Su Xinghe found himself at a loss. A monster cloaked in human skin? What has Yimengqiu discerned? Could there be an issue with the people from the human Emperor Hall? Mu Qingsheng quickly regained his composure, feigning a smile as he said, Miss Yi, some words should not be spoken lightly. The human Emperor Hall has approached with intent and means no offense. Although he maintained the same smile, the atmosphere grew palpably colder. Why? Yimengqiu coldly replied, You are remarkably composed. You are far more stable than you were 10,000 years ago. With that, Yimengqiu raised her hand, a barrier manifesting, a formidable pressure descending upon them. It was as if a celestial might swept across the heavens and the earth. Mu Qingsheng sensed something amiss. His eyes wide with fear. The next instant, boom! The iron cavalry surged forth, their overwhelming might crashing down, a force capable of collapsing the very heavens and earth. C2 Yuan seized Su Xinghe and fled into the void, his heart racing as he beheld the cavalry. The Dao Inquiry Realm. How can this be? The iron cavalry of the human Emperor Hall are actually Dao Inquiry cultivators? This is utterly unfathomable. Dozens of Dao Inquiry experts were not even the core members of the human Emperor Hall. Their strength seemed excessively formidable. Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe's heart plummeted. The human Emperor Hall is this powerful? A seemingly ordinary cavalry is composed of Dao Inquiry Supremes? No, wait. Su Xinghe realized that the aura of the cavalry was erratic, their realms unstable. They had been forcefully elevated. These individuals were not true Dao Inquiry Supremes. They were merely using some secret method to artificially enhance their cultivation. Why? Yimengqiu commanded the barrier, her sleeves billowing, her expression impassive. She stood high above, her eyes cold as if she were a goddess of unfeeling detachment. With the barrier erupting, the laws of refinement transformed the surroundings into a unique space that ensnared Mu Qingsheng and the iron cavalry within. Witnessing this scene, C2 Yuan's eyelids twitched, his heart filled with dread. Why? Yimengqiu's strength was astonishing. Akin to that of an invincible deity, Mu Qingsheng unleashed his divine powers, manifesting a proud dragon to assault the barrier. Yet he was utterly helpless. His expression darkened ominously, glaring at Yimengqiu with malice. Why? Yimengqiu's countenance remained indifferent as she extended her jade hand. Refine! In that instant, Mu Qingsheng was gripped by a sense of foreboding. Form the formation, he bellowed, as the iron cavalry encircled one another, an astonishing pressure cascading forth. The energy that spilled out was savage, terrifying, and ominous. A blood-red shadow blotted out the sky, as if an ancient demon had awakened. Intent on devouring the world. Chapter 74. The refinement of the celestial restoration pill. What a wicked technique. The human Emperor Hall actually cultivates demonic arts. As the crowd beheld the ravenous demonic shadow, a chill ran down their spines, their scalps prickling. For the human Emperor Hall, an ancient power that had stood for tens of thousands of years in the Eastern Emperor realm, to have practitioners of demonic arts among them was a harrowing revelation. The very faction that once brought light to the Eastern Emperor realm now dabbled in darkness. This news, once disseminated, would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the 9 realms. Roar! The demonic shadow roared, its fists crashing down with the force of mountains, radiating a crimson light that resembled the harbinger of annihilation, shattering the void. Yet, as the void trembled, the barrier remained intact. Why? Yimengqiu's expression was calm, effortlessly navigating the situation, seemingly unperturbed. The runes of the barrier shone brightly, their profound light enveloping Mu Qingsheng and the cavalry. In an instant, anguished wails echoed throughout. Mu Qingsheng's skin melted away, gradually revealing a grotesque form, a demon shrouded in malevolent energy. This was not solely his fate. The other cavalrymen experienced the same transformation. Witnessing this, Su Xinghe's gaze trembled, his heart filled with shock. Crimson skin, enshrouded in demonic energy, with wings forged from blood. These were the celestial demons. Su Xinghe could hardly fathom that the individuals from the human Emperor Hall had transformed into celestial demons. Did this not imply that the celestial demons had long been scheming to invade the Nine Realms? Hiss! As this realization struck, a chill coursed down Su Xinghe's spine. The human Emperor Hall, now the most ancient power in the Eastern Emperor realm, had its elders transformed into celestial demons. What then was the true nature of the current human Emperor Hall? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Su Xinghe felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. The wailing gradually subsided under the refinement of the barrier, and Mu Qingxing along with the Iron Cavalry were reduced to ashes. At this moment, Si-Tu Yuan and the other elders remained in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that the elders and cavalry of the human Emperor Hall were, in fact, transformed demons. Did this not indicate that the present human Emperor Hall was no longer the one they once knew? No wonder they had continuously engaged in such reckless acts. It turned out that they were merely a hollow shell. Si-Tu Yuan's heart was heavy with gravity. The human Emperor Hall had been infiltrated by an unknown demon, a dire portent for the Eastern Emperor realm. Who could say how long these demons had been lurking? The human Emperor Hall, with its deep-rooted legacy, if allowed to develop for hundreds of years, would possess unimaginable strength. A centipede, even when dead, does not lie still. The celestial demon race, once nearly obliterated by the Xinchu Emperor, had now returned with aspirations to claim dominion over the world. Why? Yimengqiu's voice was cold as ice, suggesting that she had long been aware of all matters concerning the celestial demon race. Miss Yi? Who exactly are they? Si-Tu Yuan inquired. Besides Su Xinghe and Yimengqiu, the others had little understanding of the celestial demon race, having never encountered it before. Though there were demon races among the Nine Realms, none possessed such ominous power. The celestial demons, a race that once brought despair and darkness to the world, had regarded humanity merely as sustenance. Humanity as mere sustenance? Si-Tu Yuan's heart trembled. Such a gruesome reality had never been witnessed even in the most ancient of times. Just how long ago did the era of humanity being prey exist? The celestial demon race must be eradicated. Yimengqiu stepped into the void, leaping beyond the realms toward the human Emperor Hall's domain. Su Xinghe's eyelids flickered, his heart pounding with trepidation. From her words, it seemed Yimengqiu intended to annihilate the celestial demons, which meant she was targeting the human Emperor Hall. If she truly succeeded in obliterating the human Emperor Hall, then the threat of the celestial demons would be vanquished. Would this not mean that the latent dangers facing the starry sacred land would dissipate? If so, that would indeed be favorable. His path forward would become secure. Xinghe, should Miss Yi recklessly invade the human Emperor Hall, she may not find it to her advantage. We, the starry sacred land, must prepare for the worst. Si-Tu Yuan braced himself for the direst outcome. Should Yimengqiu become trapped within the human Emperor Hall, they would surely not spare the starry sacred land, as they knew too much. Retribution would be inevitable. Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe fell silent for a moment before asking, "Sovereign, how many ancestors remain within the sacred land?" Upon hearing those words, Si-Tu Yuan instinctively froze for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. "There are indeed two more individuals. One is my revered mentor, and the other was a former Grand Elder." Su Xinghe furrowed his brow. "What about Master Ji Xinyan?" "Ji Xinyan? He perished thousands of years ago." Upon hearing this, Su Xinghe's expressions turned peculiar. How could the Holy Lord be unaware that Ji Xinyan still lives? Do the other two ancestors know? Given that Ji Xuanyan's injuries have rendered him dormant, he has likely long ceased to concern himself with the affairs of the sacred land. A half-step, celestial sovereign with such injuries has probably taken very few actions. We must find a way to heal the injuries of Master Xinyan. Great Elder, are there any elixirs in this world that can mend the injuries caused by the heavenly tribulation? Su Xinghe suddenly turned to Li Tianshi. When it comes to elixirs, only the Great Elder possesses the most knowledge. Li Tianshi pondered for a moment. There is indeed one, but it is exceedingly difficult to refine in this current era. No alchemist has been able to concoct its their recipe? Yes, I want it. Though Su Xinghe was uncertain of the success rate, he felt compelled to attempt it. After all, with his fortuitous destiny, failure was not a foregone conclusion. It is worth noting that his current success rate in refining elixirs stands at a perfect 100%. Situ Yuan glanced at Su Xinghe. His earlier words had led him to mistakenly believe that Su Xinghe bore injuries himself. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that Su Xinghe not only lacked such injuries but also possessed a foundation as solid as the pillars of heaven. Most crucially, Su Xinghe's realm was somewhat unique. Although he was clearly at the divine bridge stage, he exuded an aura that suggested he was on the brink of ascension. Days later, within the small realm of the human emperor's hall, a tremor reverberated as Yi Mengqiu unleashed her power, refining the laws of heaven and earth with unparalleled might. Yet the formations of the human emperor's hall were akin to a robust turtle shell. Although cracks appeared, they were insufficient to shatter it. Yi Mengqiu's expression darkened. At this rate, she might exhaust herself within it. Seemed that this group of celestial demons had been lurking in this realm for quite some time, with ambitions that could potentially upend it. Damn it. A sense of unwillingness welled up within Yi Mengqiu. Her limited strength prevented her from breaking through the formations, and now she had no choice but to retreat. Yet her time was running short. She could not suppress her cultivation for long before ascending to celestial sovereign. Why then? This realm would have to fend for itself. Yi Mengqiu grasped the restrictions, using the laws of heaven and earth as a foundation to lay down seals, at least to buy this realm some time. At Juyang Peak, Su Xinghe utilized the essence of the sun to refine elixirs. The bubbling flames of the furnace resembled a tempestuous sun, with scorching heat continually assailing him as if it were about to burst forth from the cauldron. Situ Yuan watched this scene with a grave expression, stating solemnly, "The repairing heaven elixir can only be refined by a select few from ancient times. If Su Xinghe succeeds in crafting it, he would undoubtedly be hailed as the elixir emperor." However, the current situation is not promising. It appears the flames are still unstable, and if this continues, an explosion is imminent. Lianshi wore a serious expression. As an alchemist, he understood this predicament all too well. If the flames could not be stabilized, an explosion was only a matter of time. Refining elixirs using the essence of the sun is no simple task unless there exists something to counteract it. Su Xinghe's complexion darkened. It seemed relying solely on himself would not suffice. There was no other option. He had to resort to this technique. Su Xinghe bit his finger, allowing a drop of pure blood to flow into the cauldron. In an instant, a resounding dragon's roar emanated from within the furnace, causing Situ Yuan and the others to change color. Chapter 75. Seizing the celestial mechanism, Elixir completed. What is this? Listening to the dragon's roar, everyone was taken aback. At that moment, the violent essence of the sun within the cauldron was subdued by the power of Su Xinghe's drop of blood, and it seemed as though a true dragon was thrashing about within the furnace. Observing this scene, the crowd exchanged glances, rendered speechless. The sheer energy contained in Su Xinghe's blood was astonishing. Was that drop of blood related to the dragon clan? Could Su Xinghe be of dragon lineage? Situ Yuan's eyes widened, a divine light illuminating upon Su Xinghe. Though he bore the form of a human, he was not of the dragon clan. However, his vitality and aura were immensely powerful, far surpassing those of cultivators at the same level. Particularly, his vitality was overwhelmingly abundant. Even beasts with ancient ferocious bloodlines might struggle to compare to Su Xinghe's presence. Perhaps it was related to his physique. Su Xinghe's physical body was undeniably formidable. His strength was enough to withstand the might of heavenly treasures, and among the younger generation, few could rival him. Investigations into Su Xinghe's physique had been conducted, yet none had yielded a match with the conditions of his extraordinary body. A sacred body. This indicated that Su Xinghe's physique was truly one of a kind, a unique entity whose potential for growth remained unknown. However, at present, the fact that a single drop of blood could subdue the essence of the sun suggested a physique that could at least rival that of a divine body. It is about to succeed. Just then, Li Tianchu's expression shifted, and he gasped. The hearts of those present suddenly quickened, their breaths becoming labored. The repairing heaven elixir was capable of mending injuries sustained from the heavenly tribulation. Should this elixir circulate, it would surely drive the 9 realms into a frenzy. There were countless powerful beings hidden away due to their injuries, many of whom were celestial sovereigns. If Su Xinghe could successfully refine the repairing heaven elixir, it was impossible to predict how many ancient beings would storm the gates of the starry Holy Land. Moments later, a rich and fragrant aroma wafted through the air, causing the crowd's spiritual energy to stir. And they felt an urge to break through. Boom! Suddenly, the heavens darkened, and ominous black clouds gathered like a looming storm over the dome. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Tianchu's expression shifted repeatedly. Thunder of the tribulation. As soon as these words left his mouth, the expressions of the crowd changed. If the elixir were to endure the tribulation's thunder, it would gain sentience, and such elixirs could even give rise to consciousness. Such elixirs, even celestial sovereigns might not be able to partake. The dazzling thunder crackled, and multicolored lightning erupted from the tribulation clouds. 5-colored tribulation thunder. Li Tianchu could not help but exclaim. Throughout the long ages, few alchemists could summon 5-colored tribulation thunder. Most who could were renowned figures. Situ Yuan's hand stretched out, activating the hidden formations of the sacred land to obscure the celestial mechanisms. If the tribulation thunder could not be withstood, the repairing heaven elixir would be destroyed, and even the holy sun might suffer severe injury. Li Tianchu murmured softly, his eyes filled with concern. Su Xinghe gazed at the 5-colored tribulation thunder gathering above. Unperturbed. 5-colored tribulation thunder? Then let it come. Boom! The blinding lightning illuminated Su Xinghe's face, revealing a manic expression. The moment the lightning tore through the heavens, a torrent of overwhelming sword intent erupted. Clang! The might of the sword. The weighty sword intent transformed the vibrant lands into a sword capable of cleaving through all things. The collision of sword intent tore apart the void, shattering everything around. The entire sacred land trembled as the sharp sword intent rent asunder all in its vicinity. Situ Yuan and the others were left astounded. What a terrifying sword intent! They were beings who had lived for thousands of years, yet they had never witnessed such formidable sword intent from a young cultivator. Even the renowned sword masters of the Eastern Emperor realm might not compare. Come on! Su Xinghe, undaunted by the tribulation, even took the initiative to provoke it, drawing the great yin heavenly sword. With a horizontal slash. Clang! The sword's cry resonated, as if it were cleaving through the heavens themselves. The tribulation thunder split in two, and the tumultuous lightning began to dissipate under the sway of the sword intent. This young man, even Situ Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. To provoke the tribulation thunder was to invite an even more fearsome backlash. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as if the heavens themselves were splitting apart, and the blinding lightning resembled a phoenix bathed in the morning sun. The lightning danced wildly, and the terrifying power contained within even made the elders feel a sense of trepidation. Cry! The sound of thunder echoed like the call of a phoenix. As the blinding lightning shattered the void, heading straight for Su Xinghe, a smirk crept across Su Xinghe's lips, revealing a triumphant grin. The elixir within the furnace soared forth, akin to a minuscule star standing against the thunder. Su Xinghe's entire being surged with vitality, a vast sea of blood energy enveloping him. His vitality transformed into the flames of heaven and earth, akin to a cauldron, shrouding both the elixir and the tribulation together. This is... Li Tianchu's eyes twitched as Su Xinghe intended to refine the tribulation thunder, seizing a strand of its power to infuse into the elixir. The repairing heaven elixir. So that is it. Only by seizing the heavenly mechanism could one refine the repairing heaven elixir. No wonder it was so difficult to concoct, and few succeeded. It became clear that one must confront the tribulation thunder head-on and plunder its power to forge the repairing heaven elixir. Li Tianchu stood transfixed, as if his soul had been lost, staring blankly. Fo put it plainly, only those with exceptional skill and bravery could hope to refine the repairing heaven elixir. The thunder gradually subsided, and the murky elixir became increasingly translucent, resembling a flawless jade. It is done. Su Xinghe sent a drop of heavenly water into the cauldron. The next moment, a rich fragrance enveloped the surroundings, flowers blossomed everywhere, and the flora thrived in spring. The auspicious birds of the sacred land gathered, singing joyous melodies as if celebrating the successful completion of the elixir. As the tribulation clouds dispersed, a ray of sunlight bathed the repairing heaven elixir, making it appear like a golden pill. Huh? The repairing heaven elixir. Who refined this? At that moment, a voice of astonishment echoed in the ears of the crowd. Turning their gaze towards the source, they discovered that immortal had returned. Immortal regarded the Tian pill with great intrigue, her beautiful eyes reflecting a trace of incredulity. Situ Yuan looked at immortal, his mouth agape, his heart tumultuous and restless. Why immortal had returned alive? Did that not imply that the imperial palace had, Immortal, are you unharmed? Su Xinghe stepped forward, the first to express concern. Tio foster goodwill. Such gestures were essential. Upon hearing his words, immortal revealed a faint smile. I am well. It merely ended in failure. Failed. Su Xinghe was momentarily taken aback, questioning, is it possible to fail even at the pinnacle of the 9 realms? It seemed the imperial palace was far more formidable than he had imagined. Young Master Su, did you concoct this Tian pill? Immortal inquired, her gaze fixed upon Su Xinghe. He nodded affirmatively. Impressive, she praised, but her subsequent words caused Su Xinghe's expression to shift dramatically. However, young Master Su, it may have been too early for you to concoct it. The act of seizing heavenly secrets inherently involves bearing some karmic consequences. When you eventually ascend to the heavens and face tribulations, it is likely to be far from effortless. Chapter 75. The master of the Xian sword is a woman? Bearing karmic consequences? Is there such a drawback? Su Xinghe's countenance grew increasingly grim. The notion of seizing heavenly secrets sounded exceedingly ominous. After all, it was the will of the heavens. If they took a disliking to him, would they not strike him down mercilessly? Miss Yi, is what you just said true? Situ Yuan felt a pang of concern. Su Xinghe was the most prodigious saint of their starry holy land's history. Should anything untoward occur, it would be tantamount to a calamity for the sacred grounds. I never speak frivolously, immortal replied coolly. This, Situ Yuan's expression darkened as he turned to Su Xinghe, forcing a smile. You need not worry, Xinghe. I will devise a solution regarding the karmic matters. Su Xinghe chuckled lightly. I appreciate your concern, holy master. The karmic consequences of seizing heavenly secrets indeed demanded a price for such defiant elixirs. Miss Immortal, with your abilities, can you resolve this karmic issue? Immortal shook her head. The concept of karma is profoundly enigmatic. Only the Holy Celestial can truly address such matters. Holy Celestial? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. What realm does that represent? Aside from Su Xinghe, the others looked at immortal with bewilderment. The Holy Celestial is a realm beyond that of the Celestial. The Celestial realm is divided into early, middle, late, and peak stages, further classified into smaller realms. Those who have just entered the Celestial realm are referred to as Lesser Celestials, followed by Greater Celestials, and ultimately, the Holy Celestial.